would make an already formidable adventure into one that was practically unstoppable. One would never be sidelined for weeks, like adventurers who took a grievous injury without a life caster or fell victim to a powerful demonic curse. As Glenn remembered his conversation with Becca about secrets adventurers kept only for themselves by the safe stones when they discovered the loophole in the Pantheon's law of consent, he acknowledged the true blessing he'd gained today. Mammoths and Glory's former lives as town guards are loopholes, Glenn said. Logain nodded. The path we walk to adventure is long, yet if you walk it one day, people may speak of Glen Redwood as they speak of Mammoth and Glory. Scott waved. They'll actually be speaking of Scott Willarose, because once I reach level 20, I'm going to dual class the most jaw-droppingly gorgeous auracaster since Benjamin Ravendust. I'll tour Landers and beyond. People across the kingdom will faint at the mere sound of my Your singing is awful, Joanne interrupted. My singing is divine, Scott protested. You just have a tin ear. Besides, no one cares how well you sing when you're as devilishly handsome as I. Devilish would be a better word for your singing, Linda agreed. Martin and Seth are on the gate tonight, Logain said calmly, and it's Chelsea's night off. You'll meet them all soon enough. But for now, know that while we are a small garrison, all of us have become as close as any party of adventurers. We watch out for each other. Glenn suddenly found himself smiling. As shocking as the god's choice had been, he was now among good people. Everyone here would support him in his new life. Every one of his fellow town guards would help him adjust and defend the town where he was born. I understand. Glenn forced himself to focus on the life that now lay ahead. And for what it's worth, I think I'd like a party like this one. Joanne walked forward and thumped Glenn's arm. Well, that's just overdoing it. Give us a little back, would you? It's no fun to land all the jabs. Now, Logain said calmly, let's get you into your new god armor. 29. A moonlit goodbye. At the mention of putting on Glenn's new armor, every last one of the town guards in the barracks sobered. This was obviously important to them. He didn't dare ruin the moment. Follow me, Logain said. Glenn followed as Logain led him to a rack of armor dummies along the wall. One stood at the end, and a set of dark and deadly-looking god armor waited upon it. The dark polished metal all but absorbed light, and the sunburst of Celis sat in the center of the armor. The whole suit was larger than Glenn, but Glenn knew adventure armor resized itself to fit the wearer. God armor did the same. Slip off your boots, Logain suggested. We can put the armor on over your clothes, this time. Tomorrow I'll commission Ziva to make you a proper guard uniform. She'll come by the barracks to get your measurements just after breakfast. So don't be late. Glenn nodded as he slipped off first one boot, then another. The stone floor of the barracks felt rough beneath his feet, but not cold. It felt sturdy. The last owner of this armor was Captain Jacob Greybreaker, Logain said reverently. Jacob dual-classed to duelist 3 years ago, upon reaching level 20 as a town guard, and left me in command. This armor has remained on this dummy since, waiting for when the gods judged worthy to don it again. The gods chose you to wear the armor worn by our former captain. Glenn stared in fresh awe. The Pantheon themselves had not only blessed him with their power in 3 fresh levels, they'd also blessed him with their armor and weapons. Joanne, who seemed to be Logain's second-in-command, walked past Glenn. Together, Joanne and Logain undid the straps and clasps on the side of the armor with expert fingers. They lifted it off the dummy, together, and then carried it to Glenn. They lifted the armor as if it weighed nothing and lowered it over Glenn's head. Once it was set upon his shoulders, a weight that was reassuring and tolerable, both began snapping clasps. As they did, Glenn felt a tingle across his skin. The armor literally shrank upon his body. By the time Joanne and Logain finished the straps and secured it, his new god armor fit even better than his old ringmail armor. Despite its weight, it felt as comfortable as a warm shirt. The crafting materials used to create this armor truly were from a realm beyond Luxterra. If legend held true, this armor had been forged in Sun's Rest, the legendary realm of Kaya, goddess of duty. More pieces came after the cuirass, which strapped around his chest, sabatons to protect his feet, cuisses to protect his legs, vambraces to protect his arms, gloves for his hands, and even an armored skirt, a fold, to protect his waist below the chest piece. Finally, Joanne lifted the helm, a large, full-face helmet that looked both sturdy and powerful. She carried it with reverence, and then raised it above Glenn's head. She lowered it onto his armor, and then it too shrank, securing itself snugly yet comfortably. Like everything else, it changed for him. "Captain Greybreaker's armor suits him," Logain said. "I think the old man would be pleased." "It's so light," Glenn whispered. "How is armor this strong so light?" His question was largely rhetorical. This armor, unlike all the adventure armor in Luxterra, had not been crafted by any mortal blacksmith. It had been created by the gods themselves. Not to mention he now had 19 strength, almost twice that of even the strongest unclassed mortal. "Wait until you feel this," Scott said. He offered Glenn the largest mace he'd ever seen, almost big enough to wield with 2 hands. Glenn knew it was intended for one. This guardian mace was thick and powerful-looking, with a grid of raised gold smashers that gleamed almost like gold. Glenn took it reverently. Another tingle traveled up his arm, invigorating his muscles. The mace, too, had a reassuring weight to it, yet felt impossibly light. When Glenn swung it experimentally, he sensed a dreadful weight behind what should have been a light blow. This mace really could crush a wagon. Linda presented him with a round, dark-colored shield that also bore the sun crest of Celis. "And your guardian shield. You know how this works?" Glenn offered his left arm, now armored, and spread his fingers. Linda slid one strap of the shield over his hand and up his arm, and let him grab the second. The straps adjusted themselves the moment Glenn did so, and then the shield felt welded to his arm. He wouldn't drop this shield unless he fully intended to. He'd never imagined wearing gear this powerful until he'd reached the divine level cap and braved the 6 hells, yet it was all his. Today. As much as the gods had hurt him, and as much as he desperately longed to travel the world with Becca, there was comfort to be found in this armor, this power, his new party of town guards, people with whom he could actually become friends. "At least now we know he wasn't lying," Scott said merrily. "Gods would have turned him to salt the moment he put that armor on." Linda chuckled. "I'd have to sweep." "Don't listen to them," Logain said gravely. "If I truly believed you were going to turn to salt, I'd have put down a tarp." "He's a thoughtful one, our captain," Joanne said. "Now let's get all this off him, shall we?" Glenn looked between them, brow furrowed inside his helmet. "But I just put it on." "Your first shift isn't until tomorrow morning," Logain said calmly. "I pulled you away from the crowd because you appeared uncomfortable, and since we were speaking anyway, I figured we could take the time to fit your armor before you snuck off to meet your woman. Was I wrong?" "You were right," Glenn admitted quietly. "I was dying out there. Everyone seemed so happy for me, yet no one seemed to understand how I really felt. It was just so disappointing," Joanne said, and thumped his arm again. "We know. Trust me, Glenn, we all know. We all started exactly where you are, staring down this path with our hopes and dreams ripped away. It gets better the first time you crack a glowing wolf across the face and disintegrate it." She smiled. "Or today, a shaitan. That's the first time I've ever gotten to kill one of those." Glenn could almost imagine what that must be like, to take one swing and wreck a level 12 demon attempting to escape into Shimmer. He could almost imagine the power. As Joanne smiled, Glenn found nothing but real, warm sympathy in her smile. "You'll miss her desperately, but eventually, it'll get better. It did for us." Glenn didn't need to ask which her Joanne was talking about. That would be obvious to everyone given how fervently they'd kissed each other on stage. The woman he'd bid farewell to tomorrow. The woman he needed to meet in the park tonight. "I won't lie," Glenn said softly. I am disappointed in what's happened tonight, but not in any of you, just in, the general direction of life." "We know," Logain said quietly. "Now let's get your armor settled again. No other guard will don it, so long as you garrison Wolfpine. It is yours until you retire or meet the forever death." Glenn considered as Joanne and Logain once again helped him out of his armor. That can happen? At least in Gracia, Glenn couldn't imagine anything powerful enough to kill a town guard. "Theoretically," Logain shrugged. "No town guard has died so long as I've been a guard, and none in Captain Greybreaker's time either. Further back than that, I don't know." "Where is Captain Greybreaker now?" Glenn asked. "You said he left Wolfpine 3 years ago?" Joanne offered a wistful smirk. "Last I heard, he was off laying waste to the monsters of Coalfield, and likely boning every adventure lass who will consent. Our old captain always was a bit of a showboat. I bet he's still telling everyone he's a 25-year-old prodigy from Lakebrook." "Are you saying I'm not a showboat?" Logain asked. "Never, Captain. You're the epitome of stern, unyielding leadership." "I'm not sure that's a compliment," Logain said mildly. Glenn took it all in as they helped him out of his armor. Everyone here had always seemed so stiff and formal at the gates, but here alone, in the town guard barracks, in their sanctuary, Glenn's sanctuary now, they were just people. People he already liked. People he felt he could trust. Soon enough, again, he wore no armor, just his shirt and pants. Linda offered a chair, how thoughtful of her, and Glenn sat, then pulled on his boots. Once he rose again, Logain beckoned, yet he did not lead Glenn to the door they'd used to enter the barracks. "Give your Becca a kiss for me," Scott shouted from behind him. "Don't you dare," Linda added. "She'll never speak to you again after that." Logain led him into another room and then to another door, one that was smaller than the one through which they'd entered. He'd passed the town guard barracks many times on this side, the side opposite the square, yet never seen a door. This door must be hidden from the outside. That was the only thing that made sense. "We need to resume our patrols until the mayor's festivities end," Logain said calmly. "Give it 10 minutes after we head out, then slip out through this door. We'll ensure no one's around to spot you. What you do after that is none of our concern, so long as you report to these barracks tomorrow just after sunup. I care nothing for what you do when not on duty, but what I do not allow is tardiness." "I understand," Glenn said softly. "And I won't disappoint you. I might not have asked for this job, but I'm going to pull my weight and help you all I can. I know I have much to learn, and I know I'll make mistakes, but I have no plans to slouch on the job. I intend to do this well." "I know you will," Logain said. He gripped Glenn's arm, a gesture that felt both welcoming and comforting. Logain was a man Glenn would gladly follow in battle, if it came to that. Logain left the room, and Glenn heard him shout once he left. "All right, you layabouts, back to work. Can't have the mayor thinking we've gotten into the meat on duty." A chorus of hurrahs and dissents followed, and then the sound of the door opening. Glenn could imagine his new party tromping out one by one, heads once again hidden in the helmets. They would once again be the stern, powerful, intimidating guards everyone in Wolfpine respected. Glenn breathed as he ran over everything he'd just learned. He still felt dizzy. So much was happening at once. Yet he knew what he had to do next, and he focused on that. Wait 10 minutes, use the door, travel to the park without being seen. Find Becca. What if she was having second thoughts? What if she decided to turn down Jenny's invitation and remain here with him? Becca wouldn't do that, yet still. Glenn had to be sure. He wanted nothing more than to adventure with her until they both retired, but that wasn't possible now. So now all he wanted was to make sure Becca still had the opportunity to chase their dream. Glenn waited 10 minutes, then tested the door handle. It opened easily. Glenn slipped out to find himself cloaked in shadow. He realized now this door led out beneath an awning that blended so well with the building he'd never really noticed it. Clever architecture. The street on this side of the barracks remained empty. Celebration still sounded from the town square, yet everyone was in the town square, not on this side of the barracks. Glenn set off at a rapid pace, hiking boots quiet as ever, and made his way to Wolfpine's small park. The park wasn't large, just a clearing with a few trees and benches and a statue of Vox, goddess of adventurers. Vox stood in her nice dress with hands upraised, beseeching the heavens to protect the people of Wolfpine. Above her, one of the towers built into Wolfpine's protective walls loomed. With everyone occupied in the town square, enjoying tonight's festivities, this park would be quiet and private enough. Would Becca be there already? How long had it been since they parted? Glenn had lost all track as the crowd congratulated him. He half expected to be discovered and congratulated anew, but he made it to the park without incident. Instead of opening the gate, which always creaked, Glenn gripped the waist-high stone fence and vaulted over. This made far less noise, and he kept to the shadows as he searched. It didn't take him long to learn the park was empty. Becca must not have arrived yet. She must have assumed Glenn would remain occupied much longer with the festivities and the celebration. Or maybe she just needed more time to put her head together. This had to be hard for her, too. Glenn wouldn't shed any more tears than he had already. He wasn't cursed. He simply wanted to take one path before the gods chose him for another. He had known that path could separate him from Becca long as he was alive, though he hadn't expected it to happen in this manner. He and Becca might be apart for a few years, but she could still come back and visit when she finished her training as a blazer. Knowing her, Glenn had no doubt she'd reach rank 8 and then climb ever higher. She was going to make a terrific blazer. Glenn sat quietly. He let his mind drift to possibilities of adventure. Eventually, the sounds of the town square had faded, and the moon was high in the sky when the gate creaked. Glenn rose in the shadow of a large tree, yet didn't move. It might be someone else. He wanted to see who it was first. When Becca walked through the moonlight to the center of the park, carrying another traveler's pack, he realized she was once again wearing that absolutely incredible red dress. She was so thoughtful. He really liked how she looked in that dress. He stepped from the shadow of the woods. "Here," he whispered. Becca visibly jumped. After a moment to verify he was who she expected and not someone else, she ran over, dropped her pack, and leapt into his arms. Glenn caught her as she planted kisses on his face, his lips, his neck. Together they retreated into the shadow of a tree. They settled, Glenn with his back to the tree with Becca in his lap, arms wrapped around him. He wrapped his arms around her tightly, savoring her warmth. He knew their time together would end when the sun came up, but they had the now. He was determined not to waste what precious time they had left. "Are you all right?" Becca asked quietly, once they'd settled and she'd set aside her pack. "I mean, I know you aren't. This is the worst. But you will be all right. Eventually." Glenn forced a chuckle. "Of course I'm all right. I just gained the power of the gods." Becca leaned her head against his chest. "Thank you for lying to me. You're so generous even now, always thinking of me instead of yourself." Glenn gave her a squeeze. "To be fair, my thoughts about you are lecherous in nature." Becca kissed his bicep before she looked up at him. "I'm not all right with it. Just so we're clear. I know we can't change what the gods have done to us, but this is still a kick from a mule. This was ours, this journey. And now by the time I turn 16, I'll be a zone away." "So you're still joining the Blazers," Glenn said, just to be sure. "Of course I'm joining the Blazers. What kind of hypocrite would I be if I backed out after giving you so much grief? Jenny and I will be leaving tomorrow just past first light. I'll have Blazer support while leveling. But I won't be back for years." Glenn seared her into his memories. "I hate that you have to leave. But if we must part, this is the way I want to do it. You'll be a Blazer like in the stories, living out both our dreams. You read too many sappy books." "I like sappy," Glenn said defensively. "I prefer to think of it as earnest." Becca gave him another squeeze. "I didn't come here simply to lament our fate. I came here to obtain a promise, and to make you one as well." Glenn raised one eyebrow. "What promise?" "After I leave tomorrow, I need you to promise you won't wait for me." Glenn felt almost as confused as he'd been in the square. "What's happening right now?" "I'm not breaking up with you," Becca said patiently. I'm not going to pretend I no longer care for you in some foolhardy attempt to manipulate you into forgetting about me. I want to be with you as much as I've always wanted, but it's simply not possible for us to be together for the next 3 years. The gods saw to that. So I'm telling you, it's okay if you find someone else while I'm gone. Becca sounded completely serious. Glenn couldn't imagine being with anyone but her, though it would be years before they saw each other again. How could she be so practical about this? It wouldn't be a betrayal, because I'm giving you permission, Becca said. Understand? Glenn immediately understood. Of course, in all this, Becca would think about him first. She was trying to make the separation easier for him, yet it wasn't fair to put all the emotional effort of dealing with the god's choice on her. This revelation hurt her as well, so how could he make this easier for her? As he thought back on the comfort his parents and Carl had offered on the stage, and the kind words his new party of town guards had offered as they welcomed him to their ranks, he knew one promise he could make to Becca, a promise he fully intended to keep. I'm going to be just fine, he assured her. I have my family and the whole town and even Zach to support me, and I'll protect them while you're gone. I'll miss you terribly, but it's only 3 years. Becca's brow furrowed. So you're not moving on, then? Becca gave her arm a squeeze. What I'm saying is you don't need to worry about me. I can handle this. I can't know what'll happen while you're gone any more than you can know what will happen as you train with the Blazers, but I do know I'll be all right. I promise you that. She snuggled against him. Fine, for now. Also, I have a promise for you. Does it involve that trick with the bedsheet last night? Becca pushed back enough to look at him. If only. My promise to you is that I'm coming back. Of course you are, Glenn said. Your father's here. You're here, Becca corrected. I've talked with Jenny since I accepted her invitation, and the Blazers work pretty much like we've always read. Whether or not I am chosen as an adventurer in 3 months, I'll become a junior Blazer and have 3 years to reach rank 8. Until I do, I'll be bound to the Blazer training me, which means I'll be stuck in the zone to which I'm assigned. No breaks. Glenn nodded. He'd known that, of course, but it was always good to get more confirmation. He was tempted to ask Becca even more about what she'd learned from Jenny, but now was not the time. Yet once I reach rank 8 and become a full Blazer, I'll be free to take time off and choose my own assignments, Becca said calmly. I'll be coming back to Wolfpine, and when I do, if you have a woman, we'll all grab drinks and reminisce about old times. I fully expect she and I will become friends. Glenn forced himself to nod once more. He still couldn't see himself being with anyone else, but he suspected Becca would worry less if she didn't know that. He had to reassure her. Becca leaned close. And if you're not with someone when I return, you'll rent a room in the tavern with all the coin you've made, and we'll have each other every which way for a week or so. Glenn laughed again. Just a week? For a start. Becca smiled. We'll have a lot of catching up to do. Glenn kissed her again. The gods were impossible to understand, as were their choices, yet Glenn wouldn't allow their whimsy to break him. He was stronger than that. They both were. He wasn't losing Becca forever. She was leaving Wolfpine for 3 years, and she would one day be back, just like she'd promised, at which point they would be together again, or remain wonderful friends. As painful as the separation was, it was kind of her to help him remember that. We have an accord, Glenn said softly. I'll be all right, just like you. So kiss me again, she whispered. Glenn did so. They lay down in the shadow of the trees. Knowing this would be their last night together for years made it both wonderful and bittersweet, but Glenn was glad they had it. Finally, Becca pushed him off long enough to reach for her pack. As Glenn watched in amusement, she pulled out an impossibly soft-looking blanket, and more blankets to go over that. She laid the blanket out, settled on it, and patted the space beside her. Glenn scooted onto the blanket, He lay back as Becca wrapped her arms around his chest and he wrapped his arms around her. She rested her head on his chest and sighed. "I'm going to miss this." "It is nice," he agreed, as he grabbed a blanket and pulled it halfway over them. "All we need is a moss beast to watch over us, and it'll be just like that night in the woods." Becca rose and adjusted the blanket so it fit. "We're sleeping together, obviously," she informed him. "Chastely. We get one last night together. The gods can't take our night." Glenn leaned back and stared up at the moonlight seeping through the canopy of leaves overhead. "So long as it doesn't rain." Becca slapped his chest and laughed. "Don't tempt them." "Too late," Glenn said, and reached for her. "Now tempt me, woman." Becca yelped and giggled as he pulled her over on top of him. Act 2. A Guard's Life. 30. A Brief Introduction. Glenn woke at first light with Becca still resting her head on his chest, wrapped around him. The air was cold and the blanket had come loose in the night, and she was so warm. She wasn't sleeping. She was waiting. Reluctantly, he sat up as she did the same. "I need to report for guard duty," he whispered. "Can't be late on my first day." "And I need to finish packing," Becca agreed softly. "It's a 3-day walk to Lake Brook, which we're doing, apparently, on foot because walking the safe roads is something Blazers do." "You'll be fine." This was too soon for them to part. "So, this is it then?" "This is it for 3 years." Becca stared at him with warm, kind eyes. "I'll be back before you know it. Because, Glenn, She stopped, then smiled. "You know." He did. He felt the same. Yet finally saying those 3 words this morning before they parted for 3 years would be impossibly cruel. So Glenn said nothing. He simply kissed her one last time. Afterward, they rose together and embraced. He released her, and she packed up her blanket and walked out of the park without looking back. Soon after, Glenn left the park as well. He didn't go home. He didn't go to Becca's house. He went to the town guard barracks and was unsurprised to find the door unlocked. No one would dare enter this building who wasn't allowed, thanks to the will of the gods. Glenn found an older, pale-skinned man with short dark hair waiting inside, already in full armor save for his helmet. Glenn realized he'd actually met this man before, though only briefly. This man sometimes appeared in Sadie's tavern, but never for long. Glenn had thought him a retired adventurer. Was he a friend of Sadie? He looked about Sadie's age. Given everyone knew everyone in Wolf Pine, it was rare to see someone and not, but town guards were different. The man stepped forward and offered his hand. "Seth Wintershade, level 14 town guard." So this was Sadie's husband. Glenn had never officially met Sadie's husband, and had only known he existed. He supposed Sadie was the extrovert in their family. Glenn shook Seth's hand firmly. "Glenn Redwood, level 8 town guard. Glad to know I don't have to arrest some kid who wandered in by accident." Seth smiled warmly. "You're right on time, which is a good way to make me like you. Logain's off today, so I'm doing your orientation. Ziva should be here in a moment. We'll get you measured for your town guard uniform, but the clothes you're wearing should do for today. And now, I'll give you the tour." Seth then showed him around the barracks, which were more expansive than Glenn had known. The bottom floor was mostly open, but had several small rooms, offices for Logain and Joanne, Logain's second in command. The holding area had 5 small cells with beds and buckets, built of sturdy stone set directly into the building's foundation, and a room for interrogating uncooperative lawbreakers. The upstairs looked to be devoted to clerical work, with a number of desks, inkwells, and stacks of paper that town guards likely used to write reports and create bulletins to be posted in the town square. There were also small rooms in the back, just like the cells, except these were obviously bedrooms. Each sported a comfortable single-person bed, a footlocker, a chest of drawers, and a table. Seth thumped the closed door of a room at the end of the hall. "This room is yours. You don't need to sleep here, mind you. When you're not on duty, where you go is your business." Glenn nodded again. I probably won't sleep here, at least not until I get my bearings. Glenn wasn't sure he wanted to sleep where he worked. That just felt depressing. There's no reason you can't buy your own house when you save up some money, or move in with a partner, Seth said. I sleep with the meat beast, not in the barracks. Glenn nodded in understanding. And your daughter could never sleep in the barracks? Seth smiled proudly. My Randy. That's right. Town guards aren't allowed to request children from the church, but she lost her parents years ago. Taking her in was the best decision we ever made. She's endlessly frustrating sometimes, but she also inspires me. That's how it is with children. Glenn tilted his head. I'm glad she found a home. Though I do wonder why I'm not as young as the others, Seth interrupted with a wry grin. I don't wonder about that, Glenn said softly. I completely understand. Seth's grin softened into a genuine smile. I imagine you do. That's good. I want to make it clear a life like mine is still an option. You don't have to live in the barracks just because of your job. You don't have to remain a permanent bachelor like Martin. Even when I do hit level 20, finally, I have no plans to venture beyond these walls. My family is all I need. So the others aren't planning to stay? Scott's never getting married, Seth agreed. Chelsea is with Logain, Linda is dating a bit but extremely picky, and Martin and Joanne are content to bone each other and the entertainers at the Scarlet Rose. You're going to hear about all this or stumble across it sooner or later, so I feel it's best to just be open about who's boning who. We're mortal just like everyone else. Glenn kept his face as neutral as possible. Before today, he hadn't even considered getting involved with a fellow town guard, yet dating a fellow guard was possible. It wasn't forbidden. If you take up with someone in the guard, just make sure it doesn't interfere with your work, Seth said evenly. And while you may already know the rules Kaya has placed upon us, I'll repeat them. You stand a watch 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, with extra duty at the mayor's discretion. Extra duty like those Coleman had assigned the guards last night. Glenn still hated that he'd caused them trouble. Yet, as Martin and Scott had reminded him, it wasn't he who'd caused the trouble. Joanne handles the scheduling, Seth continued. She's going to become captain after Captain Cliffbreeze retires, since she's the only one who wants it. So just let her know if you need a day here and there. Someone is always willing to swap, provided you agree to do the same for them later. That seemed like a good system. Glenn felt it fair, especially if someone got sick or had a family emergency, though those town guards who slotted regrowth or ageless likely never got sick. You cannot leave the walls of Wolfpine unless Mayor Coleman offers you a specific quest, Seth continued. You cannot step more than 50 paces from the walls, lest Kaya herself turn you to salt, even if you think to save an adventure. They must step within 50 paces of the town gates before you can protect them, but once they do, and if a monster follows them, then it's your duty to make its head concave, along with any other monsters nearby. You can chase any additional threatening monsters as far as it takes to kill them, but you must then return to the town walls as soon as they are defeated. Glenn had always known that town guards couldn't just help. Even so, hearing the rules stated aloud chilled him anew. Ultimately, he imagined, the restrictions the gods placed upon town guards were to ensure the challenge of leveling remained. If adventurers could rely on town guards to run all the way down to the deep-scorn woods to save them, adventuring would hold no risk. With the challenger gods, everything was about ensuring humanity took risks. Seth continued. So long as those coming in and out of Wolfpine break no laws, you cannot interfere with their comings and goings. That's not your job. Your job is to watch for monsters and smash them if they try to harm someone leaving or entering the city. As Glenn remembered his discussion with Logain about the duties of Kaya forcing the captain of Wolfpine's guard to simply watch as Azalea Whitetalon traipsed out of town, he understood what Seth was saying all too well. All he could do in a situation like that was alert others. Finally, you have complete authority inside the walls of Wolfpine, Seth said evenly. This means the moment someone breaks the law of consent no longer applies. You can arrest anyone who violates the law inside Wolfpine without their consent, and if they try to fight you, you may restrain them however you deem necessary. Of course, town guards could bypass the law of consent. Glenn saw no other way they could actually enforce a mayor's law inside a town's walls, so this wasn't shocking. When younger, he'd always assumed adventurers simply feared losing a town's services if they misbehaved, but it wasn't just that. Even as a high-level adventurer, Glenn would hesitate to tangle with one town guard, let alone a town guard and his partner, or the whole garrison. It was no wonder adventurers rarely caused trouble in towns, even little towns like Wolfpine. "Obviously, don't kill anyone," Seth said matter-of-factly. Glenn paled. "I didn't think we could." "We could easily. By accident," Seth said grimly. "We're also required by Lander's law to prioritize a resurrect for anyone who dies at a town guard's hands. If that puts Richard's skill on cooldown after someone else dies, it might ensure someone more deserving meets the forever death." "No killing," Glenn agreed softly. He'd never even considered it, yet he might not have to mean to kill someone, given the guardian mace he now carried and how strong he was. He'd have to be careful with this new strength attribute. Seth reached behind his back and produced a pair of glistening silver handcuffs. They looked like those one would place on a child. Small, I know. They're like adventure gear, and resize themselves to fit the wrists of whoever you put them on. These are lawgiver cuffs. Once on, they prevent all use of skills and nullify blessings. So if someone proves truly unruly, slap these on their wrists and march them to a cell. Glenn stared at the silver handcuffs in awe. He'd heard about them, of course, but never seen them in person. A preceptor alchemist and preceptor blacksmith had to work in concert to craft these cuffs, and they required a key item found only in the 6 hells. Naturally, they remained rare. "If someone breaks the law, you take him to a cell," Seth said. "If someone resists arrest, you pin him, cuff him, and then carry them to a cell. No adventure weapon can pierce god armor." "Really?" Glenn asked. "No weapon in Luxtera." "No weapon I've ever heard of." Seth shrugged. "That's not to say there isn't one out there, but I doubt you'll run into it in Gracia." "So what if someone steals our armor?" Seth snickered quietly. "You mean like the so-called Shadowers Guild?" "Among others," Glenn agreed. Seth walked past him toward the stairs down. "They can't wear it. No one can wear our armor unless the gods chose them as a town guard. Just like townsfolk can't wear adventurer gear, adventurers can't wear god armor. So there's no reason to steal it and risk the gods' wrath." Glenn nodded as they descended to the first floor. It seemed that Pantheon had designed a solid system so far as the rules of the town guard were concerned. His new duties weren't terribly complex. He simply wore indestructible god armor and could defy the Pantheon's law of consent at will, so long as he witnessed someone breaking the law. This was a perfectly normal way to start his day. "Oh, and one last thing," Seth said. "While you're on duty, don't remove your helmet unless you're in the garrison or in a room by yourself, like when you take lunch. It's not that we're all shy, mind you. Being armored menaces is simply part of our image. We are protectors, but the best way to keep the peace is to ensure everyone is too intimidated to start a fight in the first place." "Makes sense," Glenn agreed amiably. "If no one's brave enough to test us, no one gets hurt." "Well said. Each of us does this job differently, so I'm not going to tell you what to do beyond ensuring you understand your duties and the rules. You'll be partnered with Scott for your first few years. He was the youngest of us before you, and the youngest always trains the new guard." "Must be nice not to be the youngest," Glenn said. "Absolutely. Scott was thrilled you were chosen. Finally, he'll get to order someone else around for a change." Glenn hoped Scott wouldn't be a lousy boss. In their few interactions before now, Scott had certainly seemed nice enough. Everything would probably be fine. A firm knock sounded at the door to the garrison. Seth glanced in that general direction. "That'll be Zyva. Go meet her. She'll take you to her shop and measure you for your uniform. Once she has what she needs, return here, and to help you into your armor for your first shift. Scott's already on the gate." Glenn frowned. "He's alone?" He already felt like he was letting his new party down. "Linda's with him," Seth said. "She volunteered to stand in for you on her day off until you're ready to take your shift, but don't keep her waiting. Linda doesn't like to be kept waiting." "Understood," Glenn said and walked to the door. "And Seth, thanks." "For what?" "You're really good at explaining things." Glenn grabbed the door handle but didn't open it. I'll admit I'm still wrapping my head around all this, yet I know I can do this job, thanks to how supportive all of you have been. It's nice to know there's people who have my back. We always will, said the Greed evenly. You're one of us now. Get going, Redwood. Glenn smiled as he looked to the door. Yes, sir. He opened the door and stepped out to find Ziva Willabraid waiting, a brilliant and welcoming smile on her face. He didn't know her well, but she looked absolutely thrilled to see him. Glenn wondered how much experience a tailor got for creating a uniform for a town guard. Given how rarely such uniforms were needed, Glenn imagined it might be an awful lot. 31. A Morning Departure. Becca. It wasn't cold the morning Rebecca left Wolf Pine, but it certainly felt that way. Joining the Blazers was a wonderful opportunity that could lead to great things, but at the moment it felt too much like a furtive goodbye. Still, Glenn had accepted his fate as one of Wolf Pine's town guards, so Becca would accept her fate as well. They'd said their goodbyes, bittersweet as those had been, and now it was time to move forward, not back. She had no excuse to dawdle. She'd packed everything she'd need for the road last night. She'd hugged her father goodbye before she went to meet Glenn at the park, and she'd fully pretended not to see Carl crying. She reached the gates of Wolf Pine shortly after the sun rose to find Jenny Amberson, Blazer Rank 4, waiting patiently on the safe road. Jenny stood beside a single pack horse, a russet brown animal that looked to have a gentle disposition. The horse was laden with packs and bedrolls, but still had room for more, which was a relief. Becca had been prepared to carry her own pack all the way to Lake Brook. She'd even left some heavier items behind in case she needed to do so, but having a pack horse was preferable. Jenny wore thick brown traveling robes with a hood that hung down her back and carried only the small, unfilled bag on her belt. Becca knew it was possible to fit even a ballista inside one of those enchanted bags, so she doubted Jenny had need for anything so mundane as a traveler's backpack. Becca had brought her backpack anyway, and packed it with a dozen custom-tailored blouses and corsets. Skirts and pants fit fine from the tailor, but most tops were either too tight or too baggy on her until a tailor used perfect fit. That made it a pain to buy new clothes, especially a sturdy corset. While there would be plenty of tailoring shops in Lakebrook, Becca had no idea when she'd have money to spare for actual tailoring, and besides, she liked her current wardrobe. Given it was just past 9 in the morning, the town gates had only just opened. 2 town guards stood stiffly on either side, a man and a woman. Becca didn't recognize either of them, but these men and women would be Glenn's family starting today. They'd be taking care of him from now on. Becca walked over to the slim male town guard, placed both hands on her hips, and stared up at him from well below his height. His full-face helmet moved incrementally so he could stare down at her. When he spoke, his voice was calm and respectful. "Can I help you with something, citizen?" "Watch over Glenn for me," Becca said calmly. "He's absurdly brave and often overconfident, so don't let him get himself killed by being unnecessarily heroic. Make sure he eats lunch every day as well, as he often forgets to bring one. Ribbing him about missing lunch should help." The town guard said nothing to her. "Also, he tends to throw himself into work so much he forgets to have fun, so get him into trouble, get him drunk, make sure he's irresponsible, at least some of the time, so he remembers he's not a guard when he's not on duty." Still, the town guard didn't speak. Becca suspected Kaya forbid him from doing so, yet the man was listening, and that was the best she could expect. The gods only chose town guards who were brave, trustworthy, and kind, which was why they had chosen Glenn. He was in good hands in Wolf Pine. Becca thumped the guard firmly on the arm. She looked at the female guard and waved. "See you in 3 years." She turned and walked away from her former life. Once Becca reached her, she slid her pack off one shoulder and looked to Jenny. "Got some more space on that horse?" She reached into her pack and pulled out an apple. Jenny took the pack from her without a word and settled it onto a bare space in the horse's flank, then adjusted the straps to make sure it wouldn't fall off. The horse didn't seem to notice the additional weight. Like Glenn, the big animal was all muscle. Becca casually rolled the apple in her hand. "What's his name?" Jenny glanced at the apple in Becca's hand, then smiled in obvious approval. "August." Becca was glad the pack horse had a name. The fact that the Blazers gave even their pack horses names suggested they considered horses a part of their team, not mere disposable beasts of burden. Becca had hoped that would be the case, but she couldn't be sure until now. "May I feed him an apple?" "If you must. We already spoil him." "My turn, then," Becca said, "since we'll be making a 3-day journey together." She walked confidently around to where August could see her past his blinders. She reached out with one palm raised, yet didn't touch him. The horse soon nodded his head and snorted agreeably. With that settled, Becca rubbed her hand firmly along his neck. When that elicited no protest, she gently scratched him behind his ears. August rewarded her with an approving snort. Satisfied that they'd become friends, Becca raised her other hand and offered the apple. August's nostrils flared as he smelled the fruit. When she offered it, he gummed it out of her hand without snapping. He was gentle as he took the apple. He was a good horse. Becca gave August one more appreciative pat on the flanks as he contentedly crunched the apple, then looked at Jenny again. "Shall we be off?" "Not yet," Jenny said. "First, we need to make things official." She reached into her unfilled bag and produced a scroll. She unfurled it to reveal a page of elegant print that was too small to read unless one had a magnifying glass and a great deal of time. "This is your contract to officially accept our invitation to become a junior blazer, approved by the Lake Brook Guildmaster. Once you sign this contract, there's no backing out." "Fine print," Becca agreed. "So signing this is what binds me to train with the Blazers for 3 years without ever returning home? There are exceptions for cases where a family member falls ill or other events that necessitate a break in Blazer training, including quests. This contract simply forbids you from abandoning your training without orders and bestows multiple privileges and obligations. Would you like me to summarize it for you?" "If I disagree with anything in it, can I still join the Blazers?" "Unfortunately, no." "Then I'll sign it right now. I can read it tonight if I have trouble sleeping." Jenny produced what Becca immediately recognized as a flowing quill. It was an enchanted writing implement that never ran out of ink, and yet another item that was far beyond the price range of a low-level adventurer. The quill plus Jenny's unfilled bag were reminders of the reasons so many clamored to join the Blazers. They got all the best stuff. Jenny handed the scroll and quill to Becca. After a moment's consideration, Becca moved to August. "Be a good boy, and don't move." The horse snorted agreeably. Becca flattened the scroll against August's flank and signed as neatly as she could under the circumstances. She took great pride in her penmanship. The moment Becca finished signing, she felt a familiar tingle throughout her body. She just accepted a new quest. Words appeared in front of her in the letters of the gods, causing her to involuntarily suck in her breath. She might get used to taking quests one day, but not today. "You have accepted the quest, become a junior blazer. This quest cannot be abandoned. Should you fail to fulfill all conditions in your contract, you will be considered in divine default." In other words, the gods would turn her into salt. Becca shook off her momentary disorientation and handed the quill and scroll to Jenny. She just signed her life away for 3 years or longer, but she'd planned to do that for years. It just felt different to do so without Glenn. Jenny rolled the scroll up and tucked both scroll and quill into her unfilled bag, then motioned to August. "That's it for the formalities. Since you're already such good friends with August, why not take his lead?" Becca obeyed without complaint. It would be presumptuous of a woman who wasn't even officially a junior blazer to ask a rank 4 blazer to lead their pack horse. She gripped August's lead and gave a firm tug. As she hoped, the horse clopped forward agreeably. The fact that August would listen to her, of course, was why she'd wanted to feed him that apple. Jenny fell into step on the left side of the horse, behind Becca. They set off down the safe road at a casual pace, no different than Becca might take if she and Glenn were off to hunt gloam wolves in the woods. At that pace, they wouldn't reach the southern tip of Gracia until past dark. That was fine. Making camp at the zone border was a fine plan. They could set off at first light and enter Everland before lunchtime tomorrow morning. The thought of finally seeing the expansive zone Becca had not thought to see for years yet was exciting, if a bit intimidating. Everland was twice the size of Gracia, and the strongest monsters there were 4 times her level. Fortunately, she had Ginny Amberson, rank 4 blazer, along to protect her. As a level 20 spiritualist, the class to which Jenny had reclassed, Jenny would be a match for anything they encountered on the road, Not even the monsters of Eveland could stand against her. As they walked, Becca brought up her status sheet so only she could see it. 2 important changes had come about since she turned in her quest to rescue Azalea Whitetalon. Name: Rebecca Coldbreaker. Age: 15, level 4, class unassigned. HP: 60 of 60, blood 110 of 110, experience 21,999 of 22,000, capped. Strength 4, divinity 11, vitality 6, wisdom 11, prowess 6, luck 6. Gear: common, tailored dress, common, travel boots, common, commoner's dagger, common, traveler's backpack. Slotted skills: uncommon, tracker's vision, ranger, Dinah. Slotted blessings none, known skills none, known blessings none. Quests: level 8, guild, become a junior blazer, blazer, certified. Thanks to the experience she'd gained from rescuing Azalea, her experience was now capped. No matter how many monsters she defeated, she couldn't gain any more experience until she turned 16 3 months from now. And when she did so, the man she wanted at her side when she set off to travel the world would be standing guard at an open gate, a whole zone away. It wasn't the first time the gods had stolen someone she cared for. It likely wouldn't be the last. When Becca had first set out to become an adventurer and reach the divine level cap, she'd done it to simply spite the gods for taking her mother away. As the pain dulled, however, her goals changed. She still missed her departed mother. She still blamed the gods for their lies and deceits and machinations, as well as the plague that took her mother away. Yet alongside Jenny, as a blazer, she would truly be able to help people. People, at least, remained quite dear to her. Glenn wasn't the only one who wanted to help Luxterra's people. That was a goal they had always shared, and each of them would do so in their own way, apart from each other. They walked in silence long enough to leave Wolfpine behind. Becca listened to the rustle of wind in the trees, the gentle buzz of insects, the content clopping of August's hooves on the well-worn safe road. These were the sounds she'd grown up with. Eveland might have different sounds. Jenny spoke once more. I find it interesting that you haven't asked me any questions. Becca kept her eyes on the safe road. Do those you recruit generally ask a lot of questions? Most recruits have quite a few. Some can't stop talking the morning we set out. Very well. If you'd like a question, I'll ask one I haven't previously researched. How many Blazer candidates have you personally recruited? Dozens, and some even younger than you. How do you have time to level if you're constantly traveling? I don't, Jenny said, an admission which surprised Becca. Not everyone in the Blazers seeks the divine level cap. My goal is to ensure we have enough Blazers to protect landers, though I do take on the odd quest here or there when those in my charge need aid. That's very generous of you, Becca said. I intend to reach the cap. I'm sure you do, Jenny said, sounding amused. Though I do need to remind you, not everyone completes this journey. This is just your opportunity to join the Blazers. It's not guaranteed. How often do people fail? Enough. And what happens if they do? They're sent home. Given all you're leaving behind, both friends and family, would that be so bad? Becca knew this was her first test this morning. Jenny was gauging her resolve to become a Blazer despite the fact that it meant a lonely life on the road. As fresh as her grief at leaving those she loved behind might be, the one thing Rebecca Coldbreaker did not do was fail tests. It wouldn't be so bad to go home. I'd be teased a little and regret not doing more, but I'd still be able to adventure freely and level at my own pace. Even so, you won't be sending me home. That's reassuring to hear, Jenny said. Though, didn't you warn that town guard that Glenn was often overconfident? Glenn is sometimes overconfident. I'm simply a good judge of my own talent. Jenny's laugh sounded quite genuine. Please do your best to remember that once we're in Lakebrook. Your instructors will do all they can to make you doubt yourself and quit, so confidence like yours is a boon. No matter how hard things get, remember today's confidence. I intend to, Becca assured her. Yet why would our instructors try to make us quit? The life of a Blazer isn't for everyone. Many are too blinded by the chance to get the best gear and tackle the most exciting quest to realize that they're giving up a chance to enjoy life's comforts until too late. Better to weed those glory-seekers out early than doom them to a life they won't enjoy. Becca already had an inkling of what Jenny was implying. Still, it wouldn't hurt to ask. By life's comforts, what do you mean? The ability to choose where you level, the ability to start a family of one's own. You likely had some conversation about your return with Glenn, did you not? How would you return in 3 years, and then he could come level with you once he reaches level 20? It's possible, Becca said. It's not very likely. I'm glad you understand that, Jenny said. The fact that we give up our normal lives is one of the first lessons we learn as Blazers, and one of the most difficult to accept. No rules forbid us from marrying and requesting a child, but that rarely works out for anyone involved. Our lives are far too busy, and we're on the road far too often. Even if we thought to keep a spouse or regular lover in a town, somewhere, being gone so often is hardly fair to those we leave behind. Becca had never wanted a child of her own. Still, it was a bit annoying to hear that the option would be taken away, though it wasn't that much different for adventurers. Most everyone who requested children from the church were townsfolk, because it was still considered reckless for adventurers to take on a child while risking their lives every day. Jenny's admission also felt like a hint. By telling me my instructors will try to weed me out, aren't you undermining their efforts? I'm already confident you're cut out to be a Blazer, but I'm simply your recruiter. Your instructors in Lakebrook will need to decide that for themselves. Becca was pleased to hear Jenny express such confidence in her. It made sense that Jenny would be confident in Becca's ability to become a Blazer. The woman had made a trip all the way out to Gracia to recruit her after all, but it still felt good to hear Jenny's confidence in her aloud. Any other questions? Jenny asked. We have a very long road ahead, and you won't have much time to prepare once we arrive in Lakebrook. I'll be departing almost immediately after I drop you off for the guild to seek out other candidates. 3 days on the road is all we get. 3 days is plenty of time for me to come up with more questions for you, Becca said. For now, why don't we continue with whatever else you wish to ask me? Fair enough, Jenny agreed. What do you expect will happen when we arrive in Lakebrook? Becca looked to the clear blue sky. This would be the last day she saw the clouds over Gracia for 3 years. Training? Of what sort? Becca took a moment to genuinely consider the question, as well as everything she'd read about the Blazers Guild in Wolfpine's modest library. Blazers handled all sorts of quests for the people of Luxtera, tackling high-level monsters, escorting important people, handling urgent matters of diplomacy, and even solving crimes committed by those who exploited loopholes to cause harm. So, how, exactly, would one train another person to do such things? The first things to focus on, Becca supposed, would be those things she didn't know. Gaps in her knowledge based on where she'd grown up and the resources she'd been able to access before now. Those gaps were where she'd expect her Blazer instructors to focus first. She didn't have the faintest idea how to act if she was called to testify before the Queen of Landers and her council on matters of state. She only had the vaguest idea which utensils to use when at a fancy state dinner. She knew very little of the loopholes exploited by the infamous Shadowers Guild, other than the loophole of intent she and Glenn had discovered a few days ago. So, as much as Becca didn't like the answer she came to, it was the only one that made sense. I imagine we'll be reading a lot of books. You sound disappointed. I've always preferred practical learning to reading and tests, but I recognize I can't learn everything I need to learn about a Blazer's duties by stabbing monsters in the back. If this is what's required of me, I intend to be a dutiful student. You'll still spend plenty of time in the field, Jenny promised her. You'll have plenty of opportunities to stab monsters in the back, but for the first few months after you arrive in Lakebrook, you'll primarily be reading books and being tested on your knowledge. A Blazer who doesn't know the laws of the land, church, and province by heart really can't call themselves a Blazer. Would I still be reading books if my experience weren't already capped? For the most part. All adventurers learn whatever they can to allow them to safely fight and slay monsters, but Blazers also have a larger responsibility to both learn and enforce the law. Rest assured, you aren't the only candidate to start this journey without significant knowledge of the larger world. Few are offered that luxury before they join us. Becca smiled ruefully, as another pang of distant grief passed by. Glenn would be thrilled, of course, by the idea of reading so many new books. I do wish we'd managed to recruit him, Ginny agreed wistfully. And you? And me what? How are you feeling about leaving him behind? Even having only just met you and Glenn, it was clear how close you'd become as you leveled together. You obviously adored each other. Becca wasn't sure how much she wanted to reveal about her personal feelings right now, especially since she suspected Jenny was testing her again. I'll miss him. He'll be fine. Will you? Of course. I treasure the time I had with Glenn, but we always knew the gods might force us apart. We both knew this could happen. We had an accord. Do you blame the gods for pulling you apart? Becca wondered what mystery Jenny was trying to ferret out. We're far from the first. That's not an answer to my question. Before I answer it, I'd like to know why it matters. Jenny said nothing for a moment. Why it matters? I doubt the gods care if I believe their decision to make Glenn a town guard is fair or just. I certainly know they don't care that their decision might make me sad. The gods, I imagine, are far too busy turning people to salt to worry themselves with such trivial matters. And as for the Blazers, you had no say in Glenn's fate. No one defies the will of the Pantheon. So you do blame them. I blame no one. Life in Luxterra is what it is, and while I'll certainly miss Glenn and everyone I cared for in Wolf Pine while I'm training, I've earned the chance to join the Blazers Guild and help many who might otherwise be harmed. That's not a cruel fate at all. By our world standards, it's quite kind. That's a good answer, Jenny said. Thank you. Are these questions to be repeated in Lakebrook? By my instructors, I imagine? If I said yes, would you change your answer? Only if you said it wasn't good. Jenny laughed again. I'm so glad you decided to join us, Rebecca. Becca, she said, and smiled as she walked. Please, not even my father calls me Rebecca. Very well, Becca, Jenny agreed. And while we're on the road alone, you may call me Jenny. You only need refer to me as Miss Amberson in front of travelers or other Blazers. As Becca once again considered Jenny's age, 28, and what the life of a traveling Blazer must be like, she found one more question that she couldn't research in Lakebrook. There might be something deeper behind Jenny's questions regarding Becca's relationship with Glenn, something distinctly personal. Who did you leave behind? Becca asked quietly. When you were recruited. Jenny said nothing. The fact that she'd gone silent confirmed Becca had correctly guessed the subtext beneath Jenny's questions. Jenny had been close to someone when the Blazers recruited her, and that person hadn't been able to join her when she left her town of birth. Becca knew why Jenny hadn't simply brought that up when they set out. If Jenny simply offered the fact that she'd left someone behind when recruited, just like Becca was doing now, she could easily have come off as insincere or even manipulative. Yet now Jenny had gotten Becca curious enough to ask the question herself. So had that been Jenny's intent all along? If that was the case, Becca's respect for her recruiter grew. We were very close, Jenny agreed quietly. As close as you and Glenn, I suspect. It was only once the gods chose her as townsfolk that the reality of what we'd never have settled in. Though it wasn't a complete surprise to me. Even when we leveled together, I always felt her hesitation to fight. She'd fight bravely to defend me, of course, but not to kill monsters. Not when we attacked first. Becca had sometimes felt the same hesitation herself. What had the monsters ever done to her? But she'd never mentioned it to anyone, least of all Glenn. I imagine the knowledge that your girlfriend might actually be happy as townsfolk didn't make you miss her any less. It did not, Jenny agreed. But as odd as it may sound, I did miss her less as my training continued. That is the one good thing about endless reading and tests and field work. You will often find you're too exhausted at the end of the day to pine for old loves. Would it be presumptuous of me to ask her name? Mariana Highbrook, Jenny said wistfully. She still lives in Lakebrook, and once the gods made their decision, She chose cultivator without hesitation. She always had a nurturer soul. So Jenny's common-age girlfriend had become a farmer, though one who used the skills of the gods to complement her knowledge of plants, animal husbandry, and plows. It was not a life Becca would choose, but it fit a kind woman like this Mariana. Towns would starve without their food. It was almost a year before Mari took a wife. Jenny continued softly. While seeing her with someone else was bittersweet, Elsa is a good woman, a culinarian. They're quite happy together, and knowing Mari was happy with Elsa made it possible for me to let her go. I'm quite glad to hear that, Becca said softly. It remained difficult for her to think about Glenn in the arms of another woman. He was supposed to be hers, and he had been until the gods chose him as a protector of all, yet she hadn't been insincere when she encouraged him to find someone else. It would, of course, hurt if Glenn found another woman, but like Jenny for Mariana, Becca would be glad for Glenn when he did. It was worse to think of him being alone. She couldn't bear to think of him being unhappy and alone, and she, Becca silently acknowledged, didn't deserve that either. Yet before all that, before she even thought about meeting someone new or what their future might hold, she needed to complete this quest and join the Blazers. Becoming a Blazer wasn't just what Glenn had always wanted, after all. It had become their dream, theirs together. And once she completed this new quest, she'd have a number of tales to share with Glenn when she returned to Wolf Pine in 3 years, as a rank 8 Blazer. 32. A new uniform. Glenn. A moment after leading him inside her tailoring shop, which was empty of all customers, Ziva stepped into the back. Headless wooden dummies covered in cloth sat behind the counter, and several of Ziva's lovely, colorful dresses hung on display. Ziva was a level 16 tailor and advancing fast. Yet it was Erica Willowbraid, Ziva's now trial-age daughter, who emerged from the back room. That surprised Glenn. He'd seen Erica around town from time to time, of course, and they'd been friends when they were younger. She'd always been asking him to teach her to wrestle. This was the first time he'd been in her mother's shop, and the first time they'd had occasion to speak in some time. Since he'd spent the past 2 years out adventuring or spending time with Becca, Glenn hadn't really spent time with anyone outside of his family and Zach. In that time, Erica had grown up. She was now 5 months past 16, chosen as townsfolk, and as tall as her mother. She had a slender frame and wore a frilly white top and red dress that looked as fancy as any dress he'd ever seen. Tailors, of course, created the most colorful clothes. Erica had blonde hair that bounced on her shoulders, a cute nose, and eyes that were the lightest shade of blue. She smiled as she walked over carrying a length of light brown measuring rope. "Do I know you? I feel like we've met somewhere before." Glenn feigned confusion. "Maybe? You're taller than I remember." Erica stopped before him. "Shirt off, please." That gave Glenn pause. "You need me to take my shirt off?" "If you'd like accurate measurements." "Oh, right." That made sense. Glenn easily shrugged off the shirt and set it on the counter. As Erica eyed him up and down, her painted lips pursed. "You were this sculpted before the gods gave you 3 free levels, right? I must not have been paying attention." Glenn grinned at her old familiar teasing. "I'm fairly sure." "Well, turn to face the door, spread your arms out like you're trying to hold apart 2 burly, arguing ruffians, and look ahead. This won't take long, provided you don't wriggle." Glenn did as instructed. It was funny that Erica suggested he pose himself like he was trying to stop a fight. He doubted she used that suggestion with all of her clients. "You aren't ticklish, are you?" Erica asked, close to his ear. "Nope," Glenn lied. Erica was efficient with her rope, leaning close and wrapping it around first his chest, then his arms, and finally his waist and thighs. Glenn held as still as possible despite Erica's obvious attempts to make him laugh or twitch as she, accidentally, brushed him with her fingers as she took his measurements. She remained just as mischievous as when they'd been kids. Yet the perfume was new. She smelled like strawberries. She smelled nice, but as she finished her measurements, Glenn decided not to mention that. He didn't want to make her uncomfortable or make her think he was trying to wrap her up. She was simply doing her job. Finally, Erica unwrapped her rope, stepped back, and lightly tapped him on the shoulder. "You didn't squirm at all. That's impressive. I've gotten less accurate measurements from training dummies." Glenn turned to smile at her. "Thanks, I think." He was a tiny bit chilly in her shop, which reminded him he was still shirtless. Erica smiled back. She brushed a bit of hair from her forehead, idly twisting around one finger and then letting it drop. "That's all we need for now, though it may take a day or two for Mother to finish your official uniform. A town guard uniform is no small task." Glenn nodded gratefully. "What do I owe you?" After a moment, Erica's smirk grew into the one Glenn remembered from childhood. "Really?" "No one told me how much this would cost." Erica rolled her eyes. "Gods, you are adorable. No wonder Coldbreaker was so quick to snatch you up. You're so cute when you get flustered." Glenn now felt a bit self-conscious at her teasing. He knew Erica was just joking around, but still, given Becca had left just this morning, Erica joking about being interested in him felt a bit coarse. She must be trying to cheer him up. "Your uniform is paid for by the town coffers," Erica said. "You really need to stop worrying about crescents. You're set for life. They told you that, right?" "Oh," Glenn said, and pushed down a sudden flush. "Yes, I suppose they did." Erica patted his chest with an open palm. She was probably trying to reassure him. "You're going to make an excellent town guard. So long as you can handle some gentle teasing now and then, the adventurers passing through will be so much worse." Glenn laughed, relieved things weren't going to get awkward. "I suppose so." She smiled wider, her warm hands still resting on his chest. What was she waiting on? "Can I put my shirt back on now?" he asked. "I suppose." Erica handed him his shirt. Glenn gratefully shrugged it on. As he did so, he realized he was still staring at Erica, who was looking more and more amused. He quickly glanced at the painting behind her, a forest with a deer. It was gorgeous, with vivid colors, and had no doubt cost a few crescents. "Well, I need to get going." He forced his eyes back to hers, not wanting her to think him rude. "They're expecting me at the barracks, and then the gate." Erica smiled warmly. "I'll stop by later and wave. Have a good first day." "You too," Glenn said, backing up. He turned and fumbled with the door handle. What was wrong with the stupid handle? He'd never been this awkward with a door handle. Finally, he stepped back out underneath the sun of Wolfpine and breathed a sigh of relief. Outside, he grimaced as he replayed what he'd said. "You too?" It wasn't Erica's first day at her shop. She must think he'd grown into an idiot. Still, it was his first day as a town guard, and Becca had left at the crack of dawn. It was fine to be disoriented. It would all pass soon enough. "Well, that was vicariously embarrassing," Zach said from directly behind him. "You too?" 33. A first day. Glenn cursed quietly and spun. Zach leaned casually against the wall of Ziva's tailoring shop, grinning with his arms crossed, the morning sun gleaming off his dark skin. He now wore a brand-new set of dusk leather that absorbed rather than reflected the sunlight. How long had Zach been watching from Shadow Walk? Glenn indicated Zach's new armor. "You've been busy." "Came into some money recently," Zach said. "Though I imagine that won't be a problem for you any longer, Town Guard Redwood. You're set for life." Glenn searched Zach's words for jealousy and found only dry amusement. Zach's solo leveling must really be going well if he'd managed to afford dusk leather. The armor wasn't cheap, and it was the best shadower armor an adventurer could purchase in Wolfpine. "So, about Erica," Zach said. "You get she's been thirsting after you forever, right?" Glenn spun and walked away. "What are you talking about?" He didn't want to have this conversation right now, and certainly not right in front of Ziva Willabraid's shop. "Back before you took up with Becca, how many times did Erica wander in your yard and ask you to pin her to the ground? She practically begged you to kiss her with everything but words, and you, my sadly earnest friend, never had a clue." Glenn rolled his eyes. Zach assumed every woman who so much as smiled at him was interested in taking him to her bed. "She just wanted wrestling lessons." Zack raised both hands and moved his fingers as if puppeting Glenn's words. Wrestling lessons. He shook his head. Others might say you're hopeless, but me, I never give up on friends. Glenn really didn't have time to think about this right now. He had a job to do. Do you have something you actually need, or are you just here to annoy me? Zack slapped him on the shoulder. How are you, my friend? Glenn frowned. How do you mean? With everything. Some of Zack's mirth faded. Not becoming a blazer, not leaving here with Becca, not fulfilling your dreams? That can't be fun. Glenn immediately wanted to be angry about Zack's callous words, yet he knew Zack wasn't trying to be hurtful. His old friend actually did seem concerned about him, in his own clumsy, tactless way. Glenn didn't need reminders of what could have been. He needed to focus on what was. I'm just fine, you idiot. Good, Zack said. Then you should ask Erica to dinner tonight. It's time you bettered a woman, and I'm certain you two would have a great time. God, Zack was unbelievable. Glenn turned away. We're not having this discussion now. He quickened his pace toward the town square, hoping Zack would take the hint and wander off. What if one of Wolfpine's gossipy townsfolk overheard Wolfpine's newest town guard plotting to bed Zyva Willabraid's daughter? That wasn't an example Glenn wanted to set on his first day. Zack fell into step beside him effortlessly, moving with easy grace that Glenn had always envied. Glenn suspected Zack was fast closing in on level 6. The Crackpaws of Crackpaw Mine likely now spoke of Zack as a terror in the day, given how much time he spent hunting them. Becca told you to move on herself, Zack said airily. So move on, my friend. Glenn gripped Zack's shoulder, but not roughly. Stop. He'd had quite enough of this. Zack brushed futilely at Glenn's arm. Stop what? Helping, Glenn said, and released him. I get what you're trying to do, and because I'm far more generous than you deserve, I actually appreciate it. But it hasn't been a day since Becca left, and as hard as it might be for you to understand, I can't simply move on. Ah, Zack said, and nodded. Good point. It would look desperate if you boned Erica before your old girlfriend was even in Evelan. Better to let her build up a thirst. Glenn sighed and rubbed his face. This was like arguing with a statue, with about the same chance of success. He set off toward the town square once more. You leveling today? Glenn asked, hoping to change the subject. Off to terrorize the Crackpaws with my new girlfriend, Zack agreed, which was a blessing from the gods themselves. But I needed to check on my old friend first. Despite Zack's obvious cluelessness, Glenn did understand that Zack had been genuinely worried about how he was dealing with his new circumstances. Like him, Zack always looked out for his friends. It was good to know that hadn't changed. You've now checked on me, Glenn said firmly. So go kill some dogmen, and gods don't die in there. I haven't died yet. And we'll grab some drinks tonight, maybe. If you're not having supper with your mother, which I assume you did last night, if you don't want me to arrest you. Zack laughed. Oh no, please don't arrest me, Mr. Town Guard. Glenn gave Zack a shove, or tried, yet Zack had vanished again, and all Glenn shoved was the wind. How was a town guard to deal with an unruly shadower? Glenn knew he was going to have to ask that question of the others, and soon. Taunting laughter rose from the air. Too slow, my friend, too slow. Glenn gave it a moment, concluded Zack was finally done bothering him for today, and resumed his trek back to the barracks. He knew Zack couldn't follow him inside, thanks to the gods, but he closed the door extra fast anyway. He hoped Seth didn't think he dawdled intentionally. Once inside the barracks, with Seth's help, he once again donned his god armor and fleet boots, then put on his full-face helmet. He found a rack containing 3 guardian maces by the armor, and then Seth brought his shield. Glenn strapped it on. Finally, he grabbed a set of lawgiver cuffs and clipped them to his belt. Unsized, they were no bigger than a coin pouch. Glenn would need to learn how to work all the clasps, straps, and other adjustments on god armor sooner rather than later. It was hard to get into or out of armor without help, yet he wasn't going to simply accept help from the other town guards. He would learn to help them, too. Seth clapped him on the armored shoulder. You're all dressed up. Now go let Linda get some sleep. She had the night shift last night, so she's still coming off that. Glenn nodded. I'll hurry. He stepped out of the barracks and hurried to the gate. only to find that many of the people he knew from all over town were only now arriving at their shops from their homes, at least those who hadn't combined the two. Everyone immediately stepped aside before he even glanced at them. Glenn marveled at how different he felt this morning, in this armor. He wasn't Glenn Redwood any longer. He was a town guard, faceless and powerful, and people hastened out of his way no matter where he went. He felt bad about sending them scurrying for no good reason, but he knew he'd have to get over it. They were simply showing respect, right? It wasn't like they were afraid of him. He reached the gate to find it devoid of all but 2 town guards. No one had reason to leave town this early, and any adventurers who'd stayed the night at the Mead Beast would likely be eating breakfast or still be in their rooms, dozing. Linda and Scott both wear their armor and full face helmets, yet Glenn was surprised to find he recognized both of them. Linda and Joanne would be easy to recognize, of course. There were only 3 women in the guard, yet he realized Linda was just a bit taller than Joanne. She also held her mace differently, almost dangling it at her side. He hadn't actually met Chelsea yet, but he assumed he'd soon be able to recognize her as well. Scott, of course, was among the tallest and most slender of the town guards, so his shape was incrementally thinner as well. How had Glenn never noticed these subtle yet obvious differences in the guards before? He supposed he'd simply never dared take a good detailed look at a town guard before he became one himself. With no one around, they were free to speak without worry or ceremony. "I'm here." Linda nodded in her helmet. "Redwood?" Her voice was deeper than he remembered and more raspy. Did she have a cold? He felt even worse about making her wait. "You can head home, Joanne," Scott said and waved. "The new guy has it from here." Glenn frowned inside his helmet. That was Joanne in that armor? No, he was certain it was Linda. Was he mistaken? Or was his new party messing with him yet again? "I'm off to get drunk and sing bawdy tavern songs," Linda said in her too deep voice. "Don't work too hard, Glenn. Wouldn't want you passing out from heat stroke on your first day." "I'll be fine," Glenn assured her, stepping aside as she walked past. "And get some sleep, Linda." She gasped and spun on him, then laughed. "How'd you know?" Glenn could have pointed out that her armor, which shaped to her form, was a bit bigger in the chest area than Joanne's, yet he suspected that wouldn't go down well with either woman, so instead he simply said, "You're slightly taller than she is. Also, she really doesn't sound like that." "You haven't heard her drunk," Linda said mirthfully, then waved. "Good day, you two." As Linda walked off toward the barracks, Scott sighed. "Drat, I'd hoped to tease you about your mistaken identification for at least an hour on your first shift. Score 1 for you, Redwood." Glenn walked to the spot on the opposite side of the gate from Scott. "You almost had me. I don't think I could tell the difference between all of you yet, in armor." "Martin's breasts are far less appealing," Scott agreed. Glenn guffawed inside his helmet, then shook his head. "Thank you for that mental image. Any time, my friend, any time." Soon the first distant figure appeared over the rise in the safe road, little more than a shadow at this distance. Glenn immediately stood at attention. Beside him, Scott chuckled. "You've got the posture down, certainly, but be less stiff. You're a town guard, not a statue." Glenn glanced at Seth. Wouldn't the oncoming adventurer hear them talking? He'd never heard town guards talk while he was around. "That man can't hear a word of this from that distance," Scott assured him. "Widen your stance. Save the parade rest for Mayor Coleman. Remember, you're ready to bash some skulls if someone doesn't behave." Glenn looked down at his feet, realized he did look rather unprepared for a fight, and adjusted his stance. He immediately felt better. He felt more balanced now. "Loosen those shoulders," Scott said. "You don't have to hold your mace like that. It's fine to let it droop a little. You hold it stiff like that for 8 hours. You'll hurt your wrist." Glenn's guardian mace felt impossibly light for a weapon of its size, but its weight was noticeable. Perhaps Scott was right. Glenn relaxed his arm muscles while keeping a firm grip on his weapon. That immediately felt better. He hadn't been aware how stiff he'd been. "Looking mighty intimidating," Scott agreed cheerily. "Now, here we go. Statue time." The man on the road was close enough that Glenn knew he was definitely an adventurer. He wore well-used steel armor, which suggested he was higher level than appropriate to Gracia, and a class that expected to get hit. He carried a battered iron shield on his back and had a one-handed bone axe swinging from his waist, which was an odd choice. That was actually a monster weapon, but uncommon all the same. No monster carried those in Gracia. The shield made it obvious this man was a brutalist, but not one for whom any monster in Gracia would pose a challenge. Why would he be here? As the man walked close enough for Glenn to covertly examine the rest of the man's gear, he found a leather pouch at his waist, but no unfilled bag. Given the man's well-worn armor and shield, perhaps he couldn't yet afford such luxury. The man reached the gates and passed between them, into Wolfpine, without a word or a glance. Glenn remained still, yet he suspected he could have been leaning against the gate without getting a reaction. He'd expected at least a nod of greeting, but he felt pretty much invisible. Once the man had walked far enough into town to be out of hearing distance, Scott chuckled. A boon for our local entertainers. They'll be busy tonight. After a moment to ensure no one was observing them, Glenn stared at Scott. How can you possibly know that? He didn't ask for directions or say a thing. The gear, Redwood, Scott said, as if Glenn had just asked him what color the sky was. The minimum level to wear steel armor is 10, yet his armor was battered from heavy use. That suggests he'd had it for some time. Bone axes are used by goblin tribes up in Eveland, which range from level 10 to 14, so he's obviously capable of killing those, yet his armor is at best in decent shape, suggesting a large portion of the crescents he earns from adventuring go to sources other than his town blacksmith. Maybe he's here for an enchantment? Glenn said doubtfully. In Wolfpine? Glenn asked. I'll not say one word against your kind mother, but there are enchanters her level and higher in Lakebrook. No reason to come all the way out here. There's only one resource we have that Lakebrook doesn't, and those are entertainers that man hasn't yet boned. All Scott's guesses did seem remarkably plausible, and even though Scott had stood at these gates for 4 years, that didn't mean Glenn should allow his own skills of evaluation to atrophy. Learning to size up passing adventurers would both keep his mind sharp and help ease the boredom of standing watch all day. It might even be fun. Scott continued. A night shift says that man plans to buy himself a room at the inn, sleep through the day, wake up in the early evening, and spend the night boning his way through the Scarlet Rose. The variety is as important as the experience when you're on the road as often as that man is. I'm not betting against you, Glenn said, impressed. You really know a lot about adventurers. Only that they're boring, Scott said dolefully. Gods, all they do is walk in and out, in and out. Every so often one will do something interesting, like the young lady who tried poking my armor in hopes I'd giggle. Yet they pass like clouds. There one goes, and they're gone. Did you giggle? Glenn asked. When that lady poked you? I sorely wanted to, just to watch her react. Sadly, Kaya allows no such mirth. I suppose not, Glenn said doubtfully. If any adventurer started poking him, he'd simply have to be as stoic as he could manage. Uh-oh, Scott said cheerily, as he turned his gaze toward the deep-scorn woods. Looks like someone's in over their head. Glenn's gaze snapped to the woods, which ran perpendicular to the safe road. He spotted a distant figure in a ripped cloak as they stumbled at an unsteady pace. He carried only a worn commoner's club, suggesting he was a young and inexperienced adventurer. He was also being harried by a gloamwolf. Glenn immediately stepped forward and readied his mace, yet the moment he started to walk forward, Scott thumped an arm into Glenn's chest. Hold, steady boy. He's in trouble, Glenn said. And he's not within 50 paces of the town gate. Remember our duty. We defend Wolfpine and those who travel to her, but only once the person being harried by monsters steps within 50 paces of the town gate. But what he might or might not do is in his hands and those of the gods he's challenged, Scott interrupted firmly. If you step more than 50 paces from the gate without an adventurer to save or a quest from the mayor, the gods will turn you to salt. Glenn swallowed. He'd known everything Scott just said, of course. He'd thought to have the rules sculpted in his head, yet the moment he saw someone in trouble, those rules flew out the window. He really could meet the forever death so easily, simply because he'd wandered too far from the town gate while on duty. He'd never had oblivion loom so close before. Glenn had never truly felt the desire to defy the gods until now, the day he couldn't help someone. The gloamwolf lunged, savaging the fleeing adventurer's calf. Blood spilled and the man almost went down, tattered cloak flailing in the wind and hiding his features. The now wounded man struggled on as Glenn stared futilely and desperately and ached to go to his aid. Steady, Scott warned. He's going to make it. I feel good about this one. The Glome Wolf lunged again, but this time it got a commoner's club to its face for its trouble. The Glome Wolf's health bar immediately appeared, a long green bar with a bit shard. The monster still had more than enough health to defeat the tired adventurer it harried. "Steady," Scott said. The man stumbled on. "Steady." The man almost went down again. Glenn stepped forward, gripping his mace so hard it hurt. "Steady," Scott said grimly. The man put on one last burst of speed. Then, as the man's leading foot slammed down within 50 paces of the town gates, Glenn heard a voice he'd never heard before, a voice that was otherworldly and inside his head. The voice of a goddess. "Protect her." Kaya, goddess of duty, boomed inside his head. Glenn charged. The world passed in a fevered blur, and he didn't even wait until he got close. "Fight me," he shouted, activating his new skill. Thanks to his fleet boots, it took 12 steps, not 50, before he found himself almost stumbling across the tired adventurer. The Glome Wolf went from crafty to crazed. It turned from its original target and came at Glenn as a slavering rush of fangs and fur. Glenn set his stance and lowered his weight, raising his shield. The wolf used pounce and got a shield bash to the face for its trouble. It scrambled back to his feet as Glenn swung desperately, clumsily. He'd used a sword for 2 years now, in both hands, and hadn't trained to fight with a shield and mace. He really needed to practice with a shield and mace. The moment his first flailing strike impacted beneath the Glome Wolf's chin, the monster literally flew into the air. Glenn had a brief glimpse of its head collapsing before the whole Glome Wolf burst into purple ash. A single life crystal gleamed in the sunlight as it fell, rolled, and stopped. That had been a clumsy strike. Yet it had absolutely wrecked that Glome Wolf. One hit. It had only taken one hit. The gods truly had blessed him with their power. Glenn spun to check on the adventurer, who he found panting paces distant. He raised his shield arm without thinking and pointed at the cloaking figure. "Guardians, heal!" A tingle he'd never felt before rushed through his body and out through his palm. He remembered now that he'd never cast a ranged skill before, so this was what that felt like. While the bloody tear in the man's pants didn't heal, Glenn did see the flesh of the wound mending. As his skill took effect, the man's health bar automatically became visible. That health bar was far larger and longer than Glenn expected, and despite the man's staggering gait, his health bar was scarcely charred. Glenn saw a tiny bit of char that vanished, but nothing else. That health bar was far too long to belong to a low-level adventurer who'd flee from a single Glome Wolf. And as the adventurer pulled back his hood and straightened to his full height, she straightened to hers. It wasn't a man, it was Joanne Dewcrest, short blonde-red hair and all, and she was grinning at him. 34. A sealed letter. Glenn stared at Joanne, who was entirely not in danger. "Where's your armor?" Joanne tossed off her cloak to reveal a baggy commoner's shirt with one sleeve ripped. "That would have made this training exercise rather pointless. So what did we learn today?" Glenn breathed out, still flushed with adrenaline. "This was a test." "Not simply a test," Joanne said, still grinning. "A dress rehearsal. And don't think we went to all the effort of giving me an official quest from the mayor to stumble back into town because we don't think you're not up to the task. We all experience a similar dress rehearsal on our first day, though typically it comes later, after you're tired, so it's more mentally challenging." "It is early," Glenn agreed with a frown. "I just got here." "What can I say? I had plans. But you passed, Glenn." "I almost didn't," he said ruefully. "I almost took off to save you the moment you showed up." Joanne's grin faded. "Which is why none of us is ever left to tackle this job alone. My first day on the job, Logain had to physically restrain me from saving my beleaguered adventure. If not for the captain's patience and strength, I'd be seasoning a steak right now." Glenn believed her. He knew exactly how she'd felt that day because it was how he'd felt when he'd seen her fleeing that Glome Wolf. Could he really just watch and not help? "Remember this lesson," Joanne said. "You can't save them until they're 50 paces from the gate. It's going to be very hard to watch some days, but that's life in Luxterra." She was right, of course. Even so, Glenn was absolutely going to save every last person he could. Still standing back at the gates of Wolfpine, Scott waved. "Time to return, Redwood. Once the threat is dealt with, you must return to the town walls. No lollygagging." Joanne beckoned. "Come on, he's not joking. We're actually supposed to return to the town gate as soon as all threatening monsters are dead, and we also aren't allowed to help adventurers beyond dispensing Guardian's heals. Jog with me." Glenn only then remembered the life crystal the Gloam Wolf had left behind. Should he pick it up? When he turned to look, there was no life crystal. "Any time we kill a monster, their life crystal shatters," Joanne explained patiently. "We get paid from the town's coffers, and if we could use all our strength to smash gloam wolves like dollies, unscrupulous mayors would be using us to rake in life crystals day in, day out." "Oh," Glenn said. That sounded like something Mayor Coleman would definitely do. He followed Joanne back to the gates, marveling at how different her walk was now. She wore only a simple commoner's shirt and commoner's pants, yet they hugged her athletic frame. He'd only seen Joanne in her armor before today, yet she was obviously strong even without it. Once they reached the gate, Joanne waved at Scott. "Now I'm off to get ready for my duel. I was promised a thick bag of crescents if I beat a rather overconfident brutalist in a wrestling contest without wearing my armor. So that'll be fun." "Wait," Glenn remembered. "The brutalist who just walked by came here to duel you?" Joanne spun and smiled. "Is he here already? Steel armor and iron shield that hasn't seen a smith in years, and a shoddy bone axe that isn't even enchanted?" "Ah," Scott said with new understanding. "It appears I was mistaken, Redwood. The gold in that pouch was not, in fact, for our entertainers." "Oh, gods, no," Joanne said. "It'll all be mine soon, though, to be fair, I imagine a lot will end up in the Scarlet Rose anyway. Luke Comwarden just officially became an adult, and you could grate cheese on that man's abs." Joanne breathed. "He's going to be quite busy." "So you'll be wrestling this brutalist?" Glenn said, hazarding a guess. Dueling remained illegal inside the walls of Wolfpine. Joanne's grin turned predatory. "Let's go with that." She turned and waved as she sauntered off. "Have a good day, gentlemen. Don't get salty." Glenn looked back to the safe road again, belatedly. He'd completely lost focus. He half expected a disappointed Logain to be standing there, judging him, but the safe road remained empty. It was still early, after all. It looked like there was going to be a lot of boredom in this job. "Does Joanne do this often?" Glenn asked, when it was clear no one would be by soon. "Wrestle mouthy adventurers in the nude?" Scott asked. Glenn blinked at him. "She's—" He paused. "You're both messing with me again." "Are we?" "Only the gods know for certain. What I can say is even without her armor, I'd not challenge Joanne Ducrest. She once trained to be an anchorite and had 15 strength before she was selected as a town guard. That brutalist, I believe, will learn his lesson too late." Glenn nodded, impressed. Anchorites were warriors who fought entirely unarmed, learning skills that allowed them to crush and smash their opponents with fists and feet. Anchorites actually got stronger the more they got wounded, which made them a real terror at the end of a fight. Glenn had managed to gain 14 strength by level 5, which was impressive in and of itself, but 15 was the maximum one could gain if one was naturally as strong as possible by the time they reached common age. While he and Joanne had both gained the same amount of strength as they leveled, she'd been stronger from level 1, which made her even more impressive. Glenn definitely wouldn't want to wrestle Joanne, armor or no, and especially not nude. Not that he could ever wrestle Joanne nude, of course. He was still trial age while she was an adult, athletic and shapely, and... Gods! Why was he thinking about Joanne nude at all? He really shouldn't be thinking about that. "I'd say that's it for your tests today, but you'd be a fool to believe me," Scott said. "So stay sharp. We still have a full shift ahead, and you've only my cheery disposition for company." Glenn nodded and focused on the road. "I suppose that'll have to do." "That's the spirit," Scott agreed. Despite Scott's warning, Glenn concluded his first shift on his first day without further incident. No one else ran screaming to the town gates with gloam wolves on their heels. Adventurers came and went as Glenn stared enviously at the life he still wanted for himself. More than a little. Standing guard that first day on the gate was as novel an experience as Glen Redwood had ever had. Yet after all the excitement and disappointment and secret revelations of the night he undertook the ceremony of the path, over the next few days, his life slowed down again. Life became normal again, or as normal as it could be now that he had his new class. His family remained as supportive as ever, and Glen never missed a chance to have some more of Carl Coldbreaker's delicious barbecue. He became fast friends with all his fellow town guards, even Loghain, who, while he was unquestionably in command, was also generous and fair. Sadie even occasionally sent Randy to the gates with a snack or two, which Glen truly appreciated. Everyone treated him differently, of course. Everyone in town knew the gods had chosen him to protect them, and the deference they showed him, even out of uniform, was disconcerting and flattering. The gratitude he received felt heartfelt as well, an aspect of his new job he'd never considered, perhaps because it came from Wolfpine's adult townsfolk, rather than those common in trial age. It seemed the respect that townsfolk felt for their town guards had always been there. He just never noticed since he'd been so focused on leaving Wolfpine. While his inability to leave Wolfpine's walls and hunt every day felt confining at first, his seemingly inexhaustible pile of crescents had its benefits. His shift was somewhere between 8 to 9 hours per day, with a long break for a free meal and some meat. Afterward, he'd laugh and joke with Scott or another town guard for some of the day, and he'd occasionally take shifts with the other town guards as they swapped out for Scott or he swapped in from one of them. Other times they simply stood in mutually respectful silence. In that manner, his first week turned into a month, which turned into 3. All the while, Glen steadily gained trickles of experience from smashing any monster who ventured too close to the gate. He also discovered, to his delight, that he gained a small but additional experience bonus after completing each shift, so even on days where no monster showed their jaws, he progressed. Townsfolk skills often work like that, Glen knew. Simply completing a task outside of combat would award a steady trickle of experience. Guarding a gate did the same. Even with the consistent experience bonus he obtained after each shift, leveling as a town guard was far slower than leveling as an adventurer, roughly equivalent to the average townsfolk. Still, he was gaining experience at a steady rate, and might even make level 9 in a few more months. Leveling as a town guard felt possible, though he longed to find some way to make it faster. Guarding the gates of Wolfpine wasn't glamorous work. It wasn't exciting. Yet every so often an adventurer came rushing into town with some monster trying to kill them, and Glen saved them. Saving people felt good. In 3 months on the gates, Glen saved 12 people, 12 young adventurers who didn't die because he was on duty that day. Now that he wasn't spending all his time out leveling with Becca, he and Zach had actually found time to reconnect over their shared interests. He truly missed spending time with Zach. Zach, of course, was completely uninterested in theory crafting out his skills and blessings for his coming levels, despite Glen's offers to help. Glen, as well, was intensely uninterested in learning the best way to convince a woman to consent, despite Zach's offers to help. Yet they both enjoyed mead, and they both enjoyed tales of adventure, and Zach now had plenty to share. Glen still missed Becca. Of course he missed Becca. But having a steady work schedule and a roster of new town guard friends helped him stay focused, as did the glow of accomplishment he felt after he saved each new life. He protected people. Glen had always loved protecting people. All that time, Glen waited anxiously for a letter or word or anything about Becca. For a time, he feared he'd never receive it. Then, 2 days after Becca's 16th birthday, Glen arrived home from his shift at the gates and found a letter waiting in his room. His mother had thoughtfully placed it on his pillow. The letter bore a blazer seal, a red ink circle with a hand and arm holding a blazing torch. Glen tore the letter open as voraciously as a glowworm wolf. He hungered for news. The moment he began reading, disappointment flooded him. It wasn't a letter from Becca. It was a letter from Jenny Amberson. Still, he read on hopefully. Town Guard Redwood, I hope this letter finds you well. Rest assured your old friend Becca has not forgotten you, nor does she not wish to write. I simply haven't let her write you because you know as well as I, we need her focused on her duties and her new life. Given how much you care for her, I suspect you'll understand. Glen did understand. He might be stuck here in Wolf Pine until he reached level 20 as a town guard, but Becca wasn't. He couldn't have Becca distracted by thoughts of him. She needed to focus on her new life as a blazer and adventurer. Jenny was still watching out for them both. Yet I'd be cruel to leave you without updates. Rebecca undertook her ceremony of the path 2 days ago in the Blazer Chapel in Evelan. The gods chose her as an adventurer. Glenn silently pumped a fist. Finally, the gods had done something right. She's still contemplating her class. She's just reached level 5, so there's no rush, and she can't choose another skill until she reaches level 6. We've provided her with a dagger enchanted with Volt, so while she cannot cast offensively, she can still stab monsters with the best of them. Glenn was glad to see another rumor about becoming a blazer had proven true. Blazers, thanks to the size and reputation of their guild, always got the best gear. Most level 6 adventurers would be unable to afford an enchanted weapon, yet the blazers had given it to Becca free of charge. With that dagger, she'd still have a chance to gain both a point of divinity and wisdom on her way to level 6. We've agreed that Becca should level alongside several of our newest junior blazers, so she can observe their skills and strategies in the field. This, I hope, will give her a better understanding of her own strengths and desires. A class decision should not be taken lightly. Glenn nodded silently as he eagerly read along. Becca was lucky to have a mentor like Jenny. Glenn still longed to be in Evelan with her, but it was comforting to know Becca was in such good hands. It seemed that Jenny had decided to mentor Becca herself, which implied Jenny recognized Becca's worth. This will be the only letter you receive from me regarding Becca's progress. This isn't because I don't trust you, nor is it because I feel you don't deserve updates on your friend. It is because of the confidential nature of our work as blazers. Every letter I send has the chance of being intercepted by those opposed to the good of all. Sending this letter was an acceptable risk, since the information contained here is public knowledge in Evelan. Yet, as Becca's journey continues, you'll understand if I can't take further risks in the future. Glenn understood all too well. As the largest guild in the world, the Blazers handled quests both big and small, for everyone from small-town mayors to the Queen of Landers. They had many enemies, including their chief rivals, the Shadowers Guild, who were absolutely incredible at stealing letters. I know your new life isn't what you expected, but though I only got to observe you briefly, I suspect you've already found some comfort in your new ability to protect the people of Wolfpine. They are lucky to have you, just as the Blazers would be, if the gods had chosen differently. Becca is in good hands with us. We won't let her stumble. Given that knowledge, I hope you will focus on your own life and achievements and all the good you can do for Wolfpine. You have my respect and best wishes. One day, perhaps, we may all even grab a drink in your fine tavern. Until then, be well. Jenny Amberson, Blazer Rank 4. Glenn read Jenny's letter several more times before he set it down, sat on his bed in silence, and breathed. Yes, knowing he'd hear nothing more about Becca's adventuring career hurt, but this letter itself contained much good news. It answered questions Glenn had been afraid to ask himself for 3 long months, lest fear of the answers drive him to distraction. Jenny had been kind to send this letter and this update. She'd also had no obligation to do so. Glenn suspected Jenny might be coming up against the edge of Blazer confidentiality, given Glenn actually had no official family tie to Becca. She'd updated him anyway. Becca was an adventurer. She was a junior blazer, and he was a town guard. Those were simply the paths the gods had chosen to place upon them, and feeling glum about it wouldn't accomplish anything. Knowing there would be no more letters from Becca helped him focus on his own life as well, as Jenny suggested he should. This was good news. Becca was in good hands, and with Jenny's letter to assure him of all that, and his own belief that Becca would be back in 3 short years, Glenn could finally take the last steps away from the life he dreamed of before becoming a town guard. This was his life now. Given the 12 lives he'd already saved, this was a life he could embrace. He needed to get cleaned up and changed after his shift, and then he and Zach were going to drink while Zach related his latest adventures, as Glenn tried not to be jealous. He'd really reconnected with his good friend the last 3 months. It felt like the old days. Zach had reached level 6 just yesterday, and already chosen his second Shadower skill, Shadow Stab. When Zach attacked a monster from behind while using Shadow Walk, his initial strike did as much damage as 6 good stabs. That meant Zach could drop a crackpaw in 1 hit. Drinks and mead that night were better than normal, and afterward, in private, Glenn passed on what he learned about Becca. Zack seemed thrilled and promised not to tell anyone else in town, which meant the news would be all over Wolf Pine in a day. That was fine. Glenn suspected Carl had received a letter from Jenny, too, and given how proud Carl Coldbreaker was of his daughter, the news would have spread either way. So Glenn drank in Wolf Pine's tavern every night. He slept in his mother's and father's home until he could find a better place to do so. He put on his armor every morning and walked to the gate. And 1 month later, 4 months after the gods chose his path, Mayor Coleman actually joined them, with an official quest for one of his town guards. Mayor Coleman, as always, was dismissive and to the point. Glenn had only seen the man a few times over his first months as a town guard, yet Coleman remained the inscrutable ass he'd always seemed to be. His guards were pawns to him, nothing more. "Town Guard Willow Rose," Coleman said, completely ignoring Glenn. "Preceptor Fallowpeak, an alchemist from Lakebrook, set out 2 days ago on a journey to Wolf Pine with passage and 3 nights outside the town walls approved by Mayor Earthwhite. His caravan will likely complete the journey through the mountains at first light tomorrow. You will meet him where the safe road abuts the pass into Evelyn and escort his caravan to Wolf Pine in my name." "Putting out a red carpet, sir?" Scott asked cheerily. "That's quite wise. But you are a wise mayor. It's always best to show those preceptor alchemists we value them in Wolf Pine." "Yes, yes." Coleman dismissively waved a hand. "And, Willow Rose, you will follow the preceptor's orders as you'd follow my own. Escort him to town and do as he asks, and make sure to tell him I sent you. Do I need to explain this simple task again, or was I sufficiently clear the first time?" Scott thumped one hand to his heart. "Clear as the sky above, sir." Glenn barely suppressed a chuckle. The sky, today, was heavy with gray clouds. Coleman scowled, yet he couldn't quite seem to convince himself Scott was mouthing off to him. Clear as the sky above was a metaphor people used all the time, after all. "Town Guard Dewcrest is already arranging for someone to take the rest of your shift," Coleman said calmly. "You have an hour to pack, and I'd bring a tent. I'd like you to set out today." "There's just one little pickup, sir," Scott said. "I already have plans." Coleman stared at Scott like he'd been struck in the face by a bucket of mud. "You have plans. I have for some time, sir, sadly enough. Yet fret not. In a fortunate turn of events, I now have a subordinate who knows the safe road as well as I, one who will no doubt be eager to serve." Scott turned to Glenn. "Redwood, you heard the mayor. Get packing." Glenn blinked inside his helmet. Was Scott serious? Scott couldn't be serious. Scott was, apparently, serious. 35. A pleasant walk. Coleman frowned and glanced at Glenn. "I hardly think—" "He's perfect for such a task, sir," Scott interrupted cheerily. "What better way to show Preceptor Fallowpeak you value his safety more than to send the famous Glenn Redwood to escort him to Wolf Pine, the only town guard to receive an invitation from the Blazers Guild, the town guard who saved not just young Azalea Whitetown, but rank 4 Blazer Jenny Amberson? Think of the tremendous respect that shows your guest." "Respect?" Coleman stroked his chin as he stared at Glenn with narrowed eyes. "Yes, that is true. I'd all but forgotten about Town Guard Redwood's former accomplishments." Mayor Coleman had already forgotten? It had barely been 4 months. "That's completely understandable, sir," Scott continued. "You've had so much on your mind ensuring our town runs as it does, as a well-oiled and impressive piece of clockwork. You have so many bigger things to worry about than a few minor incidents in the lives of your town guards." God, Scott could play Mayor Coleman like a stringed instrument. Glenn really had to get better about that. Yet manipulating the mayor felt both immoral and dangerous. He didn't mind Scott doing it. He was grateful Scott was doing it, but he wasn't sure he'd want to risk it himself. "I suppose," Coleman said with a nod. "Fine. Redwood, do you have plans?" There was obvious danger in that question. "No, sir, no plans." Would this quest actually get him out of Wolf Pine? He'd love getting out of Wolf Pine. He sorely missed his daily hikes and walks through the zone where he'd grown up. "The quest is yours," Coleman said. I trust you were listening when I explained to Willarose what I require of you and what Preceptor Fallowpeak will require of you? Glenn thumped a hand to his armor. I understand perfectly, sir. Good, you're dismissed. I'll expect you packed and out of town before the hour is up. Coleman turned and walked back into town. He didn't even say goodbye. Glenn looked at Scott. Scott looked at Glenn. Finally, Glenn spoke. Do you really have plans? Scott chuckled. Gods, no. I simply hate walking, and I love beds. Glenn felt a fresh chill. You lied to the mayor? So far as liege law was concerned, no town guard could lie to the mayor. They had to tell the absolute truth or risk Kai's wrath. Well, I do have plans, Scott amended. I plan to get drunk and visit the Scarlet Rose, where I will pass out in a soft bed with silken sheets with my face resting on a bare-chested entertainer. So I didn't lie to the mayor, really. Liege law forbids such foolishness. Glenn snorted. You're lucky he didn't ask. No true warrior relies solely on luck. It is skill. You heard my words today? Glenn envied Scott's confidence in running rings around Coleman. Scott often skated so dangerously to defying Kai's will that Glenn worried for him. Somehow Scott always stayed just on the right side of the line. The man could walk a tightrope with the best shadowers in Luxterra. What about the experience? Glenn asked. Aren't you going to miss out on a large chunk of experience by passing on this quest? The thought of a large boost towards his goal of level 20 excited him, but he wouldn't accept it at the cost of stealing from a friend. You're the one with the fire under his rear to level, Scott said. Another man would be satisfied with endless crescents, endless mead, and endless entertainers, but you, my friend, are a different breed. It'd be cruel to deny you this chance to show your heroism. This experience is yours. Well, thank you, Glenn said, and meant it. Even if I have to listen to some pompous windbag from Lakebrook talk about how great he is, a chance to get out of town is welcome. I suspected it would be welcome. For you, a man who loves walking. Scott clapped his armored hands. Now get going, Redwood. You heard the mayor. You're dismissed. Glenn waved gratefully and jogged away from the gates, already working out the timeline in his head. A few minutes to run home and perhaps 10 minutes to pack, another 15 minutes to purchase a lunch and provisions in the Meat Beast, and then to the gates. It was all doable in under an hour. He wouldn't fail this new quest. As he ran, Glenn brought up his status sheet and did a quick check to ensure he did, indeed, have Mayor Coleman's quest. Name Glenn Redwood, age 16, level 8, class Town Guard, HP 170 of 170, blood 110 of 110, experience 47,244 of 52,000, strength 19, divinity 8, vitality 17, wisdom 11, prowess 10, luck 7, gear, epic, god armor, rare, fleet boots, epic, guardian mace, epic, guardian shield. Slotted skills, rare, fight me, Town Guard Kaya, rare, guardian smash, Town Guard Anson, rare, guardian's heal, Town Guard Celis. Slotted blessings, rare, regrowth, Town Guard Kaya, known skills, uncommon, phantom slice, duelist vox, known blessings none, quests. Level 10, town. Escort Master Fallowpeak to Wolfpine, Town Guard, certified. The quest was level 10, which meant Glenn would get an experience bonus for completing it at level 8. Perfect. Better yet, he'd get a day or more outside the city walls. That alone was worth a full quest of experience right now. He longed to walk outside these walls again. Naturally, when he entered his home, or Tanya Redwood's enchanting shop, in full guard armor, he gave his mother a bit of a shock. Tanya practically leapt from behind her counter, and Glenn was shocked to see a commoner's sword clutched tightly in her hand, one glowing faint red, enchanted with burn by her own hand, no doubt. Where'd she keep that sword hidden? He hadn't known his mother even owned a sword. What's happened? Tanya demanded. As he realized his mother must think some terrible event had brought him here, Glenn felt just awful. Oh, gods, I'm sorry. They were alone in their home, and he was technically off duty, so he wasn't bound by Kaya's will. I just have a quest from Coleman to go escort some alchemists down from Lakebrook as a town guard. There's nothing bad happening. Tanya breathed and lowered her sword. That's certainly good to know. I haven't had a heart attack like that in ages. Are you really that anxious for your inheritance? Glenn winced inside his helmet. I'm so sorry. Tanya simply rolled her eyes. Get packing. Your poor mother will be fine, eventually. Thank you, Glenn said, and hurriedly tromped upstairs. "And you look very intimidating, dear," Tanya called up. "Truly a terror from the gods." Glenn sighed as he walked into his room and set aside his helmet. His mother was going to tease him about this for weeks. He found his old traveler's pack and packed quickly and efficiently. He began by folding and packing his second uniform, which he had purchased from Ziva Willowbraid. Only the first uniform had been free, yet having a second meant he had to wash it much less often. Next, he packed his old bedroll, worn but still soft enough, and the only small pillow that would fit. He also packed flint and steel, since he'd want a fire, and his old cooking kit, so he could catch a meal near the safe road. He found his old skinning knife, still in its sheath. He was very much looking forward to hunting again, though he wondered if he could even brain a trivet with his guardian mace without utterly disintegrating it. Probably not. After rummaging through his closet, Glenn found an old friend waiting. The bronze training sword he'd used every day as he leveled to 5 was still in good condition, as was its sheath. He'd missed his old friend. He slid the sheath on over his armor, then shrugged on the pack. Everything inside weighed nothing at all. He was just so much stronger now. Glenn did one last mental check to make sure he wasn't forgetting anything. He then headed downstairs, waved to his mother, and hurried out to acquire a packed lunch from Sadie Wintershade. Shockingly enough, she already had one waiting. A ham and cheese roll, along with 2 full canteens of cool water that Sadie assured him he could borrow as long as he needed them. Scott must have forwarded news of Glenn's quest to Seth, who forwarded it to his wife. The town guard really was a great party to have at one's back. Glenn hurried to the town gates to find Martin Frosthide on duty, evidently chosen by Joanne to take his place. "I owe you," Glenn called gratefully to Martin, as soon as he was certain no one was around. "Let me know when you need me to take your shift." Martin snorted as Glenn walked past. "It's fine, I had nothing to do today. Just don't make the mayor unhappy. Nobody likes an unhappy mayor. And don't flirt with the preceptor's lovely daughter," Scott called after him as Glenn left. "He's rather protective of her, and also she's common age, so best behavior." Glenn shook his head as he hurried down the safe road, like he would do something as unprofessional as flirt. Scott's teasing was annoying sometimes, but he was still a good partner. Once Glenn was a good distance from Wolfpine's walls, he belatedly slowed his rapid pace. He had plenty of time to reach the end of the safe road, where it entered the single pass through the impassable cliffs that surrounded his home zone of Gracia. He didn't need to rush. He should actually enjoy his walk, given this might be the last chance he had to go on a walk for months. Preceptor Fallowpeak's caravan wouldn't be arriving until first light tomorrow. It still made sense to set out now and make camp rather than trekking through the night. That would ensure Glenn was well rested when the sun rose and in a perfect position to greet this traveling alchemy master. What business could Mayor Coleman have with Preceptor Fallowpeak? If Glenn had to hazard a guess, it involved some agreement involving Gracia's rich fields of alchemy materials. Yet what would a man like the Preceptor want with starter crafting materials? Perhaps he was training an apprentice. No matter. It was none of Glenn's concern, and he was walking outside town on the safe road, as he hadn't been able to do since he completed the ceremony of the path. This was just lovely. Glenn longed to pull his helmet off and simply enjoy the breeze. Given he was officially on a quest, however, he remained on duty. Removing his helmet could prove awkward if he happened to cross someone from Wolfpine on their way back to town. Word would get back to Coleman. Glenn walked in full armor, despite his desire to enjoy the walk and breeze. He was half tempted to wander off the safe road and look for trouble, yet killing random monsters had not been in the mayor's orders, and, unlike Scott, Glenn still feared annoying the gods, and Kaya in particular. After all, when he set off to rescue an adventurer, he actually heard her voice, in his head. Kaya was watching him. He wouldn't shame Kaya or fail his duties. He'd complete his first town guard quest as a town guard of Wolfpine should, with no detours and no half-measures. It wasn't just that he feared the wrath of the gods. His own pride demanded he do his new job well. Glenn passed several adventurers on the road throughout the day. All gawked openly at a town guard walking the safe road. One man actually waved, but the rest slunk past as quietly as they could. Glenn made no effort to reassure them. That wasn't his job. A little past midday, with another 6 hours of walk ahead, Glenn decided to pause for lunch. Walking the safe road was easy going. He had no fears about reaching the exit to Evelyn before sunset. After that, it would grow very dark, and he only then realized he'd forgotten to pack torches. Devil's bit. Why did he always forget torches? Becca always remembered the torches. Still, if the clouds cleared off, he'd have a moon tonight, and if he didn't, well, he'd simply sleep within the soft blue light of a safe stone. That would provide a small amount of illumination that would let him see if anything approached. Would he be sleeping in his armor? Given he couldn't easily take it off or put it on himself, he now suspected he would, which would be uncomfortable. He began to understand, just a bit better, why Scott had passed on this quest. A soft bed with silk sheets was considerably more comfortable than a bedroll on a road in full armor. Glenn still didn't feel like he'd been tricked. He was still grateful for this opportunity, and he didn't doubt Scott's reasons for giving him this quest. His partner really simply had been doing him a favor. He found a quiet, shaded spot off the safe road and sat down to eat Sadie's lovely food. While he didn't want to risk removing his helmet, he did flip up his visor, which allowed him to eat and drink. The feel of the wind on his face and the gentle sounds of Gracia soothed him in a way he'd all but forgotten. Once he finished his lunch and half a canteen, he rose and set off again. He kept to a stroll, enjoying the feeling of wandering Gracia once again. He'd rarely felt this content since the god first chose him to spend half his life in Wolf Pine. His fate no longer felt so raw as it had months ago. This new life wasn't perfect, but there were far worse fates in Luxterra. Then, of course, Zack appeared. Glenn just sighed. "How long have you been following me?" "Do the math, Redwood." "You're level 6, Glenn said, so 6 minutes. I should have been paying better attention." "I'm stealthy, my friend, and it's not like you can see a lot out of those eye holes. Now, since we're both here and you have time on your hands, how would you feel about a detour?" "No detours," Glenn said. "It's just off the safe road, scarcely a trip. Follow me and you'll be a hero." "No detours," Glenn repeated and shook his head. "God, Zack, you're going to get me salted." Zack smirked. "You'd make a better pepper, actually." "Fine. I'm off to gain fame and glory alone. Just remember, when the accolades pour in from across Wolf Pine and the ladies shout my name, I asked you to join me on my quest. Don't burden me with your regrets. So go quest before I arrest you for loitering." "You'd have to catch me first." Zack whistled cheerily as he veered off the safe road to the west, headed into the deep Scorn woods. Glenn grimaced inside his helmet. What was Zack doing out here, and why would he need Glenn's help? Glenn found himself impossibly curious, which was why Zack had offered, and, of course, not told him any details. What Zack was up to was going to bother him for hours. It might bother him all night. Glenn wanted to curse his old friend, but his curiosity was his own problem. For now, he would focus on catching a tribbit for dinner. He hadn't had tribbit for months. The animals were delectable when properly cooked, and while some did consider them adorable, they were also as dumb as a bag of rocks. Glenn only felt a little bad about the idea of killing a tribbit to skin and cook. There were countless other tribbits out there to take its place, and glowmolves devoured dozens of the dopey furry critters every day. They weren't even worth experience, just like chickens, cows, pigs, and other domestic animals. Adventurers had no reason to hunt them other than for food. He reached the end of the safe road about an hour before sunset, with just enough time left to hunt. Ahead of him, the impassable cliffs that bordered all of Gracia towered, with an obvious split ahead through which the safe road traveled. Beyond lay Evelan, a zone he'd never seen. Evelan was for adventurers of levels 8 to 16. Given his level, gear, and skill, Glenn could easily tackle monsters there, yet he had no orders to travel to another zone. He didn't even dare test to see if Kaya would stop him for fear if she wouldn't, and simply turn him to salt. Becca was leveling in Evelan. She might be just on the other side of this pass, because he knew the Blazers kept a training camp there. Glenn stared down the pass toward the zone he'd never see for a moment, then turned away. Becca would be back in a few years. When she arrived, she'd tell him all about the zone he'd never seen. For now, he needed to hunt down dinner. Fortunately, he found not one but 2 tribbits before the hour was out. One strike of his bronze training sword painlessly ended both of their short and furry lives. He was older now, and 1 tribbit might not fill him up. He returned to the safe road just as the sun was setting, having gathered firewood in his travels, and had a fire going soon. He skinned the first tribbit and spitted it, then placed it over the fire. He slowly turned it on the spit as he skinned the second, pleased that his armor, despite its bulk, offered no discomfort. He half wondered what an adventurer would think if they happened to cross him now, a town guard in full armor sitting by the side of the road roasting tribbits. He wondered if anyone would believe their tale. Glenn had no walls around him, yet he couldn't eat through a helmet. So he lifted his visor again, Kaya couldn't begrudge him that, and had dinner. He did end up eating both tribbits, which made him glad he'd hunted well, and finished all but half of his canteens. It was well past dark now. While Glenn wasn't tired, there was nothing to do. He hadn't even brought a book. He should have brought a book. There was nothing to be done about it. He had no books or torches, and he was fed and where he needed to be. So after one last check to ensure his campfire was smoldering and well contained, he rolled out his bedroll, produced his pillow, and did his best to sleep in full armor. Unfortunately, despite the impossible lightness and snug fit of guard armor, sleeping in it proved more difficult and uncomfortable than he'd thought. Even his cushy bedroll and pillow provided no relief. At this rate, he might be up half the night trying to find a comfortable sleeping position. Cursed Scott. 36. A not-safe road. Glenn slept fitfully and in starts. By the time the first hint of sunlight tinted the sky, he was sore all over and not well rested. Yet he had slept, some, and he suspected that regrowth would see to his aches and pains once he was up and walking again. With the sun now coming up, there was no reason not to get up and stretch his legs. Glenn rose, packed up his camp, cleaned up the remains of his fire, and glanced toward the safe road. He could see all the way into the pass, and there was no sign of Preceptor Fallowpeak's caravan. He didn't want to escort a caravan for an entire day with a full bladder. After trekking far enough off the road to relieve himself in private, Glenn hurried back to the safe road and was relieved to see he hadn't failed his quest. Under other circumstances, he would have ranged far enough afield to refill his canteens from one of the many small, cool streams in the deep-scorn woods. They were fed by an underground stream that flowed through Gracia, yet he didn't dare leave the safe road any longer than necessary. The sun was well up by the time a dot appeared on the safe road. That suggested Mayor Coleman had exaggerated about Master Fallowpeak's caravan arriving at first light. Typical Coleman. Glenn stood straight and tall by the safe stone, and waited the considerable time it took what looked to be a large carriage pulled by 4 horses to approach. The carriage and horses were escorted by 2 riders, likely Lake Brook adventurers. Preceptor Fallowpeak had hired for an escort quest. The group meandered out of the pass. As it grew closer, Glenn spotted a 3rd horse following the wagon. The figure astride it was smaller than the rest. A footman? At least the footman had a horse. The fact that Preceptor Fallowpeak hadn't forced his servant to walk the entire way made Glenn immediately like the man. Perhaps the preceptor, unlike Mayor Coleman, wasn't an insufferable ass. That would be a refreshing change. Glenn stood silently as the caravan approached. He heard the call from the carriage driver, a woman, soon enough. "Hold, hold!" A single-mounted adventurer trotted his horse forward as the carriage ground to a halt. He wore steel armor and had his face hidden by a steel helmet. The armor had obviously seen battle, yet it looked well cared for. Its owner must be a mortal who fought monsters on the regular. "Town guard?" The man greeted him pleasantly without drawing the steel mace at his hip. A steel shield rode on his back, marking him as a brutalist. "Is there a problem on the safe road?" Glenn didn't move from his position by the safe stone, cautious about alarming an adventurer on an escort quest. "There is no problem with the safe road. My name is Town Guard Redwood. Mayor Coleman of Wolfpine personally dispatched me to be your escort." The man tilted his head. "What led your mayor to believe we needed another escort?" It hadn't occurred to Glenn, until now, that the adventurers charged with escorting Preceptor Fallowpeak might take offense at having their competency challenged. Glenn wasn't doing that. How could he explain that to this adventurer without sounding disrespectful to the mayor? "It's obvious to me the preceptor is already in good hands," Glenn said. "Yet the mayor is grateful for his visit, and not extending Preceptor Fallowpeak the courtesy of an escort would be rude. Given you already have this escort quest handled, I'll simply ask you to let me walk alongside you to Wolfpine. I need to return anyway, and I can't defy an order from the mayor." "That's fair enough," the man said, sounding properly mollified. He inclined his helmet. Bruce Richbrand, level 16 Brutalist. My companion is Natalie Runefall, level 18 Guilecaster. The young woman on the horse is Renee Fallowpeak, Master Fallowpeak's daughter, who insists on riding despite the carriage being far more safe. Please don't comment on that. Glenn held back a chuckle. Understood? If you'll simply resume your journey, Mr. Richbrand, I'll fall in beside you. At your current pace, you should reach Wolfpine by nightfall. Appreciated. I'm sorry we can't provide you with a horse. No need? Glenn suffered an unreasonable desire to dash around Bruce's horse and show off the speed of his fleet boots, but that would be unprofessional. Lead the way. Bruce tapped his horse's flanks. The well-trained animal backed up and turned, and then Bruce trotted back toward the distant caravan. Town guard from Wolfpine, sent for Mayor Coleman to escort us into town. All's well? Move out. Soon enough, they were all underway again. Glenn allowed Bruce to lead, which would reassure the man this escort quest was still his. He walked beside the wagon long enough to see if Preceptor Fallowpeak would stick his head out the window and ask questions. The man did not. Glenn soon found young Renee Fallowpeak riding beside him, eyeing him curiously. She had a round face with close-cut blonde head patiently, seeing no reason to hide such common knowledge. Yet I have a good life in Wolfpine, family and friends. Oh, Renee said brightly. Well, that's nice. Have you killed many monsters? Quite a few. What's the biggest monster you've ever killed? A calm yet patient voice emerged from inside the carriage. Renee, I know you're curious, but please, let the town guard do his job. Preceptor Fallowpeak, at last. He didn't sound like an impatient or impolite man. The gentle reproach in his tone reminded Glenn of his own father, and the words Hal often used when young Glenn pestered passing adventurers for news about their lives. Glenn smiled inside his helmet. His life before he'd become a town guard felt distant now, even though it had only been almost 4 months. When he wore his god armor and full face helmet, everyone he encountered simply assumed he was already an adult. Glenn liked that feeling. That's fine, Renee said grumpily. I was just curious. Focus on your riding, dear, the preceptor said patiently, still hidden behind the curtains of his carriage. That's why you refuse to ride in the carriage, isn't it? True, Renee agreed brightly. Nice to meet you, Mr. Town Guard. Glenn simply nodded. Renee's horse trotted ahead at her urging, moving up to ride behind Bruce on his horse. Glenn covertly glanced around for the other rider, Natalie Runefall, yet she must be riding on the other side of the carriage. That made sense, as to cover all angles. Preceptor Fallowpeak spoke again from inside his carriage. I apologize if she bothered you. And the preceptor was a respectful man, too. Nothing like Mayor Coleman. Glenn kept his eyes on the safe road. No bother at all, sir. And just to ensure you understand my charge from the mayor, I'm not here to simply escort you. I'm now under your command. If you need directions to water or a good place to stop, I know Gracia well. It's no trouble. I truly appreciate the offer, good sir. I'll take you up on it if the occasion arises, and when we stop for lunch, I insist that you join us. It's reassuring to have you guarding my carriage. Glenn took Fallowpeak's words as a polite but obvious dismissal. He took a few steps away from the carriage, walking the edge of the safe road. The wagon moved scarcely faster than a walk anyway, with no reason to tax the horses. Glenn had no trouble keeping up. Better yet, all his aches and pains from attempting to sleep in armor last night truly were gone. Regrowth was a remarkable blessing. They'd been walking for almost an hour in respectful silence, before cliff spiders started raining from the sky. Hold! The carriage driver shouted. What in the 6 hells? A cliff spider thumped into Glenn's armor. Glenn instinctively swatted it off. Yet the moment he stomped on it, what squished wetly beneath his boot wasn't a cliff spider, it was a tomato? As more cliff spiders, were they cliff spiders, rained down from above, Glenn heard a young female shriek. To his horror, Renee Fallowpeak's terrified horse took off at a full gallop, running for its life. The animal galloped right off the safe road. Devil spit, Bruce cursed. He slapped his mount's flank hard with a switch. Glenn was already moving at a full sprint, each long stride multiplied by 4 thanks to his fleet boots. He soon passed Bruce's galloping horse. Glenn heard the man shout something, but with his heart pounding in his ears and the wind rushing past his helmet, he couldn't make it out. Ahead, Renee Fallowpeak clung for dear life to her horse. As she rode deeper into the dewdrop hills, Glenn kept his eyes peeled for a gloam wolf or grass boar. Either could prove deadly to this young girl. He was almost caught up with Renee and her frothing horse when both simply vanished. Glenn stumbled to a stop, casting about. It was a bright, clear day in a bright open field. Where had Renee gone? He dashed to the top of the nearest hill and cast about for the missing girl. She was nowhere to be seen, nor was her horse. How was this possible? Moreover, why had cliff spiders been raining from the sky? They were on a safe road. Glenn hated turning back, yet he had no idea where Renee had gone and no way to track her. His best course of action, at this point, was to return to the caravan, which was smaller than a toy in the distance. He turned and jogged back, using his fleet boots to imbue himself with speed and reach the carriage. He returned just in time to find two dismounted adventurers, arguing loudly. Preceptor Fallowpeak was also out of his carriage, looking between his two adventure escorts. The preceptor looked to be in his mid-40s, with the portly frame of a man who ate more than worked. He also had a kind face, large nose, and thick white beard. He wore a fine nobleman's robe that was blue with green bursts of color. As for Master Fallowpeak's driver, an older woman with now frazzled red hair, she still sat atop the wagon. She looked bored. Perhaps she was simply tired of listening to the arguing. "Telling you she's been taken by bandits," a slender, dark-haired woman in her early 20s yelled. "Those were rotten tomatoes, not cliff spiders. This was obviously an abduction prepared well in advance by a party of bandits." "And I told you there's no way a guilecaster could change that many tomatoes," Bruce shouted back. He looked younger than the woman, though still older than Glenn. "Those were illusions. It's demons again, the same we fought in the Pale Moon ruins." "I could transpose that many tomatoes," the woman yelled. "You idiot!" The shouting woman must be Natalie Runefall. It seemed she didn't get along with Bruce. Both ceased arguing as Glenn ran up, and then they spun on him together. "Where is she?" Preceptor Fallowpeak demanded. "Where's Renee?" "Vanished," Glenn said calmly. "But I don't believe she's hurt." "I told you!" Natalie slapped Bruce's arm. "Some time after they terrified her horse, the guilecaster created an illusion of Renee and used it to lead off the town guard while they abducted the real one. No doubt we'll receive a ransom note in moments." Natalie Runefall, now that I got a good look at her, was tall and willowy, like Erica, with dark hairs falling to her shoulders. She wore moonlight robes, white and gray, a pricey yet popular set of armor, popular with literally all casters between levels 10 and 20. While they were called robes, they actually came in two pieces, a blouse or a shirt with flared pants to complement them. Glenn raised one hand to draw their attention. "A guilecaster makes sense," he said calmly. "It's one of the best ways to explain how I lost Renee, and there's no place to hide a horse and woman in the Dewdrop Hills. There's visibility for days. If I had abducted her, I'd lure her escorts toward the Dewdrop Hills and drag her into the Deepscorn." Bruce held his steel helmet in the crook of one arm and glowered. "Do you often have bandit attacks on your safe road, town guard?" Glenn had never heard of any. Gods, was this really a coordinated attack? How had the bandits even launched those tomatoes? A catapult? And how had they spooked Renee's horse so thoroughly? He needed to know more before he could say anything. "Attacks are unusual," Glenn said. "Excuse me while I check into something. I'll be right back." "Where are you going?" Natalie demanded. Glenn was already jogging off. He jogged back to where the first tomatoes had fallen. At least the bandits had left a clear reference for him to follow. Drawing on his memory, he estimated about where Renee's horse had been when it spooked and galloped off. He needed no keen sense of direction to smell the strong scent. Gloamwolf musk, and enough that he caught the scent from paces off. How had it been so precisely delivered? Glenn knelt, eyes sweeping the road, and soon spotted the remains of a shattered vial. No catapult would deliver a vial so precisely to its target, and the remains of the tomatoes were scattered everywhere. How had the bandits done this? As Glenn thought back to all the times Zack had popped in on him, he quickly developed a theory. Simply scaring the horse by making it think a Gloamwolf was behind it violated no laws of the gods, since it didn't cause the animal harm. Shattering a vial likely wasn't even considered a hostile action. Also, Glenn imagined, scaring Renee's horse wasn't technically an attack on Renee. While Glenn chased an illusion, the bandit guilecaster must have hidden the real Renee, who the bandits had likely rescued from her panicked horse. The gods wouldn't stop an adventurer from rescuing a young girl from harm on a panicked horse, would they? And as all that went on, no one noticed, because everyone was watching cliff spiders fall from the sky. Subterfuge, misdirection, and dancing dangerously around the rules. all were the hallmarks of a concerted attempt to abduct Renee Fallowpeak, something the Shadowers Guild was perfectly capable of undertaking, especially given Preceptor Fallowpeak was likely filthy rich. Despite his frustration, Glenn found he respected the cunning of this band of bandits. Monsters couldn't enter a safe road, so they tossed tomatoes and had their guilecaster make them look like cliff spiders. The law of consent prevented the bandits from seizing Renee directly, and killing or injuring her horse would have alerted Bruce and Natalie to the problem. These bandits understood loopholes in the laws of the gods. Glenn suspected they understood them all too well, yet the fact that they'd shown so much preparation suggested this was no random attack. They'd been too well coordinated and too prepared for this to be opportunistic. He jogged back to the halted carriage, Natalie Runefall, Bruce Richbrand, and Master Fallowpeak. Apologies for the delay. I've discovered a strong scent of gloam wolf musk near where your daughter's horse grew spooked. I believe a shadower shattered it while we were distracted. Devil spit, Bruce said. Yet he wasn't questioning Glenn's account. He was simply annoyed. Glenn continued. I believe Natalie has the right of it, and I also believe these bandits were waiting for you, Preceptor Fallowpeak. Did you hire an escort because you expected trouble? The Preceptor went pale. There may have been rumblings, no direct threats, but I've been very successful with my potions in the last few years. I suspect word has reached the ears of many ne'er-do-wells that I have coin to spare. Bruce thumped his own armor. We'll find your daughter and deal with the bandits, sir. Fallowpeak glanced at him. Respectfully, Mr. Richbrand? How? Bruce looked uncomfortable. Soon enough, the Preceptor sighed and shook his head, a rueful expression on his face. I do not blame you for my daughter's abduction, nor you, Miss Runefall. This is obviously a failing on my part. I believe I'd obscured my travel plans, but someone caught wind of them. He sighed. I just hope they don't frighten Renee too badly before the ransom note arrives. So Preceptor Fallowpeak was actually taking responsibility for his own failures? The Master Alchemist's obviously good nature made Glenn all the more determined to help. And he could help, being a town guard. He was one of the few people in all Gracia who could help. Preceptor Fallowpeak and all with him had come under the protection of one of her town guards, in this case Glenn, the moment Glenn arrived to join the escorts. The bandits who'd abducted Renee Fallowpeak had obviously broken the law, and while a crime that occurred on the safe road normally wouldn't be a town guard's affair, his escort quest made it his business. That meant, if he found these bandits, he could actually ignore the Pantheon's law of consent and arrest them. Given a common-age girl was now in danger, Glenn now intended to do just that. 37. A fresh trail. If you wish to pay the ransom and be done with it, that may be wise, sir, Glenn said calmly. Yet Mayor Coleman ordered me to follow your orders and support you as needed, so if you'd like me to assist in your daughter's retrieval, I will certainly try. I know Gracia well. I hunted here for years in my youth. I might have some ideas about where a group of bandits might take Renee, and if I can find out where they've taken her, I can arrest the bandits and retrieve her. Preceptor Fallowpeak's features turned from dejected to cautiously hopeful. Really? Where do you think she is now? Glenn turned to Natalie first. Miss Runefall, could you answer some questions about Guilecaster? I've read about your class, but I've never met one before. If you'd be kind enough, of course. Natalie interrupted, though not unkindly. What do you need to know? How far would you need to be from the road to make falling tomatoes look like cliff spiders? I'd need line of sight, but little more than that. Glenn looked at the deep-scorn woods, which he could see from the safe road. Then our bandit Guilecaster hid in the woods just over there where they could see the carriage coming. Glenn pointed the other way. Viewing it in retrospect, the illusion of Renee I chased also took off along the flattest portion of the Dewdrop Hills. It must have faded once our Guilecaster lost line of sight. He looked again to Natalie. You're level 18. You could do what we've established, but could someone of lower levels? What level would you need to pull this off? Natalie hesitated. She was obviously theory-crafting. Level 12 minimum and likely higher. Our Guilecaster used Masked Self, Mask Other, and Transpose, yet I also suspect they know Charm if they were able to obtain a live cliff spider to cast over the tomatoes. The fact that they were able to do all that Also suggests they have a decent amount of blood. To cast over the tomatoes? Glenn asked. I'm not sure I understand. Right, of course, Natalie said patiently. Transpose allows guile casters to make one object or person look like another, yet the caster must have both objects nearby. Since cliff spiders burst into ash like all monsters once defeated, a living cliff spider must have been present at the time. Hence falling tomatoes that look like cliff spiders, Glenn said, nodding gratefully. Thank you. We can't delay if we wish to catch these bandits before they get too far, so here's what I suggest. Glenn looked at Preceptor Fallowpeak. Your carriage can't enter the Deepscorn woods, which are far too narrow and crowded for its bulk. Yet I hesitate to leave you alone with bandits about. Safe stones mean nothing to mortals. Mr. Richbrand, could I trouble you to guard Preceptor Fallowpeak? Bruce scowled. Who put you in charge, town guard? Natalie shoved him. Gods, he's helping. She glowered at her partner. We can't do this without local help. If you don't get your head out of your rear right now and start listening to a man who knows this zone backward and forward, I'm leaving you. Bruce's scowl faded as he raised both hands. Fine. I'm just frustrated. Well, stop being frustrated, Natalie said warningly, with a pause between each word. Glenn felt it best to distract them from their lovers' quarrel. Miss Runefall, can you escort me? I'm more a physical fighter, and I doubt I can see through a guilecaster's illusions. I don't know how your class works, so if we're going up against an enemy guilecaster, you'll be vital. I am that, Natalie agreed. Let's go. Bruce didn't immediately argue. You're sure? We're sure, Preceptor Fallowpeak said ruefully. And Town Guard Redwood, since you've offered your services on behalf of Mayor Coleman, here is my command. If you can rescue my daughter without risking her safety, do so. Yet if Renee is in any danger, offer the bandits a ransom. Tell them I will pay it myself. I can earn back countless crescents, but my daughter is priceless. Fallowpeak didn't need to explain further. At 14 years old, common age, Renee was no longer protected by the gods, like all children less than 14 years of age. If monsters killed Renee, she'd die for real, and only Richard Deepscar could save her, if Resurrect wasn't on cooldown. Glenn thumped a hand to his heart. I understand your orders, and we'll follow them. One way or the other, we'll bring Renee back safely. Fallowpeak produced a bag of clinking coins. Miss Runefall, please take this. There's 50 moons inside, but don't tell them that. Pay only what they ask. Glenn gawked inside his helmet. 50 moons was more money than he'd seen in his entire lifetime. A moon was 100 crescents, so that was 5,000 crescents. Natalie solemnly accepted the coin pouch. I understand. She tucked it into the unfilled bag hanging off her belt and closed the pouch. Not even a shadower could sneak it out of there. Glenn wondered why Preceptor Fallowpeak would trust anyone with that kind of money. Yet this was his daughter they were talking about, and also because Natalie had accepted his escort quest, the gods forbid her from acting against him. This was a reasonable gamble, given the stakes. Furthermore, Glenn was a town guard. No one would suspect a town guard of stealing money. He was letting himself get hopelessly distracted. He looked to Natalie. Follow me. She nodded, then glanced at Bruce. Keep the Preceptor safe. Bruce grumbled. Don't get killed. When has that ever happened? Do you want me to make you a list? Natalie huffed as she walked beside Glenn. I meant recently, you ass. Glenn was already moving away toward the Deepscorn woods, to a raised portion that would offer a sight line both to the safe road and to much of the Dewdrop Hills. He sensed Natalie close at his side, yet she moved more quietly than he did. No wonder, given the lightness of her robes. He headed straight for the location he decided had been occupied by the enemy guilecaster. As he tromped into the woods, it didn't take long to find a portion of the ground that had obviously been occupied recently. Someone in boots had paced here, and the honey smell of sweetleaf remained. The guilecaster had likely used it to calm their nerves before the abduction. A small pile of purple ash rose in the space. It was about the right size to be the remains of a recently defeated cliff spider. They were not long behind their quarry, yet when dealing with a guilecaster, even a short head start might be enough. One moment, Natalie said. A shimmer erupted ahead of Glenn. He suspected this was Natalie's doing, Before him, faint outlines appeared and disappeared, both a ghostly image of a passive cliff spider and the outline of someone else, a man. It was only his silhouette. "He was here," Natalie said grimly. "Detect magic can sniff out recent casting and the caster themselves, if they cast recently enough. You are right about the Guile caster's location." "And you are right about this being an abduction." Glenn nodded respectfully. "Will you be able to detect future illusions if we encounter them?" "I think so. As long as the Guile caster isn't significantly higher level than me, I should be able to pierce their illusions while maintaining my own. We may have the upper hand." "Are you sure?" Natalie nodded back. "If I'd handled this abduction, I'd simply have cast Create Fog. We'd still all be wandering around on the safe road trying to find our way out." Glenn considered. "Tier 2 skill?" "Tier 3, Natalie agreed grimly. "I literally just acquired it a month ago when I reached 18. "Grats," Glenn said, meaning it. "So, with luck, you're the highest-level Guile caster in these woods right now, which gives us the advantage in regard to illusion skills." "With luck," Natalie agreed. "Yet where do we search now? You said you have an idea." Glenn turned his gaze toward the woods. "The cliffs on the western edge of the woods. We've already seen that the bandits charmed a cliff spider, and the cliffs are where they nest. It's also difficult to make a large camp in the deep Scorn woods. The terrain out here is rarely open, and gloam wolves constantly roam. Worse, all it takes is one wrong turn to anger a concealed moss beast." As Glenn set off at a vigorous but steady pace, Natalie hurried after him. "And the cliffs are better for camping?" "If you don't mind the spiders. The anger radius of a cliff spider is smaller than that of a gloam wolf, and they tend to stick to their nests instead of wandering everywhere, like gloam wolves do. When cliff spiders do come at you, they come in swarms of 6 or more." "Yuck," Natalie said. "Yuck," Glenn agreed. "They're only level 3. Shouldn't be a problem for you." "Nor you, unless you're not a fan of spiders." Glenn grinned inside his helmet to hide his innate revulsion at the thought of one of those skittering 8-legged freaks hopping on his back. "I'm a fan of crushing them." From ahead, a twig snapped. Glenn immediately fell into a ready stance and raised his mace. He heard Natalie shift beside him as well, likely ready to cast Charm or Shadow Blast. Glenn would gladly accept the aid of either. Guile casters primarily dealt in trickery and illusions that attack targets indirectly, yet Glenn still wouldn't want to take a Shadow Blast to the face. There was always the chance he could end up blind afterward, and stumbling around blind was never fun. Charm, when it worked, also allowed a Guile caster to trick a monster into fighting for them, like the enemy had done to that cliff spider. Zack Silverstone shimmered into being from Shadow Walk straight ahead. "It's just me, the returning hero. But God, sorry about the twig. Snapping that was just embarrassing." Glenn lowered his mace. With Natalie present, he was hesitant to sound unprofessional, but he was almost beyond the point where he cared. "What are you doing here?" "Tracking the people who stole your young lady." Zack grinned like he'd just uncovered a new loophole. "I told you I needed your help." Glenn now feared he understood. "What are you talking about?" Zack pointed behind him. "Bandits camped on the cliffs. There's a full party up there, 2 shadowers and 2 casters. I found them yesterday morning just before I invited you to come with me and arrest them." Glenn resisted the urge to grind his teeth. "And had they done anything illegal at the time, other than camping on the cliffs, which isn't a crime?" "Right, fair," Zack agreed. "Which is why I watched them until they did do something illegal. Do you know they have an actual ballista in their camp? Who carries those around?" Glenn took a moment. "People with far too many tomatoes. And then I came right over to find you, my favorite town guard, so you could arrest them and credit Zack Silverstone as the hero who tracked them down and saved, what's her name again?" Glenn would have slapped a hand to his face if it wasn't covered by a helmet. "Can you lead us to this camp?" Natalie interrupted. "And do you know this man, town guard?" Zack flashed a winning smile her way. "Zack Silverstone. And it's not every day Vox sends an adventurer as beautiful as you across my path. How about I buy you a drink after this?" Natalie sighed heavily. "Can we go arrest the bandits now?" Glenn decided it would be best to get moving before Zack delayed them any longer. He pointed toward the cliffs. "Lead the way." "Which was my plan," Zack said dismissively and spun about. He then took them slightly eastward of where Glenn had been heading, which assured Glenn he'd actually seen this camp. "You sure they didn't spot you?" Glenn asked as they walked. "You didn't step on a twig?" "Well, if you keep talking like that, they'll certainly hear you, so keep your voice down and follow me." "You too, gorgeous." They spoke little after that. Glenn soon estimated they were closing in on the western edge of the Deep Scorn Woods. This wasn't far from the location where he and Becca had rescued Azalea Whitetalon a little over 4 months ago. Glenn hoped that same moss beast wasn't prowling about. They soon reached the edge of the woods. The cliff stood in plain sight. Zack raised an arm without looking back, then lowered it. Glenn crouched and motioned for Natalie to do the same. Glenn looked to Zack. "Scout it for us. Tell us everything you see in that camp." "Are you saying a town guard of Wolf Pine needs my services?" Glenn resisted the urge to slug his good friend. "If I must. I assume there's payment involved, and a quest turn-in?" "That's up to Coleman," Glenn said irritably. "Now, can you do it or not?" "Of course I can," Zack said, smiling wide as he backed away. "But not for free." He vanished. Close at his side, Natalie shook her head. "How have you not strangled him by now?" Glenn actually chuckled. "He owes me money." And Zack actually did, since Glenn now paid for their drinks with his town guard salary. They waited in silence for Zack to return. Since Zack's shadow walk only lasted 6 minutes at level 6, Glenn knew they wouldn't have to wait long. Zack popped back into existence shortly after. Yet he wasn't grinning. He looked rather grim. "Their camp is still there, but it's changed a lot. Only 2 tents, not 3 like yesterday, and the ballista is gone. They must have moved it." "How would they even move something like that?" Glenn mused quietly. "Unfilled bag," Natalie said. Glenn thought back to some of the jokes Jenny Amberson had made when they first met. "You can fit an entire ballista in an unfilled bag?" "A small one," she said defensively. Glenn really needed to get himself a bag like hers. Not that he could actually afford one, since they were hopelessly expensive and only available in Lakebrook. Still, maybe he could send off for one. If he'd been able to pop out an entire bed once he camped, that would have been pleasant. He looked to Zack. "And the camp's population?" "Only 3 people are present, a shadower and 2 casters. I imagine the others off to deliver the ransom to your portly friend." "Preceptor Fallowpeak," Natalie corrected crossly. "He's reached the divine level cap at age 46. Show some respect, shadower." Zack whistled. "You're even hotter when you get fussy." "That's it," Natalie whispered. "I'm going to charm a gloam wolf and have it bite you right on the—" Glenn lightly rested a hand on her shoulder. "I'm really sorry about him." He looked to Zack. "What else did you see? You look spooked." Zack now looked genuinely spooked, which was a rare thing. "The rest of it was messed up. They've got that young girl in, well, best way to describe is a cage within another cage. I'm not picturing it." Zack made a fist. "Small cage, girl inside." He raised his other hand and made a larger cage around his fist. "Big cage filled with cliff spiders around the small cage. Spiders can't enter the small cage but fill the big cage." Glenn shuddered. So they'd put Renee in a cage surrounded by cliff spiders? He reasoned it out. The bandits couldn't attack Renee, not without her consent, and dropping her into a cage of cliff spiders would kill her immediately. Yet putting her in a cage inside a cage with the outer cage filled with cliff spiders would prevent the monsters from touching her. It would also allow the bandits to collapse the inner cage if they were challenged, which meant Renee got eaten. The bandits would only be collapsing the cage, not attacking Renee, and would simply allow the captive spiders to do what captive spiders did. Monsters existed outside the law of consent, which was why bandits could shove defenseless townsfolk off the safe road and into trouble. Could anyone collapse a cage in such conditions? Wouldn't that be an action violating the Pantheon's law of consent? Even if it wouldn't, even the small chance meant he couldn't risk it. During the abduction, Glenn had almost respected these bandits' cleverness with loopholes. Now, he simply wanted to arrest them all. Who put a common-age kid in a cage with cliff spiders? "I hope she's fainted by now," Natalie said quietly. "That sounds horrifying." Zack nodded in visible agreement. "She appears to be asleep. I pondered picking the lock, but I'd just be letting the spiders out. The moment one of them tagged me, that'd be it for Shadow Walk. There's gotta be at least 40 of the little suckers in there. Too much for me. That's too much for a full party, Glenn said. He looked at Natalie. Any ideas? She considered a moment. I hate to let these bandits win, but what your shadower— I have a name, Zack interrupted. Your shadower described absolutely puts Renee in mortal danger, Natalie finished without another glance at Zack. So unless you know a safe way to free her, we pay the ransom. My thoughts as well, Glenn agreed. He hated giving in to the demands of bandits, but Renee's life was more important than his pride as a town guard or Preceptor Fallow Peaks Crescents. Ensuring Renee came home safely took precedence over everything. These bandits were obviously ruthless, and there was a possibility they could prove unreasonable, even if offered a ransom. I'll go talk to them, Glenn said, but we need a backup plan. Natalie frowned. What? No, I should talk to them. I'm the Preceptor's escort. You're also a guile caster, and I want to make sure they don't know about you in case we have to do something sneaky. Zack and I alone can't save that girl if things go sideways with the negotiations, but I have to think we all can if we have to. Once I know their price, if they're reasonable, I'll come back and get the money from you. Best they don't see that coin pouch. Natalie tapped one foot impatiently. How would I save anyone? Anything we do to attack them might lead them to collapse that cage and unleash those spiders on Renee. You heard the Preceptor. We can't risk that, and I won't risk that. I'm not saying we should attack them, or that I want to, Glenn reminded her. I still believe we should pay the ransom, but what I'm saying is I don't fully trust these bandits to accept the ransom. So I'll talk to them and offer what they want. If they accept it, fine. We get Renee back. And if they don't? Zack asked. Then we try my plan, Glenn said. First, I need you to describe that cage, every detail. Zack repeated his earlier descriptions, in detail. Glenn nodded. An idea was already taking form in his mind. Once he finished explaining his idea for rescuing Renee, if it came to that. Natalie frowned. She didn't immediately tell him this was stupid. She actually looked intrigued. I mean, I suppose that could work. Again, assuming their guile casters are lower level than I am. That'll never work, Zack said. Glenn turned to him. You're saying you can't do it? Of course I can do it. I'm just saying they won't fall for that. They will if you do it right, Glenn said. Or are you telling me you can't do it right? I can do it all right, but I really don't want to, and it's a dumb idea. We'll see, Glenn said. And we won't do anything if they just give us Renee. Stay close and listen in, both of you, but stay out of sight. If you hear me say, then I guess we're unable to do business, then we act, only then. Best case is we give them the ransom and leave with the girl. Second best case is if they don't, and we do act, we get Renee out with not a bandit the wiser. And worst case is we fight a bunch of cliff spiders, Zack said. Correction. Glenn rose and looked to the cliffs. I'd fight a bunch of cliff spiders. 38. A guile caster's ploy. Glenn walked from the woods without bothering to disguise his heavy footfalls. He saw no movement from the cliffs, yet he suspected those hidden behind the raised rocks were already aware of him. He decided to give himself away in the most obvious and undeniable way possible. Hello, he bellowed. Is Renee Fallowpeak up there? I've come to negotiate for her release. No answer from the cliffs. Glenn kept walking. A moment later, a man in dark robes and a cloak of shadow leather popped out of Shadow Walk a few steps away. He wore a dark mask that covered his mouth and nose, revealing only his pale face and hard eyes. What brings you all the way out here, town guard? The man asked. Something wrong? The shadower had already given away more than he probably knew. Shadow leather required the heads of demons found deep in Evelyn, so was unavailable to adventurers in Gracia. It was, however, the most common and durable armor for shadowers of level 15 or higher. This shadower was obviously that high, at least. Higher than a level 10 adventurer, but still no trouble for a level 8 town guard. Glenn could arrest this man and put him in lawgiver cuffs if necessary, yet he doubted he could take on the man's whole party. He needed to use tact. Glenn glanced his way disinterestedly. "You're the bandit who abducted Renee Fallowpeak, aren't you? With your guilecaster and your other friends?" The man merely shrugged. "I've never heard that name, and I'm not sure what you're talking about. Did a girl go missing?" "Sorry to bother you." Glenn headed for the cliffs. "I'll be just a moment." "Hold it." The man's voice changed from comfortable to menacing. "You don't need to go up there. You don't want to go up there." Glenn focused on the shadower with every last ounce of his town guard menace, which actually made the man step back. "Is there a problem, citizen?" The shadower glanced behind himself, then at Glenn. "So you found us. You want a medal?" "I want Renee Fallowpeak. Her father sent me to pay her ransom. You did do this for ransom, didn't you? You didn't tie her up simply to prove a point?" Glenn gave no indication he knew Renee was in a cage with cliff spiders. In fact, he took pains to convey the opposite. With luck, he could convince this shadower he was alone. The shadower turned and walked. "Follow me? I suppose my partner wasted his trip." As he followed the man up the cliffs, Glenn found himself curious despite the situation. "So you were behind that illusion with the cliff spiders?" "Never said anything like that." "But why lob tomatoes? Those were foul." "I don't know why anyone would lob tomatoes," the man said evenly. "But if I had to guess, I'd say it was because they're light, cheap, untraceable, and easy to transpose." "If you had to guess." "Plus, it would be really funny." Glenn almost snorted. He didn't. That would have been unprofessional. "How much are you asking for Renee's safe return?" "That's not for me to say," the shadower said. "Just walk, town guard." So this shadower wasn't the leader of this bandit group after all. He must be only a subordinate. Did that mean one of the two casters was in charge? It had to be someone Zack hadn't seen. It didn't make sense that the shadower who'd left to negotiate with Preceptor Fallowpeak on the safe road would be the leader. Glenn heard nothing of Zack or Natalie, but both had ways to hide themselves and any sound they made. He rounded the large rocks that had hidden the camp and found the scene just as Zack had described. In person, it was more horrifying. The wooden cages were as Zack described, one small cage with Renee, the size of a small table, with a larger cage about the size of a carriage around it. A cage filled with a horde of scurrying cliff spiders. Renee, mercifully, had passed out. Or they'd simply drugged her. Glenn wondered if putting one to sleep violated the law of consent. It wasn't harm, technically. There were 2 tents in the camp, both big enough for 2 people. That suggested this was a full party of 4, yet it could also be misdirection. Zack had mentioned 3 tents yesterday, which suggested the bandits had collapsed one for misdirection. There could be more than 4. A woman in dark-colored shadow robes that fell to her knees leaned disinterestedly against one of the boulders, arms crossed. She had dark skin and black hair wound in long braids. The men on the other side of the camp also wore shadow robes. Both also wore masks with skull images on them, so it was impossible to identify anyone by their appearance. He looked between the 2 casters. "Who's in charge?" "That'd be me," a man's voice said from behind Glenn. Glenn didn't jump, but only with effort. The man's low voice was filled with menace. A man he hadn't seen walked past Glenn, and this man was obviously no mere shadower. He had dark skin, like Zack, but a mask covered all but his eyes, disguising his identity. His armor was red and black instead of simply black, and his hood was red as well. Gloomshroud armor, suitable for an evolved shadower, either a Void Strider or a Time Strider. The former could create portals and teleport. The latter could actually play with time. Neither was an adventurer Glenn would want to tangle with in a fight, even with his town guard skills. Yet at least Glenn had been right about a 5th bandit. He took comfort in that. "How'd you find us?" Red Hood asked calmly. "We left no trail." "Does it matter?" Glenn asked. "What do you want for Renee?" "The recipe, and I expect the old man to bring it to me himself." Glenn frowned inside his helmet. "You'll have to be more specific." "I don't think I do," Red Hood said casually. You may have stumbled across our camp, yet you can't have failed to notice the predicament in which young Renee now slumbers. I've already sent someone to deal directly with her father. He'll be here soon. You, I believe, can walk off into the sun." "You drugged her?" "She rests," Red Hood corrected. "I wouldn't put a child in a cage with cliff spiders when she was awake. That would be cruel." "I'm sure her welfare is foremost on your mind," Glenn said evenly. "So what if I just arrest the lot of you?" The man bowed mockingly. "You can try." As he straightened, one hand dropped to rest on the hilt of the blades he carried on each hip. "Start with me, and see how far you get." Was it time to execute his plan? No, not yet. Glenn first needed to know what the recipe was, and if Preceptor Fallowpeak would be willing to surrender it. He needed to talk to Natalie first, and he needed a way to leave this camp without being followed. "So your demand is the recipe," Glenn said. "For Renee." He needed time to think this over. "As we've already told the Preceptor directly, or soon will," Red Hood said almost patiently. "So you can go. Run along now. This isn't your town guard, nor is it your affair." Glenn pretended to hesitate. He looked around the camp as if sizing it up, and he took longer than he suspected everyone was comfortable with to make his move. He couldn't give up too easily. The male caster, at least, fidgeted nervously. He looked worried. Finally, Glenn turned his gaze back to Red Hood. "You have no plans to hurt the girl?" "Not if I get my recipe. This is just business. I have no intention of harming anyone so long as the Preceptor cooperates. If he doesn't, well—" The man shrugged. "Such tragedies happen every day in Luxterra. Rest assured, you won't be getting her body back." "Noted." Glenn turned to leave. "I won't see you in my town, will I?" Red Hood chuckled dangerously from behind him. "Not if I see you first." Glenn walked away without another word. A shadower could be following him, of course, and he suspected one would, so he kept walking long into the woods. Finally, he stopped and turned. "You can come out now." Natalie Runefall stepped from thin air, with Zack right beside her. Zack stared at Natalie with new appreciation in his eyes. "That was impressive casting. I can't stay in Shadow Walk near that long." "I know," Natalie said, and then looked at Glenn. "I verified we weren't followed from the camp, but we have a big problem." "The recipe?" Glenn asked. "The man," Natalie said. "I've seen that man before on wanted posters. The Shrike. He's not with the Shadowers Guild, though he'll tell you he is. They kicked him out. He's assassinated dozens of people over the years, and even the Shadowers Guild won't work with him any longer." "Devil spit," Zack said. "That's not good at all." Glenn looked between them. It'd be better if he was a member of the Shadowers Guild. "The guild takes contracts like any other guild," Zack explained patiently. "They do handle assassinations when they can get around the law of consent, but only for a boatload of money. They also honor their deals. If you strike a deal with a member of the guild, they'll honor it. Otherwise, no one would ever pay their ransoms. So if you make a deal and don't honor it, you're out of the guild." Natalie's features looked positively livid. "The Shrike won't honor this deal. This is personal for him, or rather his finances. Preceptor Fallowpeak is a threat to his business." Glenn cocked his head. "How so?" "It's his new recipe," Natalie said. "I shouldn't really reveal this to either of you, but given the stakes and the fact that it will be public soon anyway, I must. The Preceptor recently developed a potion that offers long-term immunity from poisons of all kinds. Since he already has more money than Isden, he's going to make the recipe public. That means any alchemist of sufficient level can mix it." Zack whistled softly. "Is that even possible?" At the sound of Zack's genuine curiosity, Natalie's ire regarding the plot against Preceptor Fallowpeak faded a bit. "The potion remains incredibly expensive. Only the very wealthy will be able to afford it, given the rare crafting materials. But the wealthy are often those targeted by rivals with poison by monsters like the Shrike. If the Preceptor makes that recipe public, the Shrike is out of business. So long as they can afford one, his targets will simply imbibe a potion every few months. How will getting the recipe help him, though? Zack asked, then stopped. Oh, right. Glenn understood as well. When Natalie said the Shrike wouldn't honor this deal with Preceptor Fallowpeak, she wasn't implying that he'd kill Renee despite Preceptor Fallowpeak giving him the recipe for this new potion. That would only make Fallowpeak more determined to release his recipe. Instead, the Shrike would use Renee to lure Preceptor Fallowpeak to his camp where he'd make a demand. Consent to be attacked and murdered. Or watch his daughter eaten by cliff spiders. If the Preceptor was dead, he couldn't release his new recipe to anyone. Knowing how closely master alchemists guarded their recipes, Glenn suspected Fallowpeak held the only copy of the recipe. In fact, the Shrike had certainly already made sure of that. Knowing what little he did about Preceptor Fallowpeak's obviously kind heart, Glenn knew which course the man would choose. He'd choose to save his daughter, or think he was doing so. The Shrike really was a master of loopholes, immoral though they might be. He looked to Natalie. So we're down to the backup plan. We can't let the Shrike assassinate the Preceptor, Natalie agreed. He will likely kill Renee too, after her father dies, then hide both bodies until their souls release. We have to act first. Right. We also need to act fast because the Preceptor could already be on his way here, with the Shadower of the Shrike sent to retrieve him and the recipe. Glenn looked to Zack. Tell me you can do this. Tell me with the confidence I'd expect from Zack Silverstone. I can do it, Zack said without hesitation. And I have to do it, apparently, now. Then let's move. Same plan, except now we know we can't do business. Natalie fell in step beside him. It's a good plan, for what it's worth. Thank you for helping us. It's my job, Glenn assured her, yet he could tell that didn't satisfy her. And even if it wasn't, I'd never let a man like the Shrike hurt anyone. Natalie smiled at him. He appreciated that. He led the way back to the camp. Once they were close, Natalie used Mask Self and Mask Other to conceal herself and Zack before they reached the tree line. Glenn then emerged from the edge of the Deep Scorn woods alone, visibly. He walked confidently toward the cliff-top camp, and no Shadower intercepted him. When he arrived, only the single Shadower and the two casters were present. All looked at him with wide eyes. They obviously hadn't expected him back yet. Where's your boss? Glenn asked. The three looked between themselves. The Shrike obviously wasn't here. Had he gone off to meet Preceptor Fallowpeak in person? That seemed like something the man might have done, given he now knew a town guard had found his camp. He couldn't easily move the cage, after all. So he's not here, Glenn said. Right. This might make this part of the plan easier. Glenn walked right toward the cage where Renee slumbered amidst the horde of cliff spiders around her. These beady-eyed little monsters made his skin crawl. Still, he couldn't let his own fear of spiders get in the way of saving this girl's life. The female caster stepped into his way. Hey, back off! Glenn walked right into her. She stumbled when he touched her, and he easily shrugged off her attempt to grab his arm. When he looked at her, she instinctively leapt back. What do we do? The male caster sounded panicked. That's a town guard. No one said anything about fighting a town guard. Shut up and let me think, the woman ordered. Glenn walked around to the far side of the cage, to the side away from the single door and its single lock. He peered inside. He could just make out Renee behind the spiders. He verified both cage doors, the inner and the outer, faced away from his current position. He looked up. Who'd like to be arrested first? Glenn asked. The three looked between each other. The Shadower from before stepped forward, the man who found it hilarious to lob rotten tomatoes. He'll be back. Not in time. You know the Shrike doesn't honor his deals, don't you? Chances are he's going to take care of you three as well. I doubt he'd want witnesses to the murders he plans to commit today. A preceptor alchemist and his daughter? That's a life sentence. An almost perceptible click of a lock was Glenn's signal. Fight me, he thought silently, calling upon his town guard skill which angered all enemies within 50 paces. Visibly, nothing happened. The cliff spiders kept milling and Renee kept sleeping. Glenn stayed where he was, on the far side of both cage doors. He didn't dare imagine what was actually happening inside that cage. It would likely give him nightmares. He doesn't plan to kill anyone, the male caster said stubbornly. This is just about the recipe. Which is? Glenn asked. Silence followed. Another click told Glenn Zack was on the second lock. When no one offered the explanation Natalie had given, Glenn shrugged visibly in his armor. So you don't know? We are paid for the job, not to ask questions, the Shadower said evenly. And you don't know if you're getting paid either. Do you know the Shrike was kicked out of the Shadowers Guild for not honoring a deal? Also, he's likely well-versed in slow-acting poisons, all but undetectable. I don't suppose any of you shared a meal or drink with him this morning? Something you consented to drink or eat? The way the male caster flinched visibly told Glenn he'd struck a nerve. The man was now worried he'd been poisoned. Even the Shadower's body language now looked troubled. The woman simply stepped forward and glared. I'm not dropping this contract. We need it. So step away, town guard. She reached into the pack at her waist and pulled out a small gem. If I use this, the inner cage collapses. The girl gets eaten. What leverage will you then have to stop me from arresting you for murder? Glenn clenched his armored fists visibly and was pleased to see all three bandits step back. Remember, now that you've broken the law, I can attack and arrest any of you without your consent. One door quietly closed, followed by another. Still the cliff spiders in the cage seemed to wander as they had, and still Renee slumbered, or so it appeared to all in the camp. Glenn mentally shook his head at the considerable prowess involved. Well done, Natalie. The female caster hesitated. He'd called her bluff. She grimaced and backed away from him, hands raised. He's almost back anyway. All we had to do was keep you talking. I appreciate the update on the Strike's return. Glenn scanned the woods for his opponent. Now, you have two choices. If you turn yourself into the town guards in Wolfpine, I'll ensure our spiritualist, Richard Deepscar, casts Glenn's body on each of you. That should stop whatever slow-acting poison you've ingested. Or you can flee and take your chances you won't drop dead tomorrow. You're forgetting something, the Shadower said. We still have the girl. Do you? Glenn asked. Check again. He glanced casually at the cage. Natalie was as much a master of the dramatic as he'd hoped. In an eye blink, Renee vanished from the cage. Simultaneously, the previously wandering cliff spiders turned into a mass of writhing rage. The entire horde now crushed themselves against the cage wall nearest Glenn. Each poked legs and fangs through the crossed wooden bars toward him with desperate ferocity. Those cliff spiders couldn't escape the cage. They wanted to get to Glenn desperately by the most direct route possible, which was why Zack had been able to pick both locks from Shadow Walk, sneak into the cage without being attacked by a single cliff spider, and sneak out with Renee. Every last cliff spider, overcome by a monstrous lust for his blood, had pressed itself desperately against whatever cage wall was closest to Glenn. They completely ignored everyone else, including the Shadower and Shadow Walk, who'd expertly picked both locks, picked up Renee, and closed the cage up again while the cliff spiders were all piled up on the far side. All while Natalie Runefall's clever use of her illusion skills stopped any of them from seeing any of it. What? The woman whispered. What's going on here? A booming voice demanded. The Shadower turned, as did the casters. Last chance, Glenn said. I actually don't need to arrest you myself, since all three of you will likely drop dead from poison. If you do decide to turn yourselves in, tell them Town Guard Redwood sent you to be arrested. Tell them you need a cleansed body. This next part of the plan was the part they hadn't actually planned for, because they couldn't have known the Shrike would leave the camp or return so quickly. At least Renee was already out of the cage. Zack would be sprinting to Wolfpine even now, as Natalie had masked all three of them. Zack hadn't liked leaving Glenn behind to face the Shrike. Natalie hadn't either. Yet Glenn had talked them through it until they both agreed to leave him behind and get Renee safely within Wolfpine's walls. They would inform the other town guards he might require assistance. Yet, would he? Glenn, after all, wore god armor. It was supposed to be impenetrable to every weapon in Luxterra. Now, he supposed, he'd test just how tough his god-blessed armor actually was. And given all the reprehensible crimes the Shrike had committed, Glenn was actually looking forward to hitting the man a few times. 39. A Forest Duel. The Shrike walked into the camp with Preceptor Fallowpeak and another female Shadower beside him, followed by a very nervous-looking Bruce Richbrand. Fallowpeak and Bruce both stared wide-eyed at Glenn. The Shrike simply looked past him, at the empty cage, then at Glenn. I'll simply abduct her again, the Shrike said. Though I am annoyed, you've annoyed me. Glenn marched forward. You won't be abducting anyone ever again. You have violated the laws of Luxterra, and now I'm placing you under arrest. He thumped his guardian mace in his other hand. You can come quietly, or I can hit you until you pass out. The Shrike pulled 2 steel swords. Each glowed with white energy, suggesting they'd been enchanted with Volt. They also dripped with what might be slowing poison. I've never killed a town guard before. This will do wonders for my reputation, though they aren't going to find your ensouled body either. I'll simply stuff it in a latrine. Glenn had never actually arrested someone. He knew he just forced himself into battle with the Shrike, yet it seemed the Shrike was also free to fight back. Glenn supposed the gods had to provide some challenge, even for a town guard. Where's my daughter? Preceptor Foulpeak demanded. You said my daughter was here. Glenn is already away and safe in Wolfpine, Glenn assured him. Bruce, why don't you escort the Preceptor onto Woodpine? I think we're about done here. The Shrike sheathed his swords and backed away. So that's where she's headed. Maybe you're not as smart as you think, town guard. You won't be chasing Renee down. Glenn kept marching forward. You'll be too busy with me. Now come over here. He was within 50 paces. The Shrike vanished. I think not, he said, laughing while invisible. This was fun, town guard. Glenn once again activated his town guard skill. Fight me. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a crazed form in gloam shroud armor popped out of nowhere and battered Glenn like a dozen branches in a storm. Gods, the man was fast. As he'd hoped based on its description, it seemed Fight Me worked on any opponent, including one mortal, so long as that mortal currently considered himself Glenn's enemy. So, good to know. Glenn cautiously backed up under the Shrike's furious assault, blocking every other strike with his shield. Anyone else would have died a dozen times, yet Glenn's god armor and full-face helmet protected him even from this. He felt slight tingles as the Volt charges went off. Nothing more. How could he fight back without grievously injuring this man? 4 months ago, he'd been confident Guardian Smash would simply stun any attacker, yet after seeing his mace absolutely clobber a Gloam Wolf, he wasn't now. Glenn still remembered watching a pair of Shaitan disintegrate. What would a strike from his god-blessed mace do to a human? He wouldn't open with a strike from his mace. He would instead slam his shield into the Shrike. The man staggered as his health bar appeared with a considerable chunk missing. Glenn followed up with a mace swing aimed at the man's leg, trying to swing lightly as he triggered his skill, Guardian Smash. His Town Guard skill both staggered a target and stunned it for 10 seconds. As his feathered strike impacted the Shrike's leg, stunning the Shrike appeared unnecessary. The man's whole leg bent sideways with the blow. His large health bar instantly dropped to a third. The sickening sound of splintering bone echoed through the woods. The Shrike shrieked as his still sparking swords clattered to the ground along with him. Glenn dropped his mace and dropped to one knee. He flipped the now crippled man onto his stomach before the stun wore off. He fumbled for his lawgiver cuffs with one hand as he grabbed the Shrike's limp wrist in the other and pulled. He almost dropped the cuffs. The moment he slapped a cuff on the Shrike's wrist, it glowed like the man's enchanted swords. Glenn forced the Shrike's other wrist into the other cuff. Glenn stood as the stun wore off. The Shrike shrieked in a way that chilled Glenn's blood, but not in pain. This was fury. Yet the Shrike had a broken leg and the implacable weight of a pair of lawgiver cuffs pinning him down. Not even an evolved shadower could win a fight with that. He'd done it. He'd arrested a criminal without killing him. Glenn raised his free hand. Guardian's Heal. He cast the spell until he was all but out of blood, restoring the Shrike's charred health bar. The man's leg appeared almost entirely unbroken now. Glenn hoped that had been enough. Even with most of the damage healed, the Shrike continued snarling and thrashing. Glenn looked up at the others, all of whom now stared in slack-jawed shock. You might want to head back to Wolfpine. He did his best to ignore the man still screaming at him. I'm not sure how long it takes this skill to wear off. I'm out, one shadower said, and looked to the others. Nuts to this. He poisoned us, the Melcaster shouted. It was in our breakfast. You don't know that, the woman said, yet she sounded uncertain as well. Below him, the Shrike was frothing like a rabid animal. As the sound of the man's leg cracking replayed in Glenn's head, he reminded himself this man had planned to murder a kind and generous preceptor alchemist and then, likely, feed his daughter to cliff spiders. Glenn had only done what was necessary to stop him. Preceptor Fallow Peak walked over and dug into one of several unfilled bags hanging off his waist. He pulled out a small vial that glowed bright yellow. "Slumber potion." He handed it to Glenn. A slumber potion was classified as offensive alchemy, so Preceptor Fallow Peak couldn't actually use it against the Shrike. The Shrike hadn't consented to be attacked by Preceptor Fallow Peak, yet Glenn, having already ordered the Shrike's arrest, didn't need consent to do whatever he liked to the man. "Don't breathe," Fallow Peak suggested. Glenn popped the cork. Understood. He flipped the Shrike onto his back and yanked off the man's mask, then winced involuntarily as the man's teeth gnashed down uselessly on his armored glove. He shoved the mouth of the uncapped potion bottle into the Shrike's gnashing mouth. The man struggled for a moment longer as Glenn held his breath. He soon involuntarily swallowed the potion, then went still. Glenn rose, waiting to drop again, yet the Shrike didn't move. Good enough. The Shrike was dealt with, which meant no more violence was necessary. No one could escape lawgiver cuffs, and the Shrike could not use any skills or blessings with them. As he looked once again at the cage filled with writhing cliff spiders, Glenn knew he had done the right thing. Preceptor Fallow Peak then looked at the two shadowers and two casters, none of whom had actually fled despite having ample opportunity to do so. Glenn's suggestion that the Shrike had poisoned them all at breakfast had wormed its way into their brains. The preceptor spoke with all the gravity a level 20 alchemist who'd hit the divine level cap could muster. "Did any of you know that man demanded I consent to be murdered to save my daughter? Did you know he planned to murder my daughter as well?" The shadower who'd first greeted Glenn shook his head. "None of us knew that. Or may Vox strike me down. The Shrike told us this job was about coin, nothing more. We didn't sign up to murder anyone, least of all a child. It was supposed to be a bluff to obtain a big ransom." The other shadower and the casters all nodded their heads and offered similar assurances. Whether they were lying or not, their obvious surrender was a good sign. The preceptor still looked very angry, yet Glenn could tell the man's kind heart was already challenging his anger. "If the Shrike did poison you, I have potions in my carriage that assure you will live," Fallow Peak said. "Each of you will also imbibe a slumber potion before I treat you, which will cause you to sleep for 12 hours. That will be more than enough time for us to transport you to Wolfpine, where you will be arrested and tried in a court of Levos. Do you understand the trade I'm offering?" One by one, the bandits agreed. Glenn was amazed they all so easily surrendered, but perhaps he should not be. Though it might not have been his intent, the Shrike's own reputation for not honoring his deals and using poison had led his whole band to surrender. Also, to shorten their prison sentences, each of these people would likely testify against the Shrike in court. None would risk keeling over from the Shrike's slow-acting poison, especially if it meant they might meet the forever death in the wilderness where their bodies would never be found. No chance of getting a resurrect if one died where no one was looking. Bruce Richbrand approached. He took off his helmet and tucked it under his arm again. "Well done. And given all you've done, I feel we should share our quest with you before turning it in." Godly letters appeared before Glenn, as they had 3 months ago with Becca. "Bruce Richbrand wishes to share the quest, escort Preceptor Fallow Peak to Wolfpine with you. Do you accept?" "No," Glenn said, and the words vanished. Bruce frowned, yet Glenn smiled to reassure him. "I have my own quest from the mayor. One I'm certain already awards plenty of experience. There's no reason to sap any away from you." "Oh," Bruce said, then frowned. "Well, if you say so." It was tempting to double up on quests for this escort, but that felt wrong. Bruce and Natalie didn't have a bottomless salary to fall back upon or a regular experience bonus from watching a gate. Glenn wanted to level town guard as fast as he could, but not at the expense of others. Glenn reached down to take a firm grip on the Shrike's belt. He lifted the limp man and tossed his body over his shoulder with no more effort than it would take to lift a bag of flour. He looked to the rest of the Shrike's companions. "It's a long walk. Let's go." Behind him, a locked cage full of cliff spiders shrieked and thrashed. Together, Glenn led everyone back to Preceptor Fallow Peak's carriage. Zack and Natalie weren't waiting there. Zack had instructed them to go straight to Wolfpine, yet Natalie's horse was gone. Preceptor Fallowpeak's carriage driver, Rosalind, assured them that Natalie, Zach, and a still-sleeping Renee had all reached the carriage safely and then left immediately for Wolfpine. Good news. Better yet, Preceptor Fallowpeak was as good as his word. Each former member of the Shrike's band consented to imbibe a slumber potion. Once they were out, Fallowpeak eased some liquid from a clear white potion down their sleeping throats. The liquid glowed with a faint light. "Poison-proof potion," Fallowpeak said proudly. "My latest creation. No poison will survive it. I'd intended to hand them out to chapels across my travels, but we must be sure." Glenn stared at the 4 unconscious people who just helped abduct his daughter, then at the Master Alchemist. How many moons did you just spend saving the lives of 4 bandits? He wasn't going to tell Preceptor Fallowpeak not to do that. He'd likely have done the same. Yet he was still amazed to find such kindness in a man whose daughter these people had abducted. Preceptor Fallowpeak stroked his long white beard. "Moons come and go. I gave these people my word I would save their lives. Without knowing the poison the Shrike used, this was the best way to do that. I can always make more potions." Glenn felt all the more glad he'd found a way to help and save this man and his daughter. Preceptor Fallowpeak really was one of the most generous people he'd ever met. His new potion would almost certainly make things difficult for the Shadowers Guild. Too bad for them. Glenn loaded the Shrike, who still slumbered, and the 4 other bandits in the back of Preceptor Fallowpeak's wagon. They set off again at a quick pace, with Fallowpeak's carriage driver pushing the horses hard. They had reason to hurry. They needed to reach Wolfpine before sundown. Glenn moved at an easy jog, using his fleet boots to keep pace, as Bruce rode his horse. They reached Wolfpine before nightfall. Glenn immediately recognized both Logain and Joanne at the gates. It wasn't their shift, but likely they'd taken it due to the urgency of Natalie's report. Glenn sped ahead, outdistancing the horse and carriage, and came to a halt before Logain. He saluted. "Preceptor Fallowpeak is safe, and the bandits who abducted his daughter are all in custody. They're in the back of the wagon. The 2 Shadowers and 2 casters claim—" "Enough, Redwood," Logain interrupted and raised one hand. "This all goes into your report." Glenn paused, struck by sudden dread. "I have to write a report?" "A big one," Joanne said. "A huge one. What you've done is brilliant, yet it's only a sunbeam in regard to the amount of paperwork you've just generated for yourself. I wouldn't make any plans for the next few days. You'll still have to work your shifts on the gate." Glenn sagged. "Oh." Logain clapped him on the shoulder. "Well done," he said firmly. "Very well done." Glenn smiled, despite staring down a mountain of paperwork. "It's been a rough day for you, so go get your armor off and take a rest," Logain said. "You'll turn in your quest and begin your reports first thing tomorrow. Tonight we'll handle processing the lawbreakers and take statements from those involved. Everything is well in hand. Understand?" Glenn nodded gratefully. "Understood." Joanne snickered amicably. "Show off." Glenn grinned before he remembered she couldn't see that behind his full face helmet. He really was tired, he realized now, and the whole taxing day was only just beginning to catch up with him. From the moment those first rotten tomatoes had fallen from the sky, Glenn had been focused on one goal, saving Renee Fallowpeak. Now that he'd done that, he felt weak in the knees. When had he eaten? He hadn't eaten all day, and he'd been fighting and running since just past dawn. Regrowth had kept him going, but he really needed a home-cooked meal. His father, he knew immediately, would certainly have one waiting for him. Hal Redwood wasn't just a master scribe. He was also an amazing cook. Glenn headed off to the barracks to get out of the armor he'd been wearing for almost 2 days. It and his uniform were starting to smell a little. Sweat and fear caused that sort of thing. Seth waited to help him out of his armor, and Glenn waved off more congratulations. Glenn jogged home despite feeling a bit dizzy. He really was thirsty and hungry, yet he didn't feel like he was going to pass out. Regrowth allowed him to go longer without food and drink than others. He checked through the window to make sure neither his mother or father was completing a service for an adventurer, and saw only his parents, waiting. Glenn opened the door and walked inside. "I'm home." Hal hopped up and walked over. "Gods, boy, sit down. I've made enough food to choke a horse. You eat as much as you want, all right? It's pork stew. Glenn loved pork stew. He gratefully sat and began inhaling soup, meat, bread, and meat. All were available, thanks to his parents, who both watched him with a mixture of pride and bemusement. The food made him feel immensely better, and stuffed. He sighed and sat back. So you're telling us all about how you rescued a preceptor's daughter from one of the most wanted men in Landers? Tanya said calmly. Unless you're too tired. Tomorrow, Glenn said. Sorry, just had a stressful day. Hal clapped him on the shoulder. Go sleep. I'll have muffins and some sausage ready first thing tomorrow, but you come down when you're ready. Glenn rose, immeasurably relieved at the thought of a nice warm bed. Thank you. Oh, and there's one other thing, Tanya said. Glenn hesitated on his way up to his room. What? Erica Willowbraid came by while you were out, Tanya said curiously. She said she had some clothing you'd ordered. What did you order? She wouldn't leave your clothing with us. Glenn struggled to think. He didn't remember ordering another uniform, but maybe Joanne had ordered one for him? He could always use another uniform, he supposed. He'd think about it later. Not sure. Gonna pass out now? Sleep well, Hal said. And Glenn? I know you hear it a lot, but... Glenn waved them off. I know. He really did have great parents. He tromped up the stairs to sleep before he passed out. 40. A guard's promotion. The next morning, the enticing smell of sausage forced Glenn to roll out of bed not long after sunup. He was still a bit tired, but regrowth had once again eased all aches and pains from the prior day. While he might not be in pain, he was hungry, and sausage would help with that. After another hearty breakfast that strained his stomach, he still felt guilty about not eating more, given how much Hal had cooked. Glenn decided he'd best get started on his paperwork. He wasn't sure if he had a shift on the gates today or not, since he was technically off today. He'd skipped his shift yesterday. It would be best to check in with Joanne bright and early just in case. Glenn had just finished breakfast and was in the process of donning some clean clothes when a heavy knock came at the door. Adventurers didn't knock. They just barged in to ask questions and demand services, so this was obviously a knock from someone who lived in town. A messenger from the mayor? Glenn heard voices from downstairs, both female, as he hurriedly finished dressing. He tromped down the stairs at a slightly less than casual pace and turned, expecting to find a town guard sent by Coleman or possibly young Ethan Truegaze. Ethan often acted as the mayor's messenger, a job Glenn had fortunately avoided back when he was common age. Yet it was a woman who stood outside his door, and it took him a moment to recognize her. Rosalind, Preceptor Fallowpeak's carriage driver. Her eyes met his. She gratefully inclined her head. Tanya turned and smiled. Ah, there you are. I informed Rosalind you were getting ready. Glenn hurried over. Is everything okay? How's Renee? He hoped she hadn't suffered any lingering effects from whatever the strike had dosed her with. She's fine, Mr. Redwood, and thank you for asking, Rosalind said. I'm here on behalf of Preceptor Fallowpeak. He'd like to speak with you as soon as you have a free moment. We're staying at the Mead Beast, so you need simply inquire with its proprietress when you have a moment. What could the master alchemist want with him? Had he learned something else about the Shrike, or did he simply want to thank Glenn for his help? Either way, Glenn knew he had to check in with Joanne before doing anything. He didn't want to screw up his quest from the mayor. Thank you, Glenn said. I need to report to my garrison and find out if there's anything undone regarding yesterday's events, but I'll meet with the preceptor as soon as I have a free moment. Rosalind briefly shook her head. I'd never imagined you were still so young. I truly assumed you was much older, given all that happened yesterday. Before Glenn could reply, she smiled brightly. And I mean that in the best sense. The way you carry and handle yourself is everything I'd expect of a town guard, so I apologize if that sounded rude. I simply meant that you impressed me. Tanya beamed proudly in Glenn's direction, and Glenn suspected his father was smiling too. He, however, simply felt embarrassed by all the attention. The best thing to do would be to accept the compliment and move on. Thank you. Rosalind inclined her head again, then looked at Tanya. I'm not sure if your mayor has shared it with the town, but the reason my employer came here to Gracia is to discuss a joint venture that will benefit Wolfpine. Preceptor Fallowpeak wishes to create permanent crafting outposts to be staffed by young alchemists on the borders of starter zones. This will allow alchemists easy access to ingredients and the ability to level, and we will also sell these potions at a significant discount to young adventurers. That's wonderful, Tanya said, and smiled. Though I do wonder, did you truly come to our house this early in the morning to share that news? Rosalind smiled. I simply wanted to provide context for the reason I'm here. Preceptor Fallowpeak is immensely grateful for Glenn's help in rescuing his daughter. It's no exaggeration to say it wouldn't have happened without his efforts. So, should either of you ever require a potion of any sort, please don't hesitate to send a letter to the crafting outpost we plan to establish on Gracia's southern border. One of our alchemists will either create the potion or send to Lakebrook for it. We then will deliver it to you free of charge. That's lovely to hear, Tanya agreed, and quite generous. And with that, I'll be off. Good day, everyone. Rosalind took a step back, bowed casually, and strode off at an elegant pace. Glenn wondered what class Rosalind was. He'd never heard of a townfolk class called carriage driver. Yet Rosalind wasn't an adventurer, was she? Perhaps those who became preceptor townsfolk were allowed to take attendance. That made the most sense. Yet now Glenn needed to find out. Right, I'm off too. He was almost out the door when Tanya pointed at her cheek. Glenn sighed. Really? Don't be cruel, his mother said. Glenn leaned in and kissed his mother on the cheek. She smiled and straightened. At least no one had been around to see, other than his father. Have a good day, Hal called from behind him. I'll have a lunch ready too, so if you do have duty today, I'll have someone run it to the gate. Glenn stepped outside and waved. Thanks, Dad. He shut the door and walked gratefully into a mostly empty Wolfpine. It was still early, and most townsfolk had yet to open their shops. He'd always liked getting out this early, when the town remained quiet and peaceful, but mostly he just enjoyed the walk. As Glenn headed to the barracks, he realized he felt content with his new life. 4 months wasn't long in the grand scheme of things, but in that time he'd saved many different adventurers at Wolfpine's gates. More importantly, he just saved Preceptor Fallowpeak and his daughter from a terrible fate, with the help of Zack and Natalie, of course. Glenn remained glad no one got seriously hurt. Things could have gone much worse. And so long as ruthless people like the Shrike were out there, Glenn hoped there would always be blazers and town guards to thwart their schemes and take them to prison. He would certainly do his part. And Becca, often Evelyn, would certainly do hers. Glenn would always miss Becca. He would miss her until the day she returned, but he would see her again in a little over 2.5 years. Her absence didn't pain him as it once had, because there was still the chance they could be together again, and even if they didn't reunite as lovers, they'd remain friends. When Glenn reached the town square, he found Mayor Coleman already present and in deep conversation with Preceptor Fallowpeak. Renee Fallowpeak was there as well, leaning against the wall reading a small tome. She looked bored. Glenn resolved to sneak by quietly until Fallowpeak casually glanced his way. The man's face lit up as he gesticulated wildly. "Town Guard Redwood, please, come over here." Glenn froze. How had Preceptor Fallowpeak even recognized him out of armor? He hadn't taken his helmet off at all yesterday. Renee Fallowpeak looked up from her book, eyes wide. She set down her book, ran over, and unabashedly threw her arms around him. Glenn stood frozen as she hugged him tight. Fortunately, she soon stepped away and looked up at him with a newly determined gaze. "I never got the thank you for saving me," she said quietly. "My dad told me about some of it, and I figured the rest out from Natalie. The one blessing is I wasn't awake for most of it, but I know this. Both my dad and I would have met the forever death if you hadn't stopped the Shrike." "I was just doing my job," Glenn assured her. "Well, you're very good at your job," Renee said insistently. "So thank you for all of your help, for everything you did for us, and for saving my dad." Her voice grew even softer on the last bit. Glenn couldn't help but smile. "You're welcome." "Now you better go talk to him," Renee said and stepped aside. "He's been going on and on about rewarding you all morning, and it's been so annoying." A reward? He hadn't done any of this for a reward. Still, Glenn couldn't pretend that he hadn't heard the man. He walked over to the two of them with Renee walking beside him. Once Glenn arrived, Renee walked past him to stand at her father's side. Preceptor Fallowpeak stood beaming at him. To his side, Mayor Coleman watched with polite and obviously feigned interest. Given the mayor's measured expression, Glenn hoped he hadn't forgotten some important point of protocol the mayor would complain about later. "Did Rosalind find you?" Fallowpeak asked hopefully. "She didn't miss you, did she?" "No, she found me," Glenn assured the man. "I was going to report to my garrison commander before we spoke, but I'm happy to speak now, or whenever's most convenient." "The preceptor was just telling me how integral you were to the rescue of his daughter," Mayor Coleman said, in a polite tone that Glenn recognized as a very clear warning. "In fact, he's insisting I award you a bonus for all the help you offered. As I've been trying to explain, such a bonus would put a great strain on Wolfpine's finances." "Nonsense," Preceptor Fallowpeak declared proudly. "If that's the case, I'll simply pay this man's bonus out of my own pocket." Glenn barely held back a wince. Thank you, sir. That's incredibly generous. Yet some might see that as a bribe," Mayor Coleman said evenly. "Obviously, we would never entertain such shameful rumors, but you know how people talk. I'd hate for your reputation to be sullied by gutter gossip." "Bugger rumors," Fallowpeak said, obviously annoyed. "This man deserves a reward." Mayor Coleman's gaze traveled to Glenn. Eyes slitted. It was obvious he expected Glenn to handle this, and equally obvious that he would pay Glenn a bonus if Preceptor Fallowpeak insisted, and then he would dock Glenn's pay or raise a tax on his parents. Glenn focused on his would-be benefactor. "Preceptor Fallowpeak, I can't tell you how grateful I am for your kind offer. Yet I must politely refuse a reward. I cannot accept your money for simply doing my duty, and we are a small town. If I did accept a bonus, I'd be impacting the pay of my fellow guards. I can't do that to the people I trust and work alongside." Fallowpeak frowned, visibly bewildered. "Then how can I thank you? I've already compensated Miss Runefall and Mr. Richband for their help, and that shadower boy, Zack." Zack had accepted a bonus? Gods. Glenn hoped Zack hadn't emptied the man's coin purse. He hesitated, then dared to rest a hand on the preceptor's shoulder. This seemed fine. "Rosalind already informed me of your plans regarding your crafting outpost and your offer of free potions. That's generous enough. Knowing you and your daughter are safe is all the thanks I need." Glenn looked between the preceptor and Renee, who smiled at him again. "Kaya gave me a duty to protect you, and Mayor Coleman gave me a quest to protect you. I'm pleased I was able to do both." He released the preceptor's shoulder. Coleman's studious nod was all the acknowledgement Glenn needed to know that, at least for now, he'd averted any consequences for him or his family. As nice as a coin bonus would be, he didn't really need it. Well, not all that much. It would be nice to start saving for his own house. Fallowpeak stared doubtfully at Glenn. "If you're sure." Glenn nodded and stepped back. He looked to Mayor Coleman. "Would you like me to turn in my quest now, sir, or do you have business?" Mayor Coleman pulled out a small piece of scribe parchment. "Best handle that now. The preceptor and I will be busy with discussions all day." Coleman recited the standard summary of Glenn's quest with far more gusto and vigor than he had when Glenn and Becca saved Azalea Whitetalon, likely for the benefit of Preceptor Fallowpeak and his daughter. Glenn swore that he completed it, and the formality was ended. The rush of experience nearly floored him, and the level up afterward caught him off guard. He only then remembered that the quest he just completed was level 10, while he himself was level 8. He'd also soloed it. He'd had no idea until now just how much experience a town guard quest from Wolfpine's mayor could reward. For the first time, his journey to level 20 actually felt possible. Glenn beamed inside his helmet as he reviewed his status sheet. Name, Glenn Redwood, age 16, level 9. Class, Town Guard, HP 180 of 180, Blood 120 of 120, Experience 52,244 of 61,000, Strength 20, Divinity 8, Vitality 18, Wisdom 12, Prowess 10, Luck 8. He was now level 9, and he gained another point in Strength and Vitality, as well as a rare point in Luck. He'd gained a whopping 5,000 experience from completing Preceptor Fallopyke's escort quest, perhaps because he'd encountered so many additional difficulties along the way. As Renee walked back to her wall, Glenn didn't miss the way her father stared after her with warm, grateful eyes. It was the same love Glenn knew his parents held for him. As Renee glanced back at her father to find him smiling, she rolled her eyes and went back to her book. Just that small exchange raised a lump in Glenn's throat. The faces of all the young adventurers he'd saved since he became a town guard passed through his mind. Each of them had loving families as well. Every last one of those adventurers could have met the forever death without Glenn's intervention, leaving their families grief-stricken and bereft. The experience he'd gained from this quest was welcome and wonderful, but it also felt unnecessary. That was a true shock. Glenn had never, until now, considered how little experience mattered compared to so much else. All his life, Glenn had looked beyond Wolfpine. He'd dreamed of living out the stories of his childhood heroes, of throwing himself into grand battles and zone-trotting adventures as he gained levels and clawed his way up the ladder created by the gods. All the while, there'd been this. The strength to protect his people, standing at the gates every day to make sure one less family lost their son or daughter to the monsters of Luxterra. Every day before he turned 16, he chased levels and experience and power for reasons that now seemed both selfish and unimportant. If the gods, 4 months ago, had made him understand that he could only save all these people if he abandoned his dream with Becca, Glenn now realized he'd choose Town Guard every time. Voluntarily. The warm smile on Preceptor Fallopyke's face as he glanced at his daughter was more important than any rush of experience. Becca wasn't gone. He hadn't lost her, and Glenn could accept setting aside his own dreams for a few years if it meant one less person suffered the loss of a loved one. The power of a town guard was power he could use for good. He could ensure mortals like Preceptor Fallopyke always came home to their smiling daughter. That was a precious gift. Now chatting amiably, Preceptor Fallopyke turned back to Mayor Coleman. The two of them soon engaged in conversation once more, walking leisurely toward the mayor's mansion. Renee hopped up and followed them, but not without one last smile and wave Glenn's way. Glenn waved back, smiling, and hurried to the barracks. Soon after, he entered the barracks to find them empty. Was everyone else out? That was possible. He still needed to check in, and if nothing else, Joanne would be in her office. Glenn walked that way and knocked on Joanne's closed door. No one answered. He tried the handle. It opened onto an empty office. Joanne didn't bother locking her door most days, since no one could enter the guard barracks save for the town guards. Where was she? For that matter, where were the other town guards? Had he missed some sort of event at the gate? Even on his day off, he hated the idea of his party facing a challenge without him. Before he could walk back to the door, every torch inside the barracks simultaneously went out. Glenn froze in utter darkness. What in the six hells had just happened? Magic? What kind of magic would be powerful enough to put out every torch in the guard barracks? To avoid the gaze of passing adventurers and others, all the windows in the barracks were shuttered on the outside. Glenn had never thought that would be a problem since smokeless torches always burned. With the torches out, it was as black as pitch inside this building. Was some escape plan launched by the Shrike? Glenn knew the man was in one of the cells in these very barracks, along with the other 4 bandits they'd captured yesterday. All 5 should still be wearing lawgiver cuffs, yet what if one wasn't? There had been 2 guilecasters in the Shrike's party. Simply turning off the lights wasn't an attack on Glenn, which didn't violate the law of consent. His hand reflexively went for his guardian mace, which he wasn't wearing. He also wasn't armored. However, he still had a vague impression of where everything had been before the lights went out. He walked cautiously toward where he thought the weapon rack might be, hands out, only to bump straight into a person, who immediately grabbed him. Glenn gasped and tried to catch his balance, only to fail miserably. Strong hands grabbed him and immediately twisted his arms around his back as a light kick goosed his knees. He dropped. Despite his 20 strength, Glenn immediately lost whatever fight had just started. He quickly found himself pinned on his knees with his arms locked behind his back. Yet before he could yell or fight back, all the torches in the guard barracks flipped back on. The fresh light revealed Joanne Dewcrest, Martin Frosthide, Scott Willowrose, and Logain Cliffbreeze. All four watched him in amusement, all wearing their god armor, save for their helmets. And the woman pinning him on his knees? Linda Leafhaven, wearing her god armor with her guardian shield strapped across her back. No wonder she was so strong. She had unyielding to buttress her already impressive strength. Linda grinned down at him with white teeth, her dark ponytail resting across one shoulder. As she held him, Joanne walked forward, holding a bucket. What was in the bucket? Joanne grinned evilly as she raised the bucket to chest height. "It's time for your promotion," Joanne said ominously. "Seth and Chelsea are on the gate, but both send their regards." Glenn looked up at her. Did I really generate that much paperwork? Joanne cackled as she tipped the bucket over, and red apple mead poured out. Glenn snapped his eyes shut as warm, honey-sweet liquid splashed all over him. It got in his hair and rolled down his face and soaked his front. At least he'd worn his red tunic today, purely by happenstance. Someone licked his cheek. Glenn's eyes snapped open. Linda grinned wide, thumped his back, and released her hold. She stood and smacked her lips. That was yummy. "Ooh, let me," Joanne said and hurried forward. Glenn backpedaled and raised both hands. "You've all made your point. Thank you." Joanne laughed. "Another time." "I'm not licking you," Martin said evenly. Glenn rolled his arm in his socket and looked around at his fellow town guards. "And what exactly is happening right now, besides soaking a perfectly good shirt?" Logain stepped forward. "It's normally 6 months or more before we promote a new guard to full guard, but in your case, we've decided to do it today. The way you handled the situation with Preceptor Fallowpeak was far beyond what even I'd expect from a guard with your experience, and the Preceptor spared no effort in regaling us with how impressed he was. I'm thus promoting you to full guard 2 months early, with Joanne's agreement as my second." Glenn wiped at mead now dripping down his face. "I'm getting a promotion?" Joanne thumped his shoulder. "Stop being so humble, or I'll dump another bucket of mead on you. You absolutely crushed yesterday's escort quest. A happy preceptor means a happy Mayor Coleman, and a happy Mayor Coleman means all of our lives get easier. You didn't just save the preceptor and his daughter yesterday. You also got Coleman off all our backs for at least a month." "Perhaps 2 months," Scott said hopefully. The mayor did seem in a remarkably good mood. Glenn was all the more glad he talked Preceptor Fallowpeak out of forcing Mayor Coleman to give him a bonus. "All right, that's fair. You're all welcome." Linda laughed. "That's the gloating we'd expect." "The promotion comes with a bump in pay," Logain said, "and also includes the ability to accrue leisure days you can take whenever you need. I've also arranged for you to be excused for duty 4 days a month so Carl Coldbreaker can train you how to use a mace effectively." Glenn looked at the weapon rack, one glistening with guardian maces. "I wasn't using it effectively." "You can always use it more effectively," Scott assured him. Martin elbowed him. "So can you, Oralcaster. My lovely singing voice has not the least to do with how I swing a mace." "Also," Logain added, "we're giving you the day off. You more than did your duty yesterday, yet I'll expect you bright and early tomorrow for your next shift. Your raise goes into effect next week. Spend those extra crescents wisely. Or don't, that's your business." "I'll be here, sir." Glenn glanced down at his sodden shirt. "Though I don't suppose one of you has a spare shirt lying around?" Joanne elbowed him and winked. "Give it another 2 years. I'll let you borrow mine." Had he understood her offer correctly? Her obviously mischievous gaze suggested he had. "Back to work," Logain said. "Willowrose, Frosthide, you're dismissed. Don't get into trouble." "As if we'd never," Scott said, and slapped Martin on the back. "Refreshments?" "As long as I don't have to lick them off you," Martin grumbled agreeably, and waved at Glenn. "Congratulations, Redwood. You want to join us? We'll be at the Mead Beast." "And we're back to work as well," Joanne said. "Linda, be a dear and help me with the meals for our guests. They're likely quite hungover from the slumber potions." "If I must," Linda said, and sighed. "I suppose it would be impolite to starve them all." Logan rested a hand on Glenn's shoulder. "Better go change that shirt, son." Glenn smiled back. "Yes, sir." A promotion, days off, and having Linda lick meat off him? There were far worse ways to begin one's day. As Glenn emerged from the barracks, he nearly ran over a slender blonde woman who was waiting just outside. He threw out his arms and stopped himself just in time. "Whoa, sorry." Glenn came very close to knocking her over. He straightened, then blinked. Erica Willowbraid stared at him in smirking bemusement. Her eyes traveled to his hair, his face, and his tunic, and then up to his eyes. "It's a bit early for all that, isn't it?" Glenn flushed. "Town guard thing. Got promoted. They dumped meat on you." "Good thing I brought you an extra shirt." Erica produced one from the pack she carried with a flourish. "It's not a town guard uniform. I can't make those yet. But it is a nobleman's shirt." Glenn stared at the fine fabric in wonder. "That's amazing work, but it's far too kind." "I can't sell it," she explained patiently. "No one here needs one. Yet I need to make clothing to gain experience. So what else would you have me do? Toss away my fine work?" She did have a point there. Glenn hesitated, then took the shirt. "If you're sure." "So much so," Erica agreed. She then stood waiting, smirking. Glenn looked down at the shirt. He looked up at her. "Did you want me to try it on?" "We have to make sure it fits," Erica said brightly. "I still have your measurements, but I'd like to know I found a good fit for you. How else will I know I knitted the shirt correctly?" She was definitely asking him to take his shirt off. Zach, in this one particular case, had been right. Erica was absolutely interested in him, and not just as a friend. So the question now was, would he do as Becca had asked the night they spent together in the park? Glenn handed the new shirt back to Erica, stripped off his mead-stained shirt, and tried not to grin as Erica whistled appreciatively. Before he could put the other shirt on, she stepped forward and gripped one of his hands. "Hold on. You've got mead all over you. I don't want that over my shirt." Erica produced a handkerchief from somewhere, and quite liberally dabbled him all over, resting one delicate hand on his bare shoulder while she did so. She stood very close, so close Glenn's heart thumped louder. She looked absolutely lovely today. Once she was done, she stepped back, looked him over, and nodded. "That's good enough, I think. I'd have to dunk you to do better." "Is that going to happen?" Glenn asked. "Only if you request it." Glenn effortlessly shrugged on his new shirt. It felt delightfully soft and fit him perfectly. He adjusted the sleeves, rolled one shoulder around, and stared at Erica. "This feels amazing." "I appreciate that," she said. "And you do look quite good in it." Erica was such a nice person. They could have a great time together if that was what he wished, and Becca had even told him that he absolutely should. And yet... "Thank you for all this," Glenn said softly. "For your kindness. Yet it would be unkind of me to simply accept your generosity without being clear about my intentions." Erica tilted her head. "I'm waiting on someone," Glenn said softly. Erica watched him for a long moment, and then, to Glenn's surprise, she actually smiled. "Why am I not surprised?" "I'm sorry," Glenn added quickly. "You're really nice, and you look absolutely gorgeous today. I mean that. It's not anything to do with—" Erica gave him a gentle shove. "Oh, hush, I understand. Of course I understand. And please don't take this the wrong way, but I'll get over you." Glenn laughed, relieved he hadn't upset her. "Right, of course. And even if we aren't to date, I hope we can be friends, like we were when we were children." Glenn nodded gratefully. "I'd like that." "Good," Erica said. "So you're meeting us for drinks tonight, right? After your shift?" I'm actually not working today, Glenn said. Erica beamed at him. That's perfect. We're grabbing supper just past 7 at the Beast. We being Zach, Anna, Alan, a few others? Glenn smiled. They're still together. Wow, that has to be some sort of record. Gods, they're all over each other. Erica agreed ruefully. Anna's truly something special. I think Zach's finally met the one woman who might make an honest man of him. Glenn could barely believe his ears. Seriously? Erica nodded. All right, Glenn agreed. This, I have to see. Act 3. The Runaway Scion. 41. A Blazer's Gambit. Leo. As Leopold Argentshade, Junior Blazer, approached the tall wooden walls of the small town of Wolfpine, he eyed the town guards cautiously from behind the secure anonymity of his steel helmet. They looked just like Lakebrook's guards, with the same god armor and massive shields. Even years gone from his trial-age thievery, town guards still made Leo innately nervous. It wasn't long ago the unexpected sight of a town guard meant multiple nights in a rat-infested cell. It wasn't long ago Leo had been desperately thieving on the docks of Lakebrook instead of making his way in the Blazers. It still often boggled his mind that he'd somehow escaped all that to actually become a Blazer himself, but he was now. He had nothing more to fear from any town guard. Still, Leo kept his helmet straight ahead as he marched through the gates. Neither town guard so much as glanced his way, so he made sure not to glance theirs. So far, so good. No one in Wolfpine had any reason to suspect Leo was a junior Blazer. He wasn't wearing his tabard today by express order of Jenny Amberson, so why would either look at him or remember him? They likely saw dozens of adventurers pass through these gates every day. Still, once he was past the guards without issue, he breathed easier. A small trickle of pleasure rushed through Leo's body as he officially stepped into Wolfpine. More discovery experience, just like when he'd first entered Gracia. Pleased to learn his hope to gain some more experience from this long quest had come true, Leo opened his status sheet to check. Name, Leopold Argentshade, age 18, level 10, class Skirmisher, HP 150 of 150, blood 110 of 110, experience 64,324 of 70,000, strength 13, divinity 15, vitality 15, wisdom 12, prowess 16, luck 13, gear, uncommon steel armor, uncommon steel spear, enchanted, demon slaying, uncommon steel boots, rare, unfilled bag. Slotted skills, uncommon, windborne refresh, skirmisher, Kaya, uncommon piercing throw, skirmisher, Kaya, uncommon windborne recall, skirmisher, Kaya, uncommon piercing tip, skirmisher, Kaya, slotted blessings, uncommon fleet-footed, skirmisher, Kaya, uncommon feather light, skirmisher, Kaya, known skills none, known blessings none, quests, level 10. Search Wolfpine for Anna Bronzelight, certified Blazer. Leo closed his status sheet with satisfaction. He'd gotten a full 50 experience by discovering Wolfpine, so between that and the 100 discovery experience from entering Gracia, he'd made as much progress as 2 days of monster killing, a decent trade-off for the 3-day walk from Lakebrook. Still, while his quest to discover if the fugitive Anna Bronzelight was in Wolfpine felt absurdly simple for a Blazer, it was still a Blazer quest. This was the first quest the Blazers had entrusted him with since he first joined them a year ago. Leo wasn't about to screw it up. As he made his way toward the Mead Beast, the humorously named tavern where he was to meet his town guard contact, Leo eyed the few townsfolk he passed. This was the first time he'd ventured outside his home zone of Evelyn, and he was curious if the folks here lived differently than in Lakebrook. Why wouldn't they? In a town the size of Lakebrook, almost 2,000 souls, it was easy to get lost in a crowd. Yet, in a town this small, just over 60 people according to Jenny, everyone must know everyone. Leo wasn't sure which of the two he preferred, a crowded town where he could vanish or a small town where everyone knew his name, but at least for today, it didn't matter. The town's small size was simply another matter to take into account during his quest. People gossiped, and small towns, he suspected, were the worst. Any unusual actions he took would be all over the town before nightfall, So he would be careful not to take any unusual actions. Instead, he'd simply take the usual ones. He didn't know why Jenny had insisted his mission to search for Anna Bronzelight had to be kept so secret. He hadn't asked. He wasn't about to question a rank 4 blazer, and he'd trained under Jenny long enough to know she never did anything without reason. If she'd asked him to slip into Wolfpine in the guise of an adventurer and ask around discreetly, she must have a good reason. So Leo would complete his quest. He would earn his place in the Blazers and show Jenny and all the others that their choice to bring him into the fold had been a good one. By the time he reached the Mead Beast, Leo had decided the townsfolk of Wolfpine were no different than those in Lakebrook. They might talk a bit quieter and they might walk a bit more leisurely, but ultimately they'd live and die inside these walls. Leo didn't envy them. Safe as their lives might be, he couldn't imagine being stuck in a town of 60 people his whole life. He stopped at the entry to the Mead Beast. Its hanging wooden sign featured an actual tavern with arms, legs, and teeth. Thus far, his quest had been easy. What lay ahead was hard. He wasn't completely certain he could actually go through with it. Yet he saw no better way to both direct the gossip around Wolfpine and discreetly meet his contact. Jenny had even said his infiltration plan was a good one, and her praise had felt better than any accomplishment he'd had in months. He could do this. So with one last steadying breath, Leo entered the Mead Beast to start a fight. Once inside, to his disappointment, Leo found not a single adventurer in the tavern. In fact, there was no one in the tavern at all, save for a bored-looking red-headed girl in a modest barmaid outfit and an older, dark-haired woman behind the counter in the back, likely the tavern's culinarian, or perhaps the merchant who owned it. There was literally no one else in the entire tavern. Leo only then realized that in all the spare time spent developing his brilliant plan, he'd badly miscalculated. He'd traveled through the night on the safe road to get to Wolfpine, intent on accomplishing his mission as efficiently as possible. He'd also failed to consider that at this time of day, all of Wolfpine's adventurers would either still be in bed or leveling in Gracia, not drinking mead. Devil's Pit. He'd just started this quest, and already he was mucking it up. Still, perhaps an adventure would happen into the tavern sooner rather than later. Leo had nothing to do but wait for one to show, though he regretted making his town guard contact wait as well. Hopefully she would turn out to be the understanding sort. The dark-haired woman behind the counter waved eagerly when she noticed Leo standing just inside the door. "Welcome to the Mead Beast, the best tavern in Wolfpine. I'm Sadie Wintershade, your host. Grab a seat anywhere you like. We'll be right with you." Given such an invitation, Leo supposed, a seat must be grabbed. He chose a small table halfway into the tavern where he could sit with his back to a wall and keep an eye on all the doors leading into the main space. He'd grown up making sure he knew every entry and exit from his space, and those skills served him well as a blazer. He no sooner settled on his bench and removed his steel helmet, which he set on the table beside him, before the red-headed common-age girl sashayed over, obviously trying to impress him with her barmaid skills. She came to a stop by his table with a wide white smile. "Godspeed praised, you're way cuter than my usual customers. My name's Randy, what's yours?" Leo cleared his throat to make sure his voice came out right. "Leo." "Well, Leo, what's your pleasure? You diving into the mead early today or having a late breakfast?" "Water," he said calmly. Randy's smile faded. "That's not nice." Leo couldn't help but be a bit confused. "What's not nice?" "Teasing me." Randy pouted visibly as she artfully tossed her long red braid. "I asked a perfectly fine question, so it's cruel to tease me like that." Leo struggled a moment. "I really do want water." "Try again," she said evenly. "We don't serve water here." "Oh," Leo belatedly figured it out. "Right, I'll have some mead then." He'd have to order something alcoholic to stay in the tavern, so he'd simply nurse his mug until someone else arrived. All at once, Randy's smile returned. "One mug of mead coming right up." She strolled away, looking entirely too satisfied with herself. Leo turned his eyes to the tavern door. Not one adventurer? Didn't any of them come in for lunch or drinks? What were they all doing out today? The bar remained empty. A mug of mead thumped onto his table so loudly, Leo nearly jumped in his seat, but he managed to keep his calm, barely. Randy leaned close again, red braid dangling. "Just let me know when you're ready to order, cutie. I'm all yours right now." Leo offered her a studious glance. It would be rude not to. "Order?" "Food," she reminded him. "This is a tavern. We serve that here." Leo held back a grimace. "I'm sure. I'll take a menu." He'd actually eaten breakfast on the road before he arrived. He wasn't remotely hungry, but refusing Randy's offer felt like a very bad idea. The barmaid slapped the menu down on his table before he finished the sentence. He hadn't even seen where she'd kept it before that. She straightened, waved, and stepped back. "You drink up while you decide. I'll keep your mug topped off all day. Just ask." Gods, this girl really was determined to take his crescents. Having struggled badly to put two crescents together when he was her age, Leo found he actually respected both Randy's enthusiasm and work ethic. She obviously took her job here as seriously as any adventurer. And, obviously, Leo had a huge pouch of coins hanging off his belt. Randy couldn't have failed to notice that, since Leo had intended everyone to notice his bulging coin pouch. The majority of those coins, of course, weren't his. All he had was a small stipend to pay for room, board, and a few meals. But an adventurer carelessly carrying around a big coin pouch was just begging to lose it. Also, an adventurer like that would drink mead and eat greasy tavern food. Leo was supposed to be an adventurer, so he should act like one. He offered a respectful nod. "Keep 'em coming, girl." Randy tossed a salute. "Yes, sir." She winked playfully before heading back to the bar. Leo sipped his mead. He eyed the menu, but mostly he eyed the door. Gods, why wouldn't someone just walk in already? And then, thank the gods, the doors opened, and someone finally did. The young, dark-skinned man who'd entered the mead beast wasted no time in walking rapidly over to the counter. "Hey, Sadie, what's for lunch? I'll take 2 of them." The adventurer who would be Leo's target was a tall and wiry-looking lad, probably trial age. He wore dusk leather that looked absolutely brand new, which suggested he was either extraordinarily good at adventuring or had only just managed to purchase it. Finally, the dusk leather plus the 2 iron daggers he carried in full view at his belt suggested he was a shadower. Leo could not have asked the gods for a more perfect, unwitting partner. As Leo watched in bemusement, Randy made a beeline for the shadower and raised one hand. "Oh no, Silverstone, that's not how we do business here." The adventurer, Silverstone, frowned visibly as he glanced at her. "I'm not here to pad your apron today, squirt. I'm off to Level and Gracia. Can't do that without food." Randy scoffed. "After you stole our only long-term investments, you owe us a round or 6. Leo barely kept the smirk from his face. Now that he wasn't the target of Randy's attentions, he was amused to see another adventurer bearing the brunt of them. For his part, Silverstone only looked more annoyed when Randy mentioned something about stealing investments. What was that about? "Randy!" Sadie shouted from behind the bar. "Drop it!" To the man, she said, "We've got meat rolls today with fresh greens. You're more than welcome to 2 bundles. Randy pointed at Silverstone. "Consider yourself lucky. You got off easy today." Silverstone smirked at Randy as he sauntered over to the bar. "Don't you have an adventurer to ply with mead? I see one right over there." Randy belatedly glanced his way. Leo raised his still full mug in salute. Randy smiled brightly before turning back to Silverstone, who had made his way to the bar, and went after him. "Looks like our best customer needs another mug." Leo blanched mentally. He'd simply meant to salute Randy for doing her duty, not order another mug of mead. He'd barely drunk any of this one. Now he was going to have to pay for 2 mugs of mead, and he didn't even really like mead. Still, Leo remembered the plan. He had to stick to the plan. Once he was sure the attention of Silverstone and Randy was focused on the bar, and the attention of Sadie, the tavern owner, was focused on her sandwiches, Leo slipped the large and visibly obvious bag of coins into his unfilled bag. The bag vanished into the void inside without a sound, now literally out of sight and mind. To anyone who hadn't seen the fat bag of coins vanish, it would seem as if it had never existed at all. More importantly, the bag of coins wouldn't clink or give itself away inside an unfilled bag. One could fit a full-sized barrel of mead in there without adding the slightest bit of weight or bulk. Leo sipped his mead and waited as Sadie wrapped sandwiches, then handed them to Silverstone. Randy tapped her foot impatiently as she waited too, likely for her next mug of mead. She glanced over her shoulder and beamed at him. "Now don't you worry, cutie," she shouted across the tavern. "Your drink's coming right up." Not if Leo could help it. Silverstone was heading out. Leo took another breath, reminded himself of why all this was necessary, and then stood. "Hey," he bellowed. "Where's my coin pouch?" At the bar, Randy had just grabbed her next frothing mug of mead. At his shout, she sloshed it on the floor. She blinked at him, then at Sadie, then at Silverstone. "Zach!" Randy shouted indignantly. "Did you just rob my best customer?" Gods, that girl was brilliant. Leo couldn't have asked for a better co-conspirator if she'd been in on his plot from the start. As Silverstone stopped and stared at her, wide-eyed, his mouth opened in what looked to be actual shock. Meanwhile, Leo stomped towards Silverstone in full steel armor, with the red sash hanging off the hilt of his enchanted steel spear, trailing away artfully. "Hey, Shadower," he said loudly. "What did you do with my coin purse?" As Silverstone looked at him, the man's dark skin actually paled. It must be intimidating being face down by a level 10 skirmisher in full steel armor. Still, Silverstone held his ground. He even managed to look properly annoyed by this whole situation, which only made Leo feel more guilty. "The hell's are you on about?" Silverstone demanded. "I didn't take your pouch." "Then where is it?" Randy demanded as she too stomped over. "Don't think I haven't noticed you slipping coins off my tables. A few are fine, I expect that, but a whole pouch—" "I didn't take anyone's pouch," Silverstone protested loudly. "I just came in for lunch." Leo stopped paces from Silverstone and glared. "I demand you return my pouch at once." Silverstone offered Leo a rather convincing glare. "And I demand you stop accusing me of things I didn't do. Sadie knows me, Randy knows me. I don't steal." "You don't steal much," Randy corrected. "Zach, did you steal that man's pouch?" Sadie asked sternly from all the way at the back. Even from all the way back there, her voice carried like a town guard's. Silverstone raised both hands in surrender. "Gods, I'll swear it by Celis. I stole no pouches. This big, glistening idiot just dropped his coin bag somewhere." And now Silverstone had insulted him. Leo couldn't blame the man. He'd have done the same, but annoying Silverstone to the point of insult had been his intent. Leo still felt genuinely bad about complicating Silverstone's day this badly, but he remained convinced this was the best way both to discreetly complete his inquiries and establish his cover as a simple adventure. "You've now stolen from me and insulted me," Leo said archly. "I will have satisfaction." He glared right at Silverstone and raised one hand. "Duel me, Silverstone." Summoned by Leo's words, a spectral wooden pole appeared from the air. It slammed into the floor between him and Silverstone. A flag flew off that pole, one with crossed swords, yet the whole pole and flag remained spectral. It wouldn't grow solid unless Silverstone accepted the duel. If they did, they could freely assault each other, having both given clear consent. "Whoa, hold on!" Randy shouted, wide-eyed. "There's no need for that." Silverstone's eye went wide as he backed up. "Are you insane?" Sadie's commanding voice boomed once more across the room. "No one's dueling in my tavern. Stand down, both of you, before I call the—" The doors to the tavern burst open. And then, just as Leo had hoped, an actual town guard in full armor stepped inside. The shape of her armor made it clear she was a woman. She might be a bit shorter than Leo, but she still wore god armor. She could also toss him through a wall. "What's going on in here?" the town guard demanded. Silverstone pointed Leo's way. "Some crazy man's trying to duel me." The town guard's helmet swiveled his way. Even knowing she'd been expecting him, Leo felt his muscles tense. This was just like the other times he'd been arrested by town guards when caught stealing. It might be by his own design this time, but that didn't make it any less unsettling. "He stole my pouch," Leo repeated, though quieter than he had previously. The town guard turned to Silverstone. "Did you?" she demanded. Before he could answer, she looked to Randy. "Did he?" Randy winced. "I mean, maybe? I don't see it on his belt any longer, and it was there." "Oh, come on, Squirt," Silverstone shouted. "You've had eyes on me since I walked in here, and I didn't go anywhere near his table. This guy's bonkers. He just dropped the duel flag. The town guard's helmet swiveled back to Leo. Did you challenge Zach Silverstone to a duel? Leo stood up straighter. He stole my pouch and then insulted me. Dueling is illegal inside the walls of Wolfpine, the town guard said grimly. Insulting people isn't. Do you expect me to believe you don't know the difference? Leo didn't have to fake anything about his loss of composure. Dueling's illegal? Cancel the duel, the town guard ordered. Now. Leo grimaced. I withdraw my request to duel. The spectral flag and pole vanished. For his part, Silverstone actually looked smug about the whole situation, which was a relief. At least Leo could give him that for all the difficulty he put the man through today. Silverstone simply had the misfortune of being available. Grab your helmet, the town guard said. Now. As Leo instinctively moved to comply, the town guard walked with him. The sight of her intimidating god armor left him in genuine awe. What must it be like to wear such armor? Right, okay, Leo agreed. I'm sorry if I caused a scene. It's a bit late for sorry, the town guard said, more than loudly enough for Silverstone, Randy, and Sadie to hear. So after you grab your helmet and pay for your drinks, you're under arrest. This had gone perfectly. Sadie, Randy, and Silverstone would all repeat the story of the unruly and foolish adventurer in full steel armor who falsely accused Silverstone of stealing his coin pouch. That would solidify Leo's identity in the eyes of the townsfolk and give him an excuse to steer clear of the tavern while completing his investigation here. Avoiding the tavern was a luxury he'd gladly accept. Wait, hold on, Leo protested. He nonetheless snatched up his helmet and tossed it into his unfilled bag. What about my coin purse? We'll look for it later, the town guard said. Now will you comply, or will I cuff you? Leo glanced at Randy, who now looked properly aghast at the whole situation. He reached to his belt, opened the much smaller pouch of coins he kept there for personal expenses, and counted out 8 crescents onto the table. He made sure Randy saw every last one. My apologies, Leo said calmly. I didn't mean to cause trouble for you. The amount of crescents he'd dropped on the table just now was far more than he'd pay for 2 mugs of mead, but he'd made Randy's and Sadie's lives difficult as well. This was the least he could do to make it up to them, even if it might hurt his cover a bit. Perhaps he was simply an unruly adventurer who was still nice to townsfolk. Silverstone, to his credit, was already out the door. Leo suspected the man might even have used shadow walk. Randy, for her part, looked genuinely wary despite the coins, and that, more than anything, made Leo regret this gambit. He didn't want people to be scared of him. Still, even with this awkward start, Leo's plan couldn't have gone much better. 42. A tavern disturbance. Right, the town guard said. Follow me, Argent Shade. Leo inclined his head and meekly followed the town guard out of the tavern. They crossed the wide-open square in the middle of Wolfpine and headed straight for the town guard barracks, a 2-story wooden building with blacked-out and boarded-over windows. No other town guard stood guard outside it, but Leo understood this to be a small garrison. With only 8 guards to stand multiple shifts on the gate, they'd have to spread themselves thin to keep anyone from working overtime. Under normal circumstances, a town guard might not have even entered the meat beast in the middle of the day at all. Of course, this town guard had been waiting for him. Everything was now going according to plan. Leo liked it when things went to plan. The town guard opened the door for him. Leo walked inside. She followed, closed the door, and then pulled the gleaming silver cuffs off her belt. As Leo turned on her, he stared in surprise. Are those necessary? He asked. Necessary? The town guard asked. No. Fun? That depends on you. It took Leo a moment to recognize the obvious amusement in the woman's voice. Was she propositioning him? Why would she do that now? They'd only just met. I'm not here for fun, he assured her. That's a shame. The town guard tucked her gleaming silver cuffs back in her belt. You sure you're a blazer? You're a bit young. Junior blazer? Leo corrected instinctively. He wouldn't claim a title he didn't own. Well, Junior blazer, that was quite the performance. I haven't seen Zack that close to pissing himself since he ran back to town with a quartet of shaitan on his heels. The town guard removed her helmet, something Leo had absolutely not expected her to do, and set it aside. Now, status sheet. Now that he could see her, Leo was surprised by how young this woman looked. She wasn't even out of her early 20s, with a cute face, button nose, and short blonde hair streaked with red. Jenny had described Joanne Ducrest as a senior guard, but she certainly didn't look it. Status sheet? Joanne reminded him. Or are you really that interested in my cuffs? Belatedly, Leo revealed his full status sheet to Joanne. It felt compromising to show something so private to a woman he'd only just met, but Joanne didn't know him. She'd never met him. She knew only that she'd been asked to find and arrest an undercover blazer named Leopold Argentshade in Wolf Pines Tavern, and now knew he was that man. I'm convinced, Joanne said. Leo belatedly hid his status sheet again. What did she mean by that? So far, this town guard was nothing like he'd expected absolutely any town guard to be. So, Joanne said and walked over to an unoccupied desk. Lay it on me. She pulled the seat back, thumped herself into it, and then slammed one booted foot down on the desk. Why'd I get orders straight from the mayor to arrest you and make it look good? Leo took a moment to gather his temporarily dispersed wits. I'm here on a blazer quest. I gathered that, Joanne said, visibly amused. All I got was your name and where you'd be, not what you were doing here. So tell me why we're being so secretive. Right, Leo agreed. I'm here looking for someone, a noble and high-ranking fugitive from Aquarine. The Blazers received word from our office in Frostford that she and a co-conspirator may have traveled to Gracia in the past few weeks. They may be in your town even now. Joanne cocked an eyebrow. And what do these Aquarine fugitives look like? Leo mentally went back over the descriptions he'd been given. They're both of trial age. They both look alike enough to be brother and sister with pale skin and blonde hair. They're not siblings but cousins. The woman is a harmcaster. The man is a brutalist. Right, Joanne said. Can you narrow that down? Narrow what down? Brutalist, Joanne said. Harmcaster, blonde hair. Anything I don't see dozens of times a day? Leo genuinely rummaged through his brain for anything he might have missed. They might be acting suspiciously? Joanne visibly slapped a palm to her face and dragged it down. Gods, Leo, you're killing me. That's all the info I received, Leo said defensively. You can't really have just that to go on. Do you have any details on noticeable scars, giant tattoos? Please tell me you at least have the assumed names they're traveling under. Her name is Anna Bronzelight, Leo said. His is Alan Starshine, which they're obviously not stupid enough to check into the Mead Beast under, Joanne reminded him. You sure you're up for this whole fugitive hunting business? At her suggestion he might not be up to the task, Leo felt his prize rise. He was a junior blazer. He should handle himself better than this. The info I've now given you is all I was given, Leo said calmly. Don't worry. I don't expect you to do my job for me, and I know this has little to do with your duty as a town guard. Now that you've helped me establish my cover as a simple adventurer, I'll find them myself. Good luck with that, Joanne said ruefully. Still, this was fun. I had fun. She smirked anew. You sure you don't want me to slap the cuffs on? I know a few tricks you might not. No, Leo said pointedly. But thank you for your help. I'll need copies of the guest logs for both the Mead Beast and the Scarlet Rose from the last 6 weeks, as soon as you can get them. I'll also need a place to stay that's not either of those. While I'm here, I intend to keep a low profile. Joanne smirked. You're doing a great job of that so far. I simply wanted people to know who I am, Leo said evenly. Or rather, I wanted them to know who they think I am. Given what just happened in the tavern, do you think they will? As Joanne watched him, her gaze turned newly appraising. So that's why you made such a ruckus? To convince everyone in town you're a troublemaker? Better than convincing everyone I'm a blazer looking for 2 fugitives. With luck, some of the less law-abiding adventurers in town may even hear about today's incident and be more willing to confide in me, especially since I managed to get myself arrested my first day here. Joanne nodded approvingly. It's not a bad plan. It's not even a bad cover. Maybe I was too quick to judge you, Argent Shade. It's Leo, Leo said. And that's fine, of course. And again, I really appreciate your help. You're awful polite when you put your mind to it. Got a lovely chin, too. Now I really am thinking about slapping the cuffs on you. Joanne cocked an eyebrow. You're 18, right? Leo felt a blush heating his face. I'm here on a quest. Quests can be fun, Joanne reminded him, especially when we're being sneaky. Thank you for the offer. Leo didn't want to offend a woman who might become his only real ally in this small town, but God, she was forward. But I shouldn't get distracted. Joanne sighed and slid her boot off the desk with a thump. I suppose there's always Luke. Leo assumed Luke was her boyfriend, but if she had a boyfriend, why was she propositioning him? Was Luke an entertainer? He really needed to stop thinking about all this. Joanne stood. Grab any cell you like. The penalty for dueling in town is a day cooling your heels in one, so that should give you plenty of time to plot your next brilliant move. None of the other town guards save Captain Cliffbreeze know your true identity, and the two of us will keep it that way. Though I do wonder why the Blazers insisted on keeping all this so quiet. You can trust us. I do, Leo said, before he thought better of it. It wasn't my call. Just orders. I understand those, Joanne agreed ruefully. Anyway, in you go. I'll need to confiscate your armor, weapon, and bag. I trust you're properly dressed under all that? I am, Leo said. Too bad, Joanne said wistfully. Leo was honestly starting to consider her offer. She really was awfully attractive. Yet what if her attempt to seduce him was another test from Jenny to see if he could keep his mind on his quest? He couldn't risk mucking up things again. Not today. I'll have the guest logs you requested by nightfall, Joanne said. The son of our town's best scribe just got chosen as a town guard, so I'll give him the task to copy down the guest logs and not tell him why. He won't question it, and I imagine his penmanship is impeccable. Leo perked up. You're talking about Glenn Redwood, right? Joanne snorted. He's really that famous? Jenny mentioned him, Leo said. That is my superior. He sounds like an impressive individual. I think she's still cross he didn't end up with the Blazers. Not as cross as Becca, Joanne said. Leo nodded. I met her on the road briefly. We didn't talk much, but she looked determined. Becca is that, Joanne agreed. Anyway, here I am chatting with you when I should be tossing you in a cell and leaving to get my brains boned out. Let's get one done so I can get to the other. Leo said nothing as Joanne helped him out of his armor, set his armor and weapons aside, and then marched him to a cell. He truly had no idea what to make of this woman. Was she really a town guard? He'd always assumed they'd be impossibly stiff and intimidating. Joanne was absolutely not that. Once the cell door shut, Leo realized he was, indeed, trapped inside a cell now. Again. Still, this cell was nice, with a firm cot covered in fresh straw, and, most importantly, no rats. That was another difference between a big town and a small one, he supposed. The cells in a small town were much nicer. Joanne leaned casually against the bars. Anything I can get you before I leave you to rot? A meal? Leo asked. I mean, when you have time. Somebody will be along to feed you soon enough, Joanne assured him. Martin's on that duty today. He's a bit of a sourpuss, but be polite, and he won't poison you. Right. I'll be polite. And for what it's worth, I hope you find your fugitives. Leo nodded with fresh determination. For what it's worth, I fully intend to. Zach. It was now past dark outside the Mead Beast, and, most importantly, past the end of Glenn Redwood's shift on the gates. Zach had no doubt Glenn would accept his latest invitation to meet them for drinks, given how endlessly his friend had badgered him about another one. Ever since Erica had showed up with Glenn in tow, Zach had been nervous his old friend would figure out something was going on with Anna and Alan, but Glenn didn't seem to have a clue. Tonight, Glenn was meeting them to celebrate their rescue of Renee Fallowpeak and the arrest of the infamous Shrike. As much as Zach remained determined not to become some sappy hero from one of Glenn's storybooks, he kept on getting caught up in rescues and crime-stopping. It was all Glenn's influence. Glenn was just the worst about that sort of thing. Alan, holding a half-eaten meat roll in one hand and a half-empty mug in the other, raised the mug and spoke. "What are we toasting to now? Do I care? I literally do not care. Cheers." He chugged the last of his mead like a veteran Wolf Pine adventurer, slammed down the mug, and waved to Randy. "Another?" Zach glanced affectionately at Anna. She remained nestled in the crook of his arm, sipping her own mug of apple mead. "He really is starting to fit in, isn't he?" Zach asked. With all the ruckus in the tavern tonight, he had no worries about anyone overhearing their conversation unless they sat at the same table. Only a well-hidden shadower would do that, and if there were any shadowers still watching him, waiting for him to try to pawn off the strange crystal his contact had yet to claim, Zach welcomed their attention. He'd even offered to buy them a drink. Anna snickered contentedly and looked up at him with warm eyes. "One can hardly blame him. I believe this is the first time you've ever brought him around. Our hero." "I try," Zach said mirthfully. "And I know you two will like Glenn. He really is an impossibly nice person." "I liked him last time," Anna agreed. "Which was, what, a month ago?" He glanced at Alan. "And you, my friend, you plan to slow down any time soon?" "Not so long as you're buying," Alan said. Randy swept by and dropped another full mug on the table without even slowing down. "Thanks for the business," she shouted. "And thanks for Zach's coins." As much as he wanted to be annoyed with her, Zach couldn't help but admire Randy's grace and boundless enthusiasm. With a fresh crop of young adventurers in town, Sadie's daughter was in her element. She dodged drunkards and slung mugs like the best adventurers in Wolfpine dodged monsters. The mean beast would likely do even better than normal tonight. Still, it wasn't like crescents were a problem for him right now. Preceptor Fallow Peak had been almost obscenely generous, giving Zach a full 10 moons in reward for saving his daughter. Given his newfound fortune, buying Alan and Anna some drinks seemed only fair. As Zach's eyes swept across the crowd, he spotted a rather comely blonde-haired woman in a red cotton robe eyeing them from a few tables over. Or rather, Zach realized to his delight, she was actually eyeing Alan. Would wonders never cease? Given how grumpy Alan Ironstar had been these past few weeks, there was absolutely nothing Zach could think that would better improve his mood than a fun night with good company. He whistled softly to catch Alan's gaze. "Ironstar, heads up." Alan immediately perked up, all pretense of drunkenness vanishing. "What is it?" Had Alan just been pretending to be drunk? Or could he ignite and put it out like a torch when troubled? Zach imagined Alan would need his wits about him for his next adventure. "2 tables over," Zach said softly. "The blonde in the red robe." Alan frowned in what might be confusion, then casually glanced in the direction Zach had suggested. The moment his eyes fell upon her, the blonde-haired adventurer in the red robe sat up straighter. She grinned, and then, tentatively, waved right at them. Alan's gaze immediately jolted back to Zach and Anna. "Gods! What's your problem?" Zach demanded quietly. "She's gorgeous." "She is quite lovely," Anna agreed quietly from beside him. "But, Zach." "Absolutely not," Alan demanded, staring right at Anna. "Not into blondes?" Zach asked. "Not into relationships," Alan said calmly, as he nursed his mug and stared straight ahead. "It may feel as if we're safe here, but we can't get close to people we don't know." Zach sighed. "Gods, Alan, she's not asking you to marry her. She just wants to Anna's sharp poke to his ribs made him yelp. When he glanced at her, he caught a worried warning that just as quickly vanished back beneath her normal calm. Zach stared a moment before settling back against the bar. Anna settled against him. She hadn't looked angry. It hadn't been an angry warning. She'd looked concerned. As Zach thought back on Alan's words, absolutely not, and the fact that Alan's admonition to keep silent had been directed at Anna, not him, he saw the possibility too late. He also felt like an absolute heel for not seeing it earlier. Alan must have a woman back home in Aquarine, a woman of whom he was quite fond. He'd likely left her behind and become a fugitive to keep Anna safe, to ensure Anna escaped her traitorous brother and his many minions. If that was true, Alan Ironstar was a far more generous soul than Zack had ever guessed. Alan must be missing his woman terribly, and here Zack was trying to toss him in bed with a blonde adventurer he scarcely knew. He hadn't known until now, of course, but still. What could he say? How could he make this right? Fortunately, the doors to the mean beast opened before Zack could dwell on it. His savior walked in through the doors, Glenn Redwood. Zack had rarely in all his life been happier to see a town guard walk into the tavern. He rose just enough to wave and whistle. Glenn's eyes swept across the tavern and alighted upon Zack, then passed over the two people at the table with him. His whole face lit up as he walked over. He seemed unaware. Literally everyone in the tavern quickly slipped out of his way. Glenn had told him that bothered him at first, but now he was used to it. The blonde adventurer looked elsewhere once it became clear Glenn was heading to their table. 4 months ago, Zack would have slid over to her table himself to say hello, but he was, surprisingly, completely content with the treasure now on his arm. He slipped back into his seat beside Anna. Instead of simply thumping down and shouting for a mug, as literally any other adventurer in Wolfpine would do, Glenn stopped by their table and waited to be formally invited. "Anna, Alan, wonderful to see you again. May I join you?" "You saved us from those shaitan, remember?" Anna eagerly beckoned him to sit down. "You'll always be welcome at our table. Please, join us." "Please," Alan agreed evenly. He scooted over to make room on his bench. Glenn thumped down beside Alan and offered the man his hand. "Nice to see you again, Alan." Glenn was just a stickler for politeness. Alan shook Glenn's hand with only a trace of consternation. "Likewise. I'd have joined you for drinks again before now, but my schedule kept keeping us apart." He eyed Zack knowingly. "Almost like someone knew when I was on the gates." Zack grinned wide. "Erica couldn't make it?" Diversion, especially diversion involving the subject of women, was most always the way to refocus Glenn. He still couldn't believe Glenn had straight up turned Erica down when she finally asked him on a date, but at least they both seemed fine with it. At this point, he was almost jealous of how good friends Glenn and Erica had become. "She's helping her mother catch up with a big order all the way from Lakebrook after they underestimated a job," Glenn said proudly. "Erica's a tailor and already incredibly skilled. Do you know she actually made level 7 last week? Considering she's not even 17 yet, that's impressive." Anna leaned forward, one eyebrow raised. "Erica is your girlfriend?" "Oh, no," Glenn said, then hesitated. "That is, she's wonderful, but just a friend." "So you have lots of female friends?" Anna asked innocently. "That makes sense, I suppose. From what I have heard, town guards have a truly impressive amount of stamina." Glenn stared at her for a moment. He opened his mouth to reply. He failed to do so. Zack laughed and thumped the table. "Oh, that's perfect." Anna gave him a squeeze. "Am I now?" Glenn found his wits. "I'm waiting for someone," he assured them all, as if he'd just finished coming to some sort of life-affirming revelation. "That's all." "How wonderful that we've all cleared that up," Alan muttered into his mug. "He's always like this, by the way," Zack told them. "Just so you know what you're going to put up with if he joins us on the regular." Randy chose that moment to slap a fresh mug down in front of Glenn. Before he could do more than glance at her, she thumped Glenn on the shoulder and hurried away. "Free drinks," Zack reminded the others. "He's the one person here I'm not paying for." Zack looked between them, then stared at Zack. "Just how much money did you drag out of Preceptor Fallowpeak?" Zack tossed back his mug and chugged mead. He raised one finger to forestall further questions as he did so, letting the silence linger long enough for Glenn to visibly grow even more annoyed. Finally, Zack set down his empty mug, licked his lips, and smiled wide. "How much did you ask for?" "Nothing," Glenn said evenly. "Anything I accepted might have been considered a bribe." "And that's why I'm not a town guard," Zack told everyone. "Now, what are you eating?" Before anyone could answer, Zack caught a glimpse of the next person to step into the meat beast. He immediately sat up taller. Even out of his armor, he'd never forget that adventurer's narrow nose, wide chin, and bright blonde hair. It was the skirmisher who tried to duel him. "Problem?" Glenn asked calmly. The adventurer, Leopold Argentshade, as he'd introduced himself, made one long visual sweep of the tavern as if utterly overwhelmed by the sheer number of people inside it. Zack sat silently beside Anna and felt her go tense beside him. None of them said anything until Leopold, without another word, turned and walked back out of the meat beast. Gods, what a jerk. Glenn glanced at the doors. "Was that the man who tried to duel you?" "And he's level 10, Zack reminded everyone. "Which, honestly, how's that even fair?" "I'll talk to him," Glenn said and made to rise. Zack grabbed his wrist just in time. "Sit down, hero." Glenn, frowning, nonetheless sat back down. Zack suspected Glenn could easily have lifted all three of them and the table beside, but he listened to his friends. He'd forgotten just how protective Glenn could be, especially since the gods had literally ordered him to protect people. "Leave him be," Zack said. "Poor guy looks lost. I actually feel bad for him." "If he tries again, I'll just laugh in his face," Zack said, putting on his best rueful smirk. "Relax and finish your mug. We're celebrating, remember? Talking about what a hero you are." Anna giggled in the crook of his arm. "And a rather handsome hero, too." Zack squeezed her thigh. "I'd tell you not to get any ideas, but he'd just turn you down." Anna sighed. "Heroes always seem so busy being heroic." She pressed her hip firmly against his. "I was just doing my job," Glenn said calmly. "And we'd never have rescued Renee without your help, so if I'm a hero, Zack, you'll have to be one too." "No thanks," Zack said. "If being a big, bold hero means I don't get paid, I'll pass." 43. A Grand Discovery. Leo. A full 2 weeks after he'd first arrived in Wolfpine, Leopold Argentshade woke both utterly depressed and utterly worn out. Beside his small spare bed, the first rays of sunlight peeked into his largely unfurnished guest room. The window was clean, mostly, with a perfect view of the house across the street and the town wall beyond. In other words, absolutely nothing remotely interesting. In addition to sleeping in Barry Dewcrest's spare room, Joanne had been kind enough to arrange a lodging contract for Leo with her father, ensuring Leo's true identity stayed under the radar. He had, of course, hunted monsters. Hunting was what adventurers did, and under normal circumstances, Leo enjoyed it. He enjoyed challenging any monster that came his way. At level 10, though, there were no monsters in Gracia that gave him experience. Even so, Leo had risen at the crack of every day for 13 days to stride out of Wolfpine's gates. He'd prowled the Safe Road and the Dewdrop Hills and the Deep Scorn Woods and even the Rust Iron Flats, anywhere an adventurer leveling as a fugitive might gain experience. He'd been certain he'd stumble across his targets in a few days, perhaps even save them from a dangerous situation and gain their trust. He was just another rowdy adventurer on the wrong side of the town guards. They'd never suspect him of being a junior blazer secretly hunting for wanted fugitives. Yet while Leo had encountered many adventurers in his 2 weeks, he'd been unable to positively identify any of them as Anna Bronzelight or Alan Starshine. Many adventurers wore helmets, of course, which made it hard to tell their hair color or see their faces. Others matched the general descriptions Leo had been given, but without the ability to see their status sheets, he could only guess at their identities. He tried introducing himself more than once, of course, as was the custom. "Leopold Argentshade, level 10 skirmisher." Even those who'd responded need not have responded honestly. Some didn't respond at all. And as Leo spent his first 2 weeks making absolutely no headway on his first Blazer quest, one Jenny had given him a month to complete, he was now increasingly certain he'd fail it. He'd fail Jenny. Leo realized now, much too late, that his instinctive discomfort with social situations had complicated his quest. He'd ventured back into the mead beast more than once, always received a warning look from Sadie the moment he arrived. Given how he'd behaved his first day in her tavern, he couldn't blame Sadie for being less than welcoming. Once in the tavern, he'd then sit quietly, alone, as he sipped mead as he watched other people having a great time. While he quickly learned to separate the townsfolk and regulars from the adventurers just passing through, none stood out. Would fugitives even drink at the Mead Beast? Leo had made no real friends here, no contacts. He'd learned no juicy gossip. He'd simply spent 2 weeks sleeping in the spare bed and roaming a zone that was too low level for him while missing Lakebrook and his fellow junior blazers. He'd never thought to miss Lakebrook, but he did. Now, he should get up and hunt. He knew he should get up and hunt to ensure he didn't miss anyone who might be hunting early. Hunting early would be what he'd do if he were a fugitive. Less competition to steal his kills and less eyes to identify him to others. Yet today, 2 weeks into his quest, Leo simply couldn't summon the willpower to spend another day aimlessly wandering Gracia. What he was doing obviously wasn't working, so rather than continue to sink time into a strategy that wouldn't work, he needed a new one. He'd have an easier time coming up with that new strategy if he rested in bed and stared out a window at nothing at all. The sun rose, the town woke. As the gears in Leo's head turned futilely, failing to churn out a plan, his eyes remained fixed but unseeing on the unremarkable house across the street. There, the adventurer he'd unwittingly roped into the incident at the tavern appeared. Zach Silverstone lived in the house next door with his mother, Beth. An amusing coincidence. Given the trouble he'd put Zach through, Leo hadn't gone over to introduce himself. He'd actually taken pains to avoid them both. Still, it was amusing to see Zach apparently sneaking out of his own bedroom window. Zach was dressed in the same dusk leather he'd worn the day Leo accused him of stealing his coin purse. It looked considerably more scuffed now, suggesting Zach had been busy leveling. Zach's bedroom window was high enough that he had to drop to the ground, so why wouldn't Zach just use the door? Was he stealing from his own mother? That was almost too ludicrous to be true. Zach didn't slink away. He turned back to his window and reached up, and then a long, pale, bare leg clad in a dark boot emerged. Leo's eyes widened. That leg and boot were followed by another, and then both boots landed atop Zach's raised hands. As the two exchanged all but inaudible words and laughter, Leo sat up further. Zach had a woman in his room, and obviously one he didn't want his mother to know about. Leo chuckled quietly to himself. Zach's morning escape was both amusing and also made Leo a bit jealous. He and that woman had no doubt had an enjoyable night right under the nose of Zach's mother. Leo knew from his investigations that Beth Silverstone was a successful local merchant. Or did Beth know what was going on with Zach and the woman? Leo couldn't guess what might be going on in her house. She might be fine with her son sleeping around. There was no shame in that. His curiosity piqued. Leo's eyes lingered on the shapely young woman who soon dropped into the alley. She had short brown hair and wore a blue cotton robe. He felt vaguely creepy watching them both from his window inside a dark room into which neither of them could see, but he had 2 weeks of failure under his belt, 2 weeks of boredom. Zach's life, at least, was interesting. When Zach pressed the woman against the wall of his own house and started kissing her, Leo immediately looked away. He didn't want to spy on that. Soon, the soft sound of gentle speech told him the two were now headed out. Leo took one last look. That was when the sun caught the woman's short brown hair from behind. It glowed as she fluffed it while making honey eyes at Zach, and by her ear, Zach caught a tuft of golden blonde. He sat up so straight he nearly hit his head. He then crept to the window as quietly and stealthily as he could. The woman was already walking away with Zach. As the two of them did so, a man emerged from the front door of Zach's house, a muscular man with pale skin and ratty brown hair. He hadn't come out of the window. He hadn't been in Zach's room, but he had been in Zach's house. Why would a young man who looked nothing like Zach be living in Zach's house? This man looked resigned, like he'd long ago given up on talking either Zach or the woman out of sneaking out of the window together. The man was a bit older than Zach, but still younger than Leo. Moreover, his ragged hair looked like he'd cut it himself. Leo knew that look, since he'd often cut his own hair while he was still pinching crescents on the docks of Lakebrook. The brown-haired man wore a large shield strapped to his back and wore armor that looked quite battered from constant use. He carried a mace. That obviously made him a brutalist, while the woman wore a cotton robe. Harmcasters wore cotton robes? The three of them walked off to the town gates, the Shadower, the Brutalist, and the Harmcaster. And as Leo assured himself, what he'd seen had been no trick of the light. He smiled in shocked and sudden triumph. While most of that woman's hair might be dyed brown, he'd clearly seen blonde roots as she playfully fluffed her hair out for her paramour. And the man? He'd likely dyed his hair brown as well. If two fugitives knew they were known to those hunting them as two people with golden blonde hair, changing that hair's color would be one's first priority. Changing its style would be the next. As Leo considered this, several facts that had lingered 2 weeks in the back of his mind slotted together like tumblers in a lock. An excitement he'd not felt in that long invigorated him. First, there were the copied guest logs from the Mead Beast and the Scarlet Rose, both of which he discreetly received from Joanne. In all, they hadn't proven much help. Despite Joanne's claims that Glenn Redwood was the son of a scribe, the man's penmanship was atrocious. Leo had spent 2 days just trying to decipher the names on the sheet. He'd found no Allens or Annas, at least none that he could identify. Jenny had told him the fugitives might have been in Wolfpine for more than 6 weeks, but if that was the case, he'd have to request and parse even more guest lists. Ultimately, he decided going back further than 6 weeks wasn't worth the effort, since Anna and Allen obviously weren't staying at the Mead Beast now. Secondly, there was the conversation he'd witnessed the first day he'd arrived, just before he picked a fight with Zach Silverstone in the tavern. Randy Calladust's taunting words to Zach played back in Leo's head, as clear as when she first spoke them. "After you stole our only long-term investments, you owe us a round or 6. At the time, Leo had no idea what Randy had meant by investments. Her wordplay had thrown him at the time. It seemed ludicrous at the time that anyone, let alone Zach, could steal literal investments. Yet guests, people who paid for an inn every day, could be considered as such, especially if they signed up for a long-term stay and then suddenly changed their mind, like a pair of fugitives might. Once they remembered, someone would eventually check the guest rosters at the Mead Beast. So his fugitives had found alternate lodging with Beth Silverstone, a private citizen who had no responsibility to either keep or share guest logs at Zach's suggestion. Zach had been the key to his quest all along. Leo had met Anna Bronzelight's co-conspirator in Wolfpine the first day he arrived. Worse, he'd spent 2 weeks sleeping directly across from the man and his quarry. 2 weeks. He'd never once seen a blonde-haired woman who'd cut her hair and dyed it brown sneaking out of Zach's window, because he always left at the crack of dawn. He always left before they did. Zach and the woman he suspected was Anna Bronzelight slept in every morning, most likely, or they weren't asleep. They could be doing quite a number of other things, but Leo wouldn't speculate on how they occupied their mornings. That wasn't any of his business. What was his business was his quest, his fugitives. All of this felt right. Zach knew Anna Bronzelight. Zach was sleeping with Anna Bronzelight. And Anna and her cousin, Alan Starshine, were lodgers living with Beth Silverstone. Leo had finally found his targets. So, now what? He had to follow them and verify his suspicions. He didn't even bother shrugging on his armor, which would take too much time and require rousing Barry Ducrest to help him with the straps. Leo simply left his armor where it was, snatched up his steel spear, and hurried out the door. Being without his dependable steel armor left him feeling a bit vulnerable, but he moved faster without it. He was also level 10. He could handle Gracia's low-level monsters without armor if it came to that. But could he handle a Shadower, a Brutalist, and a Harmcaster? Leo made up his mind as they hurriedly left Barry Ducrest's house, and Barry, who was snoring loudly, to their own devices. He wouldn't attempt to arrest Anna or Alan today. Jenny hadn't ordered him to arrest them, simply to find them, and things could turn violent if he tried. Leo might have stolen food and coin when he was younger to survive, but he had absolutely no desire to hurt anyone. He would simply track his targets. He would verify they were who he thought they were beyond a shadow of a doubt. And then he would contact Jenny in Lakebrook via phantom correspondence and tell her he'd located his fugitives. He'd actually completed his first Blazer quest. Leo reached into his unfilled bag and removed his steel helmet. That, at least, he could easily don himself, and slipped it on. As with all adventurer gear, it fit snugly, and it also completely hid his face. It did look a bit odd without armor, but some adventurers couldn't afford to purchase a full set of steel armor all at one time. Few purchased a helmet first, but it was possible. With the successful completion of a 3-week-long blazer quest ahead, it was all Leo could do not to whistle as he hurried toward the town gates of Wolfpine. 44. A tracker turned about. Leo kept far back from his quarry, walking at an easy pace along the same safe road walked by dozens of adventurers every day. Nothing he was doing was unusual. Nothing he was doing would arouse suspicion. Zack, Anna, and Alan hadn't once looked back. Even so, it wasn't long before they all stopped and talked in the middle of the safe road. Leo kept himself from pausing only with practice. He slowed his pace enough that he wouldn't be seen stalking them, yet Zack soon glanced his way. The man's brown eyes narrowed in obvious recognition. Leo had long ago unwrapped his mother's crimson scarf from around his steel spear. It wouldn't do to have an easily identifiable weapon unless he wanted to be identified. Yet Zack was watching him almost intently now. Leo had been foolish enough to think he looked different enough to fool Zack. He really should have found a better disguise, but there was nothing to be done about it now. Leo kept walking straight down the safe road, straight toward his fugitives, without really looking at them. Turning around right now would only arouse more suspicion, and quickening his pace would alarm everyone. He was a man who had no interest in the 3 people ahead, and nothing but a day of hunting monsters ahead, so he'd act that way. Nothing else he could do now. After a moment's conversation, Anna glanced his way as well. Seeing her again from inside his full-face helmet, Leo was absolutely certain her roots were golden blonde. He also didn't fail to notice the way she instinctively covered those roots and her ear with one hand. She was cautious about those. Should he approach and announce himself? They'd simply run away, and Leo saw no benefit to attempting an arrest right now. He only had one pair of lawgiver cuffs, and even with the law of consent to protect everyone, he was hesitant to engage 3 people alone. If he tried to arrest Anna and she resisted, could her party aid her by breaking the law for her? Leo didn't actually know. He did know, however, that when a blazer chose to arrest somebody, they couldn't do it with impunity. While a blazer's target could not attack them first, since they had no cause to ignore the law of consent, once a blazer did engage, their target could fight back. Anna looked away. She smiled at Zack as Zack, smiling back, leaned in to kiss her. None of them gave Leo a second glance. Had they decided he wasn't a threat? Leo was still more than 50 paces away when the 3 of them split up. Anna and Alan strode east toward the Dewdrop Hills. Zack sauntered west toward the Deepscorn Woods. After 2 weeks hunting in this quaint little starter zone, Leo knew Gracia's terrain as well as one who'd grown up here, or almost. The only place he had yet to fully explore was the Rust Iron Flats. Few hunted there, as literally no one liked dealing with cliff spiders or their queen, the only other elite in Gracia. Even Volpor, it was rumored, steered well clear of Kalika, the fearsome cliff spider queen. The choice of his quarry to split left Leo with a quick decision to make. The most obvious course of action was to follow Anna and Alan and reconsider his decision not to arrest them. He might not get a better chance to do it quietly outside town. Based on the information Jenny had given him, he was 4 levels higher than they were. Without Zack to cause trouble, he might even manage to arrest both Anna and Alan with a minimum of fuss. They might go quietly once he promised they'd receive a fair trial and the protection of the Blazers. That was also wishful thinking, and Leo had no luxury for that today. The other alternative was to follow Zack. If Anna and Alan now suspected Leo of being after them, his choice to follow Zack instead could throw them off the scent. No blazer hunting 2 fugitives would ignore them and head after someone else, would they? Leo headed west. He headed toward the Deepscorn Woods to go after Zack Silverstone. He knew who Anna and Alan were now. He was absolutely certain of their identities, and the last thing he needed was the 2 of them bolting before Jenny could arrive. If he chased Zack today and claimed to be after recompense for his missing pouch, Zack, Anna, and Alan might all conclude Leopold Argentshade was simply a stubborn ass, which he could be when it was necessary to complete his quest. A Blazer did all they could to complete their quests. Leo didn't look at Anna or Alan as he strode resolutely for the woods. He suspected they were now looking at him, possibly in surprise, yet dared not check. He had to show absolutely no interest in them so that even if they were worried about him, they wouldn't flee. They obviously had a good deal going here with Zack, lodging in his home, and fugitives wouldn't give up that. They wouldn't abandon such a deal unless they were certain they had no other choice. Leo slipped into the deep Scorn woods without difficulty. During his first few days hunting out here, he'd found the dense woods both annoying and troublesome, yet it wasn't long before he found his way and learned to walk them. After all, he slotted both fleet-footed and feather-light. Even without the skirmisher blessings which granted mobility, Leo had always been a quick study on difficult terrain. He'd spent his childhood walking tight beams above town, and without his heavy armor to slow him down, he was even more nimble. A good skirmisher remained ever nimble. Still, how was he to find Zack in all this greenery? The man was a native of Gracia, and moreover a shadower. This would take work, or more accurately, good old-fashioned tracking. The exact type they taught junior Blazers. Leo stopped and knelt where Zack had entered the woods. He spotted a broken stalk at once, then rose and followed the direction it suggested. A faint footprint came soon after. Zack was light on his feet, but not that light, followed by more muddy leaves that had been turned over by the passage of a boot. Zack might be a shadower, but he evidently knew nothing about covering his tracks. Leo's divinity attribute was reasonably high for a non-caster. He'd spent a few levels fighting with knives to ensure it grew, because he knew divinity was the hardest attribute to raise, and demons were difficult to see without it. So with his reasonable divinity and a 4-level advantage, he could spot Zack even in Shadow Walk, if he got close. That was the one weakness that often afflicted shadowers. They relied too much on their skills to remain hidden, while neglecting the basics of remaining hidden through mortal means, like hiding the settled tracks they left in fresh mud. Zack's trail remained faint but clear. A bent branch, a bent stalk, a turned leaf, or a faint footprint. Leo was deep in the deep Scorn woods before he knew it. Only as the woods closed in on all sides, cutting deeply into the once bright morning light, did he consider for the first time that he might have underestimated his quarry. What if he was the one failing to use all his instincts? What if he was able to track Zack so easily because Zack wanted to be tracked? That would be a fine way to lead him away from Anna Bronzelight and the cousin who'd helped her steal from Frostfurt's coffers. Even if Zack was luring him on, this still played right into his hands. Leo enjoyed mind games as much as he enjoyed those on the board of Strat-Go. Both were battles of strategy and misdirection, not just physical contests, and he found he was truly enjoying this contest with Zack. His success in finally finding his fugitives had lifted his spirits. Sure enough, scarcely 5 minutes later, Zack's trail came to an abrupt end. Leo stopped. He considered a moment, then pulled off his helmet to reveal his grimace. He glared at the now missing trail and visibly ground his teeth. Zack was likely close by, likely in Shadow Walk, and likely cackling to himself about how well his clever ploy to lure that stupid skirmisher into the woods had worked. Leo was all too happy to let Zack have his victory. His goal, his quest, was far more important than his pride. Leo pulled his helmet back on, secured it, and visibly cast about for a few minutes before huffing loudly and turning away. He didn't want to remain too long. Since Zack was level 6, his Shadow Walk would only last 6 minutes, and Leo didn't want Zack accidentally giving himself away. He needed Zack to be absolutely certain he'd gotten the best of his angry opponent today. He'd taken no more than 10 steps when a man whistled from behind him. Leo snatched his spear off his back and spun with the speed and grace he'd honed from years of learning to keep his distance while savaging his foes. He found Zack Silverstone standing in full view where his trail had ended, hands on hips and one eyebrow cocked. Leo lowered his spear. "What do you want?" Zack grinned easily. "You wanted to talk?" Leo gave it a moment. "I still haven't found my coin pouch. Don't see how I can help you with that. Why are you chasing my friends?" Leo tilted his head inside his helmet. Who? The two people with me. Or did you come for me after all? Leo slammed the butt of his spear into the ground. I don't care who you're boning, and I don't care what your no-account friends are up to. They didn't steal from me. You did. See, I didn't, but I honestly don't care any longer, Zack said, because I'm annoyed with you. You're the annoying one. No, you really are, Zack assured him easily. I didn't steal your pouch. I didn't do anything to you, and as eager as you are to duel me, I really have no desire to keep dodging you either in Gracia or back in town. We're both adults, right? Let's handle this like those. Leo gave the silence a beat before he responded. What would you suggest? We duel, Zack said, but in front of the town guards. Leo allowed himself a frown. Scared you'll lose? I'm level 6. You've got 4 levels on me. That's why I don't want to duel you out here in the middle of the woods where one of us could get seriously injured. What if a monster attacks when one of us is recovering? I won't hurt you, Leo said. Much. And nothing will happen if you give me my pouch, which I didn't steal, Zack reminded him with visible exasperation. Anyway, that's my offer. I'll duel you, but only in front of the town guards and outside the town where they won't arrest us for it. We'll have an honest contest between consenting adventurers, and afterward I'll buy you a drink, all right? You look like you could use a drink. Zack actually sounded serious about trying to resolve this bad blood with a duel and drink. Leo's respect for the other man increased yet another notch. Given how much of a bore Leo had been so far, Zack was being remarkably mature about all of this. Moreover, Zack was still willing to duel despite their 4-level difference. He wasn't just savvy with a good head on his shoulders, but brave as well. Leo could respect all of that, though he couldn't let Zack know he respected it. That would ruin the unruly image he'd worked so hard to cultivate. Leo pretended to consider it. Fine, but we'll do it now. No dawdling. No dawdling, Zack agreed as he strode off toward the safe road. It's been a while since I've had a good duel. When I beat you, though, you have to promise not to be mad. Leo scoffed audibly as he laughed, silently, at Zack's refreshing bravado. You won't win. It'll certainly be interesting, Zack agreed. And after this one-sided feud you're attempting to keep up, it's done. We're done. That's my condition, and I won't duel with it. We duel, we drink, and that's the end of this. Understood? At the thought of bearing the animosity between them, Leo genuinely considered letting Zack win. If Leo lost a fight to someone 4 levels below him, everyone in Wolf Pine would gossip about how weak he was, a weak petty skirmisher who was not the type the Blazers recruited. Zack would also gain notoriety as a result of winning such a duel, and helping Zack bolster his reputation was the least Leo owed the man after all the trouble he'd caused him. Leo visibly considered for as long as he dared without risking Zack would call the whole thing off. We have an accord. We have an accord, Zack agreed. Now, as to who actually stole your pouch? Leo walked onward. I have no idea, Zack said. If I see anyone walking around with a giant bundle of coins, you'll be the first to know. Leo had almost let himself relax when the Rakshasa stepped out of the woods. Zack leapt back several paces as the demon emerged from shimmer in full view of both of them. It had all 4 muscular arms extended as red smoke rose off all 4 demonic blades. It was a coal-skinned humanoid that almost had a human face save for its glowing red eyes, missing nose, and serrated teeth, and it wore only a crimson loincloth. Demons like this were rare, even in Evolan. Leo had a spear out and ready in the blink of an eye. There was no way a level 15 demon could be in Gracia, yet here one was anyway. So it seemed he'd be fighting a demon today. Just his luck. Zack reached for the pouch at his hip and glanced at Leo with wide eyes. Is that a Rakshasa? Leo agreed grimly. Level 15 at least, and completely immune to those little toothpicks you carry. And here he was without his steel armor. Run? Zack suggested, hand still resting on his pouch. Running's always a good plan. Go now, Leo agreed. I'll hold it until you're clear. With the threat of the forever death now ahead, Leo had no luxury to maintain his boorish, incompetent persona. A Rakshasa could absolutely chase down and murder a level 6 shadower, even if he used Shadow Walk, and this demon looked in the mood to do just that. As it strode far too quickly toward Zack, Leo took a step forward and struck first. Piercing throw. He tossed his gleaming steel spear with unerring accuracy. His skill enhanced both his aim and his strength. He had no luxury to gain prowess today. The Rakshasa darted forward to avoid Leo's thrown spear entirely, just as he'd expected it to. As he, Zack, and the Rakshasa all continued their movements forward, invisible lines formed in Leo's head. He dashed 3 steps toward Zack, as Zack shrieked and ran. The demon went straight for Zack, lost in its rage as Leo activated his second and more subtle skill. He called that skill precisely when the Rakshasa was between him and his still hurtling spear. Windborne Recall. In the space it took to blink, Leo's spear flipped. The wind itself carried his steel spear back to him at the same speed it had hard departed his hand, and this time it came at the Rakshasa from behind. The demon, now absolutely certain Leo was disarmed, didn't even see it coming, or notice that the tip of Leo's otherwise harmless, to a demon, spear glowed bright white. Leo's glowing steel spear, blessed with the expensive enchantment Demon Slaying, punched right through the Rakshasa's back and out its chest. The demon stumbled forward and dropped to both knees. It stared in wide-eyed shock at the glowing white spear now protruding at least an arm's length from its chest. Above it, its health bar appeared with a third charred black. 6 hells, Zack whispered. Now we run, Leo commanded. Go! Zack took off at a sprint through the deep-scorn woods toward the safe road. Leo, now right on his tail, followed close. As he ran, he reached back with one hand while keeping his eyes ahead. Windborne Refresh. A wave of weakness flooded Leo's body, one he'd long ago learned to ignore. He'd just spent a considerable amount of blood. Even so, he kept running at almost the same pace despite the tingle in his arms and legs. Windborne Recall. Limbs snapped as the sound of a hurtling object assured Leo his steel spear was once again hurtling toward his extended hand. The Rakshasa didn't scream as the spear exited its body, but Rakshasa didn't scream. Their implacable silence was one of the most disturbing things about them. That and the fact that they attacked with 4 serrated demonic swords. Leo caught his hurtling returning spear without looking and swung it to rest in both hands as he ran ever onward. He didn't need to open his status sheet to know he was out of tricks. He'd caught the Rakshasa by surprise with his first attack, but even wounded, it would still easily finish him in a fair fight without his armor, one he had absolutely no intention of allowing today. Piercing Throw allowed a skirmisher to throw a spear with unerring accuracy, but it had a 3-minute cooldown. Windborne Recall allowed Leo to recall that spear, but it also had a 3-minute cooldown. And finally, Windborne Refresh immediately ended the cooldown on both skills, while consuming a full 100 blood. In addition, it had a 12-hour cooldown. Most melee classes didn't have skills with long cooldowns. Most melee classes didn't consume lots of blood. Therefore, most skirmishers didn't even bother with Windborne Refresh, which could be used only once on the average hunt. Leopold Argentshade was no average skirmisher. He'd found the ability to repeatedly strike with great accuracy and power at a distance twice a day was far more likely to save him from an unexpected monster encounter than relying on more frequently usable but less powerful skills that required him to risk fighting up close. Once again, his foresight and the blazer training drilled into him for a year had kept him alive. More importantly, his training had apparently saved Zack Silverstone, who, for some reason, was being attacked by a level 15 Rakshasa. It seemed Zack had also annoyed some other people. They discussed that more, once they weren't both skewered by demon swords. 45. A suspicion raised. Zack. Huffing with exertion, Zack Silverstone nonetheless quickened his pace as he cleared the woods and spotted the safe road ahead. He heard Leo huffing behind him, huffing, he noticed with annoyance, far less loudly than Zack was, and so far there had been no sign of that terrifying demon, who, it seemed, had been after him, not Leo. Given Zack knew the man hunting Anna had adventurers with him who were willing to shatter crystals that released demons, that was an absolutely terrifying thought. Zack had been this close to pulling the crystal given by Xaiva out of his pouch, In the past few months, he discovered, to his relief, that it seemed that sunlight charged it over time. He hadn't been sure it was working for the first few days he left it to bake in the sun, but he noticed it glowing visibly 3 days after he first did that. Within a week, the crystal was back to full charge. So Zack had a weapon against demons. He could have slowed or stunned that Rakshasa with his crystal if he'd been alone. But with Leopold Argentshade, the most annoying skirmisher in all of Gracia, in the middle of confronting the blasted thing, Zack had hesitated to reveal his only sleeve card unless there was no other choice. Fortunately for them both, Leo was a lot better with a spear than Zack had thought. Zack reached the safe road without being skewered. He stopped, gasping, and leaned against the tall pillar. It contained a glowing blue safe stone and the flame that burned within. Leo arrived a moment after, considerably less out of breath, but Leo had 4 levels on him. Obviously, the other man had considerably more vitality. That was all. "Is it still after us?" Zack wheezed. Leo carefully slung his spear across his back and turned to the woods. "No." "That was some trick," Zack said. "The spear flip, I mean. That demon never saw it coming." "That demon was overconfident, and it was a desperate ploy we were lucky even worked. That Rakshasa won't fall for it again. Demons are just as cunning as you or I." With a rueful shake of his steel helmet, Leo removed it. He slipped it into his unfilled bag, and Zack once again marveled as the whole helmet simply shrank and vanished into a pouch that wasn't much bigger than his, a pouch that was, unlike his, magic. At least Leo wasn't carrying around a magic demon-blasting crystal he'd gotten from a blazing hot time strider. Zack had that on the other man, though he wasn't sure he had much else. After seeing how effortlessly Leo dealt with a level 15 demon, he was no longer confident in his chances in their duel. "So, about your pouch," Zack said. Leo glanced at him. "You have it?" "I don't have it," Zack said wearily. "I didn't steal it. I don't know how to convince you of that, but I see no reason not to try. And while I'll still duel you, I think I might actually lose." Leo looked away. "Duel's off." "And our feud?" "Suspended for the moment," Leo said. "As long as you honestly answer my questions." Leo could absolutely answer questions, though honestly was a stretch. "Like what?" "Do Rakshasas normally appear in Wolf Pine?" "Beats me," Zack said. "Have you ever heard of one appearing here?" "Not in my lifetime, though we did have some shaitan a few months back." Leo's gaze snapped to Zack's. "Did you report them?" Was Leo actually taking this seriously? Something about demons had apparently snapped the man out of his single-minded idiocy. "Town guards handled it," Zack said. "I assume they reported it. Also, a blazer was on scene when it happened, and she saw the whole thing." Leo frowned and looked to the woods. "Not a fan of the blazers." "Me neither," Zack agreed, before glancing at Leo in surprise. He hadn't expected to have anything in common with this man. Yet, as annoying as the circumstances had been, Leo had gotten himself arrested on his first day in Wolf Pine. Zack could actually respect that. Not the duel or the unreasonable accusations, but getting arrested. Especially by Joanne Dewcrest. Zack had gotten to know all the town guards' names thanks to Glenn constantly yammering about them, but he now knew far more about their habits and preferences than Glenn likely realized. Joanne, with her love of handcuffs, seemed like she'd be awfully fun in bed. "My offer to grab a drink still stands," Zack said. "How about tonight?" Leo frowned his way. "Why tonight?" "Got some lodgers to babysit. They're not exactly friends, but Mom needs the extra crescents. I don't feel right letting them wander Gracia unsupervised." Leo visibly considered. "Your lodgers were the 2 you left behind this morning?" Zack grinned. "So you were following me?" Leo sighed. "I suppose that was rather obvious." "No joke," Zack said. "You want to follow people? You need to wear a disguise." It was a risk revealing Anna and Alan were his lodgers, but if Leo had followed him all the way from his house, he might have seen them both emerge. Allowing himself to get caught in an obvious lie would only endanger Anna and Alan further. Lodgers were common and ordinary. Also, Leo, at least, seemed to dislike the Blazers. Zack didn't truly dislike the Blazers himself, Becca was one after all, but he did prefer to avoid them when possible. So long as Leo had the same instincts, they might even get to be friends, or at least not enemies. Leo considered him for a moment. Zack let him consider. If he could finally befriend this annoying man, he'd both have one less enemy in Wolfpine and possibly a powerful ally. Something was off about a level 10 skirmisher slumming in a level 8 zone, but if Leo was crosswise with the Blazers, maybe he too had a reason to lie low. Zack would never trust Leo with Anna, of course. He'd trust no one with her, a woman whom he'd grown to truly adore over the past few months. But new contacts and allies were always welcome. And a level 10 skirmisher who could stop a level 15 demon in its tracks made a good ally. Leo nodded. Fine. A drink tonight in the tavern. You could even bring your lodgers. They're not big drinkers, Zack said, but I'll totally introduce you to a town guard. Leo looked away again. No, thank you. So Leo was wary of the town guards as well. More good news. Zack had been worried this morning when he spotted Leo following them, worried that yet another Blazer or ally of Anna's distant brother had caught wind of her presence here. Yet Leo simply seemed like a slightly annoying idiot. Moreover, with Leo dealt with, Zack had places to be. With one demon already in play, Zack couldn't risk leaving Anna and Alan alone to fight others without the protection of Siva's crystal. He had to wrap this up and get to them as fast as he could. Tonight, then, Zack said, and no town guards. I'm off to hunt down my lodgers. You do that. Leo looked toward Evelyn. And be safe. Since you're obviously occupied, I'll return to Wolfpine and report the Rakshasa. The town guards at least should know, so they can warn other adventurers who might venture into the woods today. That sounds like a job you can handle, Zack agreed. And thanks, Leo, for the save. The man's eyes remained fixed on the deep-scorn woods. Don't mention it. Zack momentarily hesitated to leave the safe road again, but the Rakshasa was all the way on the other side right now. The demon couldn't cross the safe road, and Anna might still need him. The idea of her being abducted, or worse, killed by a demon, left unwelcome butterflies in Zack's stomach. He shouldn't get attached. He knew that. He and Anna were simply going to enjoy each other's company and then move on. Still, he did like her an awful lot. And just because he had no plans to become her long-term adventuring partner didn't mean he couldn't want her safe. Zack made no effort to hide his tracks, though he did covertly check to see if Leo now followed him. The man had vanished, likely back to Wolfpine as he'd claimed. Zack still went quite a bit out of his way until he was deep into the Dewdrop Hills, then pivoted due south. With all chance of pursuit now purged, Zack hurried for the copse of trees and the racehead of hills he'd told Anna to go to if they got separated. The spot was well hidden with visibility in all directions, but still, demons could shimmer. Zack and his crystal was the only protection Anna had. Given how far he'd gone out of his way to avoid pursuers, it took him a full 30 minutes to reach the hills and the dense copse of trees at its center. There was no sign of anyone. The moment Zack entered the woods, a quiet whistle drew his attention. He smiled with relief. He followed the direction of the sound and soon found Anna and Alan crouching in the relative cover of both stalks and leaves. They were deeper in than he'd liked, without good visibility on their surroundings, but he'd talk to them about that later. For now, he simply had to assure them they were safe. Moron's dealt with, Zack said. Also, I ran into a Rakshasa, but it's— What? Anna hopped up and rushed over. Are you hurt? Zack grinned as she fussed all over him, grabbing his arms, pressing her fingers to his neck, and visibly checking him for wounds. I'm fine. Rakshasa didn't touch me. I hate to admit it, but that moron with the big spear really can't handle himself. The moron who you caught following us this morning, Alan said evenly. And you're sure he wasn't after us? After me, actually, Zack said confidently. His name's Leo, he's a level 10 skirmisher, but just some adventurer who seems to be laying low down here on his own. Are you sure? Very sure. Idiot actually got himself arrested a few weeks ago, on his first day in town. He still thinks I stole his coin pouch, which is why he followed us out of town today. Did you? Anna asked. Zack gasped and thumped both hands to his chest. After all we've been through. She pursed her lips and grimaced. This is my fault. Hey, Alan said. Don't even consider that. Don't, Zack agreed. We don't know that this had anything to do with you. It was a Rakshasa, Anna said evenly. Those don't simply spawn in Gracia. It was obviously brought here inside a crystal, and one of my brothers, less moralistic hunters, shattered that crystal and released the demon, hoping it would kill you. Perhaps they've targeted you as the reason I escaped the shaitan. Perhaps they simply want you eliminated. Might have just been a random encounter, Zack said. We can't know, but the important thing is I handled it. Oh, and our stalker isn't a bounty hunter. Or he's so good at hunting bounties, he's pulled the wool over your eyes, Alan said. Zack tried quite valiantly not to be annoyed. What do you mean by that? Only that I have the good sense to not trust what people say until I've seen what they actually do. Alan gave Anna a meaningful glance. She rolled her eyes at him. Oh, come now. It's been months. I was right about him. You were right, Alan agreed grudgingly with a nod to Zack. Still, about this skirmisher. Zack was surprised Alan had actually given him that much. The man was actually starting to trust him. Zack had been convinced he'd never gain Alan's trust. Tell me everything about your first encounter, Alan insisted firmly. The one where he accused you of stealing his coin pouch. You say he got arrested afterward. Zack saw no reason not to summarize an encounter almost 2 weeks old, though he honestly didn't see what the big deal was. Once he finished explaining the false accusation and attempted duel, Alan's brow furrowed. He now looked truly concerned. What? Zack asked. You've gone from dour to super dour. I am not dour, Alan said, yet he still looked worried. What if it's all a ploy? Anna looked concerned now. A ploy? You two don't know the Blazers like I do, Alan said. They're rarely obvious about their purpose, and they're certainly not idiots. They're both crafty and clever. As I think back over your story, Zack, I find myself increasingly convinced this Leopold Argentshade isn't who he claims to be. Right, Zack agreed, a bit grumpily. Which also describes you. Perhaps he does think you stole his coin pouch, Alan said. Yet in 2 weeks he's not found it. And no matter how drunk he might be, no one is stupid enough to duel another person in the middle of a town's inn without expecting consequences. Everyone knows that's illegal. Some don't, Zack said defensively. A whole bunch of adventurers got arrested during Dinah's hunt because they all tried to duel in town. That is because they knew the town guards could not possibly catch and arrest them all, Alan said confidently. No, this Leopold seems a different sort than a drunken adventurer. Tell me everything about the Rakshasa encounter. You called him an idiot, but also said he could handle himself. Now Zack was truly wondering. I mean, sure, he was good with a spear. How good? Zack thought back to the utterly shocked and stunned level 15 demon. Well, good. He did this cool spear flip throw move I've never seen. Demon never saw it coming. Is he Blazer good? Just how good are the Blazers? Zack asked. Surely there are adventurers who are better. Some, Alan agreed. Almost all of whom joined the Blazers. Zack thought back to the encounter, and as he did so, he started to feel increasing unease. He thought he was being clever by leading such a subtle trail, yet Leo had also followed it without the slightest deviation. He thought Leo was frustrated that he'd lost the trail, but what if his frustration had been an act? And finally, Leo hadn't hesitated when that Rakshasa appeared. Instead of screaming, running, or cursing at the unexpected sight of a level 15 demon, Leo reacted almost like Glenn might. Go, Leo had said calmly. I'll hold it until you're clear. Leo's first instinct when seeing that demon had been to protect Zack. Leo had instantly offered to risk his own life to save a man who he apparently believed stole his coin pouch and insulted him, a man he'd been all too happy to duel. That wasn't the action an angry idiot would take. That was the action a person like Glenn might take, had he actually become a Blazer, and certainly the action he'd take as a town guard. As Zack went over his earlier conversation, Leo had also been awfully quick to badmouth the Blazers, which was exactly what a person who was secretly a Blazer might do to throw him off. Devil spit, Zack said. Actually asked him to have drinks with me tonight. Anna frowned thoughtfully. That might work in our favor. So I can figure him out a bit more, Zack agreed. See if he's fooled me after all. Would you even know? Alan asked. Zack accepted the admonition with grace. I might. You've pointed out a few things I hadn't considered until now. I'll be on guard now, so... Thanks, Alan. Now it was Alan's turn to frown in obvious surprise. Well, if you're on guard... You two can't head back to the tavern, obviously, Zack said. Not unless we're absolutely sure this guy isn't a blazer sent here to hunt you. Alan sighed. If he is, I fear it may already be too late. Zack pushed back a hint of fresh dread. What's that mean? A blazer, if he is one, would have access to phantom correspondence. If he believes we are who he hunts, he will almost certainly report our presence here to his superiors as soon as he can do so. You say he volunteered to head back to Wolf Pine? To alert the town guards about the Rakshasa. Zack's growing fear that he just failed at something important grew worse. Which might be the perfect excuse to meet Hal Redwood and send some phantom correspondence to other blazers, or whoever he's working for. This isn't fair, Anna whispered. I actually liked it here. No one's leaving yet, Zack said firmly. Anna hugged him. He hugged her. Even as he held her close, Zack knew he wasn't being foolish. He was being practical. We have time, Zack assured them. Even if this is the worst case and Leo is a blazer, it'll take another blazer days to arrive from Lakebrook. Longer, if no one's available who can travel. That gives us at least 2 days to figure out our next move. So, we'll take a moment to verify this man is who he says he is. Anna pressed one cheek firmly against his chest. If he is just some random adventurer, we stay. We're safe. And if he's not, Alan said. Anna sighed. We run, once again. Zack held her a bit tighter when she said that. That would make me sad. Me too. I mean, the extra coin's been real nice. Anna snickered quietly in his arms. So relentlessly mercenary. Comes with the class, Zack said. Either way, let's level today. If you are leaving tomorrow, you should get as much experience as you can on your last day here. We might even risk a trip up to the Shrine of Raylan if either of you need to reslot. We have the crystal, after all. No shrine, Anna said firmly. My brother's hunters know where it is now. You could have more demons waiting for us. We'll level here in the Dewdrop Hills, with visibility forever and nothing to bother us but grass boars and grasshawks. And, I suppose, Volpor. We could take him, Alan said. Between the three of us, I genuinely think we could take him. Not happening, Zack assured them. Volpor's not even worth it. You two will be hunting alone today, with me shadowing you but not contributing to kills. But you won't get experience, Anna said plaintively. And you might not get to level tomorrow at all if you're on the run, Zack said evenly. No matter what happens, I won't have to run. I can come out here tomorrow. You two should be our focus today. I'll stay close in case I need to use my crystal to chase off demons. Our steadfast protector, Anna agreed quietly. Are you sure you're in the right profession? I seem to recall your town guard friend going a different way. Glenn's just good like that, Zack assured her. Me? I'm just here because of how fun you are in bed. Anna laughed merrily and thumped his chest. Really, she said. You really are a scoundrel. Zack grinned at her compliment. I mean, I try... Anna hopped up and kissed him then, which completely shut him up. He was willing to shut up. He really liked kissing her. Anna soon eased away. All right, hunting it is then. Me and Alan with Zack as our escort. If this is to be our last day together, let's make it productive. Tonight, Zack takes another run at Leo. He's absolutely a blazer, Alan said, or at least a clever bounty hunter. Zack looked south toward town. If that's the case, maybe I actually will steal his coin pouch. 46. A Lawful Dilemma. Glenn. Whistling happily to himself at the end of another satisfying day protecting Wolf Pine, Glenn hurried home to get change after completing his afternoon shift at the gates. The sun hadn't quite set just yet, and its fiery descent lit the town in bright, clean red. The sky looked absolutely gorgeous. Glenn had always enjoyed sunset as much as he enjoyed sunrise. Wolf Pine and Gracia really were quite beautiful. As nice as it might have been to travel, there were far worse places to be stuck. He had his parents, his friends, his fellow town guards, and a whole town behind him now. Better yet, he had a literal blessing from the gods. They'd chosen him to serve as a protector of all, and as sad as he'd been as Becca left for Evelyn, the past few months had once again showed him just how wise the gods could be. He would continue to show them they'd made the right choice in choosing him to protect the people in town he loved. And when Becca returned in 3 short years, he'd be waiting for her. Glenn stopped outside his home, out of habit, and peeked in the window before entering. If his mother or father had an adventure inside, he didn't want to interrupt them. This time, surprisingly, there actually was an adventure inside, and worse, one Glenn recognized. Leopold Ardenshade? What was that troublemaker doing at his house? Why were both his mother and father talking with Leopold so intently? Glenn debated only a moment before reaching for the door. Leo couldn't harm his parents, of course. The law of consent protected everyone in Wolf Pine, but still the man should know a town guard was watching him. Leo had walked back into town this morning without a word or glance, which assured Glenn he hadn't caught up with Zack, but still, he tried. The moment Glenn entered his parents' home, all 3 people inside turned to look at him. His father looked concerned. His mother looked resigned. And as for Leopold himself, he looked, actually, apologetic. Had the man come here to apologize for something? Did he feel guilty about following Zack out of the town gates today? Or did he intend to press his foolish case about his missing coin pouch directly to a town guard? "Close the door," Tanya said grimly. "And lock it, Glenn." Glenn hesitated a moment as his brain caught up, then moved to obey. His mother never asked him to lock their door, at least not until well after supper. There was always the chance an adventurer could come by who needed enchanting or the services of the town scribe. Face calm, Leopold walked forward and extended his hand. "I'm sorry we must meet under these circumstances, but after talking with both your parents today, I feel you're the best choice to help me with what has become an exceedingly delicate matter. First, let me reintroduce myself. Leopold Ardenshade, Junior Blazer. I'd prefer if you call me Leo in conversation, but I won't insist." Glenn took a moment to mentally adjust before he spoke. Leo was actually a Junior Blazer? That was the same rank Becca held right now. Leo lowered his hand, and Glenn only then realized he'd failed to shake it. Too late now. He hoped this man, this Blazer, wouldn't be too offended. And what was a Blazer doing pretending to be a troublesome skirmisher? "First," Leo said, "I need to apologize for my deception and any trouble I caused you or your fellow town guards. Only Joanne Dewcrest knew why I was truly here in Wolf Pine, and she was charged by Mayor Coleman to keep it to herself. And now, Glenn, I need your help." "My help?" Glenn repeated softly. "With what exactly?" "Your parents just informed me you've long been friends with Zack Silverstone. Is that correct?" "I am," Glenn agreed, as his mind worried with fresh worries. "Is Zack in some sort of trouble?" Glenn knew Zack had been hoping to join the Shadowers Guild. He suspected the guild might already have approached him. He'd also prayed Zack would be sensible enough not to break any law significant enough to draw the notice of the Blazers, or if he did, not be caught doing it. His hopes, it seemed, had been in vain. "He is in significant trouble," Leo said grimly. "Unfortunately, I now have proof Zack is, knowingly or unknowingly, aiding 2 fugitives who are staying right here in Wolf Pine. Their names are Anna Bronzelight and Alan Starshine, though you may know them under different names." Glenn looked past Leo at his mother for confirmation, and she nodded. She believed Leo's story about being a Junior Blazer, and one look at his father assured him Hal believed Leo as well. Leo wasn't lying. He really was here at the behest of the Blazers Guild. And Anna and Alan Ironstar, as they had introduced themselves while lying to his face, really were fugitives from justice. Alan's constant nervousness around him over drinks now made perfect sense. Gods, what had Zack gotten himself into now? "I know them both," Glenn said quietly. "I've met them, and they did use the names Anna and Alan. May I ask what they did, and how exactly Zack is involved in all of it?" "Of course," Leo said graciously. First, to the fugitives. Understand, I've only been given so much information myself, so I can only tell you what I've been told. Glenn nodded his understanding. My current understanding is that Anna Bronzelight is the sister of a powerful politician from our neighboring province of Aquarine, specifically from the town of Frostford. It's comparable in size to our own Lake Brook, though set atop a mountain instead of on the sea. Glenn appreciated Leo adding the extra details. The books in Wolfpine had only the most basic of details on other provinces, and Glenn had only read them a few times years ago. He'd assumed he wouldn't travel to another province for decades of that. A little over 4 months ago, Leo continued, Anna Bronzelight and her cousin, Alan Starshine, absconded from her home with over 500 moons stolen from Frostford's treasury. I believe they hope to slip away and start a new life here in Landers, funded by their ill-gotten gains. Glenn whistled softly. 500 moons? That was a score that would make even the most jaded shadower drool with envy, and its loss would hurt even a town as large as Frostford. The town coffers were drawn from taxes upon townsfolk and paid for everything in town, from the salaries of the town guards to purchases of food or other necessities from neighboring towns to city services. Stealing from an individual was bad enough. Stealing from a whole town was downright reprehensible. Yet, as Glenn thought back over the time he'd spent in the tavern with Anna and Alan, neither had struck him as the sort of person to do something like that. Anna in particular had struck him as both kind and generous, particularly because Randy Calladust absolutely adored her. Randy, Glenn had long found, was a good judge of character, and his mother had once told him that the truest way to discern someone's true nature was to observe how they interacted with those who served them. Still, even Randy could sometimes get it wrong. Leo went on to describe how he tracked Zack into the woods, and once he got to the part about the Rakshasa, Glenn felt a chill. Is it still out there? He suppressed the urge to go running to the town guard barracks for his guardian mace. I have already passed a warning on to Joanne, Leo said calmly. She and your Captain Cliffbreeze are petitioning Major Coleman to create a quest to hunt it down. There should also be a notice in the town square warning adventurers to steer clear of the Deepscorn woods. Glenn forced himself to relax. It sounded like Logain, Joanne, Leo, and even Mayor Coleman were all already doing everything they could to protect Gracia's young adventurers from a level 15 demon. There wasn't much else he could do unless Mayor Coleman gave him a quest to go hunt the demon down, which he would happily do. Instead, Glenn chose to focus on what he could do right now. So why is my friendship to Zack important to you? More importantly, what led you to me at all? I initially came here simply to speak to your father. Leo nodded to Hal. My mentor in the Blazers tasked me with locating Anna and Alan. My orders were to notify her in Lake Brook once I found them, and your father just dispatched phantom correspondents to do just that. At which point I learned Leo was a Blazer. Hal stepped forward. And also that Zack had these fugitives staying at his house. That's when I knew you two needed to meet, Glenn. I don't want Beth caught up in this business any more than she has been, and we all worry about Zack. Glenn understood his father's worries. You're worried Zack will try to defend his friends when Leo arrests them. He'll challenge the Blazers to help them escape, which will get him arrested right beside them. You all want me to talk him out of it, don't you? Zack knows you, Leo said calmly. We also don't know how much Anna has actually told him about what she did. Zack may not know that she and her brother stole from the coffers of Frostford, and we can't know his true reasons for aiding them. The biggest problem is that I doubt Zack will tell me, a Blazer who lied to him, anything. But he may speak with you. I doubt it, Glenn said, though inwardly he suspected Zack might. On the surface, what Leo now asked of Glenn seemed lawfully cut and dry. Anna and Alan had stolen from Frostford and fled to Landers. Zack had given them shelter. If Zack knew that Anna and Alan were fugitives, which, knowing Zack, he must, he was willingly aiding fugitives from the law. As a town guard, Glenn's duty to help Leo arrest all three of them was clear. Yet despite the law being so obvious, approaching and then betraying his best friend still felt wrong. This was the first time since the gods made him a guard that Glenn had been asked to choose between his duty as a town guard and his duty as Zack's friend. He'd known this day would come someday, given Zack's choice to join the Shadowers Guild, but he'd hoped it wouldn't be for years, As with his foolish hope to leave Wolfpine with Becca 4 months ago, his hope that Zach's new life wouldn't put him in conflict with Glenn's had been foolish as well. Yet as Glenn mulled over Leo's claims, he couldn't help but notice this story had a few holes. If Anna and Alan had truly intended to abscond with their town's money and fade away, it would be far easier to lose oneself in Lakebrook, a town of 2,000, than Wolfpine, a town of 60. Why come here? Given Anna and Alan's low levels, perhaps they couldn't kill any monsters in Evelyn. Therefore, coming to Gracia and Wolfpine might have been their only option. Was that truly all there was to it? He felt there had to be something more. "This politician in Frostford," Glenn said. "What's his name? How did he contact you?" "I wasn't given that information," Leo said. "Is that normal? Why wouldn't the Blazers tell you who he was?" "I'm only a junior Blazer." Leo almost sounded defensive. "As I'm sure you're aware, the Shadowers Guild opposes us in everything we do. We're almost certain they are the people who smuggled these fugitives into Gracia in the first place, which is why we couldn't risk someone from the Shadowers Guild tipping them off before we could find them. That's why only Joanne actually knew who I was." Glenn could accept that. The Shadowers Guild was awfully good at ferreting out information they weren't supposed to have. The less people who knew Leo was hunting Anna and Alan, the harder that information would be to intercept. He still felt like he was missing something. But it was possible his concern about Leo's story was really just his own hesitance to arrest his best friend. Given the absolute quagmire in which Zach was now embroiled, Glenn arresting Zach might actually be Zach's best option. If Glenn arrested Zach and a trial here in Wolfpine determined Zach's only crime was harboring fugitives, Zach would serve out his short sentence here in Wolfpine. If he assaulted a Blazer, by comparison, he'd certainly be imprisoned elsewhere. Thankfully, justice in Landers was firm but just. Lawbreakers were imprisoned for a period of time appropriate to the crime they committed. They were treated well during that time, with comfortable lodgings, 3 meals a day, and access to both a library and physical activities. It was still prison, of course, but it was a relatively nice prison. Also, after one served one's sentence and paid one's debt, one was treated no differently than any other person in Landers. That all would give a reformed lawbreaker a second chance was both expected and encouraged. If anything, Zach's run-in with the law might make him more attractive to the Shadowers Guild, assuming he wasn't a member already, which Glenn totally wouldn't put past him. Glenn didn't know the sentence for harboring fugitives, but he suspected it was quite a bit less than assaulting a Blazer who was attempting to arrest one. Given those two options, and Zach's impetuous and rebellious nature, it really did seem like Glenn's best option was to talk his friend out of doing anything rash. He had to help Leo arrest these fugitives, even if Zach hated him for it afterward. Zach's hatred would hurt. Yet even if Zach hated Glenn forever for this supposed betrayal, at least Zach would remain here in Wolfpine serving a short sentence for a minor crime. His mother could watch over him here, and could even support Zach after he was released. Finally, if Glenn arrested Zach first, there was no chance Zach could get hurt in a conflict with Leo or any other Blazers. His worries about Zach getting hurt, more than anything else, told Glenn what he needed to do. There was no true conflict between his duty to the gods and his duty to his friend. Though Zach, he suspected, almost certainly wouldn't see it that way. "I'll talk to him," Glenn agreed. "I'll tell him what his so-called friends are truly up to and talk him out of doing anything stupid, or arrest him before he can do so. If I arrest him before he interferes with you, would you be willing to treat that as if Zach hasn't interfered at all?" "Of course," Leo said. "And technically he hasn't interfered in anything yet, just bent the truth a little. Depending on how much Zach knows about the circumstances of the fugitives, he may still be tried for knowingly harboring them. But I see no reason that crime or any resulting punishment is Blazer business. That's Wolfpine's business, not ours." Which would also ensure Zach's sentence was light and served here in Wolfpine. None of this was remotely ideal, but it was the best option out of several poor options. Glenn doubted he would get a better deal for Zach, and even though he wasn't actually a Blazer, Jenny had chosen him as one. If he could help both his childhood heroes and protect his best friend, why wouldn't he? "Do you have a plan?" Glenn asked. Once again, Leo nodded. "It's also going to be much easier now that you've agreed to help." Less than an hour later, Glenn once again found himself relaxing in the Mead Beast at a table all his own. The tavern was crowded tonight, both with locals and adventurers from out of town. One of Gracia's legendary storms had blown in shortly after sunset. It was the season, after all, and even over the ruckus in the Mead Beast, Glenn still heard raindrops hammering the roof. The storm outside made the dry, warm tavern even more attractive, which was likely the reason it was so crowded tonight. Yet, despite the crowd, Glenn, as a town guard, had a table all to himself. It wasn't that he asked to sit alone. It was simply that no one seemed comfortable sitting with a town guard unless invited, and tonight that suited Glenn's purposes just fine. According to Leo, Zack was supposed to arrive in the Mead Beast shortly to have drinks with the adventurer who'd once threatened to duel him in this very tavern. Leo, of course, wouldn't be here. He would instead be keeping careful watch on Zack's home and the fugitives hiding within. And Glenn, in Leo's place, would talk Zack out of doing anything that might get him arrested by the Blazers, or arrest Zack himself if he refused. In addition, Joanne was on the gates again. She'd taken a shift from Chelsea that would last until the gates closed. With the knowledge that Anna and Alan were fugitives and an official request from Leo, Joanne had full authority to arrest them if they attempted to leave Wolf Pine tonight. The fugitives could not escape. Glenn hoped their eventual arrest went smoothly and no one got hurt. Ultimately, this business of fugitives down from Aquarine and Blazers attempting to arrest them was beyond his duties. His duties were here in Wolfpine, protecting its people. The best way to protect Zack would be to ensure his old friend didn't get further caught up in any of this messy business. Glenn waited. Zack didn't appear. Someone else, however, did, and at the sight of her, Glenn's heart pounded faster. At the same moment his worries grew. Erica Willabraid had just walked into the tavern and shrugged off her cloak, which glistened with wet. As she brushed back her hair, her blue eyes met his. She smiled warmly, and Glenn instinctively smiled back, but inside, he found himself panicking. This was the worst possible timing. How was he to help Zack without embroiling Erica in this mess as well? He couldn't exactly explain what was going on in the middle of this crowded tavern where anyone, shadower or otherwise, might overhear. How could he send her away without giving her the wrong impression? He really liked having her as a friend. After they'd started spending time together again, he'd found to his delight that Erica was a huge fan of Strat-Go, his favorite game. And not only was she a fan, she was quite good as well. They'd already played several thrilling matches and traded several victories. Erica wasn't just kind and fun to be around, but actually shared a number of his interests. It also remained clear she remained interested in him, though both of them were polite enough not to bring that up. Despite his intention to wait for Beckett to return, it was pleasant to know he had other options, at least so long as he didn't do anything horribly impolite. Erica was already walking his way. She looked quite intent on joining him, and having her caught up in this business tonight could get complicated. How could he ask her to leave without explaining why? What if he had to arrest Zack in front of her and everyone? Once Erica reached his table, she tilted her head and watched him instead of sitting down. Glenn immediately knew she'd picked up on his hesitance. He truly would have been happy to see her on any other night than this, but now... "Am I interrupting?" Erica asked. "No," Glenn said quickly, holding back a wince at his complete lack of anything she might actually be interrupting. "It's great to see you, really. I'm just waiting for someone." "Oh," Erica said flatly. "I understand." "Not a woman," Glenn said immediately, then blushed at his own idiocy. "It's Zack. Zack's coming by for drinks, and I promised to help him with a problem. His problem." All at once, Erica's standoffishness vanished. Her mischievous side returned, and the smile that crept across her face was a huge relief. "Zack's actually having girl problems?" Given the woman Zack was dating was a wanted fugitive from Aquarine who'd stolen 500 moons from her town's coffers, Zack was absolutely having girl problems. Glenn didn't need to give Erica any specifics, but he also didn't need to lie to her. He didn't like the idea of lying to anyone, least of all his friends. "Yes," Glenn smiled with relief. "It's complicated and not really something I should share. Zack wouldn't like it. He normally never asks me for advice, but this sounds important," Erica agreed knowingly. "And the questions he wishes to put to you tonight might become a bit awkward if I'm listening in." "Yes," Glenn said again, still smiling. Gods, you're great at this sort of thing. At what sort of thing? At being understanding, Glenn said. You're just, well, I'd forgotten how considerate you can be. I'm glad we've been able to spend time together again. As am I, Erica agreed warmly. I'll leave you to it then. Thanks, Glenn said, then blinked. Oh, and I'm absolutely looking forward to tomorrow, to Stratgo, I mean. Her warm smile grew. Me too. She offered a wry shake of her head. This absolutely figures. Zach's finally gotten himself wrapped up with a good woman, and now he has no idea what to do about it. I imagine Anna will bend my ear about it all soon enough. Surprised by her casual remark, Glenn leaned forward. You know Anna? Only over drinks, Erica agreed. And I helped her dye and cut her hair, and she's purchased a few pieces of clothing I made. And I've helped her out with a few other matters since she doesn't know many people in town. Zach's exceedingly lucky to have her. So Erica had done all that? With Anna? The two of them were that close? As Glenn considered his unease with the story Leo had spun about Anna's supposed theft, and how starkly the idea of a woman who would rob a whole town conflicted with his own brief impression about her, he debated only a moment before deciding to go with his gut, his faith in his friends. On second thought, Glenn said, how would you feel about joining me? Erica immediately slid into the seat beside him. Shall I order us around? It's on me, Glenn assured her. This felt like the right course. He'd known Erica since they were children, and he knew her as both honest and kind. He knew she had absolutely no ties with the Shadowers Guild, and, more importantly, he knew she was Zach's friend as well. If Zach really was in trouble, Erica would do all she could to help him get Zach out of it. Most importantly, Erica had true insight into the nature of the woman calling herself Anna Ironstar. That, more than anything, was what Glenn needed right now. Before she told Zach the woman he'd spent 3 months dating was a thief who'd stolen money from an entire town, Glenn should make sure he himself wasn't working off bad information, or rather that Leo wasn't working off it. Leo was, after all, just a junior blazer. Glenn really should be absolutely certain of his reasons before arresting his best friend. 47. A rain-soaked game. Zach. The noise from inside the mead beast was audible even before Zach reached the doors, which assured him Sadie's little tavern was having yet another good night. Given the deluge outside, that wasn't surprising. Zach had neglected to bring a cloak when he left Wolf Pine this morning, but fortunately his dusk leather was waterproof, so mostly his hair was just wet. It hadn't taken long to find the notice in the town square informing everyone that a Rakshasa was now on the loose in Gracia, which had understandably encouraged all low-level adventurers to cease leveling for the day. In the absence of monsters to kill, adventurers needed something to do, and getting very fed and very drunk, followed by getting very boned, was what adventurers did when they'd nothing better to do. If the nights kept up like this one, Sadie might even have to hire someone to help Randy handle all the orders. The little scamp was great at her job, but she was only one person. Zach effortlessly stepped aside as a drunken man stumbled out with a drunken woman on his arm. Those two were obviously off for a different kind of fun, and slipped inside the mead beast before the doors could close again. He scanned the crowded tables for any trace of Leopold Argentshade, possible blazer bounty hunter, and didn't find him. He might not be here yet, but then... Was that Glenn? And Erica? Gods. Zach held back a grimace as both of them looked his way and beckoned him over. His over-eager friends were going to complicate everything. Leo had said he had no interest in drinking with the town guard. Even if he'd been lying about that, Zach wouldn't want to appear to be lying about it. That meant that if he sat down with Glenn, Leo would probably leave the moment he spotted them, which was exactly what he didn't need. He couldn't just leave. He needed to wait for Leo, and he also couldn't just leave Glenn. Erica might assume he wanted some time alone and accept that, but Glenn wouldn't give up that easily. He'd get concerned and try to help. So Zach would handle this. He'd saunter over, make a little conversation, accept some free drinks, and find some way to excuse himself before his target arrived. He slipped through the tavern crowd without issue and arrived at the table with Glenn and Erica. No one else sat with them, which was unsurprising given Glenn's job. The moment he arrived, he spotted the problem. Glenn was smiling just a bit too wide. He looked a bit too friendly. Glenn was nervous. He was hiding something. He'd always been terrible at that. And if Leo was a blazer, could he already have convinced Glenn to help him arrest Anna? "You two really don't look like you need company," Zach said easily. Erica laughed and tapped the table. "Don't be like that. Sit down, join us. And while you're at it, you should get Anna to join us here too." "She's busy," Zach said, not sitting down. "And actually, that reminds me, I forgot something Mom asked me to handle. Since you two are obviously having a good time, I'll just sit down," Glenn ordered quietly, in a firm manner that was absolutely town guard. "We need to talk about Leopold, that skirmisher who's been stalking you. I looked into him further, and he's not who he says he is. There's some things you need to know. I think you might actually be in danger." Zach took a moment to size his old friend up. Was Glenn telling the truth? Glenn looked like he was telling the truth. He still looked nervous, but nothing in his words or tone suggested he was lying about a danger to Zach, at least as he perceived it. Had Glenn found out Leo was a blazer? Had he found out something worse, like the fact that Leo had been the one cracking open those demon crystals all over Gracia? Come to think of it, if Leo had released that Rakshasa himself and then pretended to fight it, that would have been a perfect way to gain Zach's trust. His head spun with all these new possibilities. Zach glanced behind him at the doors, but there was still no sign of Leo. He debated but a moment before looking back to Glenn. He didn't trust Glenn to tell him everything, if Glenn thought there was something he didn't need to know, but he did trust Glenn to look out for him. He knew Glenn would never intentionally harm him, yet given Glenn was now a town guard, he might foolishly do something he thought was good. Could he take that risk? "Zach, please," Erica said quietly. "Glenn's right. You really are in danger, and we really do need to talk about this Leo character. We wouldn't lie to you about this." Erica's vote of confidence decided him. Zach leaned close. "Not in the tavern." "Out the back, under the eaves," Glenn agreed. "Go. We'll wait a bit, then join you." Zach nodded, waved like they just finished chatting, and headed for the back of the tavern. Sadie Wintershade offered a rueful raised eyebrow as Zach slipped off the main floor into her storeroom. If anything went missing, she'd come for him. But she knew he knew that. Zach slipped out of the mead beast through the back door and into the narrow alley between the tavern and the row of houses behind it. A wooden overhang sheltered the barrels and crates outside from the downpour, though water still bounced off the cobblestones. Thanks to the deluge and chill, no one else was back here, which was a refreshing change. On most nights, there was a chance one could run into a couple back here that couldn't wait to get back to a room, or simply couldn't afford one. Yet, as amusing as that might be, Zach didn't have time for it tonight. As hot as making out in the rain might be, Gracia's rain was cold. Any thrill offered by the sight of wet skin would soon be overwhelmed by all the shivering. Zach waited for a full 5 minutes as no one else emerged. He was almost ready to leave when the door opened and Erica slipped out, followed almost immediately by Glenn. Zach was relieved to see them both, and more than a little impatient to learn what they'd uncovered about Leo. What if the man showed up in the tavern while they were all out back here? What if he left? As Erica approached, careful to stay under the eaves, her smile grew surprisingly sultry. "I have a confession. I actually wasn't entirely honest with you. You see, I had an ulterior motive for sneaking you out the back tonight." Even as Zach's flight instincts reared up, everything stopped as Erica reached to the button at the top of her shirt. She unbuttoned it. Then she unbuttoned the next button, revealing pale, soft flesh. Zach's brain slowed. "What?" he added. "I wanted to show you something." Erica's eyes glistened with mischief as her fingers worked the buttons further down her finely threaded shirt. "Something I just learned how to make. Have you ever heard of a noblewoman's corset?" Zach had. He'd heard all the rumors, and he'd always imagined just how amazing a sight one might be, especially on a woman like Erica. He was now simultaneously intrigued, confused, and disoriented. "But why—" The click of a cuff snapping on his wrist from behind. was his only warning. Zack yelped and tried to pull free, only to find his feet firmly rooted to the cobblestones. The other cuff clicked home, and Glenn walked him over to the wall beside the mead beast with little effort. And Erica, tragically enough, skillfully buttoned up her shirt. Boobs. His only weakness. He'd been played. Zack looked back at the lawgiver cuffs now locked on his wrists, the worried and pensive look on Glenn's face, and the simultaneously amused and regretful look on Erica's. The way he'd just been ensnared was, he admitted, quite masterful. The question was, why? Zack forced a smile he didn't feel. Not what I had in mind for tonight, but sure, I'll consent. Shut up and listen to me, Glenn said, with his voice pitched just loud enough to be heard over the clamor of the rainstorm. Leo's a blazer, and Anna is a fugitive he's hunting. Zack's bravado faded as he accepted that he'd chosen to act too late. I knew it. Leo had just convinced Glenn to arrest him. That meant Anna would be arrested next. He couldn't let that happen, but how could he stop it? Zack tested his cuffs and found them both utterly comfortable and utterly impossible to remove. Were all the rumors about lawgiver cuffs true? Shadow walk. Nothing happened. Zack's skill didn't help him at all. He truly was trapped, not only physically but in terms of his skills as well. Glenn's deception he could understand. Glenn was just doing his job. It was Erica's part in this that actually stung a little. He'd always thought the two of them had a better relationship than this. Still, helping Anna had to be his priority right now. It was time to come clean with everything. Anna might be a fugitive, but she's not a bad person, Zack said. Alan's a fugitive as well, but neither of them truly did anything wrong. They've both been framed by her brother. And how do you know that? Glenn asked calmly. Her brother's an ass worse than Coleman. He wants to keep Anna prisoner and seize her inheritance, money that's hers by right and which her brother stole with the help of the Church of Celis. She fled Aquarine with Alan, who's actually her cousin, to escape from her brother, and in response, he sicked the blazers on her. Worse, he sent bounty hunters with demons after her. Those Shaitan, Glenn said. And the Rakshasa? That's right, Zack agreed. Remember the day you and Jenny Amerson saved us outside town? That was the day I helped Anna level out in the woods. Someone shattered demon crystals and unleashed those Shaitan on us with the goal of paralyzing her and killing me. Why paralyze her? Glenn asked. So the adventurer who released those demons could rescue her. Loophole. He'd pick her up and carry her back to her brother, who'd throw her in prison and likely let me die. Glenn didn't look convinced. You only have Anna's word on that. I'll take her word any day of the week, Zack said evenly. When those Shaitan came for us, she could have run and saved herself. I even tried to make her run. She didn't. She came for me, even knowing that she'd likely be caught and taken back to her brother. Glenn's hard expression didn't waver. Yet you still escaped. Only because Anna is incredible. Zack was close enough to the truth to avoid mentioning Zyva's crystal. She risked her life for me back when we barely knew each other, and now I do know her. We've been together 4 months, and she's never once given me cause to doubt her good intentions. How long were you with Becca before you decided you'd trust her with anything? Glenn's brow furrowed. Those situations aren't exactly comparable. Becca grew up with us in Wolfpine, while Anna is all alone, Zack interrupted, with an ass of a brother sending other asses after her who are perfectly willing to unleash demons on lobies. I don't know how you feel about a person who would do that, but me, if I had to choose who's the villain in this scenario, I'm going with Anna's brother. Leo informed me Anna stole her money from Frostford, Glenn said. That's certainly what her brother told the Blazers. Finally, the reasons the Blazers were after Anna made sense to him. Maybe he even faked some documents to make it look true, but it's her inheritance, not the town's, and it's her life to live, not her brother's. If you help that Blazer arrest her, you're sending Anna back to a ruthless politician who literally tried to kill me yesterday. Glenn sighed. You can't know that for certain. I know what demon crystals are, and I know Rakshasas don't spawn in Gracia. Zack once again futilely tested his cuffs. If Anna's brother is willing to do something like that, you have to question just how much else he's willing to do, especially with all this money involved. Gods, Glenn said quietly. You were supposed to talk me out of this. Zack once again found himself confused. Of what? Being a helpfully heroic idiot, Glenn said. Erica smiled his way. "Though you're a very cute, heroic idiot." Glenn smiled her way, though it was obvious he remained conflicted. "I believe you, Zach. I also believe Erica, and I might even believe Anna. Which means you two are going to make my new job incredibly complicated." Zach stared as Glenn snapped off the lawgiver cuffs. Glenn wouldn't do that unless he actually believed Zach's story, which meant, no. Was he actually? "You're going to help me save Anna?" Zach asked in disbelief. "I'm going to make sure neither she nor her cousin leaves Wolf Pine with anyone until we got all this straightened out," Glenn said evenly. "No one is going with the Blazers until we verified all the information we've been given, especially what Leo's been told. Anna certainly isn't going back to this brother of hers until we're absolutely certain she wasn't framed and won't be harmed." "Six hells," Zach said. "You go up against the Blazers like this, you're going to get arrested by your own town guards. Can that even happen?" "Let's hope we don't find out," Glenn said. "Yet given all I've recently learned about Anna, I filled him in," Erica interjected. "I wouldn't feel right simply letting the Blazers take her back to her brother with all these unknowns," Glenn finished. "Unfortunately, their trap is already sprung. At Leo's behest, my father contacted Jenny Amberson in Lakebrook via phantom correspondence. Jenny will be here by tomorrow morning. Before she arrives, I need the truth from everyone, including Anna." Zach felt a fresh hint of unease. "Does that mean you're going to arrest her?" "Not if Anna comes willingly to tell me her side of this. I want to hear everything from her, but first we need to get her and her cousin somewhere safe, somewhere Leo and his Blazers can't find them. They're at your house right now, correct?" "Which Leo is probably watching right now." Zach silently cursed himself for suggesting they head back to his house instead of hiding out somewhere. "How do we get them out?" Glenn glanced Erica's way. "Would you be up for a little subterfuge? It's for a good cause." Erica's smile grew absolutely eager. "Oh, absolutely, yes." Leo. The rain was cold. The roof was cold. Leo was cold, but he'd been more uncomfortable than this, and for far longer than a few hours. From his position on the roof of Barry Ducrest's home, he had a perfect view of Beth Silverstone's house across the way. No one could leave or enter without him knowing, and his thick cloak kept him dry, if not warm. He doubted the rain would stop any time soon. Silverstone had yet to return. The man must truly be waiting for Leo in the tavern, which summoned a fresh hint of guilt. Yet after tomorrow, Leo's quest would be done. Jenny would arrive to take Anna and Alan into custody, and, Leo hoped, mark his first quest as a junior Blazer complete. After that, perhaps he could find Silverstone and apologize for giving him grief before he left. Assuming, of course, Town Guard Redwood hadn't already arrested the man. Even over the rain, Leo had no trouble hearing the creak of the window that led out onto this roof opening behind him. He glanced back just long enough to recognize Glenn Redwood, now wearing a thick rain cloak, as the man stepped cautiously on the roof. If Redwood was here, he must have already concluded his conversation with Silverstone. Leo hoped it hadn't ended poorly. Redwood walked over to Leo's post atop the roof and knelt beside him. "Any change?" Rain continued to fall, but the velocity had finally lessened. It was more of a drizzle now. Leo shook his head, then remembered Redwood might not be able to see that if he was watching the house. "No one's come or gone since I returned. Were you able to intercept Zach?" Using the first name of Redwood's friend would hopefully remind the man that Leo was on their side. "I was," Redwood said. "He claims to know nothing of any of this business." "I find that exceedingly hard to believe. Did you arrest him at least?" "For what?" Redwood asked. Now Leo felt a fresh hint of unease. "If you spoke to him about this, you've tipped him off. He'll warn the fugitives, his friends, or at least his girlfriend." Redwood couldn't be that dense, could he? "Even if he did warn them, what good would that do?" Redwood asked calmly. "You're watching the house, Joanne is watching the gates. There's no way the fugitives can leave the Silverstone residence without you seeing them, and no way they can leave the town without Joanne arresting them. I told Zach to spend the night at the Mead Beast, and even bought him a room. He promised he'd stay there." Leo considered. "And if he returns, we'll see him enter the house when a door or window opens. A shadower can't hide the movement of those. That's acceptable?" Redwood had obviously hesitated at arresting his best friend, even after all Leo had told him about the situation. Despite his worries about this development, Leo understood. Also, Redwood was correct that so long as Zack insisted he knew nothing of Anna and Alan's status, they really had no cause to arrest him. Silverstone had admitted to no crime, and they had no proof to the contrary. This wasn't an ideal situation, but Leo couldn't really fault Redwood for handling the situation the way he had. At least a man had come to join him in watching over the Silverstone house. He appreciated that gesture. Stakeouts were both lonely and boring, so company was welcome. "Leo, can I ask you something?" Glenn asked. "About these fugitives." "Of course. I may not be a guard like you, but we're on the same side here. If I can answer your question without breaking Blazer confidentiality, I'll do so." "Do you truly think Anna Bronzelight is capable of stealing from an entire town? Because, in the time I've known her, she's been nothing but kind and generous. The facts don't fit the claim." Leo stared resolutely at the house. "Whether the facts fit is not for us to say." "Isn't it, though? You were given a quest to arrest her, but with unverified information." "I was given a quest by a rank 4 Blazer," Leo reminded Redwood. "A woman vastly more experienced than me in matters of law, justice, and investigation. She would have verified my information before giving it to me, and she's been my mentor since I came in off the—" He paused. "Since I joined the Blazers. She's never steered me wrong. I trust her judgment." "You're speaking of Jenny Amberson." Leo smiled at the thought of his mentor. "Of course. She did strike me as fair-minded when we met. Yet Jenny doesn't actually know this woman, does she? She only has the same information she gave you." "Do you have information you think she doesn't?" "I'm certain I know Anna better than Miss Amberson," Glenn said, "as do others in town. Let me ask you something else. When someone hires the Blazers, do they ever lie?" Leo frowned at the distasteful possibility. "That would be a crime." "That doesn't answer my question," Redwood said evenly. "What evidence do you have that Anna Bronzelight did as her brother claims, other than her brother's word?" "The word of a high-level Frostford politician is more than enough," Leo said, though he spoke more reflexively than from the heart. "If it came out that he'd lied to the Blazers, his career in politics would be over. No more leveling. What could possibly make a man risk his entire career?" Redwood went silent for a moment. "I don't know," he agreed. "Still, don't you wonder?" Leo considered telling Redwood the truth. Of course he wondered if Anna was truly guilty of this crime. But ultimately, he didn't want to risk further reinforcing the town guard's growing doubts. He needed the help of Redwood and his Wolf Pine town guards to ensure Anna and Alan didn't escape, and he was loath to give them any reason not to cooperate in full. "No," Leo lied. "My duty is clear, as is my quest. Once we have the fugitives in custody, you have my word the Blazers won't allow them to come to harm. Jenny would never allow that." Of that, at least, Leo was certain. Otherwise, he'd never have agreed to track Anna and Alan down. Redwood nodded. "I appreciate your reassurances, and I do understand your situation. Since I've become a town guard, I've often found my duty to be the same as yours. I may not always agree with Mayor Coleman's orders, but I'm bound by Kaya to carry out his will, even when I doubt." Leo felt a stronger kinship with this town guard than he'd expected. Glenn Redwood truly did seem to be a decent fellow, but that shouldn't be a surprise. Jenny had intended to recruit him into the Blazers, after all, before the gods intervened. Once again, Leo found himself glad to have a friend. "Someone's coming," Glenn said quietly. Leo leaned forward and immediately spotted the figure Glenn had seen. A slim woman, all but wrapped in a thick rain cloak, now walked up the puddle-strewn street with a leather-bound pack. Leo easily spotted a bit of blonde hair protruding from beneath her pulled-up hood. Was it Anna Bronzelight? Was she returning home? Leo had been certain she was home. "That's Erica Willowbraid," Redwood said, and glanced at Leo. "What's she doing here?" Leo tilted his head. "You know her?" "She's a friend," Redwood agreed. "A tailor. I wonder what she's doing out this late." "Get down and stay low," Leo said quietly. "We don't want her spotting us up here." Leo pressed himself to the roof as Glenn did the same. Erica, the woman Glenn had identified, walked right up to Beth Silverstone's door and knocked firmly. A moment later, the door opened. Leo recognized Beth Silverstone in the doorway. The rain was picking up again. Try as he might, Leo couldn't hear what they were discussing. After the two spoke for a moment, Beth stepped inside and Erica entered the house. It was a moment longer before the door closed. Only once it did so did Leo sit up again. "What's going on?" Leo asked Redwood. "Do Erica and Beth know each other?" "Everyone in Wolf Pine knows each other." Redwood sounded rather amused by the question. "Even so, I'm not sure why Erica would be here this late. Making a delivery?" "A delivery of what?" "Erica's mother, Ziva, is the highest-level tailor in Wolf Pine, and Erica's her apprentice," Redwood explained calmly. "Beth is a merchant, so it wouldn't be surprising if Erica is simply making a late delivery from her mother. Perhaps Beth has a trade or sale or rare clothing lined up." Leo mulled that over. It seemed plausible. From his observation in the tavern, he knew Erica was fast friends with Zack Silverstone, yet, as Redwood had said, everyone in Wolf Pine knew everyone else. Given how small this town was, there was no reason to suspect Erica of anything nefarious. Leo waited. Glenn waited. Some time later, the door opened and Erica emerged in her thick cloak, carrying her leather pack. The pack was slack now, emptied, and that left Leo confident Redwood's supposition was correct. Head low, Erica set off back the way she'd come. Leo watched until she reached the end of the street and turned the corner. He'd felt a hint of unease as he did so, yet couldn't put his finger on it. He had no cause to detain or question random townsfolk. His unease was simply nerves. He was so close to finishing his quest. Erica vanished around the corner. Leo kept his gaze on the house. As he watched, the window to Zack Silverstone's room opened onto the rainstorm. A male figure in a thick rain cloak slipped out the window and dropped into the alley. "Alan Starshine," Leo cursed quietly. Erica must have passed on a message from Zack that we were onto them. "You can't know that," Redwood said worriedly. "Still, what can I do?" "Watch the house. Make sure no one else leaves. I'll go after Alan and detain him." "You certain you want to go alone?" Leo was already at the edge of the roof. "Yes." "All right. Be careful. You too." Leo turned, slid off the roof, caught himself on the roof edge with both hands, and dropped to the cobblestones with well-practiced grace. Such feats were no trouble for an experienced skirmisher. He hurried off to catch Alan Starshine and quietly arrest him before he could escape. 48. A Flame in the Dark. Leo. With the rain now pouring with renewed vigor, Leo hurried around the corner of the house next to Beth Silverstone's. He turned just in time to spot a male figure in the thick rain cloak making another turn that took him out of sight. Leo quickened his pace, trusting to his balance and prowess to avoid slipping or tripping on the slick cobblestones. Of all the nights for a cursed rainstorm! Lightning snapped overhead, followed by a peal of thunder. Leo rounded the corner of the next house and spotted the cloaked figure skulking close to the inside of the town wall. The man stayed in the shadows. Leo oriented himself based on a mental map he'd formed of Wolf Pine and realized the man was heading straight for the town gates, hoping to head out and escape, no doubt. Leo smiled grimly as he followed, keeping pace but also keeping to the shadows. As tempting as it was to try and overtake Alan Starshine, the man might hear Leo's steel boots even over the ruckus of the storm. If Alan ran, the chase could become complicated. Joanne Ducrest stood now at the gates of Wolf Pine. She wouldn't let anyone out without identifying them first. Once both Leo and his quarry were in sight of the gates, the man slowed and paused. Leo crouched in the shadow of the deck overhanging the cobblestones off the town wall and watched the man mentally debate. Did he fear the town guards at the gate were onto him? The man rose and headed off, but not toward the gate. He headed north again, toward the center of town and the town square. He would have little cover there, so Leo hurried after him only once it felt safe to do so. As Leo walked around the last building between him and his quarry, he expected to find the man somewhere ahead. What he found instead was an empty square. He froze only a moment before he spotted a discarded rain cloak in the shadows by an alley leading east, away from the Silverstone house. He'd been spotted. Leo leapt into a sprint and reached the alley in almost no time at all. He skidded to a stop in the rain and looked for his quarry just ahead. The alley was empty. When Leo snatched up the cloak, one side was wet while the other was warm. How had his quarry eluded him? Even moving at a sprint, there was no way the man he was chasing could have vanished so quickly and silently in a completely unoccupied town square. Unless he had the ability to vanish by other means. A shadower. Silverstone. Leo clenched the cloak as he realized how foolish he'd just been. It wasn't Alan who emerged from that window. It had been Silverstone, intent on leading whoever was watching his house on a wild chase, while Anna and Alan, still inside, left to hide somewhere else. And Leo, like an idiot, had taken the bait. In this storm, in a town this empty, Leo knew he'd never track down Silverstone. Worse, he couldn't actually prove who had worn this cloak. The one thing Silverstone hadn't counted on was Leo leaving a town guard to watch the house during the chase. Yet he needed to get back immediately. There was a chance town guard Redwood might have also been tricked. Leo sprinted through the mostly empty town of Wolfpine, boots splashing in puddles as he kept his balance and avoided going down. He was huffing by the time he returned to the street on which Beth Silverstone and Barry Dewcrest's houses faced off. He arrived to find the lamps in the Silverstone house still lit, and the door still closed. He glanced up and spotted Redwood waving from the roof. The man didn't look to have moved, which made Leo question his earlier belief about Zack leading him away. If Anna and Alan had left the house while he was chasing Silverstone, why hadn't Redwood followed them? Redwood mouthed, "I'll come down," and disappeared from sight. Leo stood in the pouring rain, holding a discarded cloak, and questioned everything he'd seen tonight. As improbable as it might be, what if town guard Redwood was working with Silverstone? Was it possible? Leo knew what the book said about town guards. The gods themselves chose them, and they chose only the most loyal, selfless, and honest mortals to safeguard townsfolk and adventurers alike. Yet when one was forced to choose between loyalty to one's gods and loyalty to one's friends, where would a person land? Most importantly, where would the loyalties of Glen Redwood land? Redwood emerged from Barry Dewcrest's house wearing his own thick cloak and hurried over. "Did you find him?" he asked hopefully. "Vanished," Leo said. "It wasn't Alan. I'm fairly sure it was your friend Zack." Redwood's eyes widened. "You saw him?" Leo grimaced. He hadn't seen Silverstone, technically, though he was certain who he'd chased. "What of the house? Has anyone else emerged?" "Not since that person slipped out of the window. Are you sure it wasn't Alan you chased? Is it possible he evaded you somehow? It's easy to get turned around in this town if you don't know it well, and those two have been living here for over 4 months. "I wasn't eluded," Leo said grimly. "My quarry used Shadow Walk to escape." "Devil spit." Redwood's expression grew dark. "We'd best go inside right now." Leo immediately hesitated. "We can't do that." He might have authority to detain Anna Bronzelight and Alan Starshine, but he had no authority to enter a private home. "I can," Redwood said calmly. "I'm a town guard. My Wolfpine key can open every lock in this city, though, given how well I know Beth, we'll offer her the courtesy of a knock. We can't know who you chased, but we must know if these fugitives are still inside the house, or if they were there at all." Leo had simply assumed Anna and Alan would be in Silverstone's residence. Had that been a mistaken assumption? "You think they're hiding somewhere else?" "Did anyone tell you they were there?" Redwood asked. "Did Zack say that explicitly?" Leo mentally cursed himself. "I didn't know anywhere else they might go." Redwood was already past him and walking toward the door. "One way or another, we need to search that house tonight. I'll take responsibility. Just follow my lead." Lee followed Redwood as the man raised one fist and knocked, firmly and loudly, on the door. No one inside that house could fail to hear such a knock. They waited only a moment before the sound of locks clicking came from inside. The door opened once more. The eyes of the dark-skinned woman inside the house widened. "Glenn?" She visibly sucked in her breath. "Oh, God, is Zack all right?" Of course, upon seeing a town guard standing outside her door in the middle of a rainstorm, Beth Silverstone immediately worried for her son. Leo sensed no subterfuge in her reaction. She really did look genuinely shocked to see the two of them outside her home. "Zack's absolutely fine, Beth," Redwood said quickly. "I'm truly sorry to bother you so late, but we need to speak about your lodgers, about Anna." "Don't tell me something's happened to the poor girl." "We don't think so," Redwood said. "Is she here?" "In the spare room. Erica came by to drop off some clothing Anna ordered, then left about 10 minutes ago." Beth tilted her head quizzically. "What business have you with her?" Redwood glanced at Leo. Leo, seeing the opportunity, decided he'd best take it. He approached and briefly inclined his head. "Leopold Argenshade, level 10 skirmisher. I'm also a junior blazer, and while I can't share everything, it's vital we speak to Anna or Alan at once." Now Beth's features clouded. "A town guard and a blazer on my doorstep this late isn't good. You'd best come inside immediately." She stepped back. "Please, both of you." Leo gratefully stepped out of the rain, though he regretted walking inside with the soles of his steel boots still sopping wet. He couldn't easily remove them, unlike Redwood, who leaned against the wall and pulled off his boots at once and set them by the door. As the door swung closed, Leo remained just beyond the threshold, dripping water off his cloak. "Where's your spare room?" Redwood asked. "This way," Beth said, then glanced at Leo. "Are you coming?" Leo hesitated once more. Would Beth truly be okay with him tracking mud all over her house? He didn't feel right about tracking mud all over her house. Redwood raised one hand. "It's fine, Leo. I'll bring her out of there. We'll speak to her together." Leo, relieved, just nodded. Beth Silverstone had rugs in here that looked both soft and expensive, but such luxuries were not out of the ordinary for a successful merchant. Leo would simply hate to cause her further trouble. Redwood followed Beth to the end of the hall, remaining in sight. Leo mentally recognized Anna's room as right next to Zach's room. That must have been convenient for both of them. Glenn knocked firmly on the closed door to the spare room. "Beth?" a woman called from inside. At the end of the hall, Glenn frowned. "Erica?" Leo's senses all snapped alert as the door opened. A moment later, a blonde-haired woman with a slim build stepped from Beth's spare room, but it was not Anna Bronzelight. Leo's stomach sank as he realized just how badly he'd mucked all this up. If Erica hadn't left after arriving earlier, that suggested the woman who'd left wearing Erica Willowbraid's thin rain cloak had been Anna Bronzelight. Erica's hair was bright blonde, not dyed, and shoulder-length, not bobbed like Anna's. From his place at the door, Leo had no trouble overhearing their conversation. "What's going on?" Erica sounded truly surprised. "What are you doing here?" "Where's Anna?" Glenn asked. "Left to fetch her coin purse," Erica said. "She left about 10 minutes ago. Is something wrong?" "She left wearing your cloak?" Glenn demanded. Erica glanced toward Leo, toward the door. "She didn't have a rain cloak of her own, so I let her borrow mine. It's an absolute deluge out there." Oh, that was clever. After Silverstone warned her Leo was looking for her, Anna had summoned Erica to deliver her clothing and then convinced her she needed a spare rain cloak. She then slipped out in full view of Leo, with him none the wiser, all because he didn't trust his instincts. Leo should have verified the identity of the woman leaving for himself. He hadn't. Given that failure, perhaps Alan Starshine truly had eluded him. "Is Anna in trouble?" Erica demanded. "Who's that man by the door?" Leo rubbed his cold face with one hand. It wasn't just that he'd been completely outmaneuvered by his fugitives. He knew, now, that he'd let down a woman who trusted him. Jenny had entrusted him with this quest. He'd then told her in phantom correspondence that he had completed it. Now that both fugitives had literally slipped through his fingers, his mentor was going to be so incredibly disappointed in him. Glenn. Despite the pouring rain, Glenn had no trouble making his way quietly across Carl Coldbreaker's slanted roof to the upstairs window he knew well. The single window in Carl's small attic overlooked the smithy and the roof atop it, which made it easier to access than most. He'd both snuck into and out of Carl's attic many times in his younger years, of course, with Carl none the wiser. This attic had been Becca's room, a room Carl Coldbreaker had locked from below and made clear he had no intention of visiting until Becca returned. Almost every parent whose child went off to adventure had rituals and superstitions they followed in hopes of seeing them home safely again. Keeping Becca's attic room undisturbed was likely Carl's. A brief pang of melancholy washed over Glenn before he pushed it away. He crouched before the closed opaque window and rapped quietly on the frame. Under other circumstances, Glenn would have never considered hiding two people he barely knew in Carl Coldbreaker's attic, but he hoped Carl would forgive him. Lives might be at stake. As for Becca, wherever she was, Glenn had no worries about her being angry with him. If the only way to hide two people in danger of being hurt was to hide them in her old room, Becca would have volunteered her room for this purpose. She'd want Anna saved. The window opened with scarcely any sound. Glenn caught the vague outline of Zack inside. It was dark, of course. Lighting a lamp would invite attention. But Glenn knew this room just as well in darkness. He slipped inside, quietly closed the window behind him, and crouched to let his eyes adjust. A small candle burned in the center of the room, the only light in the space. A sideways chair shielded its light from reaching the window. Beside it crouched two other figures, both barely visible in the light. The fugitives Alan Starshine and Anna Bronzelight. After she'd slipped into Zack's home in the guise of her delivery, Erica had let both of them know exactly what was happening and exactly where they should go after they snuck out. Thanks to her bravery and guile, everything had gone to plan. Now, Glenn supposed, he'd learn if he had been right to trust his instincts, and those of Zack and Erica, or if he had just made the biggest mistake of his life. "I'm sorry I made you wait so long," Glenn said quietly. "I had to make absolutely sure Leo was otherwise occupied before I could visit. Tomorrow at first light, the town guards will search the town. Coleman's in bed, and Leo can't wake him since our mayor remains an ass, but I'm certain he'll make the request first thing tomorrow. Mayor Coleman will have no choice but to cooperate." With her eyes wide and worried, Anna Bronzelight looked like she was about to break down and cry. "All of you are risking so much for me. I hate this. And you, Glenn, you barely know me." Zack gently thumped Glenn's shoulder. "He doesn't need to know you to help you. He just helps people. It's like a compulsion for him." "You're one to talk," Anna said quietly. Glenn smiled as she saw the way she looked at Zack. Once again, his instincts about her felt right. This woman would never steal from an entire town to enrich herself. "And what if the mayor gives you an order to arrest us?" Alan Bronzelight asked, his voice soft as well. "Can you refuse such an order?" Alan had slipped out of the house after Leo left to chase down Zack, or Glenn assumed Alan had. He'd intentionally looked away from the house until Leo returned. That way, if questioned, he could honestly say he didn't see anyone else leave the house after Leo ran off to chase their decoy. "That won't happen until tomorrow at the earliest, at which point you'll be elsewhere," Glenn assured everyone. "By that time, you'll already have moved elsewhere. I know Zack already has a few bolt holes in mind." "Way ahead of you," Zack agreed. "For all three of us." "And if Coleman asks you if you helped us escape," Alan asked insistently. Glenn thought of all the times he'd watched Scott Willarose tell Mayor Coleman everything and nothing. "I'll tell him the truth as I see it. Don't worry about me. When it comes to answering Coleman's questions in ways that satisfy my duty, I've had a great mentor." Anna leaned close. "So, what else can I tell you? What has Zack told you?" "Most of it," Glenn said. "Erica vouched for you as well. Still, I need to hear it from you. Why you're here, your brother's plot to abduct you, and the truth behind these demon attacks." "But Erica will be okay?" Anna asked hopefully. "I don't want this to blow back on her." Anna's strong concern for Erica further reinforced Glenn's good feelings about her. "We played out our scene just as we discussed. Leo heard the whole thing. Even if he suspects Erica was involved in helping you evade him, he has no proof. Erica will be absolutely fine." Lips pressed tightly together. Anna nodded in the faint candlelight. "Now I want to hear it in your own words," Glenn said quietly. "Tell me everything." As Glenn listened in silence, Anna confirmed all the details he'd heard from Zack. Having her repeat her story wasn't why he'd asked her to do it. He needed to look into her eyes and listen to her voice as she recounted her tale. He needed to judge her sincerity for himself. When Anna finished, Glenn knew he'd made the right choice in helping her. She was obviously still hiding a few things, but in the matter of her crimes, or lack thereof, he was confident she was telling the truth. She'd stolen nothing from Frostford. Her brother had lied to the Blazers. Glenn had just taken a huge risk. They'd all taken a huge risk, but the alternative, allowing Anna's conniving brother to trick the Blazers into dragging her back home to an unknown fate, was unacceptable. Now all that remained was to decide what to do next. "Here's my thinking," Glenn said. With the town guards alerted, you're not going to be able to slip out of Wolfpine. Even with Zack to sneak you around, you're going to be discovered sooner rather than later. We can't keep you hidden forever, so our goal right now is to buy a day or two. To do what? Alan asked. Once Jenny Amberson, Leo's mentor, arrives in town, I'm going to plead your case directly to her. Once we get the Blazers off your backs, your only worry will be other adventurers. Anna winced like he'd visibly hurt her. No, you can't. I know, Jenny, even if only a little. I trust her to listen to the facts and weigh those without bias, and if I manage to track down whatever adventurer released those demons in my zone, I'll arrest them myself. You simply can't reveal that you were involved in how we got away from Leo, Anna said insistently. Word will get back to your mayor that you helped us. I don't know what kind of trouble you'll get in for helping us, but it can't be good. I won't have you thrown in jail on my part. Glenn smiled. Respectfully, Anna, it's a little late for that. Her eyes widened. Before she could apologize again, Glenn raised one palm. I truly doubt my part in this will come to light, Glenn continued. Once I share the truth with Jenny, she'll likely wish to keep this matter internal to the Blazers. If they have been deceived, as I now believe they have, she'll not want that knowledge made public. I also believe that once I explain why we've all acted as we have, she'll understand our reasons. I doubt she'd betray me to the mayor. You're taking an awful lot on faith, Alan said darkly. Zack snorted. Yeah, he does that too. Glenn gave Zack a gentle shove. You asked for my help, remember? To be fair, you'd already cuffed me at the time. Glenn turned his gaze back to the two fugitives now hiding in Carl Coldbreaker's attic. For now, focus on staying hidden long enough for me to straighten things out with the Blazers. Once I'm gone, you should go with Zack to wherever he's decided to hide you. If I don't know where you are, I can't tell anyone. Anna watched him for a moment. Glenn was worried she might further protest. Soon, she sighed and smiled sadly. Glenn could imagine how conflicted she might feel now, being forced to put others at risk to protect herself. He'd hate that feeling. I don't know how to thank you for this, Anna said, for helping us. Being forced to flee Frostford was a nightmare, yet I never expected to find such kindness waiting at the end of my journey. If I'm ever able to repay you for your help, I'll find a way. Definitely don't try to give him a reward, Zack said. He'd just turn it down. Glenn ignored Zack and rose. Before I leave, is there anything else I can do for you? I think my plan is the best option we have, but if you have any other ideas, I'm glad to hear them. Neither of them offered anything. Even Zack, for once, had no quip. Glenn went back over his choices since he first met Leo in his house, and could think of nothing he'd have done differently. Kaya had charged him to protect people. All he had done today was his duty. Once Jenny Amberson arrived, he'd simply have to convince her to see it the same way. 49. A town search. The next morning dawned, as every morning had before. The knock on Glenn's door came shortly past breakfast, which suggested Mayor Coleman had taken longer than needed to agree to assist Leo in his search. Glenn raised a hand to assure his parents he had it, walked to the door, and opened it to find Joanne, red blonde hair in disarray, standing outside in a red commoner's dress. The dress looked to be wine-stained, which suggested she'd come to get him directly from whatever she'd been up to. Trouble sleeping? Glenn asked. Joanne didn't smile. Wasn't sleeping? I'm supposed to be not sleeping right now, but duty calls, or Coleman, in this particular wretched case. Glenn winced at empathy. Sorry. He felt tangentially responsible for Joanne being interrupted in the middle of whatever tryst she'd arranged, but there'd been no help for it. Coleman's called up all the guards to run a search for the fugitive Leo came here to locate, who is here, apparently. We're staging in the town square, then coordinating for a house-to-house search. Glenn nodded his understanding and looked to his parents. Got work. Thanks for breakfast. Joanne had given no indication she was aware he had any part in today's events. Tanya waved. Have a good day, dear. She'd obviously been listening to every word, yet her features told him she was indescribably curious. Yet she didn't ask. Let me know if you need my services, Hal added from his space at the table. Glenn knew what his father was offering. Phantom correspondence. That service was expensive. Glenn had never felt comfortable asking for it, but Hal knew Glenn was supposedly working with Leo and, by extension, the Blazers. It reminded him he had other options if worst came to worst, like directly informing the Blazers over Phantom correspondence that they'd been tricked. Having a record of Glenn's claim to the Blazers would, of course, document his involvement in helping Anna and Alan evade Leo. That would certainly get him in trouble. Anna's fate if her brother took her before the truth came out would be far worse, so Glenn would do what he had to do. He stepped out and closed the door. "Lead the way." Joanne rolled her eyes as they walked off for the square. "God, you're not even upset. Even with me rousting you away from breakfast first thing on your day off, you're bright-eyed and eager to work. I'd be jealous of your work ethic if it wasn't so annoying." "Sorry," Glenn said again, even though he knew she was mostly kidding. "If it helps, I'll try to be more openly sullen about extra duty in the future." "I'd appreciate that," Joanne said. They walked in silence until they reached the town square, where Glenn expected to find the other town guards waiting. 3 were already present and in armor. Even with their helmets on, he recognized Seth, Scott, and Linda. But, moreover, there were a number of adventurers in the square as well. Far more than there should be this early. What was that about? As he and Joanne walked toward the barracks, Glenn glanced at her. Did someone post a big quest? What's with the crowd? "Gathered for the show," Joanne said. "Our very own Leopold Argent Shade, who is no longer making any attempt to hide his true identity as a Blazer, announced a new open quest this morning to find one Anna Bronzelight, a missing fugitive, right here in the walls of Wolfpine." Glenn felt a chill as he realized what this meant. He can do that? Apparently, he has both the authority to commission a Blazer quest and the coin to fund one. Joanne's tone didn't reveal if she was annoyed or impressed by this fact. He first made his intentions known in the Beast yesterday night, when it was packed to the brim. "Oh," Glenn said, mentally resisting the urge to clench his fists. "That was smart." "He's a smart man. He informed all those interested that they should gather this morning to see a sketch of Anna, and that finding her would offer both a significant amount of coin and the experience that goes with completing a Blazer quest. Hence, this crowd." Glenn hadn't counted on Leo creating a quest to locate Anna that was open to anyone. Such a quest would draw the attention of every adventurer who came through Wolfpine, both for how unusual it was and how easy it seemed to complete. That would exponentially increase the number of people looking for Anna Bronzelight in a small town she couldn't escape. Yesterday night, Glenn had been confident Zack could hide Anna and Alan from the town guard for a few days. The guard were 8 people, some of whom hadn't slept. Yet now that Leo had opened the search for Anna and Alan to every adventurer in town, the odds of Zack and his charges staying hidden dropped dramatically. Some of these adventurers likely knew Anna by sight already, given she'd been adventuring in Gracia for almost 4 months now. Glenn had underestimated Leo, but he couldn't be angry with him. Leo was simply doing his job. He strongly suspected that the man had absolutely no idea that Anna's brother had deceived the Blazers, yet Leo remained a threat to Zack, Anna, and Alan. A threat that Glenn was no longer fully confident he could hold at bay. They entered the barracks to find them empty save for Chelsea Mistarrow, who waited patiently. She was already in full god armor save for her helmet. Chelsea, like Logain, looked to be about the same age as Glenn's parents, with short dark hair and equally dark eyes. Glenn had always found her impressively calm. She had a serenity about her he envied. "Thank you for coming in on your days off," Chelsea said warmly, probably trying to make their extra duties slightly more palatable. "Martin and Logain are already on the gate, so I'll help you both get into armor. We'll knock this search out before lunch." As Joanne walked to her armor rack without a word and picked up her chess piece, Glenn frowned Chelsea's way. "We're the last to arrive, aren't we?" "It's fine, Glenn," Chelsea assured him. "Everyone knows you two weren't even supposed to work today. I'm simply glad you're here, and I know Captain Cliffbreeze agrees with me." Joanne approached Chelsea with her chest plate in one hand. "Strap me in?" As Chelsea helped Joanne into her armor and tightened the straps and buckles, she scarcely glanced down at her hands. Chelsea had fastened this armor so many times it was a second nature to her as breathing. Glenn picked up his armor and waited as Chelsea helped him with it as well. Once all 3 of them were appropriately armored up, they grabbed their helmets and donned them before heading out the door. They emerged to find Leopold Argentshade standing on a wooden box he'd found somewhere. He addressed the crowd in a loud, clear voice, presumably repeating his speech from last night for any newcomers. Seeing Leo today, with his gleaming blonde hair and glistening steel armor, Glenn could see how the adventurers in this town square must see him. This blazer was someone to look up to and respect. Leo was level 10, while most of those gathered in the square today likely weren't even 8. Even if Glenn convinced Jenny Amberson of the truth, would anyone else in town believe him? "The reward for finding Anna Bronzelight is 5 moons," Leo continued, his confident voice filling the square. "This is in addition to bestowing experience equivalent to a level 8 quest. Any can accept the quest. However, there are only 2 ways to claim its completion." Leo really was a talented speaker when he put his mind to it. Had Glenn been a young adventurer in this crowd, he'd be chomping at the bit to complete this quest. Back when he was still level 5, 5 moons would have bought him a set of heavy armor. "First," Leo said, "you must convince Anna to come to me in this square, while I will remain throughout the day, and arrive with her. Or you must report her location to a town guard, who must then apprehend her and bring her here in your stead. I trust your town guards to honestly report who gave them the tip. The quest completion will remain yours, even if a guard brings Anna here." Glenn counted the adventurers in the square. Today there would be 21 extra sets of eyes scouring the tiny town of Wolfpine for Anna Bronzelight. Far worse odds than he'd hoped for. He'd simply have to hope that Zack's hidey holes were even harder to locate than he'd hoped. "I have a sketch of Anna here on the box," Leo continued. "Please review if you haven't met her in person before. As I said when I first spoke, you may know her as Anna Ironstar. That is the alias she's been using as she leveled here with one Alan Ironstar. I have a sketch of him as well." So locating Alan wasn't included in the quest? Interesting. Glenn wondered if creating a quest to find 2 people doubled the cost of commissioning it. Perhaps not. Perhaps Leo only had authority to create a public quest to locate Anna because of the severity of her supposed crime. As Glenn understood it, Alan's only offense had been giving people a false name as he leveled. There was no law against that, so Glenn doubted even a blazer could create a quest to track down an adventurer who'd committed no crime. "While finding Alan does not satisfy the completion requirements of the quest," Leo continued, "I will compensate you directly if you can either convince Alan to come here or show a town guard to his location, provided that town guard then brings him to me. Thank you for your attention. Speak to me directly to obtain the quest, or ask any questions you may have." A line quickly formed as every adventurer in the square seemed eager to take the brand new and remarkably lucrative quest from Leopold Argentshade. Glenn's gut churned with worry for Anna, Alan, and Zack. But luckily his helmet hid his expression from both the adventurers and his fellow guards. He'd simply have to trust Zack to be Zack, as in elusive and incredibly annoying. "That's our cue," Joanne said to Glenn and the other guards, speaking too low for any adventurers to overhear. "We can't leave the gates unprotected, so this search will be just the 6 of us. We have almost 30 houses to search top to bottom, as well as every nook and cranny in Wolfpine. All of you grew up here, so I trust you know how many places a person can hide." "I volunteer to search the Rose," Scott Willowrose said cheerily. Linda elbowed him with a snicker. "You would, Letcher." "I'd simply like to visit some very good friends." "We'll also be working in Paris today," Joanne added, which surprised Glenn. "Scott, you'll be with Seth. Cover all houses to the southwest of the town square." Glenn could feel Scott's disappointment even through his full-face helmet. The Scarlet Rose was on the northeast side of town. Despite the circumstances, it was difficult not to be a bit amused at the way Scott's entire body sagged with disappointment. "Linda," Joanne continued, "you'll be with me to search all houses and buildings on the southeast side of the square. Glenn and Chelsea will search the northwest area. Once everyone reports back here, I'll take a volunteer with me to search the northeast side of town and wrap things up." As Glenn considered Joanne's choices, he understood her reasoning. Each of the 3 parties would have at least one town guard who knew arrest, which meant they would have no trouble immobilizing Anna Bronzelight if they came across her. As Glenn himself did not have that skill, he would be working with Chelsea today. As a level 16 town guard, she was almost as far along as Loghain. Glenn didn't actually know Chelsea that well. Despite her and Loghain being promised to each other, she rarely joined them for drinks after a shift, and this would be an opportunity to get to know her a bit better. He would have preferred to partner with Scott, who would be easier to misdirect if he feared Zack was close. but he couldn't reasonably protest. "Wouldn't it be more efficient to split and search alone?" Seth asked, which saved Glenn the trouble of asking that question himself. "Why are we partnering up when there's only 6 of us?" "Mayor's orders," Joanne said, with just enough disgust in her voice to assure Glenn she thought this order was as stupid as the rest of Coleman's decrees. "He specifically said we must search every house in town alongside a partner. I valiantly attempted to explain that we could get the search done quicker by working alone, but he said we could spend all day if necessary." "How generous of him," Chelsea commented dryly. The mayor's orders increased the nervous churn in Glenn's stomach. There was no reason for Mayor Coleman to order the town guards to search in pairs. Even an idiot would understand the search would get done quicker if they worked alone. For Coleman to give this order suggested he, or rather Leo, who'd pressed Mayor Coleman into the search, suspected that not all of the town guards were fully on board with the charge to hunt down these fugitives, or specifically, the person who might be sheltering them. In other words, Leo now suspected Glenn of possibly indirectly aiding Zach, even if only by intentionally doing his job poorly. This also wasn't good. Despite his confident assurance to Anna last night that he could handle Mayor Coleman's questions and liege law, this wasn't good at all. "Search the houses first, then any other structures in your area," Joanne said calmly. "If anyone refuses you access to their home, remind them that your orders to search the town came from Mayor Coleman himself. As town guards, we are bound to comply with all decrees by the mayor." Which also ensured Mayor Coleman would get all the blame for this intrusive and early morning search. Joanne and every guard present was smart enough not to say that aloud. Given the mayor likely knew how much this effort would upset his constituents, Leo must have put real pressure on Coleman to authorize this search. How had Leo managed all this? Perhaps the threat of being reported for refusing to cooperate with a Blazer investigation would make even a man like Mayor Coleman agree to the search, despite the anger it might raise with his townsfolk. Coleman's ambitions ran beyond Wolfpine. He could afford to make the people here dislike him, a task he'd had no trouble with, if it meant saving his larger ambitions for the future. "That's it for my blathering," Joanne said. "Get to it, and be as nice as you can about this business. You're authorized to stop your search if some bright-eyed adventurer comes to you with a tip on Alan Starshine or Anna Bronzelight, but after you resolve it, pick right up where you left off." Chelsea turned her full-face helmet to Glenn. "Shall we?" Glenn wished he was as calm as her. His nervous stomach was now doing flips. He forced himself to nod calmly. "I'll follow your lead." Since Chelsea had almost 2 decades more experience than he did, he wasn't about to tell her how to conduct this search. Unfortunately, her leading their search would be another reason it would be harder than ever for him to help Zach. He knew Chelsea to be very good at her job. Wherever Jenny Amberson was now, Glenn hoped she was making good time on the safe road. While Glenn had feared their search might prove combative, the first few houses they reached turned out to be unoccupied. He'd forgotten that not everyone worked out of their home like his mother and father. The classes chosen by many townsfolk took them out of their homes during the day, and with their Wolfpine keys, Glenn and Chelsea could simply let themselves into any house in town, but only after Chelsea announced them with a loud knock, then waited for someone to answer. Seeing inside the homes of other people was disconcerting. Glenn had never actually searched anyone's house before. He doubted Zach had hidden Anna and Alan in anyone's home, but he still paid close attention to how Chelsea handled each search. He never missed an opportunity to learn. Chelsea moved through each house with careful, patient steps, opening doors and checking closets while taking care to disturb as little as possible. It felt wrong to be in someone else's home when they weren't looking through all their stuff. Perhaps this was what those shadowers who chose to steal felt when they slipped into a home looking for valuables. Glenn could somewhat understand how one might get an illicit thrill from being in a space owned by someone else without their knowledge. For his part, it simply made him feel uncomfortable. He definitely wouldn't want anyone wandering into his room unannounced. When they reached the 5th house, Glenn belatedly recognized it. This was Ziva Willabraid's house and tailoring shop, which was also where Erica lived with her mother. Was she home? Chelsea glanced his way. "Want to take the lead on this one?" Given Erica's involvement in last night's shenanigans, there was the remote chance that something in her home might incriminate her in some way. If there was, it would be better for him to find it and hide it than for Chelsea to find it. Hopefully, Erica wouldn't mind. Sure, he agreed. Have to start somewhere. That's the spirit, Chelsea said cheerfully. All right, Redwood, I'll follow your lead this time. It was a good thing he'd been paying attention. Glenn knocked heavily on the closed door, waited a moment, and then spoke loudly through the door, projecting his voice as Chelsea had done. Miss Willibraid, this is Town Guard Redwood. Hopefully using Ziva's name would make this intrusive search more tolerable. I apologize for the early hour, but we've orders from the mayor to search your home for a wanted fugitive. Please open the door. He waited as long as Chelsea had with no response. The silence from inside the house made him feel a bit better. If Ziva and Erica were both out, he wouldn't feel nearly as awkward about this search. He glanced at Chelsea as he reached for the key ring on his belt. Sounds like the owner's not home. I'm going to open it up. Agreed, Chelsea said. Glenn inserted his wolf-pine key into the lock and turned it. The lock opened effortlessly, and the way a single enchanted key could open every lock in wolf-pine continued to impress him. Only town guards carried these keys, of course, and if he ever lost his, he would be in big trouble. He entered the large front room of Ziva's house, which doubled as her storefront. A colorful plush rug sat in the center, and a familiar painting of deer against a forest backdrop hung on the back wall. Fine dresses fit headless dressmakers' dummies along the back wall. The front space was open. Glenn walked behind the counter to eliminate the ridiculous idea that Zach, Anna, and Alan might simply be hiding behind it. He found no one. He looked to the stairs to the second floor, which was where he knew Erica's room to be. If there was anything that might incriminate her in last night's escape, it would likely be in her bedroom. Entering Erica's bedroom without her here felt wrong, yet letting Chelsea search it could get Erica in trouble. Uncomfortable though he might be, he had to keep his promise to Anna. He had to make sure nothing from their shenanigans last night came back to get Erica in trouble. Search the ground floor, Glenn said. I'll check the upstairs. 50. A crystal pouch. Wood creaked with each of Glenn's heavy steps. Despite his desire to be loud, he eased up. His armor was heavy after all, and the last thing he'd want to do was scuff or break a floorboard. He'd feel just terrible if he busted one of Ziva Willibraid's steps. A short hallway with 2 closed doors waited above. Glenn tested the doorknob on the first and found it easy to turn. He opened the door, barely, to find the room stuffed with rolls of fabric, spools of colorful yarn, what looked to be a number of dresses in different states of completion, and several dressmakers' dummies. The clutter was thick. He doubted anyone could hide in there. The other room must be Erica's room. Her private space. Glenn steeled himself, took a deep breath, and gripped the door handle. It turned easily. He opened it quietly and stepped into mid-morning gloom. He immediately spotted a brightly colored and unnecessarily complicated undergarment hanging off a chair nearby. Glenn rapidly averted his eyes, but that only took his gaze to the bed. It was Erica's bed, which had a very noticeable lump beneath its covers, a person-shaped lump, a female-shaped lump. Yawning, with her blonde hair tumbling across bare shoulders, Erica Willibraid rolled onto her back. She looked down the bed and blinked sleepily in his direction before she went as stiff as Glenn, who was now rooted to the floor. Why hadn't she answered their knock? Erica gasped and sat straight up, clutching her covers to her chest. Glenn only then realized that she didn't appear to be wearing anything under them, the covers. Gods! What in the 6 hells? Erica demanded. Sorry, Glenn shouted. He instinctively raised both hands in an absolutely abashed gesture of absolute surrender and backed hurriedly from the room. Mayor's orders. We knocked. Well, knock louder next time, Erica said crossly. Right, we will. We'll do that. Glenn closed her door as carefully as he could. Real sorry. When he glanced left, his chagrin grew. Chelsea now stood in the hallway. While he couldn't see her features through her helmet, he was almost certain she was grinning as wide as Scott when he spoke of the Scarlet Rose. Gods, what a disaster. Problem? Chelsea asked lightly. Erica's still in there, Glenn said. She is, naked? Sleeping? Glenn corrected quickly. She was sleeping. I guess she didn't hear the knock. I guess not, Chelsea deadpanned. Don't come in yet, Erica shouted from the other side of the door. I'm not decent. Glenn felt like his face was about to melt off. Erica was either going to be truly upset with him or so amused she would tease him endlessly. Neither was an outcome he preferred. The downstairs is empty, Chelsea said. No fugitives. Right, Glenn said. The other room is a storeroom, no fugitives. And the bedroom? I didn't see anyone else in there. Did you look anywhere other than the bed? Chelsea asked lightly. A thump announced Erica's door opening once more. She stepped out wearing a frilly but modest nightdress. Though it was still far fancier than any nightdress Glenn had seen, it was also cut in ways that sent his mind sprinting to places he'd really prefer it not. He was waiting for Becca. They'd established that quite clearly. And to what do I owe this unique pleasure? Erica asked. Sorry, Glenn said reflexively. The mayor ordered the town guards to search every home in Wolf Pine for a fugitive. Anna Bronzelight. We know her as Anna Ironstar. Well, she's certainly not in bed with me, Erica said crossly. Would you like to check? Glenn looked at Chelsea for help. She simply shrugged her shoulders. Orders, sir? Chelsea was no help at all. Glenn looked to Erica again, held back his sigh, and nodded as seriously as he could. I'm truly sorry, but I must take a look inside. Just a peek. Erica eyed him. I think you got more than a peek. She was definitely going to tease him about this. Still, if she was here sleeping, she'd likely left nothing that would incriminate her in plain sight. Chelsea was also letting him look, which meant he could ignore anything he did come across. I'll only be a moment, Glenn said. Erica stepped aside, frowning politely. Glenn walked into Erica's room to find discarded clothing scattered about, which surprised him. He thought Erica would be neater than this. He did a quick search with his eyes and did his best to ignore the frilly clothing, underclothing, and his stubbornly forming thoughts of how any of those items might look upon a female body. He didn't need to think about that right now. The room felt cold, like the morning air had been at it, but Erica's window remained closed. Poor insulation. Glenn opened her closet door as cautiously as if a grass boar might charge out. He found a number of lovely hanging dresses, but there were no additional undergarments in plain sight. Thank the Pantheon for that. He took one last look around the room. He briefly pondered checking under the bed, but it was far too low for anyone to fit under it. Nothing in here would get Erica in trouble in any way. Glenn stepped back out in the hallway. I'm truly sorry for the trouble, Miss Willabraid. As you said, there's no one here. Thank you for your cooperation. We'll be moving on now. That will be best, Erica agreed. Glenn looked at Chelsea. On to the next house. Chelsea nodded his way, then waved to Erica. Thank you for being so gracious about this. Please give my best to your mother. I still owe her for the tea she brought back from Lakebrook. Oh, Erica said brightly. I'll do that. And it's always nice to see you, Chelsea. Her implication was obvious. Glenn hoped Erica was simply acting mad at him to ensure Chelsea didn't think they'd work together, but he couldn't be sure. Best to immediately retreat. He headed down the stairs and exited the house at a pace just dignified enough for a town guard. Only then did it hit him. The frilly and impossibly complicated undergarment hanging off Erica's chair, had that truly been a noblewoman's corset? How would a woman even fit her private bits into something with so little actual fabric? Zach. Once he heard the front door of Erica's house close with a heavy sound, Zach dared breathe again. He balanced now just off the side of Erica's second-floor window, pressed against the wall. Her house faced an alley, and anyone who came in here would spot him. He was too exposed. A hiss of wood on wood announced Erica's bedroom window opening once more. Zach silently hopped back inside, heart still pounding. That had been close. That had been too close. Erica, now wearing the same frilly nightdress she tossed off as Glenn thumped up against the stairs and Zach slipped out her window, snorted in amusement. Next time we're almost caught committing a crime together, move faster. I think I nearly killed Glenn. The sight of your lovely upper half could do that to anyone, Zach assured her. Glenn's just lucky he survived. You say such nice things to me. Erica smirked before she bent down beside her bed. Once more, she slid out a bundle containing sandwiches, a canteen, and a book. Thoughtful as Erica was, she'd put together a care package for Zack to take to his fugitives, something to make their time in seclusion a little less boring and make sure they didn't go hungry. She handed the bundle to Zack. "There's adventurers looking for you now as well. For Anna. Are you sure you're up for this?" "Look who you're asking." Zack backed to the window and silently slid it open. "And Erica, thanks again for all of it." "Just keep Anna safe," she said calmly. "That's your job now." "It sure is," Zack agreed. "Sleep tight, gorgeous." Zack hopped out Erica's window again, took one last look at the empty alley, and dropped into it with no more noise than the wind. He then pulled his cloak close around his head and shoulders and sauntered off, whistling. Fugitives didn't whistle. Anyone who saw him sauntering through town whistling a merry tune wouldn't give him a second glance. 6 town guards, every adventurer in town, and Leopold Argentshade, Junior Blazer, were all now searching for a woman who was absolutely wonderful to arrest her for a crime she hadn't committed. Without Glenn's help, Anna would likely already be on her way out of town with Leo. Glenn might be a stickler for the rules and far too trusting for his own good. But Glenn was Glenn, and a town guard was a good ally to have at anyone's back. Glenn and Chelsea completed a search through 9 more houses without further incidents. Some of the owners were home, but no one else Glenn encountered was female, trial age, and topless. It was the small blessings that truly counted on a day like this. Once they finished with the final home in their quarter of the city, Chelsea sighed. "That was a lovely adventure." "We do have those," Glenn agreed. "So that's houses? There's also the grain storerooms and the town wall on the west side and the public storage shed off the front gate. I see no reason for us to both wander around those structures when it'd be faster to split up. So, which do you fancy?" "Hold on," Glenn said. "Coleman said we needed to do the search with a partner." "He said we needed to search the houses with a partner," Chelsea corrected, with a small edge of mischief in her voice. "Those were his orders. Last I checked, grain and public storage aren't houses, except perhaps for the mice." Chelsea might be able to give Scott a lesson in getting around the mayor's decrees. Still, Chelsea was absolutely right, technically. It was already past lunch, and this foolish search was taking forever. What Chelsea suggested made an awful lot of sense. "I'll take public storage," Glenn said. "It's always interesting to see what's in there, if you don't mind." Chelsea thumped him on the arm. "All yours. Once you're done, assuming you don't end up being a hero again, we'll meet back at Erica's house and head to the town square." Because it wouldn't do to wander into the town square individually. That would suggest they hadn't followed the mayor's orders. "Understood," Glenn said. "Good hunting." Chelsea waved. "I'm sure the mice are already quivering in their little nests." They headed off in separate directions, with Chelsea headed west and Glenn headed south. He passed several adventurers as he headed to the public storage house off the main gate. All looked to be exploring every nook and cranny they could find. Everyone was on Leo's quest now. Glenn reached the public storage building and found Jacob Crossarrow leaning on his counter as he always did, looking bored. The counter had an opening leading into the public storage building off the gate where adventurers could stow items and belongings for a small fee. While it wasn't perfectly secure, it was better than leaving things in the open. Adventurers often had no desire to carry around every random piece of loot they found when in Gracia. Still, seeing Jacob always made Glenn feel a little depressed. Though Jacob had chosen the class of merchant, he'd proven exceedingly poor at it. After years of failing to progress, Jacob had accepted a job from Mayor Coleman to check adventurer items in and out of storage. The experience for working here wasn't great, but it technically qualified as merchant work, so Jacob was progressing, slowly. It wasn't a job Glenn would ever want, but Jacob at least didn't seem to mind. Experience was experience, though Jacob was only 30 and only level 10. Glenn approached and waved. "Morning, Jacob. How's business?" Since he wasn't on the gate, there were no official rules about whether or not he could freely speak with people. "The same," Jacob said. "Though we did have someone check in a broken goblin axe today. Where do you suppose they picked that up? Still no goblins in Gracia, right?" Glenn certainly hoped not. "I need to take a look inside. You mind opening up?" Sure, no problem, Jacob said. Just stay right there. A moment later, the big door beside Jacob's counter opened. Glenn took one last look around to check for anyone who might be attempting to slip in behind him. No one was anywhere close, and walked inside. Jacob closed the door and walked back to his counter. Take as much time as you need. Shouldn't be long, Glenn assured him. Unless you're letting people check in fugitives? No one's checked in a hot blonde harmcaster today, Jacob said mournfully. That'd sure make my day brighter. Glenn decided not to reply to that comment. He walked away from the counter to explore the multiple rows of shelves inside the building. Each was marked with worn numbers designating lots, and each lot held a single woven box. Inside those boxes were all sorts of things. On any other day, Glenn would have been eager to look, just to satisfy his curiosity, but he didn't have time, and also he was a town guard. Looking through adventurer belongings was far beyond his duty, not to mention rude. He did a full walkthrough and verified no one was hiding anywhere in here. He just started back to Jacob when he noticed his guardian mace felt warm. Glenn stopped and frowned. How could he even feel such heat through his armor? He reached back for his mace and, upon pulling it out, confirmed it now bore a faint white glow. It took his brain a moment to process why his mace might glow. A guardian mace glowed white when in the presence of a demon. Glenn spun and instinctively raised his mace with one arm, then pulled his shield off his back. He saw no demon, yet demons could enter Shimmer and go invisible, but also demons couldn't enter Wolfpine. There could be no demon in this storage shed, so why was his mace hot? As Glenn remembered Zack's claims of a man who could unleash demons on unsuspecting adventurers, a suspicion grew in his mind. He raised his softly glowing mace and held it before him like a torch. He then walked slowly past the shelves he'd passed. The glow grew brighter with each step. When it began to fade again, Glenn stopped and backed up. Again, the glow increased. He turned and slid the end of his mace in front of the various boxes sitting on multiple levels of shelves, each with a lot number. Each box put in storage by an adventurer. It wasn't long before he spotted a box with the number 49 on it. When near that box, his mace glowed absolutely white. Glenn tapped the box with his mace, then pulled it off the shelf and jumped back. The box fell and tipped over, spilling the pouch onto the ground. It seemed to be nothing but an ordinary leather pouch, but the end of his guardian mace glowed brilliant white when he held it over it. Glenn once more stowed his mace and picked up the leather pouch. He knelt beside it and grimaced. It took no effort at all to spot the glistening black crystals inside. These crystals. Something felt very wrong with these crystals. It was almost like Glenn could feel evil inside them. How could he feel evil inside something so small as this? The answer, given how his mace glowed in their presence, seemed all too obvious. Some adventurers purchased crystals that could trap defeated demons. Some demons could be sacrificed as rare regents and powerful skills, but transporting such a crystal came with risk. If poorly handled, a demon crystal might shatter and release the demon trapped inside, and if such a crystal was thrown at the ground intentionally. Glenn carefully brushed the crystals back into the leather pouch, then picked it up. He closed the pouch and debated only a moment before carrying it back to Jacob and his counter. Each moment he held the pouch, he felt like worms were wriggling up his arm, even through god armor. Someone had brought these crystals into Wolfpine. Someone had left them in a public storage house, expecting them not to be disturbed. Had Leo not ordered the search this morning, a town guard would never have been inside one. Whoever owned these crystals couldn't have anticipated the search. Once Glenn returned to the counter, he found Jacob leaning once again on his counter, staring out into the town. He lightly placed the pouch on the counter. "Hey, Jacob." The man glanced his way, and at the sight of the pouch, his eyes widened. "Did you find contraband? What is it?" The man sounded more excited than Glenn expected. Perhaps some contraband would be a highlight, given how Jacob's days normally went. Once again, Glenn pitied the man a little. He thought back to the number of the bin. "Who checked in lot 49? "Is it Sweetleaf?" Jacob asked hopefully. Glenn took a moment. "No, it's not Sweetleaf, and if it was, I'd simply confiscate it." "Oh." Glenn visibly sagged. "Right." "Lot 49," Glenn reminded him. Who checked it in? Right, let me check my book, Jacob said. He pulled a worn ledger from the shelf beneath his counter, flipped it open, and ran a finger down a page as he peered closely. Got it, lot 49, checked in yesterday by Jahid Rock Hollow, level 26 Mindbender. He's been here a few times in the past few months. Nice man, always tips well. A Mindbender here? In Wolfpine? And multiple times over multiple months? Glenn frowned at how unusual that was. Mindbender was one of 2 evolved classes a Guilecaster could choose once they reached level 20. Unlike the Delusionist, who took the illusions a Guilecaster could create and vastly improved upon them, a Mindbender followed the path of the Guilecaster's more mental spells, such as Charm. Their many mind-altering skills were very powerful. Mindbenders, if they managed to obtain consent, could even charm mortals, not just monsters. If Glenn remembered correctly, the skill was called Beguile. Such a skill could make a person do anything the Mindbender wished. It was why almost no one ever agreed to duel them. A level 26 Mindbender had no business in Gracia. No business at all. There was nothing here that was remotely high enough level to give an evolved adventurer experience. Even any low-level quest they managed to obtain would grant next to nothing compared to quests in zones more appropriate for their level, like Leafside. Glenn had nothing against Mindbenders in general. He wasn't about to judge someone based on which class they chose, but these facts combined, Jahid's absurdly high level and this leather pouch filled with unidentified and sinister-feeling stones, felt important. They felt dangerous. Was it possible he had just stumbled across whoever Anna's brother had sent to abduct her? In that case, he had to find and arrest the culprit before they could do further harm, and not just to protect Wolfpine. If he could get Jahid to admit his part in hunting Anna, assuming the man was involved, perhaps he could even convince Jahid to testify against his employer to ease his own considerable prison sentence. Glenn had a chance now he'd not had before. Given how little time he likely had before someone found Anna, he couldn't delay. 51. A Fugitive's Flight. Glenn had to find this Jahid if he was still in town, and question him about these crystals. First, offering a possibility for who had unleashed both Shaitan and a Rakshasa in Gracia would interest Leo and take his mind off finding Anna. Second, Glenn truly did want to catch whoever committed such a heinous act. Zack could have died. Anyone could have died. What's Jahid look like? Glenn asked Jacob. The man frowned. He's tall. And? Got a beard. What color? Brown, I think. Jacob winced. Look, I'll be honest with you. I really wasn't paying attention. So many people come and go every day. I rarely pay attention to how they look, except Anna Ironstar, or Bronzelight, I suppose. Gods, she was a vision. Glenn resisted the urge to rub his face, and not just because it was fully hidden by his helmet. If you saw him again, could you identify him? Oh, sure, Jacob said, then paled. So, are you asking me to do that? I'm afraid I have to. We can't let a man who may be unleashing demons in our zone wander freely through Wolfpine or Gracia. The crystals in the pouch I just found? I think they're demon crystals. Jacob turned absolutely white. Gods! What if one cracks open? Glenn raised one hand to reassure the now visibly terrified man. Demons can't enter Wolfpine. The gods don't allow monsters or demons inside the walls, so if the crystals did crack inside our walls, the demons inside would simply evaporate. Jacob regained just a bit of his former color. Right, but it's still dangerous, isn't it? The law of consent will protect you from Jahid, Glenn assured the man. If it comes to an arrest, I'm the only one who will face any risk. Don't attempt to arrest him, and you'll be perfectly safe. I need your help, Jacob. You may be the only person who can help Wolfpine. At that, Jacob visibly perked up. You're serious? I can't do this without you, Glenn said calmly. If you help me, you'll be a hero. Jacob smiled. He certainly seemed to like the sound of that, and Glenn would see the man got full credit for helping him arrest Jahid Rockhollow, if the man was indeed guilty of the crimes Glenn suspected. Hopefully the notoriety would get Jacob some free drinks at the Mead Beast. Right, Jacob said. Okay, I'm ready. Where do we start? Glenn motioned to the door out of the public storage house. "Let's head to the town square. We'll search from there. If Jahid is in town today, we'll hopefully run across him after a short search." If this Jahid was among those hunting Anna Bronzelight, Glenn added silently, he would definitely be in Wolfpine today. He wouldn't want his quarry to slip through his fingers. He'd want to make sure Anna was found and brought to the town square to face Leo. Jacob pushed the door open. "I know the way. Follow me." With the prospect of some safe excitement ahead, Jacob seemed truly motivated to help Glenn find his quarry. Glenn followed in stoic silence. The daily drudgery of Jacob's life was depressing, so Glenn was glad to give the man this small bit of novelty. Together they reached the town square and did a thorough search. Jacob looked around constantly, but offered no indication they'd found their quarry. Glenn spotted Leo sitting patiently in the middle of the town square, knees spread and ankles crossed, with the butt of his steel spear resting on the cobblestones and his steel armor gleaming in the sun. He looked all but a statue. As annoying as his efforts to find Anna might be, Leo wasn't the enemy here. He, like the Blazers, was simply being used by Anna's scheming brother. If Glenn could find, apprehend, and question Jahid Rockhollow, perhaps he could convince the man to admit his part in this foul business from Anna's brother, in exchange for leniency. Then he wouldn't have to reveal he'd helped Anna evade Leo's capture in the first place. Jacob led Glenn from street to street for longer than he expected. They went up Market Street more than once, just when Glenn was about ready to give up and try a new tack. Jacob sucked in his breath. He stopped dead, turned to Glenn, and smiled. "Found him?" Thank the gods Jacob had the common sense not to point at their fugitive. "Where?" Glenn asked quietly. "He's the tall, bearded man in the moon silk robes leaning against the wall at the end of the street. He's got a small scar beneath his left eye." Glenn frowned inside his helmet. "The scar is a good detail. You didn't remember it earlier?" "Just did," Jacob said proudly. Glenn covertly glanced toward the end of the street. Jahid showed no indication he had noticed or cared that a town guard was doing the rounds, and why would he? Town guards were all over the town this morning, along with every adventurer in the town. Except Jahid. Jahid seemed completely uninterested in Leo's quest, even though 5 moons was a decent reward, even for a level 26 mindbender. Glenn's suspicions grew. "Head back to the public storage house," Glenn said. "I'll take it from here." "I can't watch you arrest him?" Jacob asked hopefully. "I'd really like to watch you arrest him." Jacob's enthusiasm was a bit off-putting, but Glenn couldn't think of any way the man could be harmed. "I don't know if I'm going to arrest him. I just want to question him." "But I can stay, in case you do." Glenn held back a sigh. "Sure, just stay by the merchants, and stay close to the wall." Jacob beamed at him. "You got it." Glenn left Jacob in the shadow of the nearest building and approached the bearded man in the moon silk robes lounging at the end of the street. Moon silk was a valuable material created from the silk of pale moon spiders in high-level zones. Monsters Glenn was glad he'd never have to fight himself. Unlike cliff spiders, moon spiders were said to be the size of a decently large horse. Jahid didn't look up as Glenn approached. He looked bored as Glenn stopped before him. Yet after more than 3 months of watching people and reading body language, Glenn didn't miss the way the man subtly shifted his feet. He looked nervous. He looked like he was thinking of running. "Jahid Rockhollow?" Glenn asked calmly. Jahid frowned his way. "Who's that?" The man's open denial of his identity was another red flag. Glenn stepped forward. "Mr. Rockhollow, I need to ask you some questions. It would be easier to speak at my barracks. Can I ask you to come with me, please?" "No." Jahid straightened. "On what charge?" "So you are Jahid?" "Doesn't matter who I am," Jahid said irritably. "What did I do? Why you hassling me?" "I just have a few questions. Answer those, and I'm sure I can see you on your way." As to where Glenn would send him, well, he left that unsaid for obvious reasons. "I'm not going anywhere with you," Jahid said irritably. "So tell me what you think I did, so I can tell you to walk off into the sun, or leave me be." So Jahid was leaving him no choice, even with his god armor and skills. It wasn't lost upon Glenn that this man held an evolved class and was quite a few levels above him. The Shrike had been the same, but still, the Shrike hadn't been a mindbender. Glenn had heard terrible things about what this class could do with mental attacks. With his average divinity, he'd be particularly at risk. Once he attempted an arrest, would his guard armor protect him against mental attacks as well as physical ones? He'd actually never asked. Yet after revealing his interest in Jahid, he couldn't leave for backup. The man would certainly flee. It was all too obvious now that Jahid was up to something nefarious in Woodpine, even if the crystals Glenn had found at the public storage house weren't what he thought. Glenn should have found Chelsea before confronting Jahid. He'd been so excited by his discovery, he'd let his urge to help Anna overcome his good sense. Even so, he could only move forward. Glenn reached behind his back and pulled his lawgiver cuffs from his belt. If that's how it must be, I'm afraid I have no choice. Jahid Rockhollow, I'm now placing you under arrest for suspicion of harming fellow adventurers. If you don't— A Rakshasa roared toward Jen and Jahid's place. Glenn yelped and barely got his shield up before the four-armed demon battered it with all four gleaming swords. It sent Glenn stumbling back as he dropped his cuffs and flailed about for his guardian mace. He freed his weapon, finally. Just before he swung at the demon wailing away on his shield, his mind questioned what his eyes, arm, and ears revealed. If what the church said was true, no Rakshasa should be able to exist inside Wolfpine, so even if Jahid had shattered a crystal, how was one here? Also, while the feeling of those blades hitting his shield sounded real, it felt off somehow, like how a person who'd never actually blocked a sword with a shield would think it might be to do so. Illusions. He'd been tricked. The moment Glenn officially tried to arrest Jahid, the law of consent had been suspended. While that meant Glenn could assault Jahid if necessary, it also meant Jahid could assault him right back, or in this case, use his deceptive mindbender skills to escape. The Rakshasa was already fading, its strikes all but insubstantial against Glenn's armor. People had scattered as he reacted, likely due to Glenn's yelp and blind flailing. He doubted anyone else had even seen the fake Rakshasa. Jahid was gone, and Glenn had no way to track him. He snatched up his cuffs and considered his options. He didn't need to track Jahid. He simply needed to prevent Jahid from escaping the walls of Wolfpine. Now that he'd resisted arrest, Jahid would face the same problem that vexed Anna and Alan. There was only one gate in and out of this small town, and two very alert town guards stood guard every hour it was open. Glenn sprinted for the gate at the full speed of his fleet boots. As he ran, he shouted to clear a path. Everyone got out of his way, rapidly. No one wanted to be run over by a sprinting town guard, and Glenn didn't want to run anyone over either. He reached the gate to find Logain and Martin in place as always. They stared out over the grass of Gracia, alert sentinels ready to defend any adventurer who ran into town needing aid. It didn't look like anyone had escaped yet. "Fugitive escaping," Glenn shouted to his fellow town guards. "A man in moon-silk robes. He's also a mindbender, so he may even now have altered his appearance. No one leaves without first revealing their status sheet." Jahid chose just that moment to appear in the middle of the town gates. He sprinted off into Gracia with a loud shout. As he did so, he tossed several glistening black objects behind him. As Glenn rushed toward the gate, those crystals shattered. 4 massive demons, unlike any Glenn had ever seen in any book, appeared. These demons were obviously far higher level than even Rakshasa. They were like giant caterpillars, cursed with what looked like endless sets of sharpened legs. The head of each demon ended in a toothy maw big enough to swallow an adventurer whole. Logain stepped forward and pointed 2 armored fingers. "Begone!" Light flared with a brilliance that all but blinded Glenn. The sky literally split open before one of the 4 giant worm demons outside Wolfpine's gate vanished in a puff of smoke. Logain had just used his Tier 3 skill, one he'd only recently gained at level 18. Glenn had never thought to see it. Sadly, that still left 3 caterpillar demons charging the gates. Logain and Martin didn't hesitate. The 2 of them rushed toward the giant caterpillar demons without fear, protected by guard armor with their guardian maces glowing bright white. When Logain's first swing didn't destroy the demon caterpillar, Glenn knew he couldn't leave the 2 of them alone to fight the remaining 3. Yet if Jahid escaped, he could release more demons. Glenn redoubled his sprint and rushed between 2 caterpillars that tried to cut him off. Jahid was already 50 paces beyond the walls. Glenn couldn't pursue him further than that. Not if he wanted to live to see tomorrow. Yet he did have one last trick up his sleeve. a trick he'd practiced, as a last resort, on his mace training days with Carl Coldbreaker. As he ran, Glenn readied his mace. He then tossed the weapon as hard as he possibly could. Due to its divine nature, his mace was much lighter than a weapon of similar size would be. His giant guardian mace hurled end over end as it left the boundaries of Wolfpine. Glenn whooped as it slammed into Jahid hard enough to knock him senseless. The man hit the ground so hard Glenn was momentarily worried he'd killed him, but he couldn't just go and check. "Redwood!" Logan shouted for the gates. "Need an assist." Glenn rushed back to the gates. One of the big caterpillar demons was now ashed, but the last two looked to be giving Martin and Logain a terrific fight. Glenn had no mace, but he had his shield and his fists. When presented with the back of one of the large demon caterpillars, he slammed his shield into it as hard as he could. The demon roared and reared up. Logain's next thunderous swing took the demon directly under its mouthy maw. The hit shattered tooth and jaw alike. As the large demon rolled away, Logain kept after it, smashing it again and again, until its large health bar finally charred full black. The demon burst into purple ash. Martin continued to harry the other one, and now it was 1 against 3. Working together, Glenn, Logain, and Martin finished off the last demon. At the end of the fight, all 3 of them were breathing heavily, and Martin was absolutely covered in what looked like toxic black drool. Yet none of them were injured. God armor had protected them as it always did. "Now that was a fight!" Martin exclaimed. Glenn only then realized Martin sounded thrilled. Had the man truly enjoyed what just occurred? Perhaps, like Glenn, Martin missed fights that presented an actual challenge. "What just happened?" Logain demanded. "Who was that man?" Glenn glanced in the direction Jahid had fled. The man's body was now gone, which at least assured Glenn he'd survived getting clocked by a guardian mace. While he hadn't captured Jahid, he also hadn't killed him. As rough as it was to lose his fugitive, that was a trade-off he would take. Jahid might have escaped, but he wouldn't be entering Wolfpine anytime soon. Also, if he knew what was good for him, he wouldn't be returning to Gracia. Glenn had Jahid's name, level, and class, and could inform the Blazers to put out a bulletin to arrest him. That was, of course, if Jahid Rockhollow was his name at all. If the man had even a fraction of the intelligence one might accord a professional bounty hunter, he'd likely have lied about that. He would have to be rather stupid not to have lied. Worse, Glenn's guardian mace was now beyond 50 paces of Wolfpine's walls. He couldn't retrieve it himself. No guard could. That was a problem he had yet to figure out. There was a reason tossing a mace remained a guard's last resort. As they all walked back to the gates with the threat now dealt with, Glenn filled Logain and Martin in on everything that had occurred after he found the pouch of demon crystals in Jahid's lot in the public storage house. Once he finished, Logain shook his head. "You should have gone with Chelsea. She knows arrest." "I know," Glenn said dejectedly. "I got excited. It won't happen again." Logain thumped his shoulder. "It's one mistake. I've made far more. Also, one good thing did come out of Jahid's escape." "What good could possibly come out of all this?" "I got to use Be Gone," Logain said. "I quite enjoyed that." Glenn chuckled. "Must have been fun." "I also have no doubt those were Jahid's most powerful demons. Since he unleashed them right here outside Wolfpine, we were able to destroy them. They won't threaten anyone in Gracia now." Glenn supposed there were 2 good aspects of this whole debacle. Behind him, a woman loudly cleared a throat. "Hey, town guards, is there a bounty for this guy?" Glenn turned at the same time Logain glanced her way. A tall blonde woman in steel armor walked toward the gates with an unconscious man slung over her shoulder. She lugged Glenn's guardian mace in her other hand. She looked weighed down by both. Glenn grinned wide. It seemed Jahid Rockhollow hadn't escaped after all. After Glenn's mace strike knocked him senseless, this woman must have found him and picked him up. That was why his body hadn't been where it fell. "Citizen," Logain said calmly, "we did attempt to arrest that man. Please, bring him over here." The woman smiled brightly as she approached. She wore a full suit of steel armor, though it was far more battered and scuffed up than Leo's. She also wore no helmet, revealing narrow blue eyes and a thin, attractive nose. Glenn tried to recall if he'd seen her around Wolfpine recently. The anonymous adventurer stopped just short of the gates and tossed Glenn's guardian mace at their feet. "How much?" Logain watched her. As in, the bounty?
Yep,
the woman said.
5 moons,
Glenn said. Logain glanced his way in consternation.
6 hells, the woman exclaimed happily. You're willing to pay that much?
The town of Wolfpine actually doesn't have a bounty on this man, Glenn said calmly. But he is, I believe, wanted by the Blazers. Or he would be once Glenn told Leo what this man had done. Unleashing demons in Gracia was a wretched crime. The woman's grin dampened.
So, is there a Blazer in town?
In the town square, Glenn said. But you'll need to let me cuff him and carry him there. The woman lifted Jahid's body, which Glenn was relieved to see breathing, and handed him over without another word.
Sarah Feathergrip, level 10 duelist. If you plan to report my heroism, that's the name for the flyer.
I'll be sure to take that into consideration. Glenn worked to keep his sudden amusement from his voice. I also appreciate you returning my mace.
No problem, Sarah said. Oh, a nice throw.
Thank you. Glenn took his mace and stowed it on his back. Now, Miss Feathergrip, please follow me. As Glenn slapped his lawgiver cuffs on Jahid's unconscious form, he glanced at Logain. Assuming that's all right with you, Captain. Logain nodded sagely. Carry on, Redwood. Toss him in a cell after you see the Blazer. Glenn appreciated Logain's trust. If Logain had any thoughts on Glenn volunteering Leo to pay a bounty for the mindbender who'd summoned demons outside the town gates, he kept those to himself. Perhaps Logain also saw the value in bringing this man before the Blazers. The crime Jahid committed today against Wolfpine was grievous indeed, but he'd also likely committed other crimes outside the town walls. To be absolutely sure Jahid didn't escape justice, it would make sense to ensure the Blazers also charged him. Their jurisdiction crossed all landers. They could arrest lawbreakers anywhere. As Glenn led Sarah to the town square, easily carrying a still unconscious and cuffed Jahid over one shoulder, he glanced at her. Her presence here was curious and a little convenient. Out of curiosity, why did you decide to bring Jahid back to us? Sarah looked this way as if worried he was a bit slow.
I watched you clock a guy with a flying mace hard enough to knock him out. Given the fact that 3 town guards were chasing him, I hoped I'd secure a bounty today. Why? Would you have left him out there?
Glenn was just questioning everything now, out of habit. I suppose not.
And this is all my bounty, right? I don't need to share it with you?
Town guards can accept bounties, Glenn assured her.
Good, Sarah said, then winced. I mean, sorry, that sounds rough, but still, I could really use the money.
Glenn shrugged. He was simply glad Sarah had happened along when she did. He'd made excellent progress in clearing Anna's name today. If he could get Jahid to admit his crimes and implicate his employer, Anna's brother, in hopes of leniency, he could likely clear Anna's name before dinner. Even if Jahid admitted nothing, no more demons would threaten young adventurers in Gracia. Knowing they'd now be safe, or rather, safer, was a good feeling. So long as there weren't more immoral adventurers with demon crystals out there. 52. An ally's return. Glenn reached the town square with Jahid over his shoulder and Sarah walking at his side. He expected to find Leo sitting as he'd been earlier, or perhaps chatting with an adventurer. Instead, Leo looked to be deep in conversation with an older man wearing a robe of white, blue, and yellow. Blazer colors. The man looked about the age of Glenn's father, Hal. The newcomer had piercing blue eyes and the tan, weathered skin of an adventurer who'd spent years braving the sun and elements. His hair was entirely gray and cut short against his scalp. A golden blazer pin gleamed on the collar of his robes, visible even from this distance. Glenn paused at the edge of the square and considered his new problem. Whoever this new blazer was, he was not Jenny Amberson. He might not even know who Glenn was. If this newcomer tried to take Anna into custody, would he even listen to anything Glenn had to say?
The old guy's got my bounty? Sarah asked.
The younger one, Glenn said. The blonde, I'll introduce you. Yet before he could carry Jahid into the square, the man slumped over his shoulder, stirred, and moaned. Hold on, Glenn told Sarah. Our fugitive seems to be waking up. I want to talk to him before I hand him over to the Blazers.
Whatever, Sarah said, so long as I get paid. Glenn eased Jahid off his shoulder and set the man on his feet. Just to be sure the man was recovered, he used a guardian's heal to ensure no lingering damage remained from being knocked out. The spell invigorated Jahid. His eyes widened before narrowing at Glenn. I dropped those demon crystals by accident, Jahid said. So glad you town guards were there to save me from my clumsiness. Save it for your trial, Glenn said. To make up for the trouble, I don't suppose you'll accept a donation for your help? Glenn supposed that when you were already going to jail for dropping demons on town guards, trying to bribe one wasn't that many additional years. You could try to bribe the Blazers, if you like. Jahid grinned. Blazers are even worse than you guys. Thank you, Glenn said. Anything to offer in your defense before we say hello? While there was every chance Jahid wouldn't have any useful information to offer, it never hurt to check. One of the first things Glenn had learned from Joanne was that when one captured a lawbreaker who was desperate enough, they'd often implicate their conspirators in hopes of getting a lighter sentence. People who were willing to break the law were also often willing to turn on their allies. Jahid glanced toward the square, then looked again at Glenn. Actually, yes. Glenn hadn't actually expected this to work. Jahid's resignation had all but vanished. He actually looked pleased with himself now, which was not the mood Glenn had been expecting. Cut me a deal on my sentence for that little accident at the gate, Jahid said. Do that, and I can offer you the biggest arrest you've ever seen in this small town. Hold on, Sarah said, still listening beside them. Does that mean I don't get my bounty? Glenn resisted the urge to glance her way. The woman really was eager for her moons. Instead, he searched Jahid's now confident gaze for deception. The man was still worried and a bit desperate, but also hopeful. Jahid really did think he had something to offer, and Glenn's plan to talk privately with Jenny Amberson seemed less and less likely to work, given she wasn't actually here. This new man was. Had he come in place of her? If Jenny had been busy elsewhere, it made sense to send another senior blazer. Glenn owed it to both Zach and Anna to exhaust every possible option. Hearing out Jahid would only delay him a moment before he got Leo's take on Jahid's crimes. I'll listen. We better move off and talk before he sees me, Jahid said. He? The new blazer? What did Jahid know about him? This might be just one more desperate gambit to get Glenn alone, to use some mental skill, yet the lawgiver cuffs Jahid wore would prevent any skill use. All Jahid had was words, though mindmenders were said to be very good with those. Glenn glanced at Sarah. You'll get your bounty, 5 moons as promised. For now, you can relax at the Mead Beast or return to the barracks after you finish adventuring today. If I don't find you before the day is out, you need simply ask for Town Guard Redwood at the barracks. You have my word. Fine, just fine, Sarah said and waved him off. Though I have to say, you Wolfpine guards have a strange way of doing things. Since when do you make deals with lawbreakers? No one said we're making a deal. Glenn turned his full face helmet on Jahid. Right now, we're just making conversation. Whatever, Sarah said. Just get me my moons, okay? In the meantime, I'm getting drunk. Once Glenn was confident Sarah Feathergrip had left to quench her parched throat, Glenn marched Jahid out of the square and around the corner of the nearest house. Fortunately, the gray-haired blazer had continued speaking with Leo the whole time. What were they discussing? Once he and Jahid were mostly alone, Glenn halted them once more. All right, you want to make a deal? Show me you have information that's worth my time. I need your word first, Jahid said calmly. Town guards can't go back on their word, right? Actually, we can lie all we want, so long as you're not the mayor. Glenn assumed Jahid would open negotiations by testing his honesty. But you can trust my word. If you're willing to volunteer information about your co-conspirators, I swear upon Kaya, I will include that you cooperated with my investigation in my report. I'll testify to your cooperation at trial if need be. Jahid looked him over and frowned. From someone else? I'd never accept such a flimsy offer. But the gods really do pick only the most self-righteous sticks in the mud to be their guards, don't they? So when you say you'll keep your word, you actually mean it. Glenn said nothing. All right, Jahid said. If I'm unfairly blamed for the accident at the town gate, you'll report I cooperated in helping you arrest someone far more dangerous than me. Don't forget your part in releasing demons across Gracia, Glenn added. Jahid simply smiled. I don't know anything about that. You deny the other crystals in your pouch contain demons? All I'm saying is, you don't have proof I released any demons save those at the gate. The man was right, of course. Glenn had hoped Jahid would be slightly less savvy regarding criminal law, but a man this skilled at mental manipulation likely also had a mind as sharp as they came. Jahid would admit to nothing he couldn't deny. Fine, Glenn said. Now out with it, or I march you to the Blazers and make you their problem. Jahid grinned confidently. The blonde kid might be a Blazer, but the man with him most certainly isn't. He's an imposter, so maybe you should start by arresting him instead, if you can manage that. That was not the claim Glenn expected. You're claiming the man in the town square is impersonating a Blazer, and you have proof? He's actually the guy who hired me to help him rescue Anna Bronzelight, a fact to which I'll testify in court, so long as it means I spend less time in jail. Just because he hired you doesn't mean he's not a Blazer. Glenn suspected even Blazers could hire those less than reputable to accomplish a greater good. Right, but I've known him for years. His real name is Franklin, though I don't know his last. We've done more than a few tasks of questionable legality in all that time. All the while that pompous ass acted like he was better than me, like his hands weren't as dirty as mine. What's his class? He never said, and I don't know. I just know he's no Blazer, so if he's wearing one of their pins, he stole it off a real one. Could Jenny have been waylaid on her way to Wolf Pine? That seemed unlikely, yet Glenn couldn't simply ignore Jahid's very dangerous claim. The crime of impersonating a Blazer was indeed a crime meriting serious punishment, provided Glenn could prove it. He couldn't even think about accusing a Blazer of being an imposter until he had proof. After all, it was possible Jahid was simply having one last laugh at Glenn's expense. Still, if Jahid was telling the truth, and the man speaking with Leo was impersonating a Blazer, that would be the perfect way to spirit Anna Bronzelight away to her brother without anyone the wiser. Glenn needed more information before he could act, but he couldn't simply leave Jahid waiting in the shadows while he looked into this. Fortunately, there was more than one way into the barracks. Glenn marched Jahid off. Here's the deal. You go in a cell until I verify your claims. If they're true, our deal holds. If they're not, we tack on the crime of lying to a town guard. I'm not lying, Jahid said, but sure, we'll do it your way. Glenn led Jahid, still cuffed, around the square to the far side of the barracks. While the main door was on the side facing the square, there was a smaller door on the other side known only to the town guards. Glenn used that to enter the barracks and walked inside with Jahid in tow. He found Chelsea sitting at a desk, with Joanne looking over her shoulder. New prisoner, Glenn said as he walked inside. Smashed some demon crystals at the gate. Accidentally, Jahid added, before he whistled appreciatively. Shame one of you girls didn't arrest me. I might not have run. Though she had her helmet off, Chelsea didn't look up. Loghain's all right? She looked intent on her paperwork. He's fine, Glenn said, and slowed as he recognized all the parchments rolled out on the table. What's happening? That was a lot of paperwork. Fugitive transfer, Chelsea said, still scribing with an expert hand. Someone found Anna Bronzelight, and then Zack got himself arrested for aiding her. They're both headed to Lakebrook as soon as I finished all this cursed paperwork. Glenn's whole body clenched. He maintained his grip on Jahid's arm, but only the man's gasp reminded him of how strong he was now. Glenn released the man. Jahid rubbed his arm. Hey, since we're all friends now, I won't tell anyone you roughed me up, but go easy next time. Joanne now had her eyes fixed on Glenn. I know what you're thinking. I even agree with you, but Zack knew what he was getting into when he took up with a Blazer fugitive. It's out of our hands. Glenn worked hard not to panic. We can't just let some random Blazer take Zack off to Lakebrook. There must be a way to stop this. Why can't we imprison them here? Chelsea looked up, obviously frustrated as well. That is exactly what I said we should do, but that Blazer who showed up this morning, Brennan Shadesinger, insisted that Zach's crime required he be tried in Lakebrook. Mayor Coleman signed off on all of it. So the blazer in the square, or the man there, said he was Brennan Shadesinger, not Franklin, whoever. Short of forcing the man to expose his status sheet, however, how could Glenn know? Chelsea looked to the parchment on the desk. If you hurry and get that man in a cell, you should have time to say goodbye. So far as the town's concerned, you're now off duty again. Jahid cleared his throat. Even if you already have Anna, my deal's still good, right? Glenn gently shoved Jahid toward the desk. Joanne, can you handle him? He couldn't let some blazer just take Zach, and if this Brennan Shadesinger was an imposter, it was possible Zach might not make it to Lakebrook at all. Joanne narrowed her eyes at him. Oh no, absolutely not. I won't get anyone else in trouble. I'm not worried about anyone else. Just you, Glenn. She actually sounded concerned about him, but he wasn't the one she needed to be concerned about. I just need to talk to this Brennan myself, Glenn insisted. Follow up on a lead. I won't do anything you wouldn't do or get myself in trouble. You have my word. What lead? Joanne demanded. And what do you know about all this? As she glared his way in frustration, her brow furrowed. And come to think of it, this morning, you were awfully not surprised to hear Anna was a fugitive. Even by Glenn standards, you were way too calm. Glenn considered keeping Joanne in the dark, and immediately discarded the idea. When he'd set off to arrest Jahid alone, the man had almost escaped, and a high-level adventurer willing to impersonate a blazer might be willing to do far worse when challenged. If he screwed this up, innocent people could get seriously hurt. This wasn't a matter he should handle alone. Glenn looked at Jahid. Tell them what you told me. Jahid's brow furrowed. Both of them? Tell us what? Chelsea and Joanne demanded simultaneously. Jahid smiled easily. The guy in the square? The rank 3 blazer? What about him? Chelsea asked. He's not one, Jahid said. He calls himself Franklin, though I don't know if that's a real name. Months ago, he hired me to rescue the woman you just helped him arrest. Anna Bronzelight. Also, he's at least level 35, so watch your step if you try to bring him in. You mean abduct her, Glenn said darkly. He hired you to abduct Anna. Call it what you like. Chelsea looked at Glenn. Do you believe him? Glenn held her dubious stare. I believe we have to investigate his accusation, no matter how crazy it sounds. If that man out there isn't a blazer, anyone he takes out of Wolf Pine could be in real danger. So, which of you is coming with me to greet our latest arrival? Joanne thumped a fist into her palm. Like you have to ask. She looked at Chelsea. As soon as our new guest is squirreled away, go fill in Logain and get the others to back us up. If this man is level 35 and not who he says, we may need more than one guard to get the cuffs on him. I'll take the lead. We may need several guards, Chelsea said grimly. She rose from the desk and marched around it to seize Jahid's arm. You, with me, right now. Jahid grinned wide as Chelsea marched him off. Happy to comply. Across from him, Joanna pulled her helmet off the desk and donned it. First burrow spawn at the gate, and now a level 35 impersonating a blazer in our town square. Allegedly, Glenn added. At least today won't be boring. Can we really arrest a level 35 adventurer? I'd never met anyone that powerful, other than Richard, and he's a spiritualist. Not exactly dangerous. I've never arrested a level 35 myself, Joanna said. But if your new friend isn't lying through his slimy teeth, it sure will be interesting to try. With me, Redwood. At the least, we need to stall our so-called imposter until we can get the rest of the guard together. As Joanne marched for the door leading up the square, Glenn fell into step behind her. He reflexively reached back to ensure his guardian mace was within easy reach. As they emerged into the bright town square beside Joanne, he realized matters were even more grim than he'd feared. On the other side of the square, he spotted Seth and Linda walking with 3 people marching in front of them. Anna Bronzelight, Alan Starshine, and Zach Silverstone. Once Leo had put every adventurer in town up to looking for the 3 of them, it seemed even Zach's crafty nature hadn't been enough. Now, the man about to cart them out of Wolfpine might not be a blazer at all. Joanne didn't slow at the sight of Seth, Linda, and the fugitives. If anything, she increased her pace, She reached Leo and the gray-haired man with him. She snapped her fingers loud enough that both of their gazes immediately met hers. "Remind me who you are again?" Joanna asked. At such a firm and direct question, the gray-haired man with the piercing blue eyes actually looked amused. "Did you forget already?" "You told Town Guard Mist Arrow you're Brennan Shadesinger, level 35 Arctist, and a rank 3 Blazer. Status sheet, please, and show it only to me. We need to get some formalities out of the way before we transfer our fugitives to your care." Brennan's brow furrowed. "What matters? Your mayor's already signed off." "Some no-account criminal just made the rather ridiculous accusation that you aren't who you say you are. I don't want to waste any more time on his rumor than necessary. So, status sheet, please, right now, so we can send you on your way." Beside Brennan, Leo looked increasingly uneasy. As Glenn looked between the gray-haired man and the younger blonde-haired man beside him, he got the feeling that this man wasn't who Leo had been expecting either. Had Leo expected Jenny Amberson? Where was Jenny anyway? Why send this man instead? "Who would even make such a ridiculous claim?" Brennan asked. "Why did you arrest him?" "The criminal is in our custody now, so they're not your problem," Joanne said evenly. "Now, show me your status sheet. If you make me ask again, I might actually grow concerned." Seth and Linda arrived with their fugitives. When Anna got a good look at Brennan, Glenn saw her eyes widen noticeably. Alan scowled, and Zach, for his part, simply waved at Glenn. A large bruise was clearly visible on his temple. Someone had actually managed to land a hit on him. "This is highly inappropriate," Brennan said. "But fine. Have a look, if only to satisfy your curiosity." Joanne said nothing. Brennan said nothing, and Glenn saw nothing. Yet he suspected Joanne was now seeing Brennan's status sheet with his consent. The very fact that the man would reveal that freely made his gut churn. No man impersonating another would willingly reveal his status sheet. When Joanne glanced his way, Glenn could tell by the slight sag of her shoulders that Brennan was who he said he was. Jahid, as he'd feared, had simply been having one last laugh at their expense. This man really was a blazer, which meant it was time to get himself in trouble again. Glenn would reveal what Anna had told him about her brother's plot. This would, of course, also require revealing how he knew about it, which would require revealing that he'd aided Anna and Alan's escape from Leo last night. He wasn't sure what would happen then, and he wasn't even sure if a town guard could be arrested, but if this was his only chance to save Anna, he had to try. "Thank you," Joanne said, and glanced at Glenn. "Redwood, say your goodbyes." Glenn stepped forward. "Mr. Shadesinger, a moment?" Brennan frowned his way. "Pardon me, but no. Now that my fugitives have arrived, it's vital I get them back to Lake Brook before anything else goes wrong. So if there's nothing else, I have reason to believe Anna Bronzelight is innocent." Glenn interrupted calmly. At his side, Joanna visibly stiffened. "Six hells, Glenn." Across the square, Anna's eyes widened. She tried to step toward him, then stopped when Seth arrested her movement by gripping her arm. "Don't," Anna pleaded with her eyes. Anna wasn't begging him for herself. She was begging him not to risk himself for her. All the more reason he had no choice but to do so. "Are you telling me you've already interrogated my fugitive while I wasn't present?" Brennan demanded. "Leo told me you only found out she was a fugitive this morning. Was that a lie?" As Glenn opened his mouth to reveal everything, someone firmly gripped his arm on his right. Since Joanne stood to his left, Glenn's first reaction was to look that way in alarm. A short, buxom woman stood at his side now, clad in a plain brown cloak and hood. She reminded him of someone. Who did she remind him of? After she released his arm and pulled back her hood, Glenn remembered. His heart just about stopped in his chest. "Before you do anything rash," Rebecca Coldbreaker said, with her eyes fixed on Brennan Shadesinger, "you should probably hear what I have to say." Becca glanced Glenn's way, brushed her hair back, and smiled. "That goes double for you, Redwood." 53. A Hunter Unmasked. "Becca?" Glenn whispered. She couldn't be here. Not in Wolfpine. She was all the way off in Evelan, a zone away. Was she a mind-bender illusion? Had Jahid escaped the barracks? The young woman he still loved completely ignored him and stared at Brennan. 2 high-level blazers are even now headed here on the safe road, including a sharpshooter who can track you all the way back to Frostford. Your best play, now, is to surrender and testify against Garrett Bronzelight at his upcoming trial. Do that, and you might still be young enough to level when you get out of prison. Who are you? Brennan demanded. Rebecca Coldbreaker? Leo asked, eyes wide. Leo could see her too? So either they were all simultaneously seeing the same illusion, or Becca really was back, here, in Wolfpine. Becca looked to Leo. It's just Becca. Jenny said to let you know she's now contacted the real Brennan in Aquarine. He's safe, and that your friend Tom is still doing shows for which he's not getting paid. I trust that's enough for you to trust my words? Leo pulled his gleaming steel spear off his back and spun to point its tip at Brennan. He then took 2 steps back, eyes hard. Even if the Blazers don't arrest you, 4 town guards are more than you can handle alone. Surrender, now. Now hold on, Joanne shouted. Is this guy an imposter or not? Anna struggled desperately in Seth's grip. Everyone get back right now. This man isn't any normal adventurer. He's a Deathcaster, the man said, and reached for his unfilled bag. So you can see why I can't just surrender. Before anyone could even take 1 step, Franklin pulled something out of his bag. A rotting corpse the size of a doll rapidly grew in size the moment it left Franklin's pack, followed by another. By the time the 2 monsters slammed into the town square on either side, each had grown as tall as the meat beast. Their unseeing eyes stared at nothing. They were mountain trolls, fierce level 30 monsters Glenn had only read about in books. They were also obviously dead, which made them desouled, the first Glenn had ever seen. Their dead status explained how this man had hidden them in his unfilled bag. Leo effortlessly slipped back to avoid the hurtling fist of the first troll that slammed into the square. Get the townsfolk to safety. He sent his steel spear hurtling at the lumbering troll corpse. The weapon embedded itself halfway into a troll without blood. Glenn's mind caught up at the sight of that bloodless wound. Living monsters could never enter the walls of a God's blessed town, and anything living in an unfilled bag would soon die, but desouled when controlled by a Deathcaster existed outside the God's laws. Glenn's shock lasted only long enough for a dead troll to get in 1 futile swing. He leapt into action beside Joanne as Seth lifted Anna off her feet and sprinted away. Linda did the same with Alan and Zach, both of whom hollered in alarm as the town guards got them clear. Glenn swung with all his might, slamming his guardian mace into the ankle of the nearest mountain troll. Bones snapped and flesh squished, but the desoul didn't react. As Joanne came in from its other side, the troll kicked her enough to send her flying across the square, and before Glenn could check on Joanne, the desoul turned on Becca. Glenn's world slowed as the huge troll thundered toward Becca. She crouched low, eyes focused on her opponent. Becca then tossed a glistening white bottle with impressive accuracy, one which exploded in the desouled face. That took its attempt to clobber her off target. Glenn swept Becca into his arms. He raced away from the town square with all the speed of his fleet boots, heart pounding at the thought of her in danger. Still, she'd been incredible. You have to stop the Deathcaster, Becca shouted. The trolls are just his puppets. Glenn set Becca down at the edge of the square and spun to see Seth and Linda hard at work. Each faced a 2-story tall desouled protecting the single man between them, and that man was clearly walking toward the edge of the square with his desouled flanking him all the way. He intended to take this battle through the town. Glenn worriedly searched for Joanne, then found her. She lay embedded in the 2nd-story window of the barracks, so she'd be out of the fight until she woke up. She would wake up. You can't simply beat those desouled into submission, Becca continued grimly. They won't ash easily. You might as well be hitting wooden dummies until we take out the Deathcaster. Glenn watched Seth and Scott connect with swing after swing. I remember. No matter how badly they damaged those trolls, their giant corpses would keep walking around even with every last bone in their bodies broken. I'll handle it. And we'll make sure no innocents end up in their path, Becca said. Now go get 'em. And with that, Becca slapped him soundly on the rear.
Despite the horrors in the square, the danger to his fellow town guards, and his worries for Joanne, who still hadn't moved, Glenn couldn't help but grin. Becca was back. She was here to help him. And now, he had a Deathcaster to arrest. "Go for the Deathcaster," Glenn shouted to his fellow town guards. "Ignore the trolls." Sadly, the three of them soon found such was easier said than done. Even as Glenn sprinted toward the imposter, the man reached into his unfilled bag once more and tossed out another desold. A spider. A massive cart-sized spider with rotting brown skin and legs like swords. Gods, why did it have to be a giant spider? Glenn veered sideways as he sprinted back into the fight, yet the long-dead spider intercepted him. It moved shockingly fast for its size. It battered him with both mandibles and legs. Each hit came hard enough to send him stumbling backward. He kept his feet only with great effort, and when he finally got a swing off with his guardian mace, the spider ducked away. He hit nothing but air. Worse, they were almost at the edge of the square. They'd be moving into the streets soon, where combat would be closer and townsfolk could get trampled at any time. He had to stop this sight from moving any further into town, but how? 3 corpses. This Deathcaster could simultaneously control 3 desold, but that had to drain his blood like any caster, didn't it? No one, not even a level 35 Deathcaster, could use a skill without paying some sort of cost. So if they could simply keep the corpses busy long enough... "Redwood!" Leo shouted from behind him. "Over here!" Glenn danced back as the spider once again charged with mandibles and legs. The horror didn't pursue him, but instead skittered back to protect its master. How did the man plan to escape? Glenn glanced behind him to find Leo huffing hard and holding a spear. He looked again to Seth and Linda, who were still holding their ground against the 2 now badly battered trolls. One troll's head was entirely concave, yet the corpse kept moving. It swung away as heavily and clumsily as it had since it left the imposter's bag. Leo gripped Glenn's arm to draw his attention away from the fight. "After I leap, I need you to boost me as high as you possibly can with your shield. Don't worry about hurting me. My armor's thick." Glenn failed to follow Leo's plan. "What do you mean, boost you?" "With your help, I can jump over all 3 corpses and land my spear on the Deathcaster from above. I can knock his puppets out just long enough for you to get by." Glenn briefly considered all the ways this could go wrong. "So you've done this before?" "Once," Leo said. Glenn looked again to the 3 desold that could break away from his fellow guards at any moment and tear apart Wolfpine, or worse, trample some poor townsfolk. He had to protect Wolfpine, and Leo would help him do that. "You're on." Together, he and Leo rushed the giant undead spider once more, yet before they were close enough to engage, Leo shouted, "Now!" He leapt. The moment Leo went airborne, Glenn summoned all his town guard strength. He smashed the flat of his shield into the bottom of Leo's boots. Leo huffed as Glenn's strike sent him flying straight up, far higher than even a skirmisher could manage on his own. The spider skittered backward and crouched as if to leap up in response. Glenn scowled and once again tossed his guardian mace. His hurtling weapon clocked the spider directly in its rotted eyes. The blow rocked it backward on all 8 of its legs before it could leap. From high in the sky above, a single steel spear rocketed earthward with incredible speed, right in the center of the 3 desold. A human shriek sounded at the same time the undead spider shuddered. The trolls dropped to their knees. As the spider dropped flat, legs splayed, Glenn caught a glimpse of Franklin stumbling backward with Leo's spear embedded in his shoulder. The man's health bar was barely charred, perks of being level 35 or above. But a moment without the protection of his 3 desold was all Wolfpine's town guard needed to end the fight. Seth slipped past one troll and tackled Franklin hard enough to knock him to the ground. Even as the spider tried to scramble to its feet, Linda sprinted around the other troll and brought her guardian mace down upon the spider's center. She hit hard enough. 6 legs snapped right off its rotting body. As Seth wrenched the still snarling Franklin to his feet and immobilized his arms, Glenn reached back for his lawgiver cuffs. He roughly snapped them on the man's wrists and locked them. That would end the use of all skills and the benefits of blessings. The savage spider course collapsed. The trolls, which had just started to rise again, collapsed. The sickly sweet smell of death wafted through the square with such force that Glenn gagged inside his helmet. But that was simply more confirmation. The threat was over at last. But Leo? Where was Leo? Glenn looked up just in time to see the man land in full armor. He rolled forward several times before he once more came to his feet and turned to face them. He calmly strapped his spear once more across his back.
Leo had dropped from dangerously high up. Skirmisher blessings truly were something else, and Leo was one of the most talented Glenn had ever seen. Not that he'd seen many. "That's it," Glenn shouted at their newest captive. "You're now under arrest for everything." The Deathcaster they just arrested simply glared in silence. Seth cleared his throat. "You tell him, Redwood." Belatedly, Glenn glanced to the second story of the barracks. The broken window was still there, but Joanne wasn't. The barracks door slammed open as Joanne Dewcrest, brushing off splinters of broken wood, marched back into the town square as confidently as if a desouled mountain troll hadn't punted her across it. With all combat over, regrowth had likely already healed her wounds. Joanne looked around at the two massive troll corpses, the spider corpse missing most of its legs, and a random cart crushed in the commotion. "Everything under control here?" She nodded as if today was a normal day. "Good. Good job, everyone." Joanne was fine. Glenn breathed out. Everyone was fine, and the Deathcaster was in custody, somehow. Had he really just fought a giant dead spider? At his side, Zack popped out of Shadow Walk and thumped his arm. "Nice throw." "You okay?" Glenn asked worriedly. "Is everyone else okay?" "They're all fine. Anna's fine. My only regret is I didn't get to chuck Leo into the sky." The clatter of armor announced newcomers to the square. Glenn glanced behind him to see Chelsea jogging into the square with another guard he immediately recognized as Scott. Yet Glenn had eyes for no one save Becca, who was approaching with a satisfied smile on her face. Joanne turned toward her. "Hey, Becca." "Hey, yourself." "You plan to explain all this, because you obviously know something about it?" "I do," Becca said. "But first, why don't you see our new friend to his nice new cell?" Shortly after the Deathcaster who'd torn up Wolfpine Square, a man who still refused to give his name or reveal his status sheet was safely imprisoned, Becca filled everyone in on the events leading to the fight in the square. Garrett Bronzelight of Frostford attempted to imprison his sister and steal her inheritance. She stole it back and fled the zone, and then Garrett framed her for stealing from Frostford's coffers. Using that lie, he commissioned an official Blazer quest to drag his sister back home. Becca's rapt audience was a small group gathered in the shadow of the Wolfpine barracks. It included Glenn, Joanne, Loghain, Anna, Alan, and Zack, and, of course, Leo. Glenn could tell all of this bothered Leo greatly, but for Glenn's part, he was simply relieved the worst seemed to be over. With the Blazer imposter revealed and his only known minion, Jaheed Rockhollow, also in jail, Becca assured them all they could be reasonably confident all the main conspirators involved in framing Anna for stealing from Frostford's coffers were under arrest. No one else would come after Anna or Alan. No one remained free to pay anyone to do so. Anna Bronzelight and Alan Starshine were fugitives no more. "So that's about all I know about it," Becca said. "The real Brennan wasn't even aware his identity had been stolen until Jenny tracked him down in the Snapleg Mountains and presented her suspicions about Garrett Bronzelight's scheme to steal his sister's inheritance and seal her in prison. They returned to Frostford and unearthed Garrett's whole scheme in short order." Anna looked surprisingly concerned. "So my brother's been arrested?" Becca nodded. "On the road when he tried to flee by carriage 2 nights ago. The evidence of what he did to frame you and the testimonies of the people he hired will be more than enough to put him away for life. Setting aside the horrors he inflicted upon you personally, lying to the Blazers to implicate an innocent in a crime is life in prison. Most aren't foolish enough to risk it." Anna sighed. "Life in prison is not the fate I wish for him, but it's likely for the best. At least he can't hurt anyone else in there." "You've always been too forgiving," Alan grumbled. "So far as I'm concerned, Garrett can rot." Zack slapped them both on the backs, grinning a bit too wide. "So this is all great, really. This also means that little dust-up when you folks grabbed Anna is forgiven too, right? Can't accuse me of interfering in Blazer business when the man wasn't a Blazer to begin with." "That's up to Leo," Joanne said pointedly. "He's the one you greeted by throwing a chair." "Forgiven," Leo said. "I have no plan to hold you responsible for protecting your friends." "That almost makes me like you, I think." "There's no need for that," Leo said calmly. "I made your life difficult. First when I falsely accused you to create my cover, and again when I chased you down outside Wolfpine.
I don't know if you'll accept this, after all I've done, but you have my genuine apologies. I was only— Zack raised one hand. Forget about it. No real harm done. Except to your head. Becca gave Zack a gentle shove before turning to speak to Leo. Also, Leo, you can't blame yourself for doing your job. The only thing you did here was your job too well. I don't understand, Leo said calmly. Until Jenny had irrefutable proof Garrett Bronzelight was lying to us, she had to do her job. That included hunting for the fugitives who stole from Frostford's coffers, hence why she sent you. Leo grimaced. So she expected me to fail? Becca smiled warmly. She expected you to do the right thing the moment we revealed the truth. She knew how long she'd need to complete her investigation, and she knew it was too long to refuse to act. She simply didn't expect you to find Anna so quickly, which is why I rushed here. When your phantom correspondence reached Lakebrook, Jenny was all the way in Aquarine. I was merely across the border in Evelan. So she sent you in her stead, Leo said. That still leaves me at fault. I don't blame you, Anna told Leo. Not one bit. It's no one's fault, Becca said patiently. Save for Garrett Bronzelight and those who accepted his coin to hunt his sister. If you'd not come to Wolfpine to complete this quest, the Blazers would have sent someone else. We have no guarantee they'd have listened and assisted us as you did. From what I understand, you also saved Zack from a Rakshasa a few days ago. He did do that, Zack agreed. Kinda put a lie to his whole lawbreaker cover, too. Leo simply shrugged. No one gets skewered on my watch. Joanne stepped forward. Okay, I'm real glad everyone's innocent and we're all friends now, but there's still things I need resolved before I can let everyone walk away and get drunk. Such as? Becca asked. First, that Deathcaster? When he showed me his status sheet, it said Brennan Shadeslinger, level 35 Arctist, yet he wasn't that. How did he fool us? Before she spoke, Becca looked at each of them in turn. While I can answer that, I would like each of you to understand that what I'm about to tell you needs to stay between us. Provided they collaborate with a preceptor enchanter, high-level guilecasters can enchant rare items to create illusions as effective as any we can produce ourselves. That includes false status sheets. Joanne whistled softly. I imagine that breaks an awful lot of laws. Those with high divinity or an affinity for illusion skills can see through them, Becca said. Unfortunately, due to their focus on physical attributes, town guards may have more difficulty. We're not blessed with a great deal of divinity, Logain agreed quietly. Interesting. I appreciate you letting us know about this hole in our security. I'll see about getting it patched. I wonder if old Richard's willing to take a shift on the gates, Joanne mused. Becca snickered. Doubtful. But you needn't worry too much. Such enchantments are still extremely expensive, rare, and generally only used by high-level deathcasters and others who wish to hide their identities. All live in high-level zones. I doubt any would have any reason to come here. Unless they're hunting someone, Anna said quietly. I've caused everyone so much trouble. Not your fault either, and it's all over now, Alan reminded her, and then smiled like he was seeing the sun for the first time. Gods, we can finally go home. If you even want to go home, Zack added. I mean, I still have my spare room. I'll let you all sort that out among yourselves, Becca said. Anna, obviously you and Alan are now cleared of all charges. You're now free to travel wherever you wish, but I'd wait a few days before you leave. Jenny's already put the word out to the other Blazer offices via phantom correspondence, but it could take a few days to ensure the quest to find you both is cancelled. Anna glanced Zack's way. Right. Still some things to figure out here. Now, I've had a long journey, Becca said. I'd like some time to rest and refresh myself before we discuss this further. Captain Cliffbreeze, is there anything else I can do for you at the moment? Not just yet, Joanne said. I said I have questions, plural. There's something else I need to answer before you leave. She looked to Glenn. Redwood? Before we all beat up a bunch of corpses, you stepped forward and said you believed Anna Bronzelight was innocent. Why'd you say that? Glenn grimaced inside his helmet. He'd been hoping Joanne would simply forget about that after being punted into a window, but Joanne was savvier than that. How could he explain himself?
This was before Becca showed up, Joanne added, and before we knew that Deathcaster was an imposter. So what led you to believe Anna was innocent? Before Glenn could answer, Leo stepped forward. I shared my suspicions with him last night. Glenn's words caught in his throat. What was Leo saying? Why would he say anything at all? When we both staked out Beth Silverstone's house last night, Leo continued calmly, Glenn asked me about everything leading to the Blazers placing a bounty on Anna. After I shared what I knew about it, he told me he doubted Anna was capable of such a crime. Anna smiled Glenn's way. Did you really? Leo then repeated Glenn's words. He said that in the time he's known Anna, she's been nothing but kind and generous. As Glenn pointed out to me last night, the facts didn't fit the claim. He also asked what evidence we had Anna had actually committed this crime, and I admitted we had none, other than the words of her brother. Joanne glanced Glenn's way. Is this true? Did you two talk about all this with Leo last night? Numbly, Glenn nodded. Leo was actually telling the truth. When he asked me if I wondered if Anna truly committed this crime, I admitted I wasn't certain, Leo said. I suppose it was unprofessional to admit my doubts in front of someone outside the Blazers, but I'd been struggling with them for some time. So, his doubts came from me. That was a lie. Joanne's gaze inside his helmet remained fixed on Glenn. Did they? Glenn saw no reason to leave Leo hanging. After last night, I never believed Anna was guilty. All true. And after listening to Jahid's accusation about the Blazer in the square, I simply couldn't shake my suspicions he was telling the truth. Joanne said. So that's all it was. Doesn't it make sense? Becca asked. Now, please, I traveled through the night to get here, and I haven't slept or eaten. I fear I might keel over without some food. We can take things from here, Miss Coldbreaker, Logain said calmly. You get some rest. Joanne looked to Logain, then at Glenn, then at Leo. We've got it. Get out of here. She turned her gaze back to Glenn. You too, Redwood. It's still your day off, isn't it? Becca immediately perked up. It's Glenn's day off? Glenn glanced at her, recognized a familiar eagerness in her eyes, and found himself suddenly very warm inside his armor. Oh, gods. She was 16 now. He was 16 as well. They were both back in Wolfpine together at the same time and the same age, which meant... I'll leave Miss Coldbreaker in your care, Redwood, Logain said. I trust you can ensure she doesn't pass out before she gets some rest and something to eat. The way Becca was now grinning at him threatened to rob Glenn of all ability for rational thought. Yes, sir, he said it louder than he intended. All too happy to do that. Right now. 54. A quest complete. Leo. As Leo sat on a grassy hill and watched the sun descend over Gracia, it surprised him how calm this zone made him feel. It wasn't Evelan, it wasn't the zone where he'd grown up, but its wide green fields were quite beautiful. And after fighting 3D Sold in the middle of Wolfpine's town square, he needed a bit of beauty to soothe his nerves. He also needed to figure out what to do now. The sound of heavy armor announced Joanne Dewcrest's arrival. He didn't need to look back to know it was her. Her ability to approach him was why he'd chosen to sit within 50 paces of the town wall. If the town guards needed to ask him more questions or had news about the Deathcaster they'd all captured today in Wolfpine Square, he wanted to be available. Joanne thumped down beside him, then flipped up the visor on her helmet to reveal her face. That mountain of paperwork really was a pain in my attractive ass. It's done. How are you? It was nice of Joanne to come and check on him. She'd been the first ally he'd made in Wolfpine after all. He glanced her way. I really am sorry that all this trouble had to come to your town, and for my part in it. Joanne slapped his armored knee. Enough of that. You did fine. Today was a good day. So, we're celebrating the beast soon. How about I buy you a drink? Is this another attempt to get me into cuffs? Joanne chuckled. Sorry, Blazer. That ship's already sailed. My dance card is full tonight, but I can offer you some good company. After all that in the square, you seem like you need it."
"That I'll gladly accept," Leo said. "And yes, today didn't go as I expected."
"Also, I need you to give me 5 moons."
That surprised him. "What for?"
"Some adventurer, Sarah something, won't shut up about how we owe her a bounty for capturing Jahid Rock Hollow. Apparently Redwood promised to her on behalf of the Blazers, so unless you want to track down Becca and wring the coins out of her—"
Leo dug into his unfilled bag. Of course. He pulled out the large coin pouch he'd used to implicate Zack Silverstone on his first day in Wolfpine and extracted 5 gold coins. "Here." Joanne slipped the coins into the small leather pouch on her belt, then watched him calmly.
"I'm going to be honest with you. After we met, I really didn't expect you to find your fugitives."
Apparently, Jenny didn't either. Leo did his best to keep the bitterness from his voice.
"Yet you did find them," Joanne said. "You've also impressed me in the square, and that's not so easy to do these days. That high-flying trick with your spear was something special. Without that, I doubt we'd have subdued that Deathcaster with as little damage as we did."
"You'd have easily managed it without me."
"Sure, we'd have managed it," Joanne agreed. "But not easily. I'm not shining you on here. You're a talented adventurer and a good man. You more than merit the title of Blazer."
The praise felt good, even if Leo still felt a bit disappointed in how things had gone. "That's kind of you to say. All I can hope is that my mentor agrees with you."
"Which reminds me why I came to find you."
Joanne reached into her leather pouch and produced a scroll.
"Hal Redwood delivered this. Phantom correspondence from Frostford, addressed to you from Jenny Amberson. Marked urgent as well, so I expect she'll want you to read it today."
Leo hadn't expected a letter from Jenny so soon. It still bothered him that Jenny had sent Becca to bring news of the Blazer impersonator instead of sending it directly to him, but he supposed it made sense. Given the impersonator had already arrived, any phantom correspondence Leo received risked being read by the man it was intended to unmask. Had that happened, their quarry would certainly have fled, and possibly with hostages. Sending Becca to Wolfpine, covertly, had been the only way Jenny could be sure the news of her investigation arrived in Wolfpine without being intercepted by those involved in the plot against Anna Bronzelight. Becca had also been one of the only Blazers close enough to get here in a day, as she'd been training with a small group at the Eveland-Gracia border where low-level monsters prowled. Leo knew this, logically. Still, he couldn't help feeling like he should have done more. Joanne stood.
"I'll leave you alone to read your letter. Afterward, if you want a drink, I'll be at the Beast with Chelsea and Seth. We'll save you a seat. Come or don't come, but if you do, expect a few rounds on us."
She leaned down to thump his shoulder.
"And cheer up, will you? We just arrested a level 35 Deathcaster and thwarted an evil politician's evil plot. The good folks won today."
Leo supposed she was right. After he listened to the sound of Joanne's armored steps receding, he broke the seal on Jenny's letter and produced a 1-page message. He read over it twice. He then folded it up, tucked it back into its envelope, and tucked that envelope back into his unfilled bag. His mentor's words were better than he expected, and less than he had hoped. Jenny had confirmed everything Becca had said. She was proud of him for accomplishing his quest. He supposed this was better than being told he'd failed. He still couldn't help but feel a little used, but Jenny had confirmed what he believed. Jenny always had to send someone to look for Anna. So long as the Blazers believed Garrett Bronzelight's claims to be genuine, their honor demanded no less. So Jenny had sent someone she could trust to keep an open mind about Anna and make the right choice when all the facts were on the table. Leo had made a choice. He helped save Anna Bronzelight, a little. He would also still get credit for completing his Blazer quest, which would also provide a huge boost of experience. Reaching level 11 would be much easier now. So why wasn't he satisfied? As Leo thought about it, he supposed it was simply because he hadn't gotten to do more. Still, there was always the next quest, the next chance to help someone. Before he tackled that, Leo realized he very much would like a drink. He rose and walked back to Wolfpine to finally get himself good and drunk. Glenn. The extravagantly fitted-out room Becca rented them in the Scarlet Rose was, in fact, the nicest room Glenn had ever had the pleasure to be inside, though he barely noticed. Mostly, he only had eyes for the gorgeous woman once again lying beside him, wrapped around him, beneath the red silk covers. A woman he'd assumed wouldn't return to Wolf Pine for over 3 years. Here, now, with him. He'd never had any dream that was remotely this good. As Becca cuddled close, her dark hair tickled his bare chest. I have to ask, are you sure you haven't been sneaking off to the Rose in the month since I've been gone? As much as I've looked forward to this, I didn't expect you to be quite so adept. She grinned lecherously as she walked 2 fingertips down his leg beneath the covers. At least for our first time. Glenn gently rubbed her very soft back. By my count, that was our 3rd. Town guards have an awful lot of vitality. Becca kissed his chest and cuddled against him. Gods, there is that. Glenn brushed the edge of a fingertip along Becca's cheek, savoring the softness of her, and then slipped a finger beneath her chin. He gently tilted her eyes up to his. Again? Becca laughed and thumped his chest. Gods, give me a moment. I still haven't eaten anything, and after all that, I'm absolutely famished. Glenn immediately felt guilty about monopolizing so much of her time, yet from the moment they'd walked into this room together, he'd been unable to keep his hands off her. Fortunately, Becca more than shared his enthusiasm, but now she really did need food. He sat up in their shared bed. I'll go get you something from the beast. What would you like? Becca pressed one hand to his chest. Stay? We can order in right here. The Rose has full meal and drink service to every room, you know. Part of its charm. I didn't know that, Glenn said. And wait, did you? Why do you think I rented a room here instead of the beast? I see no reason we need to leave this suite tonight at all today, or this evening, given I'm not expected back in Lakebrook for 4 days, and you don't have duty until tomorrow? First thing, Glenn said regretfully. But I'm off duty by mid-afternoon, which will give me a free morning to spend with Father before I drag you back into bed with me. Becca mused thoughtfully. That's perfect. We'll all grab a meal once you're off your shift, and you and Zach can catch me up on everything that's been going on since I've been gone. And Anna. I'd really like to know all that happened with Anna before I got involved. She's really nice, Glenn agreed, and Zach's absolutely taken with her. I can see why. Now, food. Don't move. Glenn had no problems with that. Becca did slide out of bed, utterly unclothed, after all, and that was a sight he couldn't get enough of. Now that they were both trial age, 16, together, the laws of Levos no longer applied. He thought a night like this with the woman he loved wouldn't happen for 3 more years, but they already had it. He loved Becca. He'd known that for certain from the day she left, and he'd told her as much between multiple bouts of the most incredible experience he'd ever had. He really had been missing out since he turned 16. Once Becca rang a bell by the desk and offered food and mead through the door, which remained closed, of course, she returned to bed. Glenn still wasn't entirely sure he hadn't been smacked in the head by a dead mountain troll. He could simply be dreaming all this as he lay passed out in the town square. But it was a good dream. This felt real. Becca felt real. He also knew this couldn't last forever. So, he hesitated to bring this up with how pleasant things had been, but they did need to wait for her food. I'm not staying, Becca agreed softly. A few days is all I get, which means I'm leaving in 2 to return to the border and my training. Short of another woman being framed by her evil politician brother in such a way that only I can save her, I won't be back until I reach rank 8. Which you will, Glenn assured her. You'll absolutely make rank 8, and every rank beyond, as high as you decide to climb. I have talked with Jenny, though, Becca added, about where I'd like to be assigned when I become a full blazer. Evelyn is quite beautiful, and given how much I already like it there, I've asked to be stationed at the Lakebrook office. She said that's possible. Glenn considered the possibilities that presented. So you'd be a zone away. 3 days' journey,
It wouldn't be an ideal situation by any means. I'd still be out on blazer quests or monster hunts for weeks at a time. All blazers end up spending a great deal of time on the road, which can make a long-term relationship with anyone difficult.
But you'd only be 3 days away, Glenn reminded her.
I would,
Becca agreed.
Sometimes even closer. Given Wolf Pine still feels like my home, I'll still visit whenever I can, especially if
I'll be here, Glenn said at once. Just like I have been. And not just because the gods chose me to be a town guard. I want to be here for you. Becca tilted her head.
4 months ago, I told you to get over me.
You did?
It doesn't seem like you've done so.
I just said I would to make you feel better. Becca laughed again.
Would you believe I was trying to do the same?
Glenn grinned back. Even our long-distance relationship wouldn't be forever. I only have to reach level 20 as a town guard before I can join you in Everland. At that point, we could stay there or travel the world together.
At level 1,
she pointed out, though not unkindly. I'll catch up fast, Glenn said. Trust me on that. I'm not actually allowed to tell you exactly what kind of blessings you get as a town guard, but trust me, I can probably handle the same monsters you'll be able to even at level 1. And if we kill those together, I'll catch up fast.
And you're certain that's what you want? Not endless wine, women, and crescents?
I don't care about any of that, Glenn said. I want to adventure all across Luxterra, and I want to do that by your side. I don't care if I have to wait 3 years or 20 to be with you. So long as... Becca gripped his hand tight enough Glenn noticed.
I'll wait all those and longer. I'm done being selfless. I'm being greedy, because I want you very badly to be mine.
Already done.
So we're officially going to continue this experiment, our relationship. There's still the next 2 years to deal with, after all, and lots of ways for things to turn sour. Maybe we'll change our minds.
Maybe we will, Glenn said calmly. Even so, I could get used to nights like this.
Oh, me too,
Becca agreed softly, before she once more climbed on top of him. Glenn simply smiled up at her. What about your food?
They can leave it outside the door.
She leaned close, hair tickling his chest, and whispered right beside his ear.
Now, here's what I'd like us to try this time.
Zach. Zach had just stepped out of his house to meet Anna when he spotted Barry Dewcrest lounging outside his door across the street. The man looked as slobbish as ever, wearing a wine-stained shirt and pants with his pale face covered in stubble. Still, today, Barry looked unusually alert. Before Zach could hurry off to find Anna, Barry waved. Got a moment? It would be rude to ignore their neighbor. Zach genuinely considered it, but his mother always insisted he remain on good terms with their neighbors. It wasn't that Zach disliked Barry. The man could be fun, especially in his cups. But he had someone much more attractive he had to meet, and soon. Still, he could say hello and excuse himself soon after. His mother would be proud of his generosity. Zach walked across the street. Sure, old man, what's on your mind? I hear the desert is quite lovely this time of year, Barry said.
More coin than you could earn in 2 lifetimes, the woman said. Yet the crystal is not your payment, it's the job. I'd like you to carry it in your pack for a few days, then covertly deliver it to the first person who approaches you and says the words, "The desert is lovely this time of year."
That's cute, Zach agreed. Anything else?
Tell no one we've spoken. Tell no one of the crystal. Break either rule, and our deal's off.
Zach closed his mouth and took a moment to gather himself. He then reached into his leather pouch. You've got to be kidding me. Barry smiled wanly. Why would I do that? Zach glanced left, then right. The street remained empty. He knew he hadn't misheard Barry Dewcrest, but he also knew this man was the last person he'd expect to be part of the Shadowers Guild. Barry was the father of a town guard, after all. Zach palmed over Xiva's glistening crystal. Barry tucked it into his own pouch with the ease of a man Zach now knew was all too talented at snatching coin purses. The man passed back a small pouch clinking with coin. The second half of Xiva's payment, as promised. Barry Dewcrest was townsfolk, and an alchemist besides. Also, according to rumors, not a very good one. How was he mixed up with the Shadowers Guild? "You're in, by the way," Barry said casually. "It's rare for the call to come down so quickly, but someone up there must think highly of you." Jack remembered how Xiva had literally frozen time. "Up there?" "In the upper echelons," Barry said. "Definitely someone above the ringleader. So whatever you're doing for those people, keep doing it." "I'll keep that in mind." Zach's thoughts and suspicions about the woman he'd met in the Mead Beast threatened to spiral out of control. "So, what happens now? Do I get, like, a cute little pin to wear on your collar?" Barry chuckled. "No. You get your name spoken in the ears of the right people. When you want work, you come to me, at least until you leave Gracia." "Interesting," Zach agreed. "After you level out and move to Evelan, I'll tell you who to contact in Lakebrook. That's really all there is to it. We're not the Blazers. There's no contract to sign and no quest to complete. You work when you want to work, and you make good coin." He'd really done it. He really was part of the Shadowers Guild. So, now that he'd accomplished what he set out to do from the moment he chose his class, the question was, what now? "Does Joanne know about your side job?" Zach asked. "None of your business, boy. I've told you all they made me tell." "Right, fair," Zach agreed. "So, guess I'll be off then." "Nothing stopping you. Though, there is one thing. A request, not an order." "I thought we work only when we want to work." "All true," Barry agreed. "Yet there's something about Anna Bronzelight that even we haven't figured out. Something beyond this plot with her brother. Something she's hiding from everyone. The ringleader's been real curious about what she's truly up to. So, if you learn something, and you share it with us, there's good coin in it for you. A whole lot of good coin." "Right," Zach said. "I'll consider it." He certainly had no plans to betray Anna's confidence, but he didn't need to tell Barry that. "One more question for you, then. A request, not an order." "Sure." "Who's Xiva?" "The patron god of Shadowers." "Not the god," Zach said patiently. "The woman who gave me that gem. About my height, late 20s, time strider or void strider based on her armor. She had a figure that could snap necks." "Doesn't sound like anyone I recognize," Barry said. "Not that I'd tell you if I did." "But she was part of the Shadowers Guild. She gave me that crystal so I could protect Anna from whatever demons got sent after her. So how was she involved in all this?" Barry frowned. "I'll be honest with you, kid. Just this once. I have absolutely no idea who you're talking about. But there's all sorts of folks out there I haven't met. Who am I to say who might be tossing around rare artifacts? So far as I know, you might have gotten this gem from Xiva herself." Zach didn't believe that. He couldn't believe that. Could he? "Be seeing ya." Barry slipped inside his home without another word. So, this was the real Barry Dewcrest. A modestly talented alchemist, the town drunk, and the father of the woman soon to succeed Logain Cliffbreeze as captain of the town guard. Also, apparently, a high-ranking member of the Shadowers Guild. It was the perfect cover. Barry would have easy access to any official work Joanne brought home with her after a long day, information that would be invaluable to a guild of lawbreakers. Zach wondered if Barry had always been part of the Shadowers Guild, or if they'd approached him and offered coin after the gods chose Joanne to become a town guard. Either seemed plausible. It also didn't matter, really. This wasn't his problem, and Barry wasn't hurting anyone, technically. Barry was just passing on information that would make it easier for those who thought some laws were unnecessary to do their work without getting in trouble. Zach could see the value in that. He looked up. The sun was setting fast, and he still had somewhere to be. He put all thoughts of crystal artifacts and incredibly attractive gods from his mind, and strolled off to meet Anna Ironstar, no, Bronzelight, officially now, outside the town gates. With Anna now safe and out of danger, Alan Starshine was setting off for Lakebrook and a boat to Aquarine tonight, likely to reunite with whoever he left behind there. It would be rude not to say goodbye to Alan. As for any future with Anna, well, that was what they needed to figure out. 55. An open road. Zack reached the town gates just in time to find Anna hugging Alan fiercely on the safe road. Alan tolerated that without complaint. Zack couldn't hear the words they exchanged as he approached, and he decided to wait at a comfortable distance until they were done commiserating. Dourness aside, Alan really was a decent man. Anna soon glanced his way. She beckoned him to join them. Zack nodded to the stoic town guards as he headed out of Wolfpine to join the two former fugitives. He didn't fail to notice that Anna and Alan had chosen to say goodbye more than 50 paces from the town gates. Even with their identities cleared of all wrongdoing, Zack could understand them wanting to be out of reach of the law. Once he arrived, Anna stepped away from her cousin.
I was worried you wouldn't make it before Alan left. You know, with everything in town.
Cleaning up dead trolls is the guard's job, not mine. I just needed to assure Mom I wasn't dead. I wouldn't miss one last chance to see Alan's sour face before it's gone forever.
Alan smiled wanly. You will miss me.
You gonna be all right walking all the way to Lakebrook alone? It's a safe road, Alan said. What could go wrong? Zack supposed there were no longer any mortal threats to Alan with the blazers off his back. Still, he didn't envy Alan his upcoming walk, especially at night. The pack Alan carried looked close to bulging with food and some items, so he'd likely gone on a last-minute shopping spree in town. Zack imagined the townsfolk of Wolfpine had appreciated that. Alan then extended his hand.
Thanks for everything. I truly mean that. Without your help, we'd likely be in prison or even corpses in that man's unfilled bag.
Anna shuddered.
Gods, don't even say that.
Zack shook Alan's hand firmly. I only did what made sense to me. Also, most of the reason you're here right now is Glenn, not me.
I know,
Alan said without a hint of hesitation.
I tried to thank him myself, but Captain Cliffbreeze said he was busy. He would be for some time.
Zack smiled proudly. Oh, he's busy, all right. After 4 wasted months, Glenn was finally learning all the advantages of being old enough to bone. You know how you feel about your lady back in Aquarine? Glenn's been waiting months for Becca to come back.
Then I wish them both a very pleasant night. Still, you'll pass my thanks along?
Sure thing.
So, that's it then.
Alan looked to Anna.
I'm leaving. This is your last chance to join me.
I don't think I can go back to Frostford, Anna said quietly.
Not yet, and not after all this, but eventually, I'm sure. I'll visit.
I can understand you being hesitant to leave, Zack said, since, you know, I'm here.
Anna smiled at him. That's not the only reason.
But it is one. Alan sighed with resignation and looked to Anna. Take care of him, all right? After a moment, Zack frowned. Isn't that supposed to be the other way around? Alan cracked the barest of grins before turning away without another word. As he walked down the safe road toward the distant border with Evelan, Zack noticed a new spring in his step. Alan actually looked excited to be going home. Perhaps Alan's dourness was less innate and more due to missing his woman. Now that Alan was headed back home, he almost looked like an entirely different man. Good for him. Anna snatched Zack's hand in her own.
Now, what are we to do about us?
We could head back to my room. Mom's not home, so we don't have to be near so quiet. Anna squeezed his hand.
We'll have plenty of time for that later, I hope.
Zack felt a hint of unease. You hope?
If you decide to stay with me.
Zack squeezed her hand right back. I can't imagine any reason I wouldn't. Even as he said those words, he surprised himself. That sounded an awful lot like commitment, and they just sort of slipped out. They'd promised each other they wouldn't get attached, and Zack wasn't going to go back on that promise. So was he? Attached? He just really liked being with Anna, that was all. Anna tugged on his hand.
Then come with me. We need to talk privately before you make any big decisions, and this isn't a conversation we should have in sight of the town guards." Despite having no idea what she was thinking, Zack followed her up the safe road. He trusted her as much as he trusted anyone. Once they'd moved some distance from Wolfpine, Anna released his hand and headed into the deep Scorn woods. Zack realized they were heading for the same small clearing where they'd spoken the day he agreed to find the Shrine of Raylan for her. That had been the start of this relationship. It felt appropriate. Zack followed without asking questions, though he was vaguely wary of the woods. They now held far more dangerous threats than gloam wolves. There was supposedly a Rakshasa still prowling somewhere out here, though Zack imagined some high-level adventurers or blazers would find and kill it soon enough. It bothered him that he no longer had Zyva's crystal to protect them. Once they arrived at the clearing, Zack remembered. Anna turned to give him a decidedly serious look. Zack knew they could easily sprint back to the safe road from this distance. He'd chosen this area on the day he gave her his tour because it was secluded but safe. "You don't have to drag me all the way out here to seduce me," Zack said. Anna didn't smile. She looked more nervous than he'd ever seen her. What was this? "First," Anna said, "I want you to know why I couldn't be honest with you. There's things I had to keep from everyone, even Alan. So I hope you can forgive me for not telling you the whole—" Zack pulled her into his arms. "It's fine." "Hey," Anna protested quietly before she relaxed against his chest. "Stop that. Stop being nice to me. I'm not done apologizing to you yet." "No need." Zack squeezed her before releasing her and stepping back. "We all have secrets." "Yes, well, my secrets might put you in danger, or even get you tossed in prison." "So tell me," Zack said simply. "Or don't. I don't need to know." "I think you do need to know, if we plan to continue to adventure together." "Right, fair, so just tell me." "First, I need you to swear you'll not share what I tell you with another mortal soul." Zack smiled at her. "Okay." Anna narrowed her eyes. "That was awfully quick." "You wouldn't ask me if it wasn't important to you, and I'm not in the habit of snitching on those I care about. So I swear, Anna, on Celis herself, whatever secret you're hiding, whatever you want to tell me, I won't share it with anyone. Not unless you first tell me it's okay." "Then, fine." Anna bit her lip. "I'm going to show you my status sheet. I need you to read it and not freak out." "Why would I—" Zack trailed off as Anna's status sheet appeared before him for the first time. He read it 3 times before he accepted what he was reading was real. Name, Anna Bronzelight, age 17, level 6, class, Soul Seer. HP 70 of 70, blood 130 of 130, experience 33,332 of 36,000, strength 5, divinity 15, vitality 7, wisdom 13, prowess 7, luck 9. Gear, uncommon cotton robes, rare, heirloom dagger, uncommon padded boots. Slotted skills, uncommon burn, Harmcaster Xiva, uncommon freeze, Harmcaster Xiva. Experimental, Soul Reveal, Soul Seer, Dinah. Slotted blessings, experimental, intertwined soul, Soul Seer, Dinah. Uncommon, burning soul, Harmcaster Xiva. Known skills, none. Known blessings, none. Quests, level 40, group, the Soul Seer's Path. Epic. Zack looked around to ensure no one was within hearing range, then leaned close. What in the 6 hells is a Soul Seer? A new class. And how do you have that many skills and blessings at level 6? I'm technically dual-classed now, though I can't change back until I reach 20. You must see why I couldn't tell you earlier. I couldn't tell anyone. I get that, sure. But, Anna, how is... Anna closed her status sheet. The quest is from the gods themselves. I was a level 6 Harmcaster when I accepted it, so I retain those blessings and skills. Intertwined Soul is the first Soul Seer blessing I chose. It lets me slot skills for my second class, in this case, Harmcaster. Zack considered. So Soul Seer is a new class, as in no one's ever chosen it before? I didn't choose it. The gods granted me this class. Now I'm compelled to level it to 40 in exchange for, as they stated, an unimaginable reward. He almost understood what she was saying. So, you got this quest from the gods didn't actually come down and give it to me in person, Anna interrupted. But I found a gorgeous glowing crystal while exploring a small ruin outside Frostford. When I touched it, I got a prompt for the quest you saw on my sheet. I was given an option to turn it down. Yet you accepted. Why? Hubris, I suppose? I wanted my name in the history books. If I knew now what would happen once I accepted, I'd have tossed that crystal down the deepest pit I could find. Anna's status sheet was real. She was a soul seer now, whatever that was. While Zack did now know, thanks to Becca, that status sheets could be faked with enough money, he didn't think Anna would do that to him. There was no benefit to her revealing her new class to him, only risk. And what happened exactly, Zack asked, when you accepted, other than your greedy ass of a brother? My brother isn't greedy. He's pious. Frustratingly so. Didn't you tell everyone he stole your inheritance and locked you up? He did, but only to keep me in Frostford to ensure I couldn't level. It wasn't greed. It was his misplaced and ferocious loyalty to the church. Even now that he's going to prison for life, I doubt he'll implicate them. He sees sacrifice as his duty to the gods. Zack was fast growing frustrated by his inability to understand exactly what had led to all this. You just said the gods themselves gave you this quest. The gods did, Anna agreed. But the Church of Celis would prefer I not complete it. So it wasn't just your brother who tried to frame you. He used the church as well. More like they used him. I made the mistake of revealing the quest to him, and he told a friend in the church. That was almost the end of it. I only escaped a gilded cage because I left on an errand. He still sounds like an ass, Zack said. He is, sometimes. But he still loves me. Also, not even Garrett could convince the church to lie about my inheritance unless they saw it as the only way to ensure I lacked the resources to strike out on my own. So they confirmed his story to the Blazers. They simply didn't count on me stealing my own money out from under their noses and fleeing to another province, with Alan's help. Zack crossed his arms and thought this over. Why is the church so wrapped up in stopping you from completing this quest? What does a soul seer do exactly? I can see your status sheet, Anna said. That's what Soul Reveal does. I can view your status at any time, and I don't need your consent. Zack whistled softly. You can do that to anyone? And monsters and demons once I select the right skill. I believe the gods intend Soul Seer to act as a strategist class, allowing one who chooses it to view the status sheets of monsters and mortals and relay useful information to their party. That'd be an incredibly useful skill, Zack agreed. Though if everyone knew you could view their status sheets at any time, I imagine they'd be rather wary of you. If they knew, Anna agreed softly. So why doesn't the church want you to get this class to 40? It seems like it'd be incredibly useful to them, especially when it comes to hunting down Deathcasters. You remembered something else. And that's how you knew that ass in the square was a Deathcaster before he pulled out those corpses, wasn't it? You used Soul Reveal. Anna nodded. Deathcasters are the reason the church doesn't want me leveling. I don't follow. Think of what a new class means. The reason the gods granted it to me is so I could test it for them. I think they want to see how a mortal uses this class and its skills as I level. Then they can make an educated decision as to whether this class is balanced. Balanced? A new class can't be too powerful or everyone will choose it, Anna said patiently. And it can't be too weak or no one will. So they want balance. That's what this class competition quest is, so far as I understand it. A test of balance. They want to make sure Soul Seer is useful, but not too useful, so they bestow their new class upon a few mortals and charge us to level it while they observe. So no one knows all this class does yet, not even the church. Especially not the church. If I complete this quest, if I successfully level Soulseer to 40, the gods will have all the information they need to decide if they're going to make this class and all its skills, many of which I haven't seen yet, available to all future adventurers. Right, Zack said. So, just imagine how much safer we'd all be if someone stopped the first person to become a Deathcaster from leveling that class to 40. At last, something about this made sense. All right, so the church is scared one of the skills you'll get will do something they can't control. If you never level the class, the world never has to change. But just because they're scared of you doesn't mean you shouldn't level. I'm scared as well, Anna said softly. Yet I can't abandon my quest or my new class. Unfortunately, this also means I'm not done getting you in trouble. My brother may be dealt with, but some in the church already know who and what I am. They'll find more pawns. They'll come for me again. This is why, if you know what's good for you, you should get as far away from me as possible. You didn't tell Alan this, Zack said evenly. You never told him any of this. He'd never have gone home if he knew, but he's already given up so much for me. I couldn't keep him away from his family and Olivia another day. Olivia's his woman? They're promised to each other. Well, I'm not leaving you now, Zack said. This all sounds absurdly fun to me. Anna frowned. This is hard for me. It's not a joke. Zack smiled to reassure her. I'm not joking. I mean everything I just said. I want to keep leveling with you, especially now. What you can do is absolutely incredible. Anna watched him doubtfully. You really think so? This will make leveling so much easier. With you along, we'll always know just how strong the monsters are. We'll never pick a fight we won't win. That is likely one purpose for this class, Anna agreed. And just imagine how much money we could win if we head to the Grand Arena in Coalfield. She blinked. What? You could see the status sheets of each fighter before they entered the arena. With that knowledge and a little luck, we'd be guaranteed to win every bet. Anna's frown deepened. I doubt the gods granted me this class so I could cheat people out of their betting money. Why not? The gods themselves told you to level this class, and I see no reason you shouldn't level it however you wish. They want to know what Soulseer is capable of, right? So we'll show them. To be honest, I actually envy you a little. Shadowers can go invisible, Anna reminded him, and once you choose an evolved class, you can open portals or stop time. But we can't just peek at people's status sheets, which is incredible. Anna blinked back a tiny bit of wet. I truly didn't expect you to be this excited. She was standing taller now, her face brighter. Zack opened his arms. I mean, if you want to show me how grateful you are, I'm right here. She hugged him tight. So you'll stay with me. You'll help me level Soulseer. And you'll help us get rich, Zack agreed. We're gonna level so fast, safer than anyone's ever seen, and make a fortune on the side. That's a plan I can get behind. I suppose it's good to have goals, Anna agreed dryly. But we'll need to find a shrine of Raylan in each new zone. I can't reslot in a chapel of Celis. They always ask to see your status sheet before you leave, so they can verify you aren't a Deathcaster, or what I am. Which is why it's good I'm now officially a member of the Shadowers Guild. The last of Zack's worries about the past few months faded away. We'll use those shrines too, so I can find those shrines with my contacts alone. This all makes sense. Xiva makes sense now. Anna pushed back enough to look up at him. Who? The goddess of the unseen, Zack said. Pretty sure I met her and the beast a few months ago. She's the one who gave me that crystal I used to drive off the demons that attacked us. I imagine she saw that threat coming and didn't want your leveling interrupted by the church, your ass of a brother, and whoever they hired to bring you home. Anna stared at him, wide-eyed. You're serious? Most of the time. Can I tell you more about her over sex? I guess. Sure. Anna smiled brightly. We have time? After. We'll figure things out. Once we gain a few levels here, we'll head to Evelan and find another shrine of Raylan. So, it's really going to be that easy? Probably not. He offered his hand. But it's sure going to be fun. Anna beamed at him. She took his hand. They walked together out of the deep-scorn woods. Once they reached the safe road, Anna spoke again. What about your friends here? And your mother? Won't you miss her once we leave? This isn't exactly a one-zone quest. I'll miss her a little, Zack agreed. But we can always come back and visit any time we wish. I'd like to visit home again someday, but not for some time. Then make Wolfpine your home for now. Mom could really use the money. Anna leaned heavily against him. I'm so glad I found you. I'm so glad you stayed. Me too. Also, when you get your name in the history books? Yes. I assume mine will be there too? Anna squeezed his arm. Right after mine, of course. 56. A Divine Interlude. Kaya. A pop in the air behind her was the only evidence Kaya, goddess of duty, was no longer alone in her fortress of spears and thrones, her divine realm of sun's height. She turned, rose to her full height, and frowned as one of her several sisters invaded her room of rest and meditation. Twin suns gleamed beyond the open window as Vox, goddess of adventurers, sauntered over with both suns at her back. Kaya, my dear. Vox rested both hands on the daggers at her shapely hips. Wasn't that all wonderfully exciting? I'm a bit disappointed it all ended with so little bloodshed, but I can't find fault with the resolution. Even I couldn't anticipate how your clever mortal would react. Kaya kept her features impassive. I could. I see what you see in him now. Glenn Redwood's not just strong-willed and morally forthright, he's crafty. Just think of the challenges he could weather once we set him free from Wolfpine. Wolfpine is where I wish him to be, Kaya reminded Vox calmly. Protecting one town is challenge enough for him for now. Vox laughed easily as she stalked closer. We've been at this for millennia, dear sister, and you still haven't learned to share. You have your mortals, Kaya said grimly. Leave me to cultivate mine. You can't honestly plan to tuck a mortal as promising as Redwood away for decades, Vox said. There's no sport in that. Even a prize falcon must spread its wings to fly. Look at all my dear Becca accomplished in the space of 4 short months, all because I pushed her out of the nest. Why are you here? Kaya asked calmly. Why would I not be here? I can't simply pop in to visit my dear sister. I can banish you, if I like, Kaya reminded Vox. Sun's height was her realm, after all. She could send Vox right back to her own realm of heroes rest with a thought. Don't be crass, Vox said crossly. I simply wanted to let you know that we're plotting a new grand wager, one that will involve your latest pet mortal, whether you agree to participate or not. If you refuse to join us in this latest of wagers, aren't you putting Redwood at a disadvantage? The machinations of you and Xaiva have nothing to do with me. Oh, but they could. Vox's grin grew treacherous. Just this once. Wouldn't you like to see how one of your proud moral champions does when faced with a true dilemma? Redwood is a gem, certainly, good to his sincere core. Yet would he remain good if we took away all the people he holds dear? If he no longer had anyone to protect, wouldn't you like to see what he would do next? Kaya didn't soften her expression. Her curiosity, however, was engaged. Redwood was a gem, as Vox said, but also he'd never truly been tested, not by true adversity. He'd always had his friends and his parents and an entire town behind him. He'd never faced a true challenge all alone. Kaya, as Glenn's patron deity, would be a poor patron if she allowed her mortals to coast along doing good deeds. Vox might be correct.
What Glen Redwood truly needed to grow in duty and power was a challenge that required him to give up all he held dear, a calling to do a good deed without any true reward at the end, only more adversity. Would Glen still help others if doing so meant he could never see his family again? Would he still protect others at such a grievous cost to himself? The question was interesting. These questions were why the gods of Luxterra made mortals, of course, not just to entertain them across the eons, but to answer their questions about the nature of intelligence and free will. Kaya hated to admit it, but the deal Vox offered was a promising possibility. "You're hooked," Vox said. "I know you're hooked. You can't hide your feelings from me." "I'd need to know what sort of conflict you have in mind first," Kaya said calmly. "I also assume this won't be simply the two of us, given you've mentioned Xiva." Vox agreed. "She will also be involved. Her mortals now dance on the tip of her blades, convinced they've bested Anna's brother while the true trial lies ahead. It's been too long since we've dropped a new class in Luxterra. Soulseer will change things up in ways we can't imagine, provided that meddlesome church doesn't muck it all up again. I truly wish Mother would rein them in a little. So we'll test our chosen mortals in a conflict engineered to hone them all. A truly fascinating conflict," Vox promised eagerly. "You have my attention?" Kaya frowned sternly. "Now speak freely of your plans." So there, beneath the twin spheres of Sunsight, Vox laid out her thoughts for the coming tests. Xiva's plans for Anna Bronzelight and Zack Silverstone, Vox's plans for Rebecca Coldbreaker, and how Kaya's involvement and Glen Redwood's could shift and weather them all. As Kaya listened quietly, she found herself smiling in anticipation. The further adventures of Glen Redwood, Zack Silverstone, Rebecca Coldbreaker, and their friends will continue in Soulseer, Divine Progression Book 2. The End.